The sky was clear and fresh mountain air blew among the tall trees. The silence of the forest was broken by the dull sound of a blade cutting into wood. The guy skillfully wielded the knife, since it was the first tool that fell into his hands. The boy's father was a sculptor, and it was he who taught him everything, especially how to become a man. After another notch left on the tree with a knife, the boy exhaled tiredly. For his work, the guy used all his best qualities, namely, incredible intelligence along with talent. On that sunny day, the boy completed the work he had been working on for 10 long years, namely the sculpture of his father. When his father was dying, he told his only son to be careful. In this world, the boy was the only thing he treasured in his life. The thought of his son getting hurt upset the man greatly, so he told him to beware of bad people. The only one the boy could trust was the master from the Kang family. But the father did not know that the epidemic had engulfed the entire village, and the master had died, leaving only his son alive. But the young man decided not to tell his father about this, so as not to upset him once again. The dying father, in the last minutes of his life, did nothing but praise and be proud of his son, wishing him to remain kind and strong. In his last minutes, remembering the moments spent with his father, the young sculptor could not hold back and shed a tear on the solid sculpture. Wiping his eyes with his calloused fingers, the boy's mind flashed back to his father's smile, which had so comforted him. The young man made every effort to lift the sculpture, which was almost twice his size. Wiping away the sweat that was pouring down like hail, the boy remained happy, because that was how his father had always been. With a sigh of relief, the tired but satisfied young man admired his work. The father, carved from wood, not only looked like himself in life, but also glowed with the joy and happiness that filled him. Even though the work was finished, something inside the boy still didn't give him peace. The boy wondered if his father would be lonely alone in the middle of the forest. The young man went to his mother's grave, which fortunately for him was nearby. Even though the boy had talent and his hands were fast, he had to wait a long time for his next masterpiece. The young sculptor's mother passed away quite early, and the boy was only 5 years old at the time, which is why he practically did not remember her. The only thing he remembered very clearly was her incredible beauty. Having finally finished with both sculptures, the boy stretched sweetly. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice called out to the boy, causing him to turn around. The voice belonged to an old man with a long gray beard, who admired the work of the young craftsman who would one day become his master. The old man made the boy suspicious, so he didn't know whether he should talk to him or not. The old man wondered whether the graves that had been made were really his doing. The young sculptor believed that if he told the truth, nothing would happen to him, so he replied that he had indeed made the grave. For some time the old man and the child stood motionless and silent in the middle of the forest edge. The stranger seriously thought about the boy's words, which aroused either interest or suspicion in him. The man also decided to find out whether the boy had put his hand on the 2 statues standing nearby. Without a second thought, the young sculptor proudly declared that the sculptures were his work. The old man looked at the boy appraisingly, admiring the work he had done. After this, the stranger became so lost in thought that he began to involuntarily stroke his beard. Based on the old man's age, the young man assumed that he had decided to order a sculpture for his grave. But the old man suggested something completely different, namely, to follow him. The young sculptor did not understand why the old man wanted him to follow him. Before telling the boy the reason, the man was so worried that he began to stroke his beard again out of excitement. The old man proudly offered the boy to learn the best martial art in the world. The boy didn't just not believe the stranger's words, he considered them complete nonsense. The young man's words did not frighten him, but, on the contrary, greatly amused the old man. The elderly man slowly raised his hand, pointing it towards the forest where there was nothing. In the direction the gray-haired stranger pointed, a light rustling sound began to be heard along with the fog that had formed. An incredibly strong white beam flashed from the old man's hand, cutting through the trees in its path. After the beam disappeared, the treetops began to sway actively from side to side. The next second, many trees, neatly cut down by the beam, fell to the ground with a crash. What he saw impressed the guy so much that he could not believe that someone like that old man could have such power. Definitely proud of his work, stroking his long beard, the man wondered if the young sculptor would like to learn the same skill. The sculptor noted to himself that the martial art being demonstrated required incredible strength, and he still had nowhere to go. The guy wanted to take everything from life and do something incredibly stupid, so he agreed. Since the boy might not have another chance like this, he took the old man's hand and they left together. The decision the boy made then became fateful, but also had a bloody tinge, which he did not even suspect. Enveloped in water, the same guy, now grown up, was preparing for something. Taking a deep breath, the boy gathered strength to deliver a powerful blow. The energy was so strong that the water around him began to bubble and spread in all directions. Just a little more, and he was ready to deliver his crushing blow, which he had been training for so long. Creating a powerful vortex underwater, he finally made his final swing. After casting the spell, the boy raised his hand and fired from his palm. A shot of incredible scale stirred up the water and shot into the sky in a bright flash. At their first meeting, the old man seemed to the boy to be an exemplary, good-natured master. But he could not even imagine that his life would be trampled and practically destroyed. A martial artist took a little boy high up into the mountains, but for some reason they stopped in a dilapidated shack, blown by strong winds. The front door creaked loudly and terribly from even the slightest breath of wind. There was nothing around for tens of kilometers except dense forest, high mountains, and endless sky. The boy, to put it mildly, was not delighted with what he saw and partly regretted his choice. Wondering why such a strong master lived in such a place, the boy began to doubt that his power was real. But at that very moment, he came to his senses, remembering that it was in such places that the strongest masters usually trained. The boy decided to reassure both himself and his teacher by convincing him that appearance was not the most important thing in learning. The young student was ready to begin training, but the master was not so sure. The very next day, the young man began his studies, ready to absorb new knowledge. The teacher began to talk about rice, about how it was fragile and strong at the same time, so it was not difficult to damage it. The old man rocked the bowl of rice, and the boy carefully watched his every movement. To mix thoroughly, the master dipped his hands into the bowl and, sorting through the grains of rice, told about the strength of his fingers. The old man emphasized that when washing rice, the water should be changed no more than 3 times. In order for the cooking result to be excellent, it was necessary to cover the pot with a lid properly. The master's secret method for cooking rice was to place a stone on the lid. The next day, the old man continued to teach the boy how to cook, telling him about different cooking techniques. Masterfully working with a spatula and a frying pan, the master talked about cooking meat and vegetables. When preparing the soup, it was very important to handle the ingredients carefully so as not to turn them into a homogeneous mass. Also, an important aspect of preparation was the feelings and ability to cook from the heart. The student began to doubt his mentor's words, assuming that he was making him the best cook in the world, not a martial artist. The teacher replied that he was trying to teach the boy a very powerful technique called lightning grad, which required the ability to handle his hands carefully. The student began to reason about the teacher's words, which on the one hand sounded convincing, but on the other hand seemed like simple nonsense. The master wanted to know if the boy would try his hand, but he doubted it until the very end. It was the boy's last chance to refuse and run away, but the name of the technique sounded too tempting for him to back down. The training was not easy, and the young sculptor made one mistake after another. He learned to make and maintain a fire for cooking, which was not easy. After a month of persistent cooking, the guy once again filled the table with various dishes. The teacher praised the young man, but he was dissatisfied, since in addition to cooking, he also had to set the table. The student was indignant because he had to work hard day and night while his mentor rested all the time. After which, the tomboy advised the master to take up physical exercise in order to look younger. The master could not easily swallow such impudence on the part of his student and taught him a proper lesson. That day the boy learned that if he wanted, the old man could hit very hard. Such methods had a very strong influence on the personality as a whole, as well as on the education of the student. After this method of education, the teacher gave the young man another duty, namely chopping wood. Although the boy mentally scolded his grandfather, he still couldn't object to him, and only trembled, remembering that scolding. The student was surprised by the absence of an axe. Without it, he would not be able to complete the work planned for him. Rubbing his still sore cheek, the young man decided to politely ask for a tool for work. The student asked where the axe was, to which the teacher replied that he would not need it. Without waiting for an answer, the boy began to fantasize that he would have to use his fists to chop, just as the teacher had used them on him. The master politely advised the little rebel to bite his tongue if he did not want more. After this, the master advised to carefully observe his movements while taking something out of his sleeve. Something small began to spin quickly, describing circles in the air until it flew down. The gray-haired grandfather, without looking, grabbed the falling knife without taking his eyes off the student. The boy couldn't believe that this was what he would need to chop wood with. The teacher asked if he had managed to surprise his student, but he kept thinking about the fact that his master had some cheap knife in his hands. The boy felt awkward and ashamed for the old man who was trying to show off in front of him in this way. The master placed the block on a stump and ordered everyone to carefully watch the movements of his hand. The old hands lifted the small knife with ease and just as easily lowered it down. With a light movement, without any tension, the small knife ran along the standing block. Before I could even blink, the block instantly split into two perfectly even pieces. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. He was so impressed by the demonstration of a seemingly unremarkable knife. The master gave the knife to his student, asking him to repeat what he had seen, but the boy doubted that he would be able to repeat this technique. The old man tried to dispel the doubts of his young protege and explained that it was all about speed. Throwing aside his uncertainty, the boy took the knife and prepared to make the cut. Time after time, the student tried to make a cut, keeping in mind that the most important thing in this matter is the speed and movement of the brush. The boy stood motionless with the knife at the stock, and his grandfather watched his actions closely. In the end, all the boy managed to do was slightly chip the block. Seeing his result, the student tried to hide his disappointment, but his purple face gave him away. The master was dissatisfied with the student's work, as he considered it easy, but advised him to try again, using his elbow in the work. The boy took up the knife again and did everything exactly as the master told him. To the great regret of both those present, the result was identical to the previous one. The block did not split, and therefore the old man advised to use the shoulder as well. Once again, following the teacher's instructions, the boy lowered the knife, trying to finally cut the ill-fated block. The wood suddenly rose into the air as if it had grown tired of the boy's bullying and decided to run away from him. With a dull sound, the piece of wood fell to the ground a couple of meters away from the couple. Disappointed in his student, the master told him to do without brute force and next time to use only a brush. The boy was indignant that the teacher, who demanded the impossible from him, was surprised that the task had not been completed. But he did not argue, because he remembered what kind of scolding could await him later. The youth reminded his teacher that he was still a boy and that he would need a better tool to cut the log. The old man seriously thought about the boy's request and began to remember if he had anything similar in his arsenal. Eventually, the grandfather took pity on the unfortunate student and went off to look for suitable instruments for him. Strange sounds began to come from the barn, which made the boy feel uneasy. Finally, the man found a large, well-made axe and couldn't take his eyes off it. The master nevertheless decided to give the young man the opportunity to chop wood as he wanted with an axe. The slightly frightened boy kept wondering what the old madman had prepared for him. Seeing a large, shining axe in the old man's hands, the boy was somewhat perplexed. Staring at the teacher, the student tried to understand whether he was being mocked and what the performance with the knife was for. Like many questions, this one also remained unanswered, but now the young sculptor got what he needed. The old man let go of the axe, and it flew straight into the boy's tiny hands. As soon as the handle touched the guy's fingers, he felt something was wrong. The axe pulled the young man to the ground with incredible force, forcing him to bend over. The axe handle sank heavily into the ground with a deafening roar, splitting it into pieces. The poor boy didn't have time to come to his senses in time, and he was dragged along after the axe. Miraculously freed from the burden placed on him, the young man cried out pitifully, complaining about his shoulder. The master looked at his student with a cold, narrowed gaze, and only chuckled with displeasure. The boy complained to the old man that he almost dislocated his shoulder, to which the man dismissively replied that the axe weighed only 40 kilograms. The boy could not understand why the teacher gave him an axe heavier than himself. Looking at the master, the boy wanted to know if he really thought that such a fragile body like his could withstand such a heavy axe. Instead of taking pity on the student, the master scolded him and declared that he could do anything. He just needed to put in more effort. The old man insisted that even someone like him could lift an axe if he stopped giving up so quickly. Noticing that the boy's clothes were dirty, the teacher decided to teach his student how to wash clothes as well. The man asked the boy to follow him, and he reluctantly followed. They came to a river where the water shimmered and sparkled in the sun, and the waterfall babbled pleasantly. Having indicated the place where the boy would do the washing, the master also asked him to cleanse his mind and body along with his things. The guy didn't mind staying here at all, since the journey here took a good half hour. Suddenly, the student was taken aback when he saw a large pile of dirty and smelly clothes in front of him. He couldn't even imagine that he would have to wash these disgusting things with his own hands. The stench was so strong that the young man dared to assume that the clothes had been stored since last winter. The master looked at his student with narrowed eyes, not understanding the complaint voiced to him. The old man, filled with rage, asked his charge if this was a problem for him. Not wanting to cause a conflict, the student happily took on the task of washing the clothes, citing the fact that he was only surprised by the volume. The man rummaged in his pocket and asked the boy to take something from him. This thing turned out to be a metal paddle that was supposed to make washing easier. Having handed the young man a rowing stroke, the teacher demanded that he begin work immediately. As soon as the stroke touched the boy's hands, he felt a familiar feeling. Before he could react in time, he was again pulled to the ground by a huge weight. The young man couldn't believe that Master Sabo had played the same cruel joke on him again. The boy cowered, hugged himself, rubbed his hands, and demanded an explanation from his mentor as to why he had not warned him. The master's face, as always, showed a puzzled expression because he could not understand why the stroke was difficult for the guy. The teacher claimed that the axe was much lighter than the oar, but the boy disagreed because it could split the earth, which the axe was not supposed to do. The poor guy didn't know what to do anymore. The stroke could not only tear all his clothes, but also, due to its weight, was mortally dangerous for him. The old man ordered his disciple to stop pretending to be weak and to use a special method when washing. Having taken a special stance, the master was ready to share his latest wisdom. He told of a secret technique that allowed any force to become soft, which was useful during washing and could serve as training for his student. But it seemed that the guy either didn't listen to the teacher or didn't understand a single word he said. The man waved him away in irritation and demanded that he simply learn the technique. Until the very end, the young man could not understand what technique Teacher Sabo was talking about. The master did not want to explain or repeat anything and simply advised to remember his words. The insulted student demanded that the old man teach him this right before he left. Moving further and further away, the master reminded the young man that there was still a lot of work ahead of him, such as cooking dinner and chopping firewood. He was on a pile of dirty clothes and was overcome with despair because the teacher had not taught him anything. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came from somewhere and swept past the boy. Having rounded Biryu-yon, the wind rushed on, carrying away the leaves torn from the trees, rising higher and higher. The master's voice echoed in the air, warning the student of possible punishment if he failed to complete the task. The boy began to tremble from the phantom words of his mentor coming from space. The day was drawing to an end, as loudly announced by the birds flying high in the sky. The master, sprawled on a bench, greeted his student with the question of why he was handling the fungus so strangely. The rag-wrapped paddle dragged along the ground, raising clouds of dust behind it. Because of its weight, the comb left furrows in the ground, but the teacher noted that this could cause it to break. Straining with all his might and drenched in sweat, the young man mentally disagreed with his mentor. Holding a box of linen above himself, the boy shouted that his bones would rather break than this heavy stroke. Unable to bear such incredible weight, the guy eventually collapsed exhausted to the ground. The teacher, in his usual manner, told him to stop whining and pull himself together. The old man looked carefully at the paddle, as if he wanted to make sure everything was okay with it. The master became interested in what his wayward student had been doing all this time. With some malice, he said that it would soon be time for dinner, but the firewood was still standing unchopped. But suddenly, seeing something terrible, the teacher seemed paralyzed, deprived of the power of speech. The monstrous sight shocked the man so much that he dropped his rowing stroke. The old man turned to the boy, who had just begun to rise to his feet. Without waiting for the guy to get up on his own, the master grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The angry grandfather demanded an explanation of what these rags were and where his clothes had gone. Demanding an immediate answer, Master Sabu, as he was called, could hardly contain his anger. The young man broke out in a cold sweat at the mere thought of what the teacher might do to him. The boy finally decided to tell the teacher how everything really happened. No matter how hard the boy tried and no matter what efforts he made in doing this work, all his attempts were in vain, because he never understood how to use this heavy stroke correctly. So, at his own risk, he used a rake, as in ordinary washing. The student was shaking all over. He was seized by a strong tremor, and his arms, legs, and back were in unbearable pain. In his story, the boy came to the conclusion that the teacher was to blame for everything, who never taught him the secret technique of washing. Not believing his ears, the mentor asked again who was really to blame for the bad washing. Completely forgetting about his teacher's fiery nature, the boy tried to shift attention not to the culprit, but to the mistake itself. In the end, the young man decided so that none of them would be found guilty, to blame the comb itself for the failure. However, instead of convincing the teacher, the student only made him laugh, but this laughter was sinister. Giving the boy a terrifying look, the old man declared that he still had much to learn. This statement made the exhausted student sweat and tremble with fear. No matter how the young man tried to avoid his fate, the gray-haired grandfather still taught him a lesson and punished him properly. That evening, Bi-ryu-young had a training session to increase the sensitivity of his hands. It turned out that the essence of the training was to re-sew all the damaged clothes. The mentor convinced his protege that sewing would benefit the sensitivity of his hands. Not wanting to argue with the stubborn old man, the young man obediently began to sew the torn things. However, trying to work too quickly, he missed and pricked his finger with the needle. Blood immediately gushed from the finger, and the boy began to curse furiously at everything and everyone. Early morning was the time for outdoor workouts designed to strengthen the lower body. Ryu-young ran at incredible speed, stepping firmly on the ground and not afraid to stumble. But the guy wasn't just running, he was also balancing with buckets full of water. It was important not to spill a drop while running, and he made every effort to do so. By completing this task, the young man trained not only in endurance, but also in the ability to maintain balance. After jogging in the morning, the guy stood at the stove, honing his skills, sensitivity, and speed. Having completed all these tasks, the boy moved on to training the upper body. First, he had to thoroughly clean the house so that the floors were clean and everything sparkled. Then he repeated the prepared exercises again to consolidate the material covered. After lunch, there was special training aimed at developing skill and strength, which included, first of all, washing. The boy once again had to hit the teacher's dirty and foul-smelling things with a heavy paddle. As in previous times, the result was, to put it mildly, unsatisfactory. During the day, there was also a training session to develop skills, but this time using an axe. The boy made a huge effort to simply carry the axe to the block, but as soon as he let go of the axe, it cut the log into 2 parts with extraordinary ease. By lunchtime, the young man had to prepare food again, but by this time he was shaking all over with fatigue. In the evening, when the moon had already appeared in the sky, he trained again to increase the sensitivity of his hands. Sewing was not easy for him, and he kept missing the needle, pricking his fingers. The next day, everything was repeated again, starting with a morning workout in the fresh air, and ending with mending torn things late in the evening by the light of a small candle. This continued day after day for a whole week, and by the next evening the young man was lying on the floor, exhausted from wild fatigue. The old man asked his student if the training was meeting his expectations. Deciding to relent, the master gave Bi-ryu-young some advice that could make his life easier. Teacher told about 2 secret techniques, to master which it was necessary to know the inner strength. He explained that this knowledge begins with understanding the reasons for the appearance of lightning and thunder in the sky. The yin and yang energy flowing from the mountains and oceans themselves creates thunderclouds in the sky. Only the fusion of the small yin and the large yang produces the blinding flash known as lightning. Since the human body could absorb energy through internal force, it was also possible to even summon the lightning spirit. Energy always affects the human body, even if people do not notice it. With the help of proper breathing, you can learn to control the flow of energy. For this, you need a strong will, strength, and intelligence. People have always had instinctive breathing and have not trained it, but most people have lived their lives without ever learning this. To explain this, the old man told a story about a madman who sprayed gas on random passers-by. People who covered their noses died because they could not control their true breathing. Master Sabu claimed that by mastering the inner power, the body would be able to absorb the essence of lightning, gaining incredible power. He asked the boy if he understood the importance of mastering these breathing techniques. Imbued with the old man's words, the student slowly inhaled air through his nostrils, preparing for a new stage of training. The young man liked the story the master told him, but he still did not understand what was required of him. Finally, he decided to ask directly what exactly he was supposed to do. The master was surprised by this question, but patiently repeated that the young man must learn to collect energy and subordinate it to willpower. To achieve this result, the guy must master basic breathing practices, opening 12 meridians in himself to control the flow of energy. However, to succeed, he had to study the many veins and arteries that run through the human body. Hearing about such a difficult task, the student felt his enthusiasm gradually fade away. Ryu-young tried to object, hinting that it would be difficult to remember everything by ear, but the teacher objected again. Master Sabu immediately pulled him up short, but suggested that he take notes to better absorb the material. The old man assured that once the young man mastered the technique, all this would become simple for him. However, the guy himself was skeptical about the promise that with the help of these techniques, he would be able to reach such a high level. Sabu explained that any control technique involves the unity of spirit, body, mind, and heart. This technique, as the master said, twisted the head like a thread and exalted mental potential. It gave its owner the fortitude and tranquility of the lake, and the body, having learned to follow this, acquired natural immutability. The young man, however, decided to argue, and immediately paid for it, and the old man sternly stated that he needed to learn to focus and not waste time on empty talk. With his head down, Biryu Young asked how he could achieve this concentration. Sabu decided to teach him the technique through various training and tricks. The teacher also reminded that the lightning technique he teaches was developed through blood and sweat. These words alarmed the young student, making him think about the methods of his mentor. On this sunny day, the young man practiced in the fresh air, not near a shack or a river, but in the very heart of the forest, located high in the mountains. This training was intended to teach little Ryu Young to always be alert and not get distracted by trifles. The young man understood that a mistake could cost him his life. It was so dangerous to wander through these forests. He searched for edible mushrooms and collected useful herbs to train his endurance and strengthen his body. The scorching sun made him sweat, but the boy didn't complain, perceiving it as another test from his mentor. For this training, Ryu Young was given an hour of time, during which he had to collect leaves, mushrooms, and medicinal herbs. Soon, passing through the dense bushes, he heard a rustling sound nearby, which made me wary. In addition to developing his sensitivity and expanding his knowledge of the mountains, the boy had much more to learn, namely, meetings with animals, which, according to the master, developed the reaction and speed of the body. A huge snake appeared from the bushes, keeping its small yellow eyes fixed on its victim. But as soon as he met one of the representatives of this family, Ryu Young rushed away, calling the teacher for help. In this place, wild animals hid in the bushes, painting them in colors that matched their eyes. At that very moment, an animal jumped out of the bushes and pinned the unfortunate snake with its heavy, hairy paw. The old man told the boy not to raise his voice so as not to attract the dangerous inhabitants of these places. It was when he met one of them for the first time that the young student became very frightened, almost screaming in fear. As soon as the bear stood up on his hind legs, the boy immediately ran off wherever his eyes looked. Unable to contain the scream that was bursting out, the boy ran, and the bear followed him. At some point, a small knife appeared in the master's hands, sparkling in the rays of the sun. In a split second, the knife, piercing the air, passed through the bear's head, forcing the shaggy one to stop. The animal's carcass froze and fell onto the grass, leaving behind not only its victim, but also its life. Standing on a hill, blown by a warm breeze, the master looked, as always, unperturbed. Having glanced at the filigree work done, the master quietly exhaled and got down to work. The bear's fat carcass shifted, leaving behind trampled strips of grass. Humming a cheerful tune, the old man dragged the body of the dead bear along with him without much effort. Some time later, smoke rose from a fire that had been lit for cooking near the shack. Exhausted by the difficult march, he could hardly stand on his feet, but was glad to be alive. As soon as the boy saw the bear skin in the backyard of the shack, he immediately demanded an explanation. The master announced that they would have bear soup for dinner, which he had cooked himself because his protege had been delayed in the mountains. All his youthful ardor immediately vanished, because he never expected to hear something like this. After assessing the contents of the bowl, the guy questioned the name of this dish. As he began to eat, the old man waved it off, claiming that the soup was made from bear meat, hence its name. The student resigned himself to the fact that he was picking on the soup, but he noticed one thing. He was alarmed by the great difference in the menu, since the master had prepared more appetizing dishes for himself, leaving only meager leftovers for the student. The old man told us that during training the body, along with the soul, should feel light, and that is why there was such a diet. According to the master, he nobly kept the fatty and, as he himself claims, harmful food for himself, and he carefully prepared useful and tasty grass for his protege, thinking about his health. After his mentor's heartfelt speech, the boy's patience snapped and the sticks in his hand cracked. The young man went mad from such treatment, insisting that the old man was simply mocking him by not giving him normal food. But of course all this was only in his head, because the boy had been burned more than once and did not want to get hit on the head again. Having cooled down a bit, the boy thought that at this rate his life would end by the age of 10. Ryu-young's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher, who was surprised that the student was still sitting over his food. The boy couldn't believe that some old man was able to gobble up all the food that was prepared and on the table. The master retorted that meat could not disappear in one bite, because it was not air. As if to catch up, the teacher explained the rapid disappearance of his lunch by saying that the young man was again picking on trifles. Grandpa hurried the boy, also reminding him that the last one to finish the meal must wash all the dishes. Boiling with anger, the boy mentally cursed his teacher, who would have made him wash the dishes anyway. After lunch came the body training, during which the young man learned practical lessons. The teacher presented a child carved from wood, which he called a wooden martyr. The future martial arts master decided that his grandfather was laughing at him again, deciding to play a joke in this way. The teacher couldn't figure out why the boy didn't like the wooden punching doll so much. The young man complained about the doll's appearance, but what irritated him most was the rag on the belt. Sabu shed some light on the bandage, saying that the statue was meant to study acupuncture, so it was very realistic. The old man asked again if his charge was sure that he wanted to remove the rag from the mannequin's belt. Deciding that there had been enough shocks for today, the boy decided to leave everything as it was. When first learning acupuncture, it was necessary to start with 8 points and 12 meridians. The old man mentioned that the needle would be an important tool when marking the points on the mannequin, so it could not be broken or, worse, lost altogether. Today, the master wanted to try to teach his protege the 12 meridians. Excited that he would finally have real training, the boy agreed and considered himself a genius. Sabu was pleasantly surprised, but his cunning old face said that it would clearly not be easy. The mentor warned the young man that if he made a mistake, inevitable punishment awaited him. Taking the hand with the needle, the old man with great determination began to teach the boy. With extraordinary speed and dexterity, the master touched the points on the mannequin with a needle and talked about each of them. There was so much information that the guy doubted whether he would be able to remember even part of what he heard. Sabu concluded his speech with the idea that the 7 meridians, from one point to another, ultimately form a single circle. Ryu-yan didn't wait long and unleashed a storm of indignation on the old man regarding terms that were impossible to remember without repetition. The teacher, as always, was disappointed with his student, who, without even trying, immediately began to complain and get indignant. The master decided to test the boy's knowledge by providing a wooden doll to demonstrate it. Having handed the needle to his ward, the master reminded him that 1 strike would be assigned for each mistake. The boy was angry that he didn't remember anything, and was already preparing for another beating from the cunning old man. Although the guy didn't fully understand how everything was connected, he decided to repeat all the movements shown to him at all costs. Pulling himself together, full of confidence and determination, the young man headed towards the combat dummy. With quick movements, the boy began to touch the doll, copying the master's movements. The old man watched with interest as the boy circled around the mannequin, leaving invisible marks on it. Finally, the student summed it up by drawing a circle in the air with the needle, and asked the master if he had done everything correctly. Always stern and unwavering, this time the old man was astonished, because he had to make an effort not to show his surprise. He immediately looked away, and deep in thought began to comb his gray beard. In the end, the master praised himself, considering himself a good teacher, but he was not entirely satisfied with the student's demonstration. The young man was outraged that it was difficult for the teacher to praise him, because he noticed the surprise in his eyes. The old man, with his characteristic sarcasm, said that he was surprised by the performance and the number of mistakes made by the boy. Then the master forced the young man to show one of the meridians on himself, trying to catch him off guard. But the guy immediately showed the meridian on his body, drawing a curved line from his chest to his arm. The dissatisfied old man decided that the boy was expecting punishment since he was so presumptuously demonstrating his skills to him. For a split second, the master's face became darker than night, and his hands clenched into fists so tightly that one could hear the bones crunching. At that moment, the young man expected the worst, mentally preparing himself for the next educational measure. But, to his surprise, the master began to name the points, touching them on the student's body. Pleased with his work, the old man asked how the boy was feeling. At first, Ryu-young didn't understand what his crazy old man was talking about, as he was confused by his actions. But a moment later the student exhaled, and this exhalation turned out to be somehow special, not like before. The student was pleasantly surprised that the always stern and formidable master gave him a massage that made his whole body feel like new. The young man liked the technique so much that he asked whether it was the lung meridian. Still dissatisfied with the master's methods, the young man did not understand why he could not start immediately with this example. The old man's eyes lit up. He was ready to show the young man the effect of all points on the body at once. But the guy cooled down and decided to continue his studies in the form in which they were originally. The teacher praised Ryu Yong for his intelligence, but was also disappointed that he could not practice paralyzing and lethal pressure points. The mentor came up with a great idea to show his talkative student a point of influence on the language. Not wanting to listen to the old man's ridicule any longer, the boy continued to point out dots on the wooden doll. While the young man was playing with the dummy, the teacher began to count the mistakes he made while repeating after him. After finishing the count, Master Sabu announced that the self-proclaimed genius would have to take 532 hits, which left him shocked. With a smile on his face, the old man explained that each blow would correspond to the wrong point that the boy had indicated on the doll. Frightened that he might die from such a punishment, the boy ran away from the training ground as fast as he could. The doll once again watched as another student of the crazy teacher ran away from his class. But no matter how fast Ryu Yong was, the teacher was quicker, and therefore it was impossible to avoid punishment. The new day, together with the unusually beautiful sunrise, brought new strength for training. In the same place, with the same dummy, the young man practiced, and the teacher watched him closely. The master demonstrated his technique by showing dots on a wooden doll without even looking at it. The guy tried to repeat every movement shown by the master, trying not to make mistakes. But every time, when he finished the demonstration, he received a scolding from the old man for every mistake. This continued for hours, until the sun hid behind the mighty mountains. But in addition to studying the meridians located throughout the body, the master also trained the young man in meditation. Ryu Yong was persistent and spent long periods of time immersed in meditation, trying to find harmony with himself. Although the seasons changed, the young man's desire to learn new things remained unchanged. The boy was persistent and unwavering in his desire to master the skill, so after 4 months he continued to meditate. The young man exhaled, but this exhalation was special. It was different from all the previous ones. Between his hands, towards the center, some energy began to circulate, as if it was gathering from the air. With absolutely even breathing, the student raising his hands also raised the clot of energy. With a slow and smooth movement, the boy rotated his hands, turning them palms away from himself. Without losing his composure, he slowly began to lower his hands, and the clot of energy gradually began to diminish. Only after he had disappeared completely was the young man able to breathe a sigh of relief. And at that moment, a grumpy old man burst into meditation, outraged that the student had not finished yet. Shaking his bottle, the master asked when his protege would begin his duties. Calmly, which was unusual for him, the student listened to the mentor and gave him an answer. He finished his preparations, pointing to the table, which was filled with various dishes and drinks. Moving into the backyard, the guy pointed to the neatly stacked and chopped firewood. After which, he brought the old man to the house to show off his washed and fresh clothes, shining under the warm rays of the sun. Returning to the hut, the young man showed how everything inside was shining with dazzling cleanliness, after which he asked if he had forgotten anything. Without waiting for the master's answer, the student informed him that he would go and study techniques that did not require physical strength. Sabu was annoyed that Ryu Yong acted as if he knew everything. Those who heard his words from the outside might think that he was superior to the teacher. The young man, despite all the time he spent with the master, still could not understand his logic, since he was silent most of the time. The old man decided to cool the student's ardor a little, claiming that he was not ready to learn combat techniques. But faced with the stubbornness of his protege, the master decided to make concessions to him. And from that moment on, in addition to studying techniques and everyday tasks, the guy added another training. The old man demonstrated a multi-stringed musical instrument, which immediately attracted the student's attention. Comparing martial technique to orchestral playing, the master explained that playing the negium, as the instrument was called, requires refined finger movements and incredible concentration. The old man said that mastering this instrument would help the young man learn to control the blade more quickly. The young man could not believe that the instrument he had previously been forbidden to touch would now be available to him. As soon as the student realized that he would be able to learn to play the negium E, he immediately imagined how he would win the hearts of girls with his music. In his fantasies, he saw himself as the youngest and most handsome master to master this complex musical instrument. The young man was pleased that in addition to weapons, he could also master playing the nigim. As often happened, Master Sabu decided to dash the young student's dreams and said that his plan did not include teaching music. The old man emphasized that mastering the nigim would be a great honor for him, and although the teacher initially wanted to teach the little rascal to play a lighter instrument, he could not tear himself away from the magic strings. Curiosity got the better of him, and the young man decided to listen to how this legendary musical instrument sounds. Sensing something was wrong, the old man turned around, and what he saw horrified him. The master shouted for Ryu Young to stop, but it was too late, and the boy touched the string. The boy cried out in pain, and a thin stream of blood shot out from the finger with which he touched the string. The teacher, scolding the naughty boy, noted that he was lucky because he could have lost his entire finger. It was impossible to simply touch the instrument. Its threads were made of a material that controlled thunder. The guy's indignation knew no bounds because the master promised to teach him how to play this instrument without hiding how dangerous it was. Mocking his student's naivety, the old man gently took this powerful instrument into his hands. Master Sabu dropped to the floor and picked up the instrument, declaring that he would play a melody on it. Lowering his hands to the strings, the old man ordered to listen to his composition with a reverent feeling. Having cooled down a bit, the boy, cursing his teacher, nevertheless prepared to someday take revenge on him for his humiliation. But as soon as the teacher touched the first strings, the boy came to his senses and became all ears. By touching the strings, the old man made the instrument produce a most beautiful melody, which completely captivated him. The game was so charming that it could be compared to works of myth and legend. Everyone around who heard this melody was deeply impressed. Some cried with happiness. The boy, as if spellbound, listened to the old man's superb playing and forgot about everything else in the world. Having finished playing, the master asked the impressed young man if he liked the melody. The old man said that the ability to control the energy of thunder when playing this instrument is more of a skill than a combat technique. The master wrapped the thread around his hand, explaining that once he mastered the instrument, his palms and arms would become incredibly strong, and nothing could damage them. The main thing in control is the thread that controls the thunder, and for this you need to master the technique carefully. Otherwise, she might have cut her hands in half. As proof, he showed how the thread, wrapping around his arm, cut his sleeve, but did not damage the skin at all. The student, excited about the possibility of learning this technique, wanted to know how long it would take to master it. The master emphasized that learning the technique requires great patience, and in his case, it would take at least 10 years. Ryu Yong began to get indignant, reproaching the old man for wasting his time on other techniques instead of immediately teaching him this skill. Sabu was amused that the young man was complaining, because the master did not refuse to teach him to play the instrument, but for this, he had to at least learn the notes. The teacher placed a stringed musical instrument in front of the boy and said that he first needed to master something simpler. The master also noted that the student is more or less ready to master martial arts. Ryu Yong didn't understand what he had been doing before this if they were only going to learn combat techniques tomorrow. The old man explained that all this training was necessary to harden his body and prepare him for his basic studies. The young man did not understand what was being discussed, as it seemed to him that everything was obvious. But despite this, Sabu told Ryu Young to come to the backyard as soon as he finished his chores. With complete disbelief and doubt, the boy asked again if this would definitely be a martial arts lesson. Radiating kindness and positivity, the master replied that he had no need to deceive the student and that knife throwing is the basis of this technique. Stopping the conversation, the master got down to business and ordered Ryu Yoon to hit one of the cones on the tree. For the first lesson, the teacher chose a distance of only 15 meters. Having drawn an imaginary line, it was necessary to use breathing control and body energy to direct the knife precisely along it. Having drawn an invisible line, one had to use breath control and body energy to push the knife along it with all one's might. Having done everything exactly as the master ordered, the boy saw how the knife flew lightning fast towards the tree. Holding his breath, the boy watched as the knife rapidly approached its target. The blade hit a branch and bounced off, but the boy couldn't see if he had hit the pine cone exactly. In the end, only a knife ended up on the ground, and the student, unfortunately, admitted his mistake, which gave Sabu some thoughts. The master noted that in order to move to the next level, one must hit the target exactly, and it may take about 4 months to achieve such a result. The teacher told him to increase the distance until the boy would hit the target at least half the time, and nothing else should bother him. The old man told the student all the necessary information and saw no point in staying, but the young man thought that they simply did not want to help him. The boy did not despair, but on the contrary, was full of strength and determination, and immediately ran into the forest for a weapon. Picking up a knife from the ground, the guy promised himself to do everything to annoy Master Sabu. From that day on, throwing a knife at the cones, the young man began his long training. And after just 3 months, from a distance of 15 meters, the student, having improved his technique, hit every target. Day after day, the young man honed his skills, each time increasing the distance to the target. One day the master, as usual, was singing his melody, when his peace was disturbed by a familiar voice. A boy with a necklace of pine cones burst into the house and joyfully shouted that he had finally got there. The knife passed through the cone exactly in the center and rushed downwards along with it. The teacher praised the boy because he was able to achieve results in just 6 months. The boy was unhappy that he had spent a lot of time doing housework instead of studying, to which the old man said that, just like in a fight, patience was also needed in studying. For the birthday of his diligent student, the master prepared a gift for him. The master's unusual behavior made the young man worry that he might be ill. Master Sabu was indignant, but immediately forgave the boy, who immediately apologized, hoping to receive a gift. The mentor took a round bracelet out of the bag and asked the young man to straighten his arm. The old man brought the decoration to the boy's hand without even guessing its purpose. Before the young man had time to come to his senses, the bracelet was already on his wrist, snapping shut with lightning speed. Exactly the same bracelets were found on both legs of the young student, who was no longer happy with such a gift. The boy demanded an explanation, but the old man, with his usual manner, replied that these were fashionable bracelets among young people. The man insisted that the bracelets, although heavy, were not just a weight, but also a beautiful accessory. The guy, tired of this attitude, demanded that the master stop deceiving him every time. Master Sabu told his student to wear these bracelets all the time without taking them off, and also noted that they were lighter than a washing stick or an axe. The guy objected, pointing out that he was carrying a whopping 48 kilograms, which clearly didn't qualify as lightweight. The teacher warned the young man that even while visiting his parents at the cemetery, he should not take off his bracelets. Having dealt with the bracelets, the master moved on to the next lesson on knife throwing. To increase the difficulty level, Master Sabu decided to make the task more challenging by requiring the student to hit a moving target. The frightened boy suggested starting with the basic 15M, or removing the heavy bracelets from the hands. The man arrogantly replied that a student who had mastered several complex techniques could handle this simple task. Tired of listening to the master's instructions, Ryu Yong threw the knife with all his might at the target hanging on a thread. The knife hit the bump, but did not knock it off, and the teacher commented on the student's miss, noting that the accuracy left much to be desired. The cone continued to sway from side to side, and the student sighed wearily. Master Sabu suggested starting the training from the beginning, but immediately hesitated. Ryu Young happily stated that there was a problem with this teaching method. The old man, to his surprise, agreed and pushed the cone away so that it would return to its place. The problem for the master was that his presence at the training session created unnecessary vibrations of the target, which was unacceptable. After some thought, the master decided that it would be better if the student himself pushed the cone and, running away, tried to hit it from a certain distance. Master Sabu also noted that it was time for the student to learn the Phoenix techniques. This technique included special movement techniques that helped to move quickly and easily. The mentor talked about techniques that can strengthen the body and change its size. The technique allowed for faster movements, which was an invaluable skill in combat. The guy appreciated the potential of these techniques, but was not thrilled that he would have to learn them wearing heavy bracelets. The master began with the basics of the Phoenix technique, namely the technique that strengthens the back. Then he began to move around the boy so quickly that he could not follow his movements. During the training, the teacher kept correcting the boy, who was pushed to the limit. Sabu motivated his student by claiming that if he didn't master the technique, he would get a beating. The moment came when the boy decided to visit his parents' grave. The day was warm and sunny. Having said goodbye to his relatives, the boy walked calmly, unaware that he was being followed. After making a short stop, the guy looked around and took off his heavy bracelets. As soon as he did this, A huge, terrible figure appeared before him, and the young man immediately regretted his decision. Humming a cheerful tune, Master Sabu headed home with his student, who had been reprimanded for his disobedience. The master watched how even in the rain the student continued training, while he himself covered himself with a wide umbrella. Once the teacher was sure that the student was ready, he told him to continue throwing the knife, but from a distance of 30 meters, and not to return until he achieved a result. The next day was warm and sunny again, which replaced the gray everyday life. Sabu was relaxing on a bench, eating delicious food and washing it down with his favorite drink. As soon as he brought a piece of meat to his mouth, he was interrupted by a loud voice. The boy, all wet, out of breath and tired, came running to report that he had learned to hit a target from 30 meters. The teacher was annoyed that the student had learned so quickly and that his lunch had been interrupted. The master then gave him a sushi chopstick and told him to continue training using it. Ryu Yang meekly accepted the instrument, but continued to be perplexed, not understanding how exactly he should train now. Then the teacher explained his plan, which turned out to be simple. All that was required was to hit the target with the stick. He took a coin out of his pocket and ordered it to be hung in place of the pine cone, making it a new target. The young man flared up, thinking that the old man was simply mocking him by coming up with unimaginably difficult problems. Sabu replied condescendingly that a true master could easily fight any opponent, even using a bird's feather. The master saw a bird flying by and decided to demonstrate his skills with a stick on it. The man threw the stick with all his might, and it flew quickly upward like an arrow. In a split second, the improvised weapon hit its target, causing the victim to cry out pitifully. Losing control, the bird dived downwards, eventually crashing flat onto the ground. The skeptical student froze in surprise, amazed by such a skillful throw. The master asked if he had managed to dispel the student's doubts, and, in addition, asked him to prepare the bird, leaving one feather. The teacher explained that the next step would be training with a bird feather as a weapon and a soybean as a target. Warm and sunny summer days quickly gave way to cold and snowy ones. The master sat under a blanket by the fire in the pleasant company of a wooden training doll. Stirring the fire with a stick, he made sure that the flame inside it did not go out. Hearing a crunching sound, he turned around and saw a wild animal approaching through the snow. The white tiger who was staring at him greedily sniffed the cold air. The tiger slowly approached, then suddenly jumped, trying to hit the master. At the very moment when the cat was flying towards its target, the master continued to sit motionless. But at the last moment he picked up a stick, the end of which was heated in the fire. The tiger was centimeters away from the old man and seemed about to close its sharp fangs on his neck. But the ferocious predator missed, humiliatingly receiving a hot stick to the lower back. Sabu wearily scolded the tiger for breaking his order not to attack. The tiger, having knocked over the training doll, began to cover it with a blanket, which caused even more irritation to the master. The teacher brought down his angry blow on the tiger, scolding him for his long absence and for such a meeting. Master Sabu was angry with the big cat, but she continued to cuddle him, showing that she missed him. Displeased that the tigress was showing him her belly, he guessed that she had probably given birth to a cub. Despite the cute behavior that the tigress had arranged, Sabu still didn't want to share his sake with her. Tired of playing the predator to the public, the man turned away from her, trying to show indifference with his whole appearance. To hide his embarrassment, Sabu allowed the tigress to stay while he went to get his drink. The tigress settled down by the fire, warming her white and fluffy fur coat and waiting for a treat. While continuing to lick herself, the predator heard the excited voice of the student, who once again wanted to boast of his achievements. But as soon as the guy approached the fire, he was seized with horror at the sight of a large white tiger in the very place where the master should have been. The young man's imagination drew the following picture. The tiger killed the teacher, covered his body with a blanket, and is now warming himself by the fire. Displeased with the stranger, the tigress looked suspiciously at the boy, as if warning him of possible actions. The boy, clutching the pen, found it hard to believe that his mighty teacher could be defeated by a simple tiger. The tigress began to approach, and the young man, trembling, swung the feather, unsure how to use it. In desperation, he threw a feather at the tigress, hoping that this would somehow distract her, and then, after some time, he could avenge the death of his mentor. At that moment, a small stone flew towards the tigress, accompanied by an irritated comment from the teacher. Sabu turned out to be alive and began to scold the tigress for her antics, thereby saving the student. Then the master cursed his student for his absurd assumptions about his death. The young man was indignant that the master kept the tiger as a pet. Also, Biryu Yan wanted to know who was hiding under the blanket if the master was ultimately alive. Sabu explained that under the blanket was his training doll, and the tigress named Belinkaya had long been his friend. The student was surprised how a tigress could become a friend of the master and why she was called by such a strange name. At that moment, when the tigress came close to Sabu, the student became frightened, deciding that she intended to harm the master. Wishing on the guy's fantasies, Sabu asked, why did the guy come back so early and immediately inform that the food being prepared was intended only for him? Sabu, ignoring his student's suspicions, reminded him of the need to continue training with the pen. While Belinkaya was leaning on the white one, the teacher advised the boy to return to training, because he still had to master the pen. At that moment, a bird feather fell into the dates standing next to the tigress's bowl, frightening her. The boy proudly declared that he could now hit anything with his feather, but the tigress, continuing to eat, did not take her stern gaze off him. Sabu wondered why the student decided to throw the feather into the bowl next to Belenka. The predator stopped her meal and gave the upstart a look and growled menacingly. The boy already regretted what he had done and prayed to the gods that the tigress would not tear him to pieces. Taking the feather out of the plate, the master reassured his cat that the dates remained safe and sound. Biryu Yan wondered why the tigress reacted to the dates in such a way. Sabu's feather thrown back explained that Belinkaya doesn't tolerate it when someone touches her food. The boy, surprised that the tigress eats dates and drinks sake, tried to understand her unusual tastes. The big cat happily stuffed its mouth with dates, causing them to jump so much that they were ready to leave the confines of the plate. It soon became clear that she was not eating the dates, but simply filling her mouth with them to use as weapons. Having received minor abrasions, the young man approached the fire, irritated by the tigress's technique. The boy began to demonstratively show that he was also frozen, saying that he wanted to warm himself by the fire, just like them. The old man, pouring himself some sake, asked what his student was doing. But immediately interrupting Ryu Yong, the master warned that handling Belenka without caution was dangerous and one could easily lose a hand. The boy was angry at the teacher because if he hadn't emphasized this, the cat wouldn't have noticed him. Having started eating, the master said that Belinkaya was 10 times older than the student, and she would be upset if someone like a puppy like him tried to pet her. The student could not believe his eyes. The tigress lying in front of him turned out to be so old. Ignoring his ward's words, Sabu he added that many people consider him younger than his age. The boy still stuck to his opinion, deciding that the teacher was bragging again, hinting that he was almost a sacred spirit. After finishing the meal, the old man suggested going to the training site and checking the results that the student had told him about. Finding the plates and jug empty, the boy was surprised that the master and the tigress had not left him a single sip. The trinity arrived at the clearing where the boy was conducting his grueling training. The cat lay down on a layer of snow, and her owner, in turn, leaned against her soft belly and told Ryu Young to show him exactly how he did it. The young man snapped his fingers at the target, causing it to swing vigorously on the branch. Having finished his warm-up, the boy rushed to his position, using the Phoenix technique. As soon as he arrived at the scene, which happened almost instantly, the young man took out a pen. Extending his hand with the weapon forward, the boy closed his eyes and cast aside everything unnecessary, concentrating carefully. Watching from his place, Sabu noted how the boy had already mastered these techniques despite his young age. Having tuned himself internally, the guy opened his eyes and looked at the target, but he looked at it differently than before. The young man began to calculate the trajectory using the techniques that the master had told him about, as well as taking into account the speed, direction of the wind, and the movement of the target. And as soon as the guy calculated all this, he made such a strong swing that a shockwave of wind formed around him. The teacher jumped up from his comfortable seat, and his pet also raised his muzzle to watch this spectacle. With incredible force, the feather pierced the very center of the target, causing it to not only fall, but also break the very branch on which it was hanging. Having analyzed what he saw, the master began to think, because the young man, according to his calculations, should not have reached this level of skill so quickly. The boy happily reported that the secret of his success was his ability to concentrate on training. Not expecting to hear anything more coherent, the teacher asked his student to come over for a minute. This request alarmed Ryu Yon, who already had a premonition that something was wrong, preparing for another manifestation of the master's jealousy towards his talent. Master Sabu gave Balenka the command to drag the student herself if he did not approach the mentor before he finished speaking. Not wanting to come face to face with the huge cat, the boy immediately found himself at the old man's feet. The man began to look closely at the boy, wondering how well he had mastered the techniques. Once again, without waiting for an answer, the master extended his hand and asked the young man to hit him on it as hard as possible, using one of the techniques. Ryu Yong began to insist that he could not allow himself to do such a thing, to raise his hand against the master, but he also could not dispute his order. The teacher left the boy no choice, and he began to delve into himself, using the technique he had mastered. The old man, wanting to push the young man to strike, said that if the boy did not strike him, then the man would have to do it himself. The boy had to hit his mentor on the count of 3, and as soon as the count began, he threw his hand back. As soon as the master said 2, the young man raised his hand, preparing to deliver his strongest blow. And before the teacher could count to 3, Ryu Yong's hand quickly fell onto his palm. Literally a second before the student's palm reached its target, Master Sabu saw the yellow eyes of his protege. With lightning speed, the old man grabbed the boy's hand tightly, locking him in a steel embrace. Lifting the boy's bangs and looking into his eyes, the master confirmed his suspicions, having caught something special in the guy. The master cast a menacing glance at his student and demanded that he tell him what he had been secretly taking. The boy broke free from his mentor's tenacious grip and denied the charge, pretending not to understand what was being discussed. But the old man claimed that he felt the boy's strength in his hand and that he could not have achieved such a level of skill so quickly. The master began to tell that as soon as he saw the level of mastery of the pen, he realized that it was much higher, and that other techniques are achieved only after several years. The teacher also pointed out the boy's eyes, namely their unusual yellow color. When quickly mastering techniques, difficulties with internal strength arise during the learning process, which over time manifests itself in the color of the eyes. From this, Master Sabu concluded that the boy would not have been able to reach such a high level if not for something else. Shaking with fear, the boy insisted that he was innocent, but the truth was bursting to come out. In the end, the boy fell to his knees and laid it all out, that he was born a child prodigy, nothing more. The boy, with tears in his eyes, said that he had achieved success through hard training and, instead of accusations, he would like to hear praise at least once. Irritated, Sabu asked the student to stop his performance and follow him. The master warned the young man that if he got caught, he would get what he deserved, but the joyful liar denied everything, amazed at the old man's ingenuity. On that day, the events of which the master had no idea about, there was a severe frost. The student, shivering from the cold, wandered through the winter forest in search of grass, which he was clearly unhappy about, cursing his teacher. He was lucky enough to find a snow-covered pile of mushrooms on the trunk of one of the trees. As he got closer, Ryu Yan realized that there were far fewer of them than he had thought from afar. But suddenly the boy caught a certain scent, which was so strong that it managed to reach him through the frost that hung in the air. Trying to determine the source of the smell, the young man sniffed the aroma and followed its trail. The smell grew stronger, and as soon as the student went behind the tree, something unusual appeared before his eyes, which surprised him. To his incredible good fortune, he looked around to make sure there was no one else around. The boy crouched down to examine his unusual find as closely as possible. Ryu Yong came across a strange berry that, despite the extreme cold, grew peacefully and exuded its aroma. And then it seemed as if an idea had dawned on the young man, and his eyes sparkled, his mouth trembled, unable to utter a word. The boy came to the conclusion that this flower, and therefore the berry, must be very expensive. Ryu Yan expected to receive praise from his master, even if it was just for a berry. The young man carefully began to dig up the flower, throwing the hard, cold earth aside. And as soon as he reached the very root, the boy was even more surprised, not expecting to see something like this. Instead of the usual root, the berry had a little man at the bottom who explained that he, ginseng, could strengthen the guy's health for the rest of his life. Root said that because of his resemblance to a human form, he was called the ginseng doll, and that was the end of his story. The student, having pulled out the ginseng by the roots, sighed calmly, believing that the plant was trying to fool him. Looking at his find, Ryu Yan concluded that this was the plant that fooled people, but which also had legends about its healing properties. The boy began to think about whether he should sell such a valuable thing at the market, but he considered this idea to be very dangerous. While pondering whether the money he had earned was worth the risk, Ryu Young realized that there was something more valuable. So he decided to eat his fine to get stronger and become a great master as quickly as possible. Putting the ginseng next to him, the boy began to puzzle over how exactly he could eat it. That day, the master ate some part of the snake, and the student thought it was dangerous because it could contain poison. The teacher explained that this is a special part of the animal's body that stores chi energy, and that it is quite difficult to find and unsafe to consume. The old man insisted that the student bring such fines to him, because if he accepted them without following the rules, he could easily die. Master Sabu was reluctant to tell the rules, because the young man might not remember them the first time, and the teacher did not like to repeat them. The first rule was that when taking medicinal plants, one had to follow a diet until the body had mastered their power. The second rule was that sweet medicines could be taken without fear, but plants with yin-yang properties could cause side effects. Medicinal plants had to be taken after meals so as not to lose their medicinal properties, and before using ginseng, it was necessary to adhere to a strict diet. Having made sure that all the instructions and conditions were followed, the young man began to eat the ginseng. His body began to fill with a certain power that entered the body along with the plant. In an attempt to cope with the power he had received, the young man focused on his inner world. Ryu Young's projection in the inner world was slightly different from his outer appearance. In this world, he met the spirit of ginseng, who was indignant that he had been so brazenly eaten. Not believing that the young man could defeat him, the ginseng snapped his fingers, intending to grind the boy into dust. But in reality, the guy turned out to be not so weak. He managed to fight back and hit the ginseng in response. Ryu Yang captured the plant spirit and caught him off guard, and the ginseng underestimated the boy's potential and strength. Finally, the boy declared that ginseng was the best of all the plants he had ever eaten. The humanoid form of the root was sweating with excitement and could not make a single movement. With a snap of his fingers, Ryu Young said goodbye to the hot-tempered and impudent root. At that very moment, the ginseng began to dissolve little by little with a wild cry, breaking up into tiny particles. Returning back to reality, Ryu Young opened his eyes and felt that he was able to completely absorb and master the power of the ginseng. Feeling himself, the boy noticed a lightness in his body and incredible power that now flowed through his veins. Looking around, the student realized that he had spent much less time in the inner world than he had expected. The young man's first thought was that Sabu would find out about his tricks and would be angry because he himself dreamed of gaining such great power. However, the boy also believed that the master would be angry because of the lost profit that they could have gotten from selling this plant. Having driven away bad thoughts, the young man decided not to say anything to his mentor, and having collected his things, headed home. But Ryu Young's surprise knew no bounds when Master Sabu's hand suddenly fell on his shoulder, ordering him to stop. The old man was very angry, because the student had not appeared at home for more than a day, and he decided that he either froze in the forest and died, or was eaten by animals. The master's words sounded stern, and the boy could not understand whether he had really been absent from the forest for so long. Remembering what happened, Ryu Young pretended to have completely forgotten about the cold and fatigue, confident that the old man believed his lie. But this lasted only until the moment when he received a piece of paper from his master. Without looking up from his work, the old man explained to the young man that a new daily schedule had been drawn up on the sheet of paper. The boy read that from sunrise until lunch he had to complete a new task every half hour. The mentor stated with complete confidence that a student as strong as his protege could accomplish everything that was listed on paper. Since the second half of the day remained free, the young man assumed that this time would be devoted to learning the new art. But Master Sabu dispelled his suspicions, saying that the boy should go down to the city, to the people. With a cheerful smile on his face, he assured that the student was ready to experience the real world. The high and lonely misty mountains were left for a time without their two permanent inhabitants. For the first time in a long time, they descended to the foot of the mountains, where a huge village lay behind high walls. Under small awnings, people scurried back and forth along the wide streets, every now and then looking into kiosks and shops selling food and other goods. The guy found himself in such a large village for the first time and was amazed by the general appearance, hesitating, which is why the master kept urging him on. Ryu Young tried to find out where they were heading, to the gold trading house or to the tavern, but the master avoided giving a direct answer. Surprises could be expected from the old man, which, as a rule, did not end in the best way for the young man. Even before the trip to the city, the old man assessed his ward's outfit and was dissatisfied with it. Ryu Yong stated that he looked neat, and his appearance was completely in line with the walking style acceptable in the village. Immediately taught the young man a lesson and ordered him to change his clothes, because in them the boy looked like a tramp. Scratching the bump on his head, Ryu Yan still wanted to know where and for what purpose they were going to visit the village. True to form, the old man scratched his beard and did not answer the question directly, but merely hinted that the student would figure it out himself as soon as they were there. The master barked at the boy to dress more decently and let his bangs down, hiding his yellow eyes. Arriving at the appointed place, one of the young man's versions began to gain confirmation. In front of them was a large, two-story luxurious building with a staircase at the central entrance, which the student mistook for a pub. While inside, the merchant politely explained to the old man that no matter how much he wanted to, he could not fulfill his requests. The worker refused to let the boy on stage, but Sabu wanted to know the reason for the refusal, whether it was due to the age, appearance, or gender of the young candidate. The master reproached the merchant that despite the boy's age, he played the instrument beautifully. Seo Han-sang apologized that he couldn't allow the young man to play, because even among the girls, they have the toughest selection. The master became very angry and expressed his disappointment, and the merchant quickly began to apologize and offer his services. Dissatisfied with the selection to the bar, the old man asked the student to remember the insult and try to become much better. The young man showed his great disappointment as soon as he learned the reason why they had come down from the mountains. Ignoring what the boy said, the master said that he wanted to give his protege a new experience and nothing more. Ryu Young began to argue with his mentor, proving to him that playing in a bar was not a lesson at all, but human trafficking. The old man, who was already in a bad mood, became even more angry and twisted the boy's arms. The boy began to scream, attracting the attention of local residents that they were trying to kill him and sell him to people. Using a special technique, the master silenced the young man and threw him over his shoulder. Quickly, with lightning-fast movement, the man ran away from the market, leaving behind only dust and bewilderment on the faces of passers-by. Hidden from prying eyes, the master asked his protege what, in his opinion, a tavern was. Frightened, left alone with the teacher, Ryu Yong answered that they sell alcohol there, and with his answer confirmed the old man's guess. Since the student had a false idea about the bar, the master told him that it was a place where different people congregated, and it was there that one could get a wide variety of information. In addition to all of the above, the boy also had the opportunity to both earn money and improve his playing on the Tani Mi. Unimpressed by the master's story, the boy agreed that he was basically guilty and asked if they could now go home. The teacher was not prepared to accept defeat and was not going to return home until they had visited every possible place. Leaving the young man at the entrance to the jewelry store, the old man told him not to go anywhere and to wait for his return. Remaining in the dark, the boy disobediently waited for the master, wondering what else the crazy old man could have done. Returning from the store with a huge bag, the teacher ordered to follow him as quickly as possible, without asking unnecessary questions. The guy felt something was wrong with the way his mentor was behaving, who, on top of everything else, was happily humming melodies to himself. Once again leaving the guy on the street, the old man went off to another establishment without telling the reason for his visit. The more time the old man spent on his machinations, the more it irritated his student, who remained in the dark. The boy asked where Master Sabu had gotten another bag from, but the old man flatly refused to say, hurrying the young man to their next destination. The teacher's satisfied face irritated the boy more and more, and along with the irritation, his dissatisfaction with himself grew. The next place was the forge, the place where iron took on a new look. A strong man with a bandage on his forehead looked down at the boy and tried to figure out what he could be useful for. As a joke, the blacksmith offered to make a sword the size of the boy's entire body, which made him shudder as he imagined this picture. Hastily leading the blacksmith aside, the master suggested discussing the details inside, which gave the guy the idea that they were going to order a sword from him. But from the building came the indignant cry of an old man, and after him the blacksmith's calmer voice, declaring that the boy was still too young and inexperienced. The student heard snippets of conversation in which the master admired the incredible strength of his student and added a couple of extra years to his age. From the conversation it followed that the blacksmith offered 2 silver coins, which angered the old man, who was convincing the potential buyer of the guy's strength. The young man felt uneasy as soon as he heard the men bargaining over the price. One offered 2 and the other 3 silver coins. The boy did not hear how the men came to an agreement and was sold to the forge, unable to believe it. The most unimaginable scenarios began to arise in the boy's head about how he could have been sold to a blacksmith for one night. Having shown himself, the master dispelled the boy's fears, stating that he was starting to work in the forge, which caused the boy to experience mixed feelings. Knowing that work in a forge is considered one of the hardest and most dangerous, the apprentice took out his anger on his mentor for selling him into slavery. The boy indignantly declared that he was not going to work in such a place. But before he could finish his sentence, the old man shut his mouth with his hand. The master took the boy aside, notifying the blacksmith that he would step away for a minute to talk with his apprentice. In the gateway, the master convinced the young man that working in the forge was part of his training, but the boy kept insisting that the real reason was to earn money for the master. The boy decided to convince the teacher that working in a forge cripples hands and makes fingers lose sensitivity, which is unacceptable for the martial art he is studying. Laughing at the student's objection, Master Sabu assured him not to worry, as everything had already been thought out. Not trusting a single word of his mentor, the boy demanded to know about the plan prepared for him. And this time the old man only laughed, but did not answer, turning away from his interlocutor. The old man, running as fast as he could, shouted after him that he would tell him about the plan of the house, and that if the guy was fired from work, then punishment would follow the dismissal. The boy shouted after the teacher to stop, but from that moment on, Ryu Yong, being in a new place, I was left, as it were, alone, on my own, mastering new skills. The village forge, which was also our hero's new place of work, was called Chelkvachan. This forge specialized in the production of weapons, in particular bladed weapons and armor. It was here that one could buy quality blades for mere pennies. The main customers of this forge were the Ami people living in the mountains, who possessed female martial arts. The followers of Ami lived in a monastery in the mountains, and were mostly unmarried girls who practiced this art and used swords to fight. Other customers who worked for Ami were traders and travelers, so the forge could easily be renamed Amichan. In the village, everything was somehow connected with the followers of Ami, and this prefix could easily be added to any of the buildings. It could be concluded that lovely girls who could also stand up for themselves greatly supported the village economy. The owner of the forge was considered the best among the blacksmiths in the area, for which he was nicknamed the Sword Master. And despite his importance and greatness, even he could not find a place for himself when the Ami warriors themselves came for an order. While demonstrating the weapon to martial arts masters, the forge representatives noted the quality of the steel used in its production. One of the girls appreciated the work and praised the quality and length of the weapon, but noted its heavy weight. The warrior stated that she asked for the sword to be made not only of good quality, but also for it to be as light as possible. This sword was specially made for a young student, and given its weight, it simply lost all its charm. The forge worker noted the special technology used in its production, due to which the sword, when compared to others of the same quality, had an ideal weight. The man suggested that they see for themselves by trying out the blade in action. One of the girls, taking the sword out of its sheath, crossed it with a new sword made in the forge. Suddenly, the sword of one of the warriors cracked where the blade met the blade of the new weapon. The forge master couldn't calmly watch his sword being tested and hid, holding his breath. Martial arts masters noted that both swords were good, but the new one did not have a single scratch after the blow. The woman handed the sword to the young girl for whom it was created so that she could try it out. The girl twirled the weapon with ease, reporting that the sword was not that heavy, and she liked the way the blade glistened in the sun. The warrior eventually bought the sword, apologizing for her premature criticism of its quality. The blacksmith breathed a sigh of relief after purchasing the sword, and the young apprentice assumed that they had come to the sword master to pay off their debts. The boss asked why he needed a sledgehammer, to which the boy, without thinking twice, he replied that he brought it at the request of the workers, who wanted to hit the boss on the head with it. The blacksmith admitted that he almost died of fear when the warriors of the Ami clan came to him, and the student asked what they had done to scare him so much. The sword master did not know the exact reasons for his fear, but he was sure that the girl's hostility towards him was great, and because of this, he was afraid even of female silhouettes. One day, while trying to sell a sword to the women of Ami, the blacksmith was so clumsy that he scared away the customers. The girls thought that the blacksmith was trying to deceive them and almost killed him, but despite this, they continued to order swords from him. Ryu Young stated that he understood how the girls felt when they saw his face, and the boss demanded to know what exactly was wrong with it. To understand what was wrong with the mentor's face, the boy had to remember his first day at the forge. The blacksmith said that the boy's teacher asked him to give him an iron hammer, but the worker doubted whether the child would be able to lift it. All the employees were whispering that it was difficult for even an adult man to lift this hammer, let alone a child. But, surprisingly, everyone, the guy easily lifted the hammer, applied it to the red-hot sword, and began to study the forging technique. The blacksmith invited the newly minted worker to stay and live with him, promising to take care of him despite his gloomy appearance. The young man was glad that the other workers stopped the boss in time, who, despite his severity, did not understand why people avoided his kindness. The man concluded that the warriors would probably order more swords, since they liked the first one so much. He also noted that due to the low price and high quality of the swords, new buyers may appear, including other students. The blacksmith pounced on the boy with an offer to raise his salary, but the young man refused, citing other matters. Then the blacksmith decided to talk directly to Master Sabu, without taking into account the opinion of the boy himself. The young man dreamed that the work in the forge would end as quickly as possible, because he felt that if it were not for the ginseng, he would have died from fatigue long ago. His memories took him back to the evening after his first day of work at the forge 10 months ago. Assessing the student's progress, the master allowed him to eat meat, but the boy accepted this encouragement with caution. After dinner, the old man offered the young man a workout designed to develop the sensitivity of his fingers, which did not please the tired boy at all. The teacher asked the boy if he remembered the plan he had mentioned in town and took out a bag of beads. Ryu Yong began to joke that after a hard day's work, he would hardly do anything worthwhile, but the master only smiled. The mentor said that these beads would help in training and took a needle out of his sleeve. The mentor put his hand into the bag, picked up a handful of multicolored beads and threw them into the air. The old man threw his hand up, causing small beads to fly up to the ceiling, scattered in all directions. The next second, the needle with the fishing line passed through the holes of all the small beads. The result was a necklace of 35 beads, which the student had to make. The guy mockingly said that the master could work in a circus if he could do such tricks. The master strictly explained that this training would help improve the precision and speed of hand movements. After which he showed how to finish this lesson, he tied the two ends together. Necklace came together to form a neatly crafted necklace. The teacher demanded that the students spend no more than 35 beads on one necklace and make 100 a day. The guy calculated how much the old man would earn from his work, but he insisted that it was just training, which also brought in income. The boy was indignant that this was not training at all, but the master ignored his complaints, continuing his explanations. Taking out the second bag, the teacher announced that Ryu Yan would be making souvenirs, arguing that such exercises will help restore the sensitivity of the fingers, despite their monotony. The young man thought that the old man was simply making fun of him, but he kept objecting, claiming that this is precisely what is capable of restoring sensitivity to the fingers. Boy, I was worried that if the master agreed to the blacksmith's offer, he would have to work the night shift while simultaneously doing beadwork and wood carving. Passing by a pub, the guy thought that playing in public would be much better than forging iron all day long. Walking through the forest, the young man wondered whether he was doing everything right, and he had a full bag in his hands. Completely absorbed in his thoughts, he did not notice the creature jumping from branch to branch. But he could not decide whether to run away or stay, although the likelihood that he would simply die of exhaustion was great. While the boy was thinking about his master, a wild monkey jumped on him. Without looking, having fought off the monkey with the help of a pine cone, the young man dreamed of properly teaching his unbearable master a lesson. Ultimately, the guy decided to continue saving money for his future, while dealing with the unruly monkeys. Once again, having blindly gotten rid of the monkey, the boy promised himself that he would show this old demon something else. Noticing that a monkey invasion had begun in the forest, the boy noted to himself that it would have been better if it had been wild boars, since at least meat could have been obtained from them. But at some point the boy thought that if Sabu eats monkey meat and monkeys, hearing this, they trembled with fear and stopped pursuing the man. Returning home, the student showed the master the monkey he had caught and suggested that it might be edible. The old man, upon seeing the monkey, winced, declaring that the student had brought something indecent, and immediately ordered that it be thrown out and a normal dinner prepared. Outraged, the young man said that the master was useless and that he was forcing him to cook after a hard day's work, which was unfair. Letting out a heavy sigh and emitting a dark aura, the old man asked who, if not him, would be cooking dinner. Without any objections, the guy agreed that he should be the one to do it since he was younger. The boy left, but the teacher immediately called him back because he had gone the wrong way and directed the student to the kitchen. The young man also remembered that he had to get rid of the monkey and chased it away. Master Sabu scratched his beard and became concerned about what exactly his student was doing in the forge. By hiding his loot under the sheet, the apprentice hoped that the master did not notice the bag behind his back when he showed off the monkey. It was evening outside, and instead of the sun hiding behind the mountains, light was provided by a tiny candle. To the sound of birds humming outside, our hard worker strung fishing line onto beads floating in the air, making rainbow bracelets one after another. The boy placed the finished beads on a huge pile that lay on the table near the candle. Next, from the evening classes according to the schedule, there was wood carving, namely combs, figurines, and other souvenir products. While processing a piece of wood, the boy, inspired by today's meeting with monkeys, decided to capture them. Listening to the night, the student carefully checked whether the child labor exploiter had fallen asleep or not. Having made sure that the old man had begun to snore, the young man took out the bag with the contents that he had so carefully hidden. After reviewing his gear, the guy decided to start his nightly and unscheduled training, mastering a new skill. Having placed the skirt on the floor, the guy wondered whether to wear it over his clothes or on his naked body, because he did not watch women so closely. The guy, on the advice of the saleswoman, began to apply the bag of powder to his face, making it as white as possible. Having lied that the cosmetics were for his mother, the young man took everything necessary to make the transformation a success. Having put on lipstick, the guy himself was shocked at how different he could look. The result somewhat confused the young man, because it seemed to him that something was missing, but perhaps this effect was created by the cheap mirror. The final touch was the hairstyle, but even here it was not so simple because the hair could simply be left loose, without inventing anything on the head. After thinking it over, the guy decided to style his hair to look more attractive. And then suddenly, the enraged master burst into the room, who had deliberately pretended to be asleep in order to finally understand what his student was up to. The old man was so shocked by what he saw that he dropped his pipe in surprise. The young man stood in front of the teacher with his pigtails twisted and his face painted, burning with shame that he had been caught. According to the boy, he wanted to get a job in a bar and earn easy money with minimal effort, but he promised not to do that again. According to the teacher, the young man had crossed all boundaries, and it was only by a miracle that he decided to look in on him secretly. The boy regretted that he had taken the old man's pretense at face value, and that now he would be reminded of this incident for at least 100 years. The enraged master rushed at the guy, scolding him for his poor disguise, which would only disgrace him in the bar. Sabu, to the young man's surprise, began to say that since he had decided to pretend to be a woman, he should have made every effort to do so. The old man announced that after the forge he would make the student into an ideal woman, but until that moment his feet were not to appear in the tavern. The master's determination and pressure frightened the student, and he asked to forget everything that the mentor had seen, citing his overwork. The master noted that the young man, as usual, began the work of his own free will, but was unable to finish it. The very next day the master brought in some beautiful clothes, claiming that these were the ones girls wore on the street. The teacher pointed to a pile of clothes that the student was supposed to put on every day after work and learn to walk in. The young man flatly refused to change clothes, preferring to work in the forge all night long. The master did not want his student to give up so easily and called the attempt to get a job in a bar a good training. Knocking on the ever-snarling boy who argued about this training, the old man insisted that much useful and new could be learned from it. Throwing clothes at the guy, Master Sabu said that he should get closer to the ideal, otherwise he would be very disappointed in his protégé. Before the young man went to change, the old man emphasized the dancing, warning the boy not to think about undressing during it. The boy became very nervous and did not want to dance at all, believing that the teacher was preparing him to be sold into slavery to someone once again. The master pointed to the bracelets that he gave him every year, and that every year they became heavier and heavier. The old man suggested using the phoenix technique during the dance so that the boy would look beautiful with these bracelets. The mentor also threw bells at the boy and told him to hang them on his bracelets. Confused about what they were for, the student began to get nervous, and the teacher finally explained that the bells should not make any sound during the dance. The boy accused the old man of constant bullying, but he only cheerfully denied it, saying that he would only understand the thoughts of the great Sabu with time. Since the student was to become a girl, he had to bear a corresponding name, which the old man quickly came up with for him, which sounded like Yongbi. After explaining that the Yong particle signifies beauty, Master Sabu sent Ryu Yong to change his clothes, giving him 15 minutes to do so. Sprawled on the floor, the teacher was already tired of waiting for Yonbi to appear and demanded that she come out immediately. From around the corner appeared a dress worn by a young man who, judging by his voice, was somewhat embarrassed. A look of surprise mixed with displeasure appeared on Master Sabu's face as soon as he saw Ryu Yan in women's clothing again. The boy looked much better than when the teacher found him that night, but his clothes were tucked in awkwardly. The old man noted that the boy knew which piece of clothing should be worn where and how, but this knowledge was not enough. After all, on top of everything else, it was necessary to understand exactly how to do this, and this fact forced the master to rise. Poking his pipe at the young man, the master pointed out his stiff movements, claiming that he was not familiar with the concept of elegance. The master mentioned silent bells, but Ryu Yan objected that although it would look feminine, it would also be suspicious. Suddenly, Master Sabu paused in his teaching on femininity, frowning. Scratching his mustache, the teacher thought seriously about the young man's words, suggesting that his judgment might be wrong. Without thinking twice, the teacher got carried away again and began shouting to explain that the boy should become a real virgin, but he still did not accept his new nature. The teacher took out a book on hairstyles and makeup from his robe and told Ryu Young to study it carefully. Looking at the book handed to him, ringing the bells, the guy asked if it was worth getting into character so much. The teacher said that the student was only causing him trouble and noted the voice that sounded unusual for a girl. The master insisted that the guy forget about his past as a man and repeat to himself that he is a woman. He is an elegant girl, working on his voice and manner of speech. Master Sabu threw down his hands and asked his student to study everything thoroughly and then demonstrate a real lady to him. Despite the green crowns of the trees, autumn has already replaced the summer that preceded it. On a beautiful, still warm day, the teacher was walking through the forest with Balenka. The master raised his leg and stamped it with such force that he frightened the white tigress. The earth shook from the strong blow, and fruits began to fall from the trees everywhere. Belenkaya did not miss the opportunity to frolic, trying to catch every falling fruit on the fly. Watching his pet frolicking with the berries, the old man noted that it was indeed time to harvest. Belenkaya ate the fallen fruits with relish until Sabu called her to harvest from the other side. The lights of the bar burned brightly like fireflies, luring almost every passerby who wanted to relax after a hard day. Inside the tavern, there was the usual hum, typical for this time of day, created by the already slightly relaxed visitors. A graceful hand lifted the pitcher and poured the stress-relieving drink into her glass. It belonged to a young, handsome guy who invited his interlocutor to join him. This man turned out to be the master's student, who considered such behavior indecent. Having bowed to his teacher, the boy in the hat came to the conclusion that he had managed to become friends with him during the long journey, but this did not change anything. The small-looking mentor was disappointed because he did not want to drink alone. Having apologized, the student was ready to sit at the table with his master and take the cup, but only if it was an order, not a request. The man wanted to have a drink in good company on such a beautiful autumn evening, but resigned himself to the fact that he would be drinking alone. The conversation between the student and the teacher was interrupted by a heated argument that unfolded at the entrance to the tavern. The merchant was unwavering and would not agree to let the child, whom the old man he already knew, onto the stage. Listening to how that domineering grandfather tried to sell a very little girl for the entertainment of visitors, the young teacher was beside himself with anger. The man could not remain on the sidelines and rose from the table, but his student hastened to dissuade him, pointing to the large number of witnesses. The argument continued until the apprentice offered to follow the old man, if such was the will of his master. The depressed mentor declared that this would not help matters, since his temperament was fiery and his character stubborn. The student did not expect that his teacher decided to leave hastily, but he explained this by the fact that the remnants of alcohol began to leave him. Master Sabu put so much pressure on So-Han Sang that the tavern owner had no other choice. The man decided to do as the visitor wanted and went off to prepare the stage for the performance. While the old man noticed someone, the young master and his apprentice left the tavern, having generously paid one of the tavern workers. Ryu Yong decided to ask the master what he was looking at, but the teacher, as always, avoided an answer that he did not like. The young man turned around to see what was happening behind him, but the teacher quickly distracted his attention, advising him to devote time to preparing the act. Leaning closer to the young man, the master warned him that the student should not have any extraneous thoughts. The tavern patrons began to whisper, surprised either by the participant's age or by the size of his instrument. Everyone kept wondering who this beautiful person was, where she was from, and why she needed bells that didn't make a sound. Taking her place in the hall, Yeonbi touched the strings of the musical instrument, and at that very moment, the music began to sound. The girl smoothly, almost imperceptibly, plucked her fingers along the strings of the negem, while people whispered to each other, noting her skill. While playing the musical instrument, Ryu Young thought about how much his life had changed since he started working at the tavern. His memories of the training sessions he had experienced during this time came to light, and from then on there was also an element of femininity in them. When chopping wood, the old man forced the boy to wear women's clothing and, on top of everything else, insisted on a silent chopping, even though there were bells on his wrists. Even while running with water, the master controlled the grace of the cat, which was an integral attribute of women. Even when he tried to answer in a gentle manner, imitating women's speech, the young man received a blow to the head in order, according to the assurances of the mentor, to be even more gentle. Master Sabu. He stated that he does not divide students by gender and treats everyone equally, both during training and in everyday life. Ryu Young believed that one successful performance was enough for him to satisfy the teacher's pride, and he would stop this bullying. The melody continued to fill the tavern, immersing it in a gentle and beautiful atmosphere, making it forget about its problems for a while. Even though everything was going as it should, Ryu Young could still fail during the performance if he did everything according to orders. All the visitors to the bar put down their glasses, but were still intoxicated not by alcohol, but by the wonderful music of the talented young Bai. He continued playing for so long, the young man was worried that he might get confused and make mistakes that would ruin everything. The owner of the establishment, who initially did not allow the couple in, also froze for a while along with the listeners. So-Han Sang was immersed in a warm and cozy atmosphere created by the captivating melody. As much as the guy didn't want the audience to come to their senses, they were all captivated by young Bai and her fabulous performance. The music was not limited to the walls of the tavern, but went much further, spilling out into the evening streets of the village. Having already prepared a contract, the owner of the establishment offered the young girl, as he considered, a worthy 5 silver coins a day for the game. Sabu, as always, was trying to profit from everything and wanted to raise the stakes by reminding the merchant of the audience's reaction to the performance. Ryu Yong felt like a charlatan since he didn't really try hard enough, but the audience was still completely delighted. The old man, realizing that the merchant was not going to make any concessions, decided to approach him from a different angle, sharing a secret with him. The master told about the girl's name, which meant the flight of a swallow, that is, extraordinary beauty, but this secret could not surprise So-Han San. Then the great Sabu began to explain that if talent consisted only in playing an instrument, he would name it after any of the birds. And the name, referring to a beautifully flying swallow, was connected with the fact that the girl could also dance. According to the master, the girl danced so mesmerizingly that everyone who witnessed it dance, they even forgot about her playing the instrument they had just heard. The owner was indignant. Why, in that case, was there singing and not dancing? To which the old man objected that he did not intend to show off all the girl's talents for nothing. The master was willing to demonstrate the dance, but in that case, the terms of the contract would have to be increased 3-fold, which made So-Han Sang nervous. In conclusion, the old man told the tavern owner that this was the best option for him. Slamming his fist on the table, the grandfather assured the merchant that the fee would only double, and if the dance did not live up to expectations, the old man would return the money. Having finally convinced the owner of the tavern, the old man suggested going over the agreement again. The first condition was 10 silver coins per day, as well as performing only on even days of the month, excluding the full moon and new moon in order to conserve strength. The next item was tips, namely those that the guests would give on top, remained with Master Sabu and his young Bai. And the last point stated that the girl would dance only when she wanted to. Although he agreed to all the conditions, the merchant was dissatisfied before, because it was precisely because of the incredible dance that he decided to conclude the contract. The teacher was dissatisfied with the poor intelligence of his future partner, because people would willingly come every time in the hope of catching the amazing dance of the young lady. Siohan Sang immediately changed his anger to mercy, nodding at this brilliant idea and praising the mountain of gold, as the people nicknamed the old man. Late at night, the master and his apprentice left the village and finally returned home. Running from stone to stone, the master assured that this was the only way home because the student in his current form had to avoid any harassment. Ryu Young shouted that he was not a girl and that walking down such a road in a skirt was extremely difficult, to which the master said that he did not know what it was like because he did not wear a skirt. Seeing a stone wall in the way, the boy screamed that he would not be able to pass through it. But Sabu refused to listen, stating that even after giving birth, women easily passed through her. Every now and then, lifting the hem of his skirt, the young man hid everything, wondering who these women were. The woman was his tigress Belankaya, and he advised the guy to stop looking for different excuses, reminding him that he would have to walk this road 7 times every 2 weeks. Putting in maximum effort, the young man climbed up the mountain, thinking that he had followed the lead of his teacher. Having caught up with his master, Bi Ru-yon still intended to ask his mentor about something that interested him. After clearing his throat properly, the boy called out to Sabu to get his attention. The dissatisfied master turned around, wondering what the would-be student wanted from him this time. Ryu Yong asked why the old man excluded the full moon and the new moon, immediately assuming that those days would be dedicated to martial arts. Sabu told that the wooden toy workshop wanted to meet him because recently the young man had started creating strange items. The mentor demanded that the student try to sell his toys himself, but the young man was not satisfied with this turn of events because he did not want to work but to study martial arts. After taking a sip from a bottle of sake, Master Sabu stared at the boy, making him feel apprehensive about his words. And here old man became put everything in its place, starting with the question of whose house was behind him, and the boy logically answered that it was Sabu's. Then the teacher became interested in who had taken the boy in for 3 years, taught him how to hunt, escape, and cook, as well as teach him martial arts. After properly shaming Biryu Young, the teacher received an obvious answer to the question he asked. Master Sabu described the boy as ill-mannered and waved 2 fingers in his direction. At that very moment, Ryu Yong received a strong blow to the forehead, surprised that the teacher did not even physically touch him this time. And the last question that interested the gray-haired grandfather was which of the 2 was younger. Sabu concluded by saying that he had created wonderful living conditions for the boy, and it should not have been difficult for him to earn money to thank his teacher. Then the man began to give examples from personal experience, comparing the youth and the older generation, but the guy had no arguments to counter this. The angry old man turned away from the student and said that from now on he would watch his behavior. Falling to his knees before the master, Bi Ryu Yon regretted that he had nothing and felt bitter resentment about it. It then dawned on the guy that money could be earned, and when it came to strength, he had to train. The young man took all his will into a fist and set himself the goal of saving money without Sabu noticing, because the master would spend his money until he turned from a boy into an old man. The guy fantasized about how he would get rich, and the great Sabu would come to him to ask for shelter for free, agreeing to any option. Filled with anger and fury, Ryu Young promised himself that he would become a rich man who owned many buildings. Time passed, and the boy continued to work hard in the forge, making beautiful swords that had no equal in the entire area. When he went out into the city, the young man made figurines and statues so beautiful that people could not pass by without buying one of them. As usual, the tavern was calling out to people, inviting them to take up positions while there were still some available. Visitors were not averse to dropping in, but only when Yan Bi herself was in the building, since they had to wait 4 whole days to meet her because of the new moon. The men tried to find out from the worker whether the girl would dance today, but he himself did not know the answer to this question. And then the lovely fairy, the beautiful Yeonbi, walked up the steps, capturing the attention of everyone present. Men, looking at the 16-year-old girl, sighed at her beauty and the lack of opportunity to touch her smooth skin. As soon as Yeonbi entered the tavern, a crowd rushed after her, hungry for her beauty. At that very moment, visitors arrived at the tavern, causing trepidation among the establishment's employees. Accompanied by numerous guards, a carriage was traveling with a secret guest who also wanted to see the girl's talents with his own eyes. The one who arrived was the head of martial arts, who came to the hotel without a room reservation to avoid information leakage. Jung Myung emerged from the carriage holding his daughter, a girl named Yo Rin, and asked if she was tired from the journey. The man encouraged Yeo Rin, saying that the walk would do her good, but the girl only clung to her father's clothes even tighter, not wanting to move away from him even a step. Everyone around remarked on the beauty of the young lady, who looked even more beautiful than her glorious self. Famous young Bai. The girl came down to the ground, having finally decided to take a walk, thereby delighting her caring father. With careful movements, the girl lifted the veil on her hat, thereby revealing her beautiful face to everyone. Yo Rin was incredibly beautiful. Her expression was pure and innocent, and her big blue eyes seemed like one could drown in them. The Lord's subjects, lined up in a row, immediately began to bow to the girl as she passed by them. Having met the young lady, the tavern workers were captivated by her beauty, unable to take their eyes off her. The girl was clearly embarrassed by the men's reaction and hastened to cover her face with a veil. Finding himself with his daughter in an instant, the chief of the masters cast a menacing glance at the tavern workers, as if warning them not to pounce on the girl like a piece of meat. A sharp sword appeared in the light, and its blade cast bright reflections as it met the sun. The sword met the neck of one of the men, and its owner warned them not to let their mischievous eyes into his sight again. The men immediately began to bow, showering them with apologies, which satisfied one of the guards. One of Chong Myung's confidants ordered the tavern owner to be called here so that he could meet the important guests. The establishment's employees obediently rushed inside the building, and the master's servant asked for forgiveness and promised that the ignoramuses would get what they deserved. Containing his indignation, the old man accepted the apology and proceeded to the tavern, not leaving his dear daughter's side for a moment. It was already evening outside, and at this time all the visitors of the tavern were eagerly awaiting the appearance of their favorite performer on stage. As soon as the charming young Bai appeared in front of the audience, the hall was filled with joyful and enthusiastic screams. The men at the table were discussing the young performer's magnificent dance, and one of them declared that from now on, he could die in peace. The tipsy visitor said that he was not serious when he spoke about death, but to his surprise, he noticed at the next table, perhaps, such a person. His friend assured him that the man next to him was not dead, but was simply in a state of effect after Yeonbi's new dance. The men at the next table either fainted from the unearthly beauty of the dance, or were crying desperately. And then the newcomer was told that they couldn't approach Yeonbi in a crowd, but the person who made the largest donation could speak to her personally. The visitor was delighted that the young girl did not care about money and that it was only her grandfather who forced her to go to work. The interlocutor asked why his friend, being such a devoted fan of the girl, did not participate, but then he saw how he made his bet. After making the highest bet, the man would collect the remaining money and personally take it to Yeonbi, having the opportunity to be in her company so close. While accepting the gift, the young girl addressed the gentleman by name, which almost made him faint. As he headed to his dressing room, Bi Ryu Young counted how many coins he had earned, but for Sabu, he decided to name half the amount. The performer was met by Seohan Sang, who offered her an additional performance at the request of the distinguished guests, promising double the fee for the performance. The guy began to think about the offer, wanting to get 3 times more, to which the owner of the establishment agreed with ease. But before letting the girl out on stage, the merchant made her promise that she must perform well, because people from high society were sitting in front of her. Having promised to put all his efforts into his performance, the thought flashed through the young man's mind that people from high society must be very rich. In the ballroom, at a table right next to the stage, sat 3 gentlemen, with their security guards present. The men watched as the little girl placed the huge instrument on her feet and began to play it. As soon as she touched the strings, the lovely music instantly captured the minds and hearts of those present. Listening to the girl's wonderful singing, the men at the table were imbued with the atmosphere created by the melody and caught every word she said. Even Jong Myung's personal bodyguard, Mr. Namgung, while at work, could not help but be moved by the melody and sensual singing of young B. Listening to the song, its owner felt peaceful, as if he was in a garden full of blooming cherry trees. With her last movement, the girl touched the string, ending her excellent performance. The last touch of the string, the sound like a drop falling on water, made those present wake up from the spell that had captivated them. While on stage, B. Ryu Young began to worry about whether the rich guests liked his performance. Finally, the gentleman broke the silence, saying with admiration that the music was magnificent. The man praised the performer, claiming that he had not heard anything so wonderful in decades. The old man asked the name of such a talented girl, and she introduced herself, clarifying that she was just learning to play and had room to grow. Having praised the voice of the gifted performer, the gentleman suggested that after some time her songs would be even more beautiful. At this point, advisor Ahem intervened in the conversation, believing that Yeonbi's beauty was intoxicating, but not as much as Yo-rin's. The man continued, not particularly watching his language, and thought about what kind of woman she would grow up to be, but the words he said could not go unnoticed by the owner. There was a lot of tension at the table, and the advisor, realizing that he had made a mistake, tried to justify himself. Chung Myung ordered his advisor to keep quiet, noting the amazing performance, and turned back to Yeonbi. The head of the martial artists decided to ask what his brother Il Cheon, who had been drinking heavily all evening, thought about this. Intoxicated by alcohol, said he had no idea, as he had no arm and was not prone to such sensitivity. The brother's answer greatly angered the gentleman, who seemed to be deliberately trying to ruin a wonderful evening. The man ordered Namgung Jin to take his brother to his room so that he could rest and gain strength. But as soon as the guard approached Il Chon, the man stood up from the table, ordering him not to touch him. At that time, behind the high cliffs far from the village, a detachment of people was making their way through the forest. In order not to create unnecessary noise, they decided to leave their horses and continue their journey on foot. The young man asked the guide why he was rushing him so much, and wanted to know what order the pigeon had conveyed. Throwing aside the branches that were trying to hit him in the face, the guide replied that the order was from the master. The men were confronted with a panoramic view of the village that the prince had been ordered to wipe off the face of the earth, killing every single one of them. Only after the guy personally confirms the death of all the inhabitants will he be able to return home. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the squabble continued between the master's brother and his guard. The rest of the guards in the ballroom were ready to use weapons if the rowdy Il Cheon did not calm down. Watching from the sidelines, Ryu Young wondered whether he should intervene or leave the matter to the security. The man was outraged that he was called a drunkard, and regretted that his brother had not cut out his tongue instead of his hand. With every word his brother said, Jung Myung became more and more angry, ready to deal with him personally. Seeing that his brother was losing his temper, Il Chun immediately softened, assuring him that everything he said was a joke, and promised to remain silent in the future. Turning to the gentleman's personal bodyguard, the drunkard asked whether he had offended him by any chance. While appearing thoughtful, the young man nevertheless weighed every word and tried to sort out the family conflict. Il Cheon asked Namgung Jin what he thought of his brother Ahem's talent. The master's advisor became indignant and wanted to deal with Il Cheon's claims. The one-armed man continued to add fuel to the fire, intending to unsettle the advisor by pointing out their different social status. The troublemaker, pleased with himself, retired to his chambers and asked Namgun to take care of his brother. The guard rejected the praise that had been spoken to him, belittling his own dignity and, on the contrary, praising his master. On his way out, Il Cheon noticed a pitcher of drink and decided that he should join him. Wishing the guard success, the master's brother left the hall with a jug in his only hand. The prince's companions thrust their weapons into the ground, noting that His Majesty must do everything himself. The young man asked if this meant that he was supposed to go into the village alone and commit a massacre there. He treated what was said with distrust and wanted to find out what his servants would be doing during this time. They replied that they would try not to let a single living soul leave the village. The prince, to put it mildly, did not like the idea, and he asked what would happen to him if he refused to carry out the order. Drawing his sword, the servant declared that he would not be able to leave the village until the order was carried out. As one, the warriors prepared to attack, insisting that the prince had no choice but to submit. Along with his servants, the boy, being on guard, also grabbed the hilt of the sword. He guessed everything. He continued to remain calm and cool. Real mission of his servants really was. Those accompanying the young prince drew their swords from their sheaths, which should not have protected him, but killed him by any means necessary. His Majesty followed the example of the guards and also drew his sword. The boy asked who was the master of the village and how many people he had to get rid of. The settlement was owned by a certain Nam Jok Bu, and its population numbered only some 37 people. The young prince thought carefully about the information the soldier had told him. The guy said that before carrying out the order, he had to deal with those who were against it, but this required the help of the guards. His Majesty's subjects obeyed and were ready to carry out any order. Had never taken anyone's life before. In order to avoid psychological trauma on the battlefield, the guy decided to try killing before the main execution of the order began. Taking a fighting stance, the prince asked how many he could kill as an experiment. And in the tavern, the rich gentleman continued to relax, enjoying the company of the young lady. Ahem showered Yeon Bi with compliments, noting her composure during the game, for which she thanked him. Advisor Chung Myung noted that the talented girl had another extraordinary gift, but she dismissed it as rumors. Ahem became interested, and Chung Myung kindly shared that Young Bi's movements were so expressive that she was compared to a dancing angel. The girl waved it off, worried that she would ruin the evening with her dance, but the guests did not calm down, wanting to see her performance. Intrigued by such rumors, the nobles dreamed of seeing this dance with their own eyes. Giving in to the requests, the girl said that if her dance lifted their spirits, they could thank her. The man, without taking his eyes off the girl, could not wait for Young Bi to begin her performance. Pleased with how much important people were eager to see her perform, the girl finally got down to business. The tired musicians who were about to leave the establishment stopped when the performer called them to her. Approaching the musicians, the girl asked them to play one composition for her, because a good dance requires good music. The old man, imagining how each member of the ensemble would receive a gold coin, agreed to play the requested music. The dancer apologized to the guests, saying that she needed to step away to change her outfit. Remembering the composition to which the girl would dance, the gentleman was in anticipation. The men noted that the beginning of the dance was very different from traditional performances. In her new outfit, the girl picked up a long scarf that had fallen to the floor, with small bells at the ends. She threw the end of the scarf over the balcony, and it wriggled like a dragon as it floated across the ballroom. The end of the scarf hit the stage where the musicians were playing, and the bells began to ring in time to the music. The spectators, watching the dance, were shocked, unable to look away. Jung Myung, like the others, seemed to have turned to stone, holding a glass of drink in the air. Wrapped around a silk scarf, the girl gracefully descended from the balcony to the floor towards her spectators. The fabric, like petals in the wind, swirled around Yeon Bi, whose lovely gaze was directed at the nobles. The girl moved silently across the stage as if she wasn't there. Only the bells occasionally knocked on the floor. The scarf, moving in zigzags, rose and fell, climbing onto the balcony railing and descending towards the hypnotized spectators. The musicians worked hard, plucking the strings of their instruments with their calloused fingers. And the dancer continued to spin, controlling the canvas as if it were an extension of her arms. The energy in the hall was so strong that one could involuntarily notice a phoenix in space. Comparable to the flight of a phoenix, the prince's attack also pierced through space, rushing towards the enemy. The blades of both swords collided with each other, and in addition to sparks flying in all directions, it seemed as if electrical discharges were occurring. The prince's strength and skill were so great that the enemy's sword began to crack. The next moment, the weapon cracked in half, and the prince's blade continued on its way, rushing towards the enemy. By some unimaginable miracle, the soldier managed to dodge the fatal blow. A grimace of horror froze on the man's face, so frightened was he by the ferocity of his master. Another blow from the prince shattered the warrior's sword, turning it into a small knife. The soldier understood that in this battle, no matter how hard he tried, he would not emerge victorious. As if to confirm this thought, the prince plunged his sword into his enemy, sprinkling him with blood. Two more were already rushing to help, but sensing their approach, the prince immediately turned around. With a deft movement, he pulled the sword out of the first soldier's body and dodged the blow of the second. The guy swung his sword, and it, like a snake, wrapped itself around the enemy's weapon. The prince then jumped into the air, but continued to keep his swords crossed. His Highness's weapon seemed to possess magical power, preventing the enemy from moving his blade to the side. Suddenly, the guy raised his hand, and out of nowhere, something small appeared, spinning quickly in the air. The next second, using this rotating weapon, the prince jumped onto the opponent's sword. The soldiers were stunned by the speed and brutality of their master's actions. The deadly boomerang with sharp edges left a bloody trail on the once green grass. Having described an arc, the deadly weapon returned the axis back into the hands of its owner. The prince held his weapon in the air without touching it with his fingers. Lowering his hand, he opened the sleeve of his outfit and hid the sharp boomerang there. One of the soldiers suggested that the prince's training was over, otherwise he might waste his strength. The soldiers bowed their heads before their master, ready to sacrifice themselves for him. The guy, remaining cold and unperturbed, was flattered by the loyalty of his subordinates. His Highness turned around to assess the results of his training. The clearing was strewn with the corpses of warriors who had lost their weapons during the battle. As he gripped the hilt of his demonic sword, a thought suddenly occurred to the prince. Returning to the dead, he lifted the veil that hid the face of one of the warriors and noticed that he was blind in one eye. While examining the dead man, he asked his subordinates who this brave warrior was. One of the soldiers, bending over his master, called out the name of the deceased. The prince repeated the name, but the servants assured him that there was no need to remember it, or the names of the others. While pondering the words of his subordinates, he did not take his eyes off the clearing strewn with bodies. When he had had enough, he turned around and cast a cold glance at his servants before leaving. Meanwhile, in the bar, the phoenix that had been hovering in space finally materialized in the form of the beautiful and inimitable Yeon-bi. The girl performing the dance at some point stood on her toes, and the bells began to ring barely audibly. The next second, she pushed off the floor with the lightness of a feather and took off like a bird. The movements of the young dancer were as smooth and soft as a stream of water flowing through the rocks. The men at the table admired Yeon-bi's dance, comparing it to a beautiful painting. It seemed as if instead of a girl, a golden bird was hovering on the stage, flapping its magnificent wings. Her brightly shining eyes resembled a mythical bird that captivated with its gaze. The light scarf, hitting the floor, looked like a bird's tail from which a feather had fallen into the water. The audience simultaneously saw both the bird and the girl spreading her powerful wings. It seemed that it was thanks to these wings that she could move so gracefully, both on stage and in the air. With her hands clasped together, Yeon-bi seemed to be folding her huge, snow-white wings. With a final pirouette and a fluttering of her scarf, the dancer completed her unique performance. Embarrassed, the girl hid her golden eyes, unsure whether the audience liked her dance. Everyone who saw this unrivaled performance sat with their mouths open, mesmerized by the smooth movements of the young dancer. The men applauded little Yeon-bi tirelessly, believing that they had lived through the day only to see her magical dance. The performer bowed low to her enchanted audience, and the hall burst into even louder applause. Hearing the furor the girl had caused, Il-cheon, who had not yet managed to go far from the tavern, decided to join in the fun. The spectacular show in the bar ended with a light night rain drumming on the roof. The establishment's employees were so worried about their star that they again offered security to escort her home. Young B assured them that she would get there on her own, but asked them to look after her instrument, which she could not take with her. The girl noted that the rain was harmless, but then a flash of lightning lit up the sky, followed by deafening thunder. Despite the pouring rain, Yeon-bi refused any help from the tavern staff. Each of those present, wanting to stay longer in her company, offered to accompany her at least to the nearest turn. Ignoring all the offers, the girl had already turned away, trying to quickly leave the annoying crowd. Walking on the wet road, Bi Ryu-young was angry that his expensive clothes were soaking wet. However, even the downpour could not spoil his mood, and the guy was happy with the successful deal and was going to get rid of the gold coins as soon as possible. Despite the late hour, the bank building was lit up both outside and inside. The boy entered the bank with only one thought: to get rid of the coins as quickly as possible so that Master Sabu would not find out about them. The bank clerk was surprised but pleased by the customer's visit at such a late hour. The young man wanted to top up his account with silver coins and exchange the contents of the box for cash. The bank employee was surprised to see an item made of pure gold. This gift was given to Ryu-young instead of coins by Ahem, who was very impressed by young B's dance. The advisor asked the dancer if she would agree to perform again if the gentleman asked her, but noted that they no longer had such decorations. The girl was surprised by the request, but promised that she would try to fulfill it. At the bank, Ryu Young told the clerk that he had earned the gift through hard work. The employee estimated the value of the jewelry and was pleasantly surprised by the young man's knowledge of metals. The young man modestly noted that he learned about the cost from books, although in fact he had read dozens of them, also based on his own experience. The bank employee remembered a young man with outstanding investment sense as he looked at Ryu Young. The man offered to arrange a meeting with this person, but the guy politely refused. The bank employees bowed low to the departing dancer, inviting her to come more often. Drenched in the rain, Ryu Young was looking forward to the day when people would start addressing him as a man. The guy closed his umbrella to make it easier to run, since it didn't save him anyway. Ryu Young witnessed lightning cutting through the sky, a harbinger of terrible events to come. In one of the hotel rooms, hidden by the darkness of the night, a man's body lay on the floor. Only the lightning that illuminated everything around allowed us to see his lifeless, wounded body. A grimace of horror froze on the face of Advisor Ahem, who saw Yeonbi's dance just before his death, as if he sensed it. A man emerged from the hotel in the pouring rain, smelling of death. A flash of lightning illuminated the killer, who turned out to be Il Cheon. His hand was intact, but covered in a metallic layer. The killings did not end that night, but only increased thanks to the prince carrying out the orders given to him. One after another, dead bodies littered the floor of the building, just as they had recently littered the clearing near the village. The boy breathed heavily, trying to calm down as his clothes absorbed the crimson stains. As he left the crime scene, the prince left behind bloody footprints. Despite the carnage in the village, he remained cool. His servants were also in it, closely watching and controlling his every action. Pulling his hand out from the wide sleeve of his robe, His Majesty released his deadly boomerang. The child immediately fell to the ground, splashing his clothes with blood from the open wound. The boomerang returned, neatly hiding in the sleeve, without leaving a single trace on the clothes. Next to the girl's body there was a puppy, who looked at his owner with alarm, not understanding what had happened. The sight of the animal caused the prince to suddenly feel regret for his actions. Something trembled deep in the guy's soul, and his once steel hand began to tremble. A clap of thunder sounded directly over the hotel, as if to remind them that there had not been enough evil that night. Yo-Rin, pressed against the wall, looked at her offender with big blue eyes full of fear. Her uncle entered her room with a gloomy expression on his face, stained with blood. The only witness to Il Cheon's terrible crimes was a small bird in a cage. As he approached the hotel, the head of the martial artists heard his daughter's cry calling him. In a panic, the man rushed down the corridor, trying to get to his girl as quickly as possible. After a terrible downpour with peals of thunder, a quiet and clear day arrived. The owner of the forge asked why his apprentice was holding a club at the table and behaving so strangely. The blacksmith was also outraged that the young man was again drinking water from the jug instead of the glass that stood nearby. Those around him didn't understand, but these little things helped Ryu Young maintain his manhood. A couple of days later, the young man donned the outfit of his secret identity again, reflecting on the fact that he spent more time in this form than in his own. The gentleman for whom he had recently performed appeared on his path, declaring that he was forbidden to be there. Ryu Young wanted to leave quickly, but the man stopped him, saying that their meeting was for the best. Jung Myung said that Young B's music could help him and left, leaving the young man in thought. Ryu Young tried to understand what exactly the man meant when he spoke about help and skill with the instrument. In one of the rooms of the hotel, Yo-Rin was lying down and she looked sick. In the same room, together with the girl, there was her bird, which was locked in a cage, chirping. The sound of birds coming from the cage made the girl come to her senses. Tired, covered in bruises and battered, she opened her eyes with difficulty as the bird continued to sing. Frightened, Yo-Rin did not immediately understand what the sound was, but once she figured it out, she looked back towards the cage. Seeing the bird, the girl was instantly overcome with painful memories of that terrible night. When the uncle was bullying his niece, ignoring her pleas to stop, the bird never stopped singing for a second. Il Cheon continued his evil deeds, ignoring the girl's fear, while the bird thrashed furiously in its cage. At some point, the pet fell silent, as if listening to his words that no one would help her. When the man crossed the line, the bird, as if sensing its owner's fear, screamed piercingly. Fortunately, at that moment, the girl's father entered the room and managed to stop the indecency that his brother had committed. Battered and terrified, Yo-Rin couldn't believe it was finally over. Il Cheon began to ask for forgiveness, not for what he had done, but for the fact that he had not managed to complete what he had started. The memories that came flooding back made her already sad face even sadder. The persistent chirping of the bird finally forced the girl to leave her bed. As soon as Yo-Rin stood up, she immediately fell down, weakened so much that she could not stand on her feet. Straightening up and leaning on her hands, she took a moment to catch her breath. Gathering her strength, Yo-Rin reached the dresser and with effort opened the cage door. Staring at the bird, the girl demanded that it stop looking at her, extending a trembling hand into the cage. Grabbing the bird, which was flapping its wings in panic, Rin again demanded that it look away from her. The girl's gaze, so empty and detached, remained riveted on the bird clutched in her hand, still reliving that terrible day. Suddenly the bird pecked her hand, and blood appeared on the lady's pale skin. As if stung, the girl pulled her hand back, returning to reality, and the bird darted back into the cage. Looking at her shaking hand in horror, Rin was afraid of what she was about to do. The sad blue eyes looked at the bird not as a pet, but as a prisoner. Carefully removing the bird from the cage, Rin quietly said that it didn't belong here. The girl let warm rays of sunshine into the semi-darkness of the room by opening the window. Holding out her hand with a bird on her finger, Yo-Rin told it to fly, but it did not understand what was wanted from it. The girl waved her hand, causing the bird to fly away, and began to chase it away until it finally flew away. After circling in one place, the bird finally soared high into the sky. Rin's sad gaze followed her, realizing that now they were both free. Suddenly, the girl heard strange sounds coming from outside. It was the melodic ringing of the bells adorning the wrists of the nameless dancer in the backyard. The dance was so mesmerizing that for a moment the girl forgot about her troubles. As if under hypnosis, she slowly threw her leg onto the windowsill. The dancer's movements reminded Yo-Rin of a phoenix, that same immortal bird soaring in the clouds. Captivated by this thought, she was already standing on the windowsill, balancing on two legs. A warm wind blew across her face, and before her eyes there was only the phoenix that she wanted to follow. For the first time since that terrible day, her despair and fear were replaced by peace and tranquility. Slowly, the girl raised her leg, lifted it off the windowsill, and took a step forward. The wind immediately got tangled in her hair and her robe fluttered in the air, like a sail. Feeling something was wrong, Ryu Young stopped training and raised his head. Straight into his arms, as if from nowhere, a girl in her pajamas fell from a great height. Instantly pushing off the ground, the young man jumped towards her and caught her in the air. Carefully holding the girl in a tight embrace, Ryu Young smoothly lowered himself to the ground. He was astonished by her fall, assuming that she might have jumped out of the window. Noticing that the girl had injured her leg, Ryu Young, still pretending to be Young B, asked Wang Il, a security guard who was nearby, about help. The guard was amazed by the dancer's composure, who ordered that people not be invited until she called them herself. The young man assured her that the crowd could scare the girl and asked for water to treat the injury. Wang Ir objected, being categorically against a stranger touching the lady, even if he was of the same sex. Remembering how Master Sabu treated him, Ryu Young insisted, explaining that without proper help, the swelling would get worse. Seeing that the lady had begun to come to her senses, he asked to leave her alone. The man obediently left the flask of water with the victim and left, trying not to make any noise. Left alone with the girl, the young man asked how she was feeling when she opened her eyes. Yo-Rin's beautiful eyes captivated Ryu Young so much that he was at a loss, and did not immediately answer her question. The girl asked where she was, which meant that she had fully regained consciousness. This seemingly obvious question with a slight smile, saying that they were in heaven. The girl looked confused, so the young man quickly added that it was just a joke. He handed her a flask of water, and she took a few tentative sips. After getting the girl drunk, the guy introduced himself as Young Bai and asked her name. The young man looked at the poor girl with eyes full of kindness, waiting for her to speak. After looking at her, Bi Ryu Yon concluded that she was from a wealthy family, but she looked very exhausted. Conversations between men who admired the unearthly beauty of this girl came to mind. They also mentioned an incident where someone tried to kidnap her, which allegedly led to her suicide attempt. The men discussed the rainy night when she was attacked and her guards were killed. Annoyed by their words, the young man broke 2 teeth from his comb and threw them at the door with all his might. The sharp fragments managed to break through the door and silence the gossips. Returning his thoughts to Yo-Rin, he realized that such people could not be trusted. With difficulty pronouncing each word, doing it as if through force, the girl introduced herself as Rin. They were in the garden under the warm rays of the sun, and it seemed as if time had stood still. Ryu Yong was genuinely glad to meet him, which was easily visible on his bright face. The guy carefully asked what made the girl do something like jump out of the window. He immediately added that she didn't have to answer if the topic was unpleasant for her, and she could simply nod to his questions. He assured her that if she wanted to tell him, he would listen to her carefully. Ryu Yon repeated the question, noticing that the victim seemed somewhat distant. Memories of that terrible night came flooding back to Rin, and tears welled up in her eyes. Unable to contain her tears, she burst into tears, and the tears, like a waterfall, continuously rolled down her cheeks. Completely broken, Rin cried, which came as a surprise to the young man. Feeling guilty that his questions had led to this, Ryu Young pulled her close, trying to comfort her. Nearby, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation in the bushes, rustling branches, but was not interested in interrupting it. The gentleman decided not to interfere, confident that everything would be fine with his daughter. Seeing her crying, her father remembered how, as a child, Rin would hold back her tears so as not to worry her parents. The man also recalled how criminals once tried to kidnap her in order to take revenge on him. The older she got, the more attracted the attention of dishonest men, which caused her pain. All these terrible situations made her believe that the reason lies in herself. These incidents left an imprint on her soul, forcing her to close herself off from everyone. Chung Myung wasn't afraid of a million enemies, but he was afraid of the thought that his daughter's inner fears could break her. The man was afraid that she would not even be able to cry, because hundreds of snakes tormenting his daughter's soul would not allow her to ease her pain. But now he saw how his precious daughter finally gave free rein to the tears that rolled down her sweet little face without ceasing. Father believed that tears were a way to cleanse the soul of accumulated suffering. Coming out of hiding, he told Nam Gung to keep an eye on his daughter and that dancer Yan Bi who had appeared so opportunely. He also ordered his guard to bring the girl as soon as she was free. Ryu Yan helped Rin recover by giving her water to avoid dehydration. He joked that the girl was crying so much that he was already afraid that she would drown in her tears from another inappropriate question. In a whisper, as if revealing a secret, he added that he had left some marinated meat at home and was afraid that the old man would eat it all himself if he didn't make it to dinner. Laughing at his own words, Ryu Young declared that he would never allow this to happen. With longing in her eyes, Rin said in a sad voice that she almost became a monster. Not believing his ears, the young man asked if this was the beginning of a story about the reasons for her actions. A little embarrassed and also blushing with shame, she nodded affirmatively. Shocked, Ryu Young stated that she did not look like a monster, except for a stray, since they usually ate the local chickens at night. Never expecting to hear something like this, Rin was very surprised by this statement. The thought that she looked like a homeless person stuck in her head, and the guy immediately began to justify himself, explaining that only her thinness and dull skin led to such thoughts. He compared her to a patient who had spent a long time in a closed room, most likely doing nothing. Rin concluded that she was sick and homeless, and Ryu Young blamed his tongue, saying that it had become uncontrollable due to being rude to the master. Noticing that a smile had also appeared on her face, he quickly changed the subject in order to maintain the emerging mood. He gently asked the girl to tell him why she considered herself a monster. Rin replied that her soul was shrouded in such dark thoughts, and she was afraid that she would become like that, turning into a bad person. Not trusting anyone else, the boy somehow considered the girl's words to be true and asked to find out if he had something similar inside him. For a moment their eyes met, and it was as if they were looking not only at each other's appearance, but also at each other's souls. The girl eventually said she didn't see anything in the dancer, which upset her a little. The young man sincerely envied the young lady's gift, but she declared that everything was not as easy as it seemed, and that all people were monsters. But Ryu Yeon immediately decided that the negative attitude was people who were monsters themselves, and asked if he could be a monster, according to Rin. Assuming that the girl's environment was full of bad people, the guy asked her what she felt when she looked at her family or cute babies. The boy pounced on Rin, enthusiastically declaring that a purge should have been carried out, replacing the nasty creatures with good people. A man was galloping along a deserted road, and his horse began to move so fast that clouds of dust flew from under its hooves. Following the rider, several more riders appeared, crossing the sandy lands at full speed. The man who led the detachment through this area clutched the reins with a metal hand. With his usual fury and impatience, Il-cheon rushed as fast as he could to his destination. A variety of tools and equipment were laid out on the table in the workshop. The master's hands disconnected compartment after compartment, and the craftsman himself praised the appearance of the thing. He noted that this steel prosthesis was known among soldiers as the West Wind's Rampage, but its owner gave the device the name Blamanjisu, meaning something that should not be forgotten. Having checked all the details, the master assembled a formidable metal hand. The peculiarity of the prosthesis was that it could not be used by those who had a right hand, and that the hand had to be identical to the prosthesis. The master emphasized that Il-chan's requirements coincided, and the metal hand was created specifically for him. The man demanded that they stop praising him, saying that the remaining arm was still a little longer. The escaped killer told the person opposite him that he had to adjust his arm to fit a prosthesis. The man in the wheelchair was surprised that the owner of the metal arm cut off part of himself for this. With some pride, Il-chun said that people tried not to look at his ugliness, and no one even guessed that his right arm was shorter than his left. Stunned by such a confession, the master asked to look at the guest's hand, and he indifferently allowed him to. Il-chun advised the man to first make his own legs, and only then make prosthetics for others, but he objected that the poison, once it entered the body, would destroy everything entirely. The killer asked if everyone except the master was mute, to which the man replied that the people chosen for this job were mute from birth so that they could not tell about the client's secrets. Looking at the hand, the master was horrified. Because the man's bone had come out, he couldn't understand how his client had endured such pain. With a wild look, Il-chun confirmed that he felt extreme pain, but stated that it was worth it. The criminal returned in his memories to that very night, which became fatal for some. The door to Ahem's room opened, and he, grabbing his sword, menacingly asked who it was. When he discovered that the uninvited guest was his master's brother, he breathed a sigh of relief, but noted that he was very scared. Ahem declared that he was not going to listen to the nonsense of a drunk man, and immediately asked why he had come at such a late hour. The man revealed that he had important information regarding the western sky. The advisor could not believe his ears and asked again if he had heard correctly. To confirm his fears, he asked whether this was the western heaven that served the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit. Brother Chung Myung confirmed that it was he who was spoken of as the one-armed man with two arms. Ahem reacted to Il-cheon's words with apprehension, reaching for his weapon, because he had never been told about the western sky and its features. The advisor slowly pulled out his sword and said that he had only received the information about the western sky from the master an hour ago, and it was strange that his brother had found out everything so quickly. Stopping hiding his true appearance, Western Sky revealed his metal arm. Ahem was shocked that the sky turned out to be Il-cheon, and that somehow he had regained his right arm. The Blood Spirit's minion stated that he had been wearing this prosthesis for a long time, and after these words he attacked the advisor. The metal arm extended and pierced the heart with furious force, leaving a hole in the body. Rumors claimed that Western Heaven was over 100 years old, and Il-cheon considered himself to be its second generation. Trying to pull the terrible hand out of himself, the man asked why he was hated so much. The scoundrel replied that he simply despised firstborns because they received more privileges. Thinking that he had missed the heart, Western Heaven quickly corrected this mistake by crushing it inside. Remembering that night, Il-chun couldn't forget the adrenaline he felt then, but he regretted missing out on the 14th heart. Even with the power of the new arm that people called the Western Sky Madness, he was unable to defeat his brother, still feeling weak. The gentleman, who arrived on time, managed to repel the attack of the distraught relative, thereby saving his daughter. Mad with rage, the father took out his sword and was ready to tear his brother to pieces, but he was too late. The criminal, using demonic spells, managed to escape in time, but he promised to wait for the next meeting. Having completed the arm measurements, the craftsman promised his client to remake the prosthesis so that it would be much easier to control. Il-cheon was overjoyed to hear this news. Just then, the master's servant who had previously made a cast of his face arrived. The master told Western Heaven that the box contained material for making a mask. The client asked if no one would really recognize him if he put on this mask, and the craftsman replied that it could be worn forever. The mask was meant to change Il-cheon's appearance so that no one could recognize him. The girl wanted to remove all the shady people with dirty thoughts from her life, and the guy had several ideas on how to do this. You could use brute force, hire people to clean up, or attack the enemy morally. The guy said that the lady should understand what she can do best and develop this skill, which will become her strength in the future. The girl began to think out loud, but could not finish the sentence, because having thought seriously, she simply did not know the answer. Ryu Young suggested that his new acquaintance think carefully, and in the meantime he himself go to work. He also noticed that someone had been waiting for the young lady for a long time, and probably wanted to bring her to her parents. Before the young man had time to leave, Yorin grabbed him by the sleeve, and he asked if she knew the man who had come out to them. Still not letting go of her savior, the girl tried to answer but only produced incoherent remarks. The young man advised Rin to formulate her thoughts more precisely so that people would understand what she wanted from them and respond in kind. The girl, with eyes full of despair, almost begged Yeonbi to go with her. The guard asked Ryu Young to come with the lady to her father, as he wanted to talk to him. The guy politely declined, citing the fact that he had to hurry to work. Having bowed, the young man said goodbye to Yo-rin, but Jin immediately became confused, trying to assure him that everything would be sorted out with the gentleman, since he really wanted to see him. Losing patience, Ryu Yun replied that he refused because his contract was with the inn, not with the master, and if he respected the contract, he would understand. Not knowing what else to say to the dancer, the servant obediently agreed with her words. Rin wanted to say something, but she was so excited that she almost lost her voice. But after pulling herself together, she asked Yeonbi to make a contract with her. Both Namgung Jin and Ryu Yeon were surprised by the young lady's sudden statement. Realizing that her request had gone unanswered, the girl tried to hold on to Yeonbi with trembling hands. Yo-rin asked her savior if she would have the opportunity to see him again. The girl's sad blue eyes did not leave the guy, hoping to hear a positive answer. A servant intervened in the conversation and corrected the lady, explaining that this was not called a contract, but a promise. Full of determination, Ryu Young interrupted the guard and, turning to the girl, wanted to know what he would get in return if he made the contract. The young lady was completely confused when she learned that the contract did not look like an ordinary request. With a knowing look, Yo-rin asked if it was necessary to give something in return. The question was asked with a naive calmness that made Ryu Young smile while Jin held back his emotions. The young lady became worried, deciding that she had said something wrong, but the guy hastened to make her a counteroffer. The young man suggested hanging a red ribbon on the window, assuring her that he would definitely visit her within 2 days. In exchange for this request, Ryu Young demanded that Rin grant him 3 wishes, which he would come up with later. Namgung Jin watched with apprehension as the master's daughter made a deal with her new friend. Before the guard could dissuade her, Yo-rin agreed and asked again if their agreement was now concluded. The guy with a happy face hastened to assure that their agreement was now officially concluded. The servant told Jung Jong-myung what had happened in the garden, and he responded that the dancer was not only talented, but also brave. Namgung Jin reported that the security noticed that the girl had high skills in martial arts. The gentleman noticed this during the dance, emphasizing that outwardly she looks like an innocent girl, but she can be much stronger than she seems. The girl's father wondered whether this was good or bad, but his servant Jin did not immediately understand what was being discussed. If Yeonbi turned out to be a guy, the master would have to find out more about the old man Sabu, who was her mentor, and only then would it be possible to choose one of 2 options, either to lure them over to oneself or to destroy them. From the owner's words, the guard understood that he did not want to see his adult daughter with a man, but was not against having a girlfriend for her. Jin suggested playing it safe and finding out as much as possible about Yeonbi, but Jung Myung assured him that it was unnecessary, since Yeon-rin owed her life. The head of the martial artists speculated about the dancer's origins, believing that she could be a successor of the Ami clan or a hermit master. By spying on Ami's followers, they could run into rudeness, so the master ordered guards to be assigned for such meetings. Despite this, he understood that even his guard would not be able to defeat the dancer in a fight. Even though the men weren't able to stay with their daughter all the time, the guards shouldn't have been let too far away. With bitterness and longing in his voice, Jung Myung expressed his condolences to Namgung Jin and his family. The picture of that terrible day still stood before his eyes, not allowing him to forget what had happened. Looking down at the floor, the man again saw Ahem's body spread out on the floor in front of him, bleeding. The head of the martial artists wanted to personally take revenge on the criminal, but due to his blood relationship with him, he could not tell anyone about it. The head of the martial artists regretted that he could not send his guard to say goodbye to his brother. The servant assured the master that it was his decision to stay, because he knew who the murderer was. The possibility that he would return for the master was extremely high, and the moment that happened, Nam Gung Jin would be ready. The man, hugging the body of his dead brother, vowed not to return home until he avenged him. Without letting go of his brother's cold body, Jin tearfully asked him to wait for this moment. Meanwhile, in the area where the Namgun family lived, a funeral ceremony was taking place in one of the houses. The candles spread their aroma throughout the room, and the monks silently bowed before the deceased. Bending over the deceased, the relatives could not contain their emotions and shed tears of bitterness and loss. Not far from the building, in the garden, a boy was mindlessly wielding a stick, digging in the ground. An older guy approached him and asked why he was crying, whether it was because of his uncle. He said that his father was searching for the killer, so he shouldn't give up, and to be useful, he needed to study well. The boy promised to go to school, but an irritated girl's voice said that it would be more useful if he joined the community of martial artists. The girl, her eyes full of tears, declared that she would be more useful than her whiny brother. The eldest of the children assured that both children were good helpers, but now they should see their uncle off. He asked to see the deceased off with all honors, reminding them that his father could not be with them on this difficult day. The children listened to the request, but could not control their feelings and burst into tears again. One clear day, Ryu Young was walking around the city, finally free from work. Passing by the hotel, which was located next to the bar, the young man noticed a red ribbon on the window. After some time, he, already in women's clothing, sat next to Yo Rin, telling her about the popular culture in the village. Despite the rain outside, the guy noticed that another ribbon had appeared on the window. Ryu Young brought the girl a carved wooden catfish with wings and offered to place it in the cage instead of the released bird. After a hard day at work, the guy, barely able to move his legs, complained of back pain. Looking up, he noticed another red ribbon on the same window, which immediately lifted his spirits. The young man realized with a smile that they were eagerly awaiting his arrival and saw that same red ribbon again. On a quiet, clear night, one of the hotel rooms suddenly became restless. Rin tossed and turned in her sleep, clutching at the blanket every now and then, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. At some point she screamed and woke up from the nightmare with tears in her eyes. Breathing heavily, the girl tried to calm down, taking deep breaths in and out. Her worried gaze fell again on the cage standing opposite the bed on the dresser. But now, instead of the bird that was constantly chirping unbearably, there was a strange figurine that was a gift from Yeon B. The young lady was bothered by the fact that there was a fish in the cage that should have been in the water. She asked her friend if a fish could live in a cage, to which the dancer pointed to her wings. Young B assured that it was a special fish that was easy to keep in a cage because, unlike a bird, it does not make noise and does not require feeding. These words made the girl laugh so hard that she burst into tears, unable to calm the joy that had washed over her. The next morning, Rin woke up not from a nightmare, but from an idea that she wanted to bring to life. She looked again at the winged fish that now stood in the place of the bird and smiled brightly at it. Now the figurine was at the bottom of the cage, like a real fish in water and not in the air, imitating a bird. Bright red ribbons still adorned the hotel window, attracting attention. Mr. Chong Myung, looking at them with irritation, completely forgot that his subordinates were nearby. Nam Gung Jin noticed the owner's dissatisfaction and suggested changing the method of communication or asking young B to come on certain days. The man objected that everything suited him. He just didn't like the color red, which made his eyes hurt. Continuing to grumble about the red ribbons, Jung Myung ordered to leave immediately, citing an urgent list of things to do. However, he suddenly came up with the idea of asking Rin to hang up blue ribbons if she needed to see him. The surprised servants asked whether the master would feel awkward if such ribbons suddenly did not exist. "Like a tiger," the man growled, assuring that his daughter was quite capable of hanging the ribbons, and if anything happened, he could always buy them. The guard noted that the gentleman was often around Yeo Rin, so she would most likely not hang up the blue ribbons. The man ignored his subordinate's remark and ordered him to hurry up so as not to be late. The gentleman asked what Nam Gung Jin meant, and the man said that his daughter gave flowers to everyone except him. The head of the martial artists was not thrilled at the thought of sharing the fate of his servant and refused the offer of flowers. After listing all the procedures that had been done, Ryu Young concluded that his makeup was ready. Full of enthusiasm and joy, the guy, collecting his things, declared that he was ready to go to work. However, Master Sabu entered the room, and his student's high spirits aroused suspicion. The teacher, not believing his eyes, asked Ryu-yong if he was really having fun or if he was just imagining it. Ryu-yon reproachfully stated that the teacher was behaving tactlessly by bursting into the girl's room without knocking. Outraged by such an accusation, the master reminded that it was he who helped his student become a real girl. The gray-haired grandfather, trembling with anger, thought for a moment about the boy's words. The master noted that Ryu-yong's cunning should have been punished, but his ability to find arguments made him similar to the girls. Sabu couldn't understand why the young man who had once cried when he refused to work in the bar was now beaming with happiness as he headed there. The master assumed that Ryu-yon was hiding something, but the boy asked if the teacher would prefer to see him in tears. The guy insisted that if his destiny was to work constantly, then he wanted to at least get joy when his body was not so tired. The irritated old man, unable to figure out the trickster, sent him off to work so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. Rushing to the village, the young man grumbled that he was forced to carry a heavy musical instrument in order to earn money for an ungrateful old man. His monologue was interrupted by an unexpected slap on the back of the head from the master, who seemed not to have touched him. The boy was surprised by the cruelty of his mentor, who managed to hear him despite the fact that he was 100 steps away from home. Somewhere in the forest at the foot of Mount Hyun, a detachment of warriors discovered a destroyed village. The soldiers were amazed at the skill with which the attack was carried out, and therefore dealt with all the inhabitants so easily. To find evidence, they scattered around the surrounding area, examining the charred remains of the village. One of the soldiers, looking at the ruins, asked his colleagues what kind of monstrous weapon could have been used to create such a thing. Having discarded the oil version, the partner suggested that the criminal could have used acid at Sogol's. Another soldier was surprised, because no one knew how to make this powder, a spoonful of which was enough to kill a person. The warrior confirmed that it was difficult to get this powder, even on the black market, even for 10 gold, but it was ideal for destroying evidence. He also mentioned that mixing the powder with flour increases its range, which was just right for the amount of work involved. After calculating the damage, the soldier stated that it took about 48 liters of Sogol acid to destroy the village. Colleagues wondered who could have spent such resources to destroy one clan. After listing all the wealthiest communities that could afford this, they concluded that 2 out of 3 clans had no motive. One of the soldiers suggested that it might be a heavenly spirit, but his partner interrupted him, saying that they were only investigating, and the master would make the verdict. The scout found human bones and suggested that it could have been just one person. From the marks left on the bones, it became clear that the attacker used 2 swords. One sword was ordinary, and the other was so thin that only a master of thunder could wield it. Somewhere far out at sea on a warship, there was a man capable of handling such equipment. It turned out to be a prince who had carried out a terrible massacre in the village one late night. Having collected all the information, the soldiers hurried back to the city to report their findings. Chong Myung was lost in thought, trying to figure out who could do such a thing. A voice came from behind the wall, claiming that the killer was not himself, and that the village was too big. The gentleman became angry at such reasoning, and demanded that the owner of the voice, as befits him, immediately enter. It turned out that it was the leader of the White Shadow group, who hid his face from everyone. The man asked his personal bodyguard to deliver a letter to headquarters, where he proposed cutting the budget of the Shadowless squad. The manager was indignant, but he had no choice, and he showed himself to the senior. The man entered the room complaining that his rank and status did not allow him to appear in public. The owner ordered the chief among the White Shadow to talk less, and demanded a report so that he could read everything himself. Unfortunately for the interlocutor, the guest stated that the report was only in his head. Losing patience, the head of the martial artists ordered him to be fined a month's salary, sending a corresponding letter with the decree. The alarmed leader began to state his conclusion that the people of the heavenly spirit were in the village, and that after his actions they covered up their tracks with flammable liquid. 3 groups could have been involved in the destruction of the village and the elimination of John, namely the Black Heavenly Warrior community, the Heavenly Spirit people, and the clan of the interlocutors themselves. However, the 2 major clans had good relations with the deceased, and were unlikely to do this, especially since all their efforts were focused on searching for the Western Heaven. The White Shadow leader, based on numerous cases, suggested that this was the work of the Heavenly Spirit people. He recalled the massacre that had happened half a year ago, in which the heir of the Black Sky Warrior community was involved, and he might also have been involved in this matter. Chung Myung asked again if the leader was referring to the same mass murder that Kal Hai Bong had committed. The leader of the Shadowless Squad confirmed that Prince Hai Bong was engaged to the granddaughter of the deceased Jong Hak. He was perceived by society as a future hero, but he shocked everyone with his cruelty during training. John Hak himself was investigating the massacre in the village, so he could have been eliminated by both the truth-tellers and the relatives of the victims. According to the head of the White Shadow, the version about revenge by relatives looked the most convincing. However, the head of the martial artists did not understand what the heavenly spirit people had to do with this and what their motive could be. The man claimed that he was sure that the alleged criminals were involved because he could feel it. According to him, his premonitions never failed him, but this answer clearly did not satisfy the gentleman, who began to lose patience. The head was ready to get up from the table and pounce on the stupid manager, but he continued to defend his point of view, citing unconvincing facts. The leader insisted that a split between the communities would only benefit the heavenly spirits, unless it was orchestrated by the masters themselves. However, Mr. Jung Myung thought about the version that John Hak could have been trying to justify Kal Hai Bong, who committed the crime for which he was killed. The latest information indicated that there was a redistribution of power within the clan. Until recently, the official heir in the Black Sky Warriors community was Kal Hai Bong, but now the heir has changed. The new heir was not the firstborn, and not all members of the community respected him as much as the eldest son. In training, he was called the second son, but the real name he used was B. Unlike his accomplished brothers, he did not show himself in any way, so there was very little information about him. For the past 6 months, B has not been seen anywhere, and there is no one left who can remember what he looks like. The choice of a new heir caused upheavals in the community, and the boy was ordered to return home, but how it would all end remained unknown. One warm, sunny day, in a distant estate, a minor but very strange incident occurred. Someone had damaged the fence by throwing a small rock at it, and Hong Sik wondered who could be responsible. Picking up the stone, Hong Sik assumed it was the work of one of the grumpy locals and said there was no need to worry. Having promised to fix the fence soon, he headed home to drink tea and chat pleasantly with his wife. However, after throwing away the pebble, Hong Sik remained wary, suspecting that the incident might not have been so simple. Meanwhile, at the inn at the tavern, the young lady was receiving her regular guest. Deeply worried, Yarin asked the dancer to be careful in her actions. However, to the girl's surprise, Biryu Yeon suddenly appeared, climbing up the wall right up to her window. The next second, he stepped softly and silently onto the windowsill, but his presence was betrayed by the barely audible ringing of the bell. Greeting Rin, Ryu Yoon's amber-colored eyes shone with joy at the sight of the young lady. The girl was so surprised that she involuntarily covered her mouth with the ribbon that was in her hands. To come as quickly as possible, and at that moment Yarin noticed how his friend's eyes were like 2 diamonds. When the girl asked about his unusual eyes, the young man evasively replied that it was a side effect, recalling how Master Sabu met him because of this feature. With annoyance, Ryu Young said that he would like to one day restore his previous eye color, and the lady felt that her question might have offended him. She immediately began to apologize, deciding that the young man might think that she was staring at him. Ryu Yan, hearing her apology, hastened to assure the girl that he would not dare to even think about such a thing. Recalling a bitter experience, Yo Rin shared how it can sometimes be unpleasant when people simultaneously compliment and stare. The young man hastened to dispel the girl's doubts, convincing her that even if she walked 1,000 times where he lived, she would still not become like the people she spoke of. Ryu Yan thanked the lady for the compliment, but she insisted that she had spoken the pure truth. Having let the flattery in his address pass, the guy said that he saw everything differently, namely, that the lady had become even more beautiful. Ask her to show her face. The young man spoke of the young lady's beauty, but she did not listen, thinking that she had always felt disgusted when anyone other than her parents touched her. But Seong Bi was different. Pointing to her weak eyes, hair, and bluish tint to her skin, Ryu Yan concluded that Yo Rin had not yet fully recovered, as she had never left her room. The guy asked if the lady was bored, locked within 4 walls, but she didn't even think about it. Assuming that the master's daughter was afraid to leave the room because of the many people on the street, the young man made the girl feel embarrassed. Remembering that the poor girl was often harassed by men, Ryu Yan decided that it was still hard for her to look at them. Then the young man suggested a great idea for them to go to a place where there would be no one. He said that it was only a 15-minute carriage ride away, and that he lived alone in that place, on Mount Ami. The girl did not expect that her good friend could live high in the mountains, in such a deserted place. Ryu Young added that he would have free time tomorrow as he had worked for several days in advance. Everyone in the forge was wildly frightened by Ryu Young's behavior, who continued to behave defiantly, defending his male ego. The swordmaster assumed that the boy had entered puberty, when male hormones run wild. The blacksmith, caring about the psychological state of his worker, gave him a 10-day day off, to which Ryu Young stated that he would be glad to have his financial situation taken care of. The blacksmith was beside himself with rage, but still agreed to a paid vacation, asking that he kill the greedy demon within himself during this time. Despite the lack of attractions, the guy assured the girl that they would have a great time. The lady was already fantasizing about how they would run around the area and breathe in the fresh mountain air. But her fantasies were suddenly interrupted by her father, who cared about her very much and could not let her into such a dangerous place. Remembering the man for whom he performed, the young man was surprised that the gentleman at such an honorable age was Yeo Rin's father. The young man trusted in the gentleman's kindness, but also noted that he would certainly worry about his daughter. Then the guy suggested that her father would worry about her even more if she continued to sit in the room all the time rather than take a walk in the fresh air. Adding the phrase that parents are always happy when their children are happy, Ryu Young suggested that the young lady choose what to do herself. The girl was still worried about meeting people, but her friend dismissed her doubts, assuring her that no one ever goes where she lives. Upon hearing about Yeonbi's house, the lady immediately imagined her family living with her and felt a wave of curiosity sweep over her. The guy said the word family with sadness, remembering how lazy Sabu always lay at home. Quickly saying that his parents had died early, Ryu Young decided to ease the awkwardness and added that he would try to make sure that Yeo Rin did not meet the master. The girl's vivid imagination immediately drew pictures of little Yeonbi crying at her parents' grave. She felt even sadder when Rin imagined her friend suffering from constant work, while the stranger did nothing but watch it. Suddenly, the young girl grabbed the guy by the hands and with extraordinary zeal declared that she really wanted to visit the mountain. Pleased with the decision Yeo Rin had made before leaving, the young man advised her to save her strength for tomorrow's walk. Preparing for tomorrow's departure, the wife wondered why her husband still hadn't slept. Without taking his eyes off his wife, he said that he wanted to admire her, since he would not be able to see her for several days. The pretty girl looked at her husband with understanding and asked him again what he meant. Taking hold of her beloved's robe with her hand, the girl, still in amazement, turned to him. Having pushed him onto his back, the wife wanted to know if her husband was going to seduce her in some way. The good-natured Hong Sik, with a smile on his face, declared that he was the one who was seduced, but he didn't care who was right, as long as his wife was happy. The girl complained that she was the only one included in the investigation group, while her husband was left without work. Hong Sik stated that his wife's father had done the right thing, and immediately received a sea of indignation directed at him, because he should have been on her side. Giving his wife a loving look, the man agreed with everything she had just said. Clinging to his chest, the girl carefully asked if he regretted staying in the city and marrying her. The man placed his palm on his beloved's tender cheek and tried to calm her anxiety. Hugging her tightly, Hong Sik said that their marriage was the best thing that ever happened to him. The warm words sounded so sincere that they embarrassed his wife and brought tears of joy to her eyes. Brushing them away, the girl pushed her husband away, wanting to understand whether Hong Sik was trying to seduce her with these words, to which he, as in everything, agreed with her. The girl was outraged by such behavior because she had to get up early the next day, and despite this, she gave in to her husband. The light burned for a long time that night, while the lovers enjoyed each other's company. The next day, early in the morning, in a hurry, the husband saw off his beloved, and she told him to take care of himself and not get sick. Having promised his wife that he would be careful, the man, glowing with happiness, watched her go with a warm gaze. So that the farewell would not be so difficult for both of them, the girl hurried to saddle the horse. As she left, she waved to her husband and servants who were seeing her off, and they, in turn, waved back. Addressing the servants, Hong Sik ordered them not to disturb him with cleaning, food, or other chores. The man asked them not to come to him until he himself called one of them, after which he retired to his chambers. Left alone with himself and armed with a brush, He wanted to write something down on paper. The brush remained hanging in the air, and Hong Sik began to have doubts that prevented him from starting. Unable to resist the doubt, he put it aside, leaving the canvas as clean and untouched as it had been originally. So in the end, without writing anything, the man continued to sit on the floor for a very long time. The day has come when the young lady will finally leave her cage and be able to enjoy the sun, just like the bird that was in the cage does. Looking at the outfit Rin had prepared for the outing, Ryu Yeon tried to find the most suitable word to describe it. The girl looked amazing in a long, soft pink dress and didn't understand what her problem was. Reflecting on this topic, the young lady decided that she was missing some accessory, for example, a sun umbrella. Her doubts were immediately dispelled, as Ryu Yeon objected that the most needed thing was not the umbrella, but what she was holding in her hands. Inside the package were clothes that were comfortable for walking, suitable for the place they were going to, but according to the boy, not suitable for an angel like Yo Rin. By this time, the sun had already risen high above the mountains, giving life force with its warmth. As Ryu Yeon nimbly jumped from stone to stone, he noticed that the master's daughter's breathing had quickened again. The girl's face was as purple as a tomato, her clothes were soaked in sweat, and only the stick in her hands kept her from falling. The guy, as best he could, encouraged the young lady, for whom this walk turned out to be a real test. With each new step, in addition to fatigue, the young lady began to feel how the stick that served as her support was shaking. The poor girl looked at her friend but did not believe that she would help her stop this torment. But already at the very top, Ryu Yeon continued to shout that she was doing great. Tears were streaming down Yorin's face, her breath was caught, and it seemed like she no longer had the strength to move on. There was nothing left at all. The young man praised his girlfriend as best he could, also mentioning that she only had one step left to reach the top. Using all the strength she had left, Rin managed to pull herself up with the stick. Having climbed the mountain, the lady, exhausted, fell into the arms of Bi Ryu Yeon, who was incredibly pleased that she had overcome such a difficult path without anyone's help. Watching from cover, the guard did not understand why he had to go overboard so much. Checking the time, he decided to call the pigeons to indicate their location to the others. He took out a small flute. The guy blew into it and a whistle was heard, which was supposed to attract feathered helpers. Since the whistle of the flute was not audible to humans, the guard did not know for sure whether he had conveyed the signal to the pigeons or not, deciding to blow into it again. Unlike the others, Bi Ryu Yeon could clearly hear the whistling sound of the flute, which was jarring to his ears, but the worried Ye Rin said that it was just the sound of the wind. Before going for a walk, the young man had a conversation with the gentleman's security, who did not want to let his daughter go unattended. Namgung Jin informed the boy that there were originally planned to be 10 observers, but out of politeness, their number was cut to 4. After meeting the guards who accompanied them, Ryu Yeon compared them to hired killers, stating that not only Rin, but other people as well would shy away from them. In order not to traumatize the girl, the guy thought it wise to have the guards walk behind them when they were riding in the carriage. But when they found themselves in the mountains, only one of them would be nearby. Also, Yo Rin would be wearing men's clothing, and therefore there was nothing to worry about. But the guard disagreed, believing that the lady's beauty could not be hidden by any clothing. The girl was ready for a walk, but she couldn't go out because of the guards crowding around her. The man decided that he would follow them, and the others would follow at various distances, and they would maintain contact using pigeons. The young man considered the gentleman's face. Namgun was too angry, and his expression might seem too scary for the lady. Then Ryu Yeon chose Wang Il, who was next to them when Rin decided to jump out. The senior security guard was offended that his candidacy was rejected, believing that the guy chosen would not be able to last and work with them. The man was afraid that an inexperienced guard could ruin everything, and placed his hopes on Yeon Bi, who would be able to protect them if necessary. Suddenly, the bird sitting on Namgung Jin's shoulder began to flap its wings, preparing to fly. Following the flying pigeon, the squad quickly moved through the forest, not yielding to the bird in speed. While giving his girlfriend a massage, Ryu Yeon communicated with her in a language that sounded more like a baby's. Having made sure that the massage helped to relax, the young man suggested that he massage his legs as well. Watching the couple, the guard did not understand a single word they said, but he hoped that they understood each other. The boy and the girl stood up, and the observer wondered with interest where they were going this time. Biryu Young inquired about the girl's well-being, and she felt great after the healing massage. Pleased, the guy warned that the road would now be smooth and moving would become much easier. The young man said that he walks along this smooth road when he feels unwell, and at other times he chooses another one. The lady asked why a girl like Yeonbi had to live in such a place, but it turned out to be very simple, because Sabu also lived there with her. The guy started listing the downsides of this life, namely trips to the waterfall for water, trips to the market, which was a kilometer from these places. I also had to frequently encounter wild animals, and this news made the lady will be surprised. Apart from the above-mentioned points, life in these places seemed wonderful to Ryu Young. Climbing a small rock, Yorin suddenly asked to touch her friend. At first, purely mechanically, Ryu Young agreed to this, but after realizing what kind of request the girl had, he was confused. Touching her friend's face, Rin stated that she was alive, to which Yeonbi asked if she was mistaken for a ghost. The lady replied that the resemblance was minimal, but in her imagination, her friend was nothing less than a real angel. Ryu Yeon laughed at this comparison, claiming that the one who looked more like a ghost was Ye-rin, who sat in her room for days, after which the idea came to him that he should take up sports, because it was fun and exciting. Wandering along a forest path, the young man asked if this was the first time the lady had done such walking. "Be it an old lady!" Rin gripped her cane with a death grip, and her face began to turn red again. Surprised that his companion still had difficulty walking through the forest, Ryu Young suggested that they walk along these paths every time they saw each other. With an innocent face, trying to suppress the escaping snowballs, the boy declared that it was just a joke. The frightened lady hoped that they would not have to do something like this again, while the young man held back the desire to joke about her again. At that very moment, Ryu Young saw his resemblance to Master Sabu, who took pleasure in constantly annoying him. For a moment, the guy's face changed, becoming even more sinister, which made his young companion nervous. Having driven such thoughts away, the young man assured his companion that as soon as she pumped up her muscles, she would easily climb to such a height. Having declared that they could walk through these places with their eyes closed, the boy began to deftly jump on the stones, counting each step. And on the 11th time, Ryu Young suddenly slipped, hitting his toe on a stone. The guy flew down with all his might, touching the ground with his nose, seriously frightening his young companion. After hitting the rock, Ryu Young couldn't figure out where this vile obstacle in his path came from. This performance amused Rin, causing her to laugh, while the young man was not happy that his suffering was being amused by anyone. The girl couldn't help but laugh, but hearing something above her head, she looked up with apprehension. Looking up at the sky after Rin, the young man explained that the cry she had heard belonged to the owner of this mountain. The couple was heading to a place where the king of these birds lived in indescribable beauty. The girl looked at the mighty falcon with admiration, and Ryu Yeon said that this part was under his control. The bird flew so fast that even Master Sabu's disciple was unable to catch it. Watching the falcon soaring in the sky, the lady noted that the falcon was free, while she was locked up all the time. The falcon flew away, and Yo-rin turned pink, but the young man encouraged her, telling her that they would still be able to meet him where they were heading. Inspired, the guy told his friend that the road would become much better, and they would soon find themselves in a place of indescribable beauty. Arriving at the dense part of the forest that Ryu Yeon had talked about so much, the boy suddenly lost his enthusiasm. The young lady waited patiently for the next step, while the young man carefully examined the area. The wind rose, scattering leaves torn from the trees, but the young man did not like that it was too quiet around. He felt that something was wrong here, but he couldn't yet understand what exactly, and he began to listen. Ryu Young caught all the sounds, the wind, the water, and even the sound of the guard being introduced to them. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he still missed something. At some point, an idea struck the young man, and to his surprise, he realized that he had not heard the sounds of animals. Yo-rin's friend once again confused her, because the birds she was looking for were right above her head. Not knowing what exactly was bothering him, Ryu Young suggested that they stop walking for today and return home. The girl wanted to see the falcon's nest so much that she couldn't believe it was time for them to go back. The guy said that the nest was very close, but because of his wariness, he did not want to continue on his way. The girl begged him to at least take one look at the falcon and then go home immediately. The lady tried in every way to persuade her friend to look at the bird and, in the end, managed to convince her. Although his doubts had not disappeared, Ryu Yon, observing the initiative that the girl rarely showed, was ready to take a risk. Even if the situation got out of control, there were still guards nearby who could help. Without losing hope that everything would be fine, Ryu Yong hurried to continue their journey. Having made their way through the forest, they finally reached the very place from which the sun was shining brightly. Having finally seen the house of the White Falcon with her own eyes, the girl was delighted with the picture she saw. In a large clearing in front of a solid rock, a giant tree grew, entwined with vines and covered with moss. Coming close to the tree, the young man pointed to the nest, which was the king's. From a nest on a high branch came the ringing chirping of a flock of small chicks. The guy suggested visiting this place again sometime to see how the chicks grow. Approaching the rocks that were behind the giant tree, Ryu Yon asked his companion if she would like to look at the rainbow waterfall. The young man said that behind the rocks there are 6 streams that merge into one large waterfall, creating an incredibly beautiful rainbow. He asked the lady if she had ever touched a rainbow with her hands when white feathers appeared behind him. A falcon appeared from behind the trees, screaming piercingly throughout the area, flying quite quickly. While the girl was looking at the bird, her companion braced himself, sensing something was wrong. The girl was very scared when she saw in front of her what was causing the falcon to behave so strangely. Covering Yo-Rin with his body, the young man ordered her to sit quietly without making any sounds. A large white snake crawled out from behind the rocks, posing a threat due to the poison it carried within itself. With careful movements, without taking their eyes off the enemy, the couple began to slowly move back. The snake wanted to fight with the falcon, which is why it appeared in this place near his offspring. Turning around at the rustling sounds behind him, Ryu Yeon calmed down a little, since they didn't pose a threat. He motioned to the guard not to interfere and returned to Rin. Watching the fight between the snake and the falcon, the guy said that they were not interesting to the poisonous creature, so they should not provoke it. Moving towards the rocks, Ryu Yan hid the young lady behind them, and the guard was still thinking about whether to call the rest of the guys here. The bird flew past the viper's mouth with lightning speed, leaving a mark from its claws on its skin. Worried, Yerin felt like the falcon was losing the fight, but Ryu Yon explained that that was not the case at all. The falcon tried to protect the cubs from the white snake, which had obviously come for them to interrupt their lineage and ensure its own safety. The white snake, unable to fight the enemy in the sky, wanted to get rid of all the birds that were bothering it. The female was desperately protecting her cubs, while the male falcon was somewhere absent. All 3 were worried, watching the intense fight between the animals, which was not for life, but for death. As if sensing that his family needed help, the father falcon came to the rescue. Delighted by the arrival of the second falcon, all 3 sighed with relief in the hope that the birds had a chance to win. Having attacked the enemy, the falcon struck the snake in the eye with its sharp beak, causing it to writhe in pain. Such violent scenes, even involving animals, were too much for the gentle Yo-Rin, and she exploded. Excited, Ryu Yong watched the battle closely as its course changed dramatically once again. The snake was still writhing, squirting blood from its wounded eye, and next to it lay the wounded body of a white falcon. The guy became angry as he watched the female, who had seriously injured the snake, fail to escape from it and return to her nest. The snake's strength seemed to be inexhaustible, and she continued the fight, remaining one-on-one with the male. Letting go of the young lady's hand, Ryu Yon asked her permission to leave for a while. Watching the bird desperately fight for its life, the boy felt a certain emptiness inside himself. As he replayed the battle in his head, he realized that people were dying around him again. The hole was wide enough, but the shovel continued to throw hard, dry earth to the surface. His hands had become rough and calloused from long work, but the boy continued to lower and raise the tool over and over again. Every living being who died eventually became part of this earth. The earth didn't care who it accepted into its embrace. It didn't care about the gender or age of the dead. It didn't matter whether they were men or women, adults or children. The land accepted everyone without reserve. Ryu Young's father was no exception, and all his merits and positive qualities did not play any role. All these moments when death came into the life of a young boy came flooding back to Ryu Young. All the dead he knew and those who were strangers to him, they all eventually became part of the earth. When leaving this world, people and not only left behind memories in the form of statues, buildings, and other things, which unfortunately were short-lived. Death seemed to be next to the guy all the time, forcing him to live this life alone. Not wanting to accept such a fate, the young man decided to stop this series of deaths. The huge snake, coiled around the tree, despite the wounds it had received, continued to move towards its goal. She was already very close to the nest, and it seemed that no one could stop her. Ryu Yong made a promise to himself that no one and nothing would die before him again, and he would do everything in his power to make that happen. The young man ordered his companion to sit quietly and not make a sound, while he himself leaned forward. The girl's anxiety only increased, but unable to do anything, she only watched her friend go. With one sharp movement, the guy deftly jumped onto the rock and just as quickly climbed down, immediately noticing the stone lying in the grass. A second later, he was holding it in his fist. Ordering the snake to stop, the boy threw the stone towards it with all his might, causing the air to shake. With great speed, the stone hit the creature's wounded eye, making the wound even bigger. Forced to abandon its prey, the creature began to writhe, twisting in pain. Landing softly on the ground, Ryu Young noted the accuracy of his throw. It was not for nothing that he spent so much time training in knife throwing. But to his great surprise, the young man discovered that even this blow, although strong, was not enough. As he landed, he noticed the tree trunk begin to shake, and there was an ominous feeling in the air. The once white falcon, now reduced to a bloody stain, collapsed exhausted to the ground. Having dealt with its hated enemy, the snake turned to its new offender. Rushing towards the enemy, the guy wanted to use the technique of striking thunder. But the snake moved extremely fast, not giving Ryu Yan the slightest chance to use the technique. Yo-Rin was already ready to mentally say goodbye to her friend, while the guard finally decided to call for help from the others. Drawing all the attention of the white snake onto himself, the young man jumped to the side, trying to lead the enemy away from the lady. But the snake slipped past its offender, rushing forward, and the guy heard the familiar sounds of a flute. The young man guessed that the snake was attracted by the melody of the flute, and he followed it, but he himself was unable to stop it. After making the maneuver, in order to avoid colliding with the enemy, Ryu Yong immediately braked. In an attempt to stop the snake by rushing at it, he did not notice the impending attack. The creature's rock-hard tail struck the attacker, sending him flying with great force. In desperation, the boy called out for Yo-Rin, but found that the girl was safe and sound, except for the severe shock. Breathing a sigh of relief, not believing his luck, Ryu Yan rushed to the young lady. Having hidden her from the predatory eyes of the giant snake, the guy wondered who the snake had eaten in that case. The answer didn't take long to arrive, and the couple saw a terrible picture that sent a chill down their spine. A bloody, lifeless body of a guard peered out from the mouth of a huge snake. The flute he had been whistling just a few seconds ago fell to the ground, spraying drops of blood. The young man whispered to the girl, saying that the rest of the guards would soon come to them, since Wang Ir had given them a signal with the flute. Ryu Yan wanted the lady to run away from here, but without knowing the area, she might get lost in the forest, which would be even more dangerous. Before the couple had time to recover from what they had seen, the snake, having finished with the guard, was already heading in their direction. If the guy moved, Yo-Rin could die, and with no other choice, he had to use one of the techniques. Having fired an energy beam at the enemy, the defender was unable to dodge his blow. Watching the battle, the lady with tearful eyes held her breath as her friend took a hard beating. Ryu Yong, spinning in circles in the air at great speed, flew straight into the tree with the falcon's nest. But the guy didn't crash into him, as it might have seemed at first glance, but bracing himself with his feet, immediately pushed off. In flight, the attacker threw a knife at his opponent, which was supposed to stop him once and for all. The weapon was already very close, and the time allotted to the white murderer for her crime was inexorably running out. At least, that's how it seemed until the snake's swift tail caught the knife, and the weapon flew off her skin like a toothpick. After landing, Ryu Yong turned back to avoid the weapons flying at him. But the knife blade still entered his body, possibly rupturing his organs and causing him to spit out a clot of blood. Yo-Rin, watching this terrible scene, cried quietly, confident that Ryu Yeon would hardly survive after this. The boy struggled to stay on his feet, digging his fingers into the ground so hard that he broke his nails. The insidious snake approached again, but the young man was no longer able to repeat the same technique. The boy did not want to die such a death, having spent the last years of his life serving the old man. Taking all his will into a fist, Ryu Young decided on a risky trick and took off his bracelets. To do everything right, the guy began to remember how his master acted in such moments. He was saddened by the fact that he was never able to master the sword of smashing thunder. The old man told the young man to train with 4 daggers at once, believing that perhaps his protege would be able to achieve mastery in this technique. Through hard training, The boy reached the point where he could throw two thunder swords at the same time. While demonstrating his mastery of the technique, the student was unhappy that the master claimed that he could not control this technique. The young man's words amused the master because the weapon he held was not the thunder sword. Having always thought the opposite, Ryu Young was surprised that he was still no closer to mastering the technique. Grandpa, unfortunately, looked at the boy, who was outraged by the deception, because the old man assured him that he was teaching him how to control the sword of Thunderstrike. Calling the student to him, they both crouched down, and the master swung with force, and the young man, expecting a slap on the back of the head, received something else. Taking a small thin knife with a fishing line attached to it from his pocket, the teacher showed it to the boy. Releasing the knife, which seemed to fly through the air on its own, the master asked the student to watch what he was doing. As the knife hovered in space, the old man began to spin, constantly reminding that every movement was important. As soon as he stopped, the dagger began to move through the air at such an incredible speed that it was almost impossible to keep track of it. The knife smoothly descended above the ground, continuing to fly, cutting out certain hieroglyphs on the grass. With the next movement, the knife flew from side to side, skirting the master and leaving a message on the ground. Having finished the demonstration, the old man was incredibly pleased with himself and his extraordinary skill. The boy was shocked by this technique with his mouth open, wanting to master it as quickly as possible. Pointing to the clearing strewn with dust and grass floating in the air, the master called it the real Thunder Sword. The teacher said that it was possible to master such a technique only by learning to handle 10 daggers at once. For fools like his student, the master, in fact, by writing this word on the clearing, decided to give a universal method that would help him if he got into trouble. Sabu's wisdom was that when meeting a person stronger than yourself, you should not interfere with him. When meeting such a person, when he was already involved in a showdown, the old man advised him to get out as fast as he could. The grumpy grandpa said that the boy wouldn't be able to destroy even a wall, let alone fight an opponent equal to him in strength. The student objected that by removing the bracelets, he could easily destroy not only the rock, but many other things as well. Master Sabu's expression changed, and he sternly declared that he should not dare take them off. Using his strength to the maximum without the bracelets, the young man could not withstand it and explode from the inside. Despite her teacher's words, Ryu-yan decided to put all her strength into the final blow. Following the bracelets that were on his hands, shackles flew to the ground, slowing his step. The one-eyed monster rushed forward at full speed, wanting to quickly deal with the offender. Ryu Young, concentrating on his inner self, began to gather the energy of power. For a more accurate and effective strike, the guy increased the brightness and sharpness of his gaze. Ready to fight until he could no longer stand, Ryu Yeon charged, bringing down a sword blow on his opponent that slashed thunder. Imagining that it was not a deadly snake, but his master Sabu, the boy released his blades. Their sharp blades surrounded him from all sides, not giving him the opportunity to escape from retribution. He fired a double bolt of lightning and a thunderclap, causing the line of daggers to spark. The blow hit the target right on target, and the huge reptile felt lightning running through its body. A terrible throbbing pain echoed in the places where the bracelets had been, depriving Ryu Yeon of his last strength. Howling in terrible pain, the reptile writhed, waving its tail in all directions. Finally, the guy released one more discharge, spending the rest of the strength that kept him on his feet. The technique Ryu Yong used for the finishing blow was called Crazy Thunder, exploding the sky. After a successful attack, the young man backed away from the unpredictable snake. Choking on its own blood, the creature spun around madly, waving its tail, almost hitting the guy. Ryu Yon fell to his knees, losing his strength, but before he completely lost consciousness, there was one more thing he had to do. He pulled the line to get his daggers back, hoping that this time the white snake would definitely die. As soon as the weapon left the creature's body, it continued to spurt blood from its mouth. Having made sure that the enemy was finished, as if with a snap of a finger, the guy's body stopped supporting him and switched off. Falling to the ground, exhausted, Ryu Yong thought that in a few more seconds he might not be able to withstand it, giving up prematurely. As soon as the lizard's body froze, the lady rushed to her savior, asking if everything was okay with her. Rushing to her friend, Yo Rin excitedly chattered, trying to find out at least something from the wounded Yeon Bi, thereby offering her help. The girl tearfully asked for forgiveness for disobeying and not returning home, because if she had done so, everyone would have remained alive and well. With an effort, Ryu Yan placed his wounded, trembling hands on the young lady's shoulders. The guy started talking about how Rin was very kind, and instead of anger and rage, she expressed sympathy and compassion, and most importantly, she just wanted to save the White Falcon. The weeping lady continued to blame herself, claiming that if it were not for her, the people who protected her would still be alive. Much to the girl's surprise, Ryu Yan began to inquire about how the little falcons were doing. The guy thoughtfully said that he should visit them and check if everything was okay with them. Seeing the young man's terribly wounded fingers, the lady became worried and asked if it hurt him. Since Yo Rin was in good health and nothing bad happened to the White Falcons, she decided to go alone. The boy wanted to go with her, claiming that the injuries were not as serious as they seemed, but in reality, Ryu Yan was suffering from severe pain. The young man expressed a desire to personally check how things were going, and he didn't really want to stay near the dead reptile. Suddenly, the creature's raised belly began to tremble slightly, as if someone had kicked it. Suddenly, the giant snake grew over the couple again, and the young man instantly pushed the young lady away. The girl looked at her friend with a look full of fear and disappointment because she had deliberately sacrificed herself in vain. Right before her eyes, that terrible scene that Rin would like to forget was repeated again. At that moment, Ryu Yan was not worried about himself, and the only thing that mattered to him was the safety of the Lord's daughter. The next moment, the snake's blade-like fangs sank into the poor young man's wounded body. The guy threw the dagger at the snake, trying to hurt it as much as possible so that it would have no strength or desire to crawl towards Yo Rin. The dagger, as before, again hit the target exactly, completely depriving the reptile of sight. The raging, crawling creature once again gushed forth a stream of blood that seemed to never dry up. The defender got his weapon back, but fell flat on the ground and bounced back several times when hit, receiving new injuries. Rising, the lady turned her gaze to the girl who had saved her life more than once. Looking at her, Yo Rin understood that a miracle would not happen, and that all this happened only because of her fault. Bleeding profusely, Ryu Yang lay on the ground, unable to move a finger, let alone get up and continue the fight. Even when he was dying, all the boy could think about was the safety of Miss Yo Rin. In his attempts to rise, the strength left the young man, and his eyelids became very heavy, forcing him to close his eyes. The girl rushed towards her exhausted friend in a panic, shouting her name incessantly. Holding her wounded body close to her, Yo Rin, unable to hold back any longer, burst into tears. But even through her piercing cry, she heard a noise coming from behind her. Turning around, her suspicions were confirmed. Something had happened that she had not wanted or simply could not accept. A deadly threat in the form of a blind giant snake loomed over them, and nearby lay a seriously wounded young bee. Without thinking twice, the creature pounced on its victim, for whom it had paid a hefty price. Unable to allow her friend to be eaten by this monster, the lady pushed her away, thereby repaying the debt. Ryu Yan fell heavily to the ground, but not a single muscle on his body moved, which was an extremely bad sign. Raising her tear-stained face, the girl was ready to meet her executioner. But this was never destined to happen, because the snake was stopped by Master Sabu, who materialized out of thin air. A powerful lightning discharge came from the sole of the master's boot, which only intensified his blow. The enraged reptile growled in incredible pain and decided to take revenge on the stranger who attacked it. She tried to hit him with her tail, but the master easily dodged it, keeping his cool. He calmly blocked the snake's next blow with his palm and did not move an inch. With a wave of his hand, the great master dealt a crushing blow to the face of the vile creature with the astral projection of his palm. Grabbing the reptile below the head with the same hand, the old man threw it away, as far as possible from the place where he was. The fingerprints left by the master on the snake were so deep that there was no doubt about the death of the creeping killer. Tears streamed down Yo Rin's cheeks, and she couldn't stop them, just as she couldn't believe that she miraculously remained alive. The old man was beside himself with rage and cursed at the stupidity of his wayward student. Turning around, the master burst into angry moralizing, accusing the boy of disobedience. The teacher continued to shout at his student, who at that moment did not hear him, while the young lady did not understand who he was and why he was looking so angrily at Yeonbi. The enraged old man accused the young man of pretending, claiming that he was only pretending to be dead, and ordered him to get up immediately. But his indignation was interrupted by a crying girl in familiar clothes running past him. Yo Rin tearfully begged the mysterious savior not to touch her friend and to leave. The girl's behavior and the request she made confused Master Sabu. But having come to his senses, his eyes instantly became bloodshot, and the anger raging inside him returned to the surface. Without ceremony, the man tore the clothes off the wounded man and looked at the injuries he had received. The stranger's actions greatly frightened Rin, who was already shocked by the events that had taken place. The guy's body was adorned with a deep, lacerated wound, the cut of which ran from his chest to his waist. Ryu Yong's injury was very serious and required immediate treatment. The girl, who also saw the wound, was horrified because she could not believe that it could be healed in any way. The dove flew as fast as it could, and the guards following behind it did not lag behind even a step. Hearing the cry of their mistress, the guards, guided by it, adjusted the course set by the bird. Namgung Jin was worried that they might not make it in time, even though they arrived right after the signal. Having reached their mistress and her friend, the servants discovered a mysterious man with a giant snake on his shoulder. Seeing such a picture, the warriors, without thinking twice, drew their swords and entered into battle with the stranger. The gray-haired old man, noticing the soldiers, did not immediately understand who they were and what they wanted. The sun was at its zenith, casting its warm rays, and all living things around enjoyed this beautiful day for a walk, but not for everyone. In the garden, under the canopy, there was a sheet of paper lying on the floor and a dry brush, still in the same usual place. The garden was flooded with a crimson sun, which foreshadowed the coming of evening, but Hong Sik, sitting in his unchanging pose, seemed not to think of leaving. The sun hid, and its place was taken by the moon, which illuminated the man's place for future work, which he had not yet begun. Full of bitterness and regret, Hong Sik lowered his head, deciding that he had had enough for today. Standing up, he felt them buzzing wildly from sitting in the same position for many hours. The man turned and walked away from the garden, but his unfinished business was still with him, in his thoughts. Early the next morning, a strong wind arose, which moved the stationery that seemed to be glued to the floor. The wind played with the sheet of paper for a while, gradually pushing it out from under the canopy. Following the wind, rain began to fall, which wet the sheet of paper that had flown away, but did not wash anything off it, because not a single drop of ink had been applied to it. Returning to those events, the senior guard decided that the old man wanted to harm the lady using a snake. That's why, when they decided to attack him, they immediately felt something was wrong. Instead of defending himself, the old man merely waved his free hand lightly. His movements did not resemble either an attack or a defense, but were more like people chasing away an annoying fly. In the warrior's opinion, a man skilled in martial arts would not have made such a move, but he realized that the old man was not dangerous, but he realized this too late. Zhang Zhongmyung thought that, as an experienced warrior, Namgung Jin most likely stopped in time, unlike his subjects. He mourned the old man, believing that he had been killed, but he did not understand why the soldiers had all returned beaten. Even though the guard was embarrassed to talk about it, he still told the true reason. From that wave of the hand, as strange as it may sound, they all flew several meters away. The old man clearly did not want to fight, but the force he used was so powerful that they were unable to resist. The head of the martial artist was intrigued by such a technique and such incredible power. Whether the fingers were closed or opened, the force of the blow had to come from the palm, but not from its outer side. Zhang Myung thought the old man was a strong warrior and wondered if he had any weapons on him, but Namgung Jin stated that he did not notice anything like that. As soon as the guard stood up and looked at the old man, he was already next to the injured Yeonbi. The man gave the wounded girl the blood of the reptile from the carcass of the snake that the stranger was dragging behind him. Realizing that the old man had given Yeonbi blood to drink in order to neutralize the poison, the senior guard asked for forgiveness. Jin tried to explain that they could cure the girl, but the old man gave him an indifferent look. Without saying a word, the man picked up the wounded girl and disappeared behind the fence with the snake's carcass. The young lady, very worried about her friend, also wanted to go with them. In an instant, the old man disappeared as if he had never been there, leaving Yo-Rin with her guards. The young lady wanted to rush after him, but the servant stopped her in time because she was in a difficult emotional state. The soldiers, not to mention the girl, could not catch up with the stranger who saved the life of the master's daughter. Yo-Rin couldn't come to terms with the fact that she had lost the person who had brought color back into her life and filled it with meaning. Unable to do anything and completely exhausted, the girl fell to her knees and burst into tears. The head of the martial artists supported the decision taken by the guards not to continue the chase, because they could have suffered even more. Comparing what he heard, the man assumed that the old man was that same Sabu for Yeonbi, and instead of gratitude for saving the girl, his people tried to attack him. Jung Myung felt indebted to both of them for saving his daughter, while Mr. Namgung blamed himself for what happened. The head of the martial artists thought the opposite, that it was the guards who were able to prevent the worst, but the old man was clearly very angry. The gentleman assumed that they lived somewhere nearby and ordered the guards to find him, acting cautiously. Considering his physical strength, fighting skills, and movement technique, the master recognized the old man as a strong warrior. Remembering how Yeonbi moved during the dance despite the bracelets on her arms and legs, one could confidently say that this old man was indeed her Sabu. The man did not fully understand why the old man needed to send the girl to work in the bar. Having certainly earned good money, Chung Myung thought, they still continued to live in the mountains, closed off from people. The only logical explanation for working in the institution was the information and experience gained that could be necessary for the student's further education. The leader suggested that the girl might be a servant due to her low social status, but upon hearing such a statement, Namgung Jin did not agree with him, although he did not say it out loud. The man demanded not to approach the old man, but only to find out approximately where they lived. Mr. Meng regretted that it was impossible to find the body of the dead security guard. The man wanted to express his condolences to Wang Il's family, but as Namgung Jin told him, all of his relatives had died from the epidemic. The girl's father was shocked by the grief she was experiencing, because he could not imagine that such a small body could store so many tears. The young lady, continuing to blame herself, did not stop crying, locking herself in her room. She held in her arms the little falcon they had taken with them when they returned home. After the battle between the falcons and the snake, the nest fell to the ground, completely destroyed, and only one bird survived. Yo-rin convinced herself that she had to save her since she couldn't save the rest of her relatives. Wanting to place the bird in a cage, the lady discovered a figurine of a winged catfish, which caught her attention. She was immediately flooded with memories of the day her beloved Yeonbi gave her this figurine. But after the warm memories came the terrible images of that day when her friend was bleeding, barely breathing. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and blaming only herself for everything, she could no longer stop. All night long, the girl, unable to overcome the grief of loss, burst into tears. Not understanding where he was, Bi Ryu-yeon heard the voice of his master scolding him for the stupid thing he had done. The old man's lamentations reached the boy, and he, although he was unhappy to listen to them, could not help but agree with them, regretting what had happened. The young man, hearing the teacher demanding that he return to life, understood from the trembling voice that the old man was crying. The master's voice that reached him ordered him not to die without his permission, which outraged Ryu-yong, who was one step away from death. The young man, remembering Lady Yo-rin, did not want to lose her and did not even think to ask Saba for a favor. Having learned that the old man had prepared a lot of work for him and would pull him out of that world at any cost, the guy changed his mind about returning. The teacher threatened that if the student did not wake up immediately, he would make him work for 30,000 years for every 7 minutes he spent unconscious. Deeply frightened, Ryu-yong's spirit returned to his body and he finally opened his eyes. The student looked at the master with a tired and exhausted look, which caused the latter to stop making threats for a moment. Not believing his eyes, the old man felt relief as soon as the boy came to his senses. Returning home quickly, Master Sabu threw away the snake carcass and began to treat the boy. To begin with, the teacher carefully laid him on the floor, constantly demanding that the little brat come to his senses. Bending over the young man, the old man waited for him to come to his senses, but nothing happened, and the boy remained motionless. The master picked up the boy again and ran into the house with him, constantly repeating that Ryu-yong should not dare to die. Having prepared the ointment, the man spread it evenly over the boy's entire wound, expecting an immediate effect. Hoping that Ryu-yeon felt better, but deciding that he was still pretending, the teacher patted him on the back. However, even after the blow from the great Sabu, which could have brought even the dead to his senses, the guy continued to lie motionless. The enraged grandfather began to shout at the wounded man, claiming that he had not given permission for death and that he had a lot of unfinished business ahead of him. While the young man was fighting for his life, the master was warming up the potion for him on the street. To heat it up faster, the old man began to actively wave the fan. Bursting into the room, the man demanded that the boy get up immediately because there was no one else to give the old man food and drink. But just like before, the pale guy lay in bed, not even thinking of moving a muscle on his face. Returning with the finished potion, the old man was extremely serious because he could not stand losing in any situation. Master Sab fed his seriously ill student with a spoon, confident that it would help him. But as soon as he removed the spoon from his head, all the contents spilled and began to flow down Ryu Young's neck. Then the old man decided to use one of the techniques, and his palm glowed bright pink. The next morning, the old man once again tried to bring the boy to his senses. But if he did not survive, the man promised that he would go to hell for him if necessary. And even there, in hell, the teacher would have found a job for him, which he would have done for 300,000 years. The master didn't like to repeat himself, but he said that if the young man didn't wake up right away, he would have to work off the time he spent unconscious for a very long time. Seeing the boy's face slightly cringe, as if reacting to the teacher's words, he froze. The young man finally came to his senses and looked at the master with a tired, exhausted look. Still worried, Saba asked the boy how he was feeling. Well, because Ryu Yeon had lost a lot of strength, he couldn't answer right away. He only said the name of the mentor. The student's speech was drawn out and intermittent, and he spoke about how his and his teacher's destinies intersected even in hell. For such words, the teacher hit the young man on the forehead and threatened to add punishment if he continued to talk such nonsense. The seriously ill man asked if he was alive, and the old man answered with displeasure that, of course, he was alive, since he had not allowed him to die. The man ordered the boy to get up, but he objected that he could not because of the critical condition he was currently in. The master asked if the student missed his fist, which looked so menacing that it managed to convince him. After crossing over, Ryu Yong felt his strength begin to return to him, believing it to be the result of what the master had done to him. Overcoming the terrible pain that reverberated throughout his body, the young man had enough strength to rise. The master handed him a bowl of thick black liquid and ordered him to drink its contents. The substance shimmering along the walls made one doubt that the drink was not poison. The patient's distrust angered the old man even more, who ordered him to drink the medicine. But this was the first time the boy had heard something like this from the teacher. Sabu thought his subordinate was missing his fist, but the young man retreated, obediently accepting the bowl. Looking at the medicine, which was usually bitter and tasteless, this one smelled terribly, and one might think that it was fatal. He didn't let his imagination run wild any further, imagining what reaction the potions would cause in him, and the boy quickly drank it all in one go. Suddenly, Biru Young's teeth hit something in his mouth with a grinding sound, causing a shudder to run through his body. Having taken out this thing, the student looked at it closely, and it reminded him of the scales of a poisonous white snake. As soon as the conversation turned to poisonous snakes, the master's face immediately darkened, and Ryu Yong already knew what would follow next. The old man still hit the guy on the head, explaining that there was no antidote for the white snake's venom, and that he was very lucky that its carcass was nearby. The teacher told him that from now on he should follow a strict diet, which would consist of various internal and external parts of the snake. The poor guy was hit with a storm of indignation and anger, which the master felt when he began to scold him for everything that had happened recently due to his fault. Continuing to wail non-stop, scolding the student, he managed to insert a word into the endless stream coming from the master's lips. With some embarrassment, Ryu Young asked what happened to the girl who was next to him. The master did not understand what his student was talking about, and then he began to explain in more detail what Yo Rin looked like. The mentor thoughtfully suggested that perhaps she had been carried off by some vagabonds with whom he had the opportunity to meet. The young man corrected the teacher and said that those people were not vagabonds at all, but the girl's guards, also asking if she had been wounded. The master asked with some coquetry whether the guy's hormones were acting up, guessing why he had been walking around so happy lately. The student became so agitated, denying any affection for the girl, that he began to cough violently. But the old man still told that she was fine, and those people called her mistress. Deciding that he would not ask any more questions, Sabu asked about Rin, whether the carcass of the white snake was in the right place. Once again belittling the intelligence of his subordinate, the old man declared that he had brought her here in order to cut her up and sell her at the market. The young man asked in a detached tone whether the master had managed to rip open the snake's belly, to which the man answered briefly that the carcass belonged to the one who killed it. The student protested, saying that this was not what he meant at all, and told of a man who was inside the reptile. Being completely calm, Master Saba thoughtfully scratched his beard and asked if they were all familiar boys. The boy remembered the death of only one guard, which surprised him greatly when the old man mentioned them in the plural. Late in the evening, in a hotel near a bar, everyone was already resting except for the residents of one school. The little falcon, who was taken from the forest, felt much better and drank water in his cage without much difficulty. The young lady, leaning over the wooden statue, was so exhausted that she wanted to end it all. All the darkest moments of her life, for obvious reasons, flashed through her mind one after another. Yo-Rin did not want to repeat the horrors she had experienced in the last years of her life. Remembering Yeonbi's words that advised her to clean up, the girl was upset that she didn't have any skill that, if developed, could change her previous life. Remembering how her friend fought with the snake, Rin realized that she had cultivated this power within herself. Looking back at herself in the past, the lady saw nothing but tears and inaction. The girl, wiping away her tears, promised herself that she would never cry for no reason again. Constantly thinking about her friend and what she had done for her, Yo-Rin made an important decision. Staring at the closed window through which the sun was shining, the young lady no longer wanted to sit in the cage. The next day, the head of martial arts was stunned to hear such a statement from his daughter. The man nervously asked her to repeat what she had said, but unlike him, Rin maintained her composure. The young lady demanded to be sent to a place where she could be trained in martial arts. Jong-Myung did not want to part with his daughter, and declared that he would solve all her problems himself. The man thought that someone had offended her little girl and tried to find out who that person was. The father was ready to tear the offender apart, and to do this he only needed to know his name. With annoyance in her voice, the young lady replied that the person who had offended her was herself. The head lost all his determination, and not believing his ears, asked his daughter again. She immediately explained to her father that all this time she had not been able to stand up for herself. While she just stood there and didn't even think about doing anything, other people were dying instead of her. At such moments, the girl always did nothing but tremble with fear and shed tears. Yo-Rin couldn't bear to look at such a helpless version of herself any longer, and the thought made her drag her nails across the floor. Seeing the blood on his daughter's fingers, Chong-Myung tore off a piece of cloth from his robe and rushed towards her. In a panic, he began to bandage his bloody fingers, asking his guard to bring a doctor here. After wrapping the girl's hands, the man said that he understood how upset she was, just as he accepted her desire to become stronger. The father tried to convince his daughter that there was no need to go anywhere, and that he would personally pass on all the knowledge about martial arts to her. But if the daughter did not want to study with her father, the gentleman suggested inviting good teachers, so the trip was unnecessary. After listening to all the possible options that Chong-Myung so persistently suggested, the daughter still replied that she did not want to and refused. The daughter's words struck the gentleman like a bolt of thunder, piercing his soul with pain. After such a heavy blow, the head of the masters needed to go out into the fresh air. Namgung-jin noted to himself that his master had been silent for about an hour, which made him worry about his master's state of mind. Suddenly the man broke the silence, asking his guard if he knew the meaning of the phrase, "I don't want to." Besides this, Yo-Rin also called him father for the first time instead of her usual daddy. Having a lot of experience, the servant shared it with his master, explaining that children call their dad father when they want to get something that not only a father can give. Mr. Men was eager to know what it was, and Jin told him that it was about respect. Children always want their parents to perceive them as adults, for whom they have always remained children. Parents should have believed in them and blessed them for an independent adult life. The young lady demanded to send her to a place where she could become stronger, regardless of whether she would be constantly coddled or not. She would remain a defenseless child. Jong-Myung couldn't come to terms with sending his daughter on the warpath, but the guard tried to convey that the father had to help the child change. Namely, to become a phoenix that flew so high that no adversity could touch it, but not to remain a simple bird that could fly. Namgung-jin continued, talking about how Rin had matured and how many children could not only learn from their parents, but also sometimes teach them something. Although the gentleman was aware of this part of growing up, he could not come to terms with it when it came to his daughter. The head of the martial artists asked if the guard's children called him father or daddy. Mr. Namgung's twins began to call him father and, considering themselves adults, demanded swords from him as a gift. But the servant never gave the children the weapons, saying that he would only do so when he was unable to lift them both at the same time. One of the soldiers came to the people talking in the garden with information regarding Yeonbi. According to the note sent by the dove, the girl lived not far from the place where everything happened. The detachment of warriors who sent the letter were not entirely sure that the house they discovered belonged to the old man. The trail left by the white snake led them to this very place, but they could not be sure of it, because it was forbidden to come closer. The soldiers decided to send a letter informing them of their discovery and wait until the next order. Suddenly, behind the warriors there was a dull sound, like a shovel falling to the ground. The men drew their swords but did not use them when they met the old man. With another shovel at the ready and a displeased expression on his face, the master met his pursuers. Sabu forced the guards to dig a hole, and they didn't even argue with him, obediently getting down to business. The old man gave them the task of burying one of those killed in an accident. The letter stated that the guards were burying the corpses that were in the snake's belly, and that when the work was finished, they would bring Wang Yi's body. Because of this, the men made a statement that the old man was well-mannered and was not without compassion for strangers. The teacher saw the look on his student's face and decided to find out what was bothering him this time. The young man wanted to bury the bodies that had been eaten by the reptiles, but Sabu forbade him to get up until he was completely recovered. The guy sincerely admired his mentor, because the decisions he had made recently were not typical of him. The old man told how he kept the idlers who were walking around the area busy, citing the fact that he himself was a helpless old man and did everything he could. He stated that the guy was nothing but trouble, and that while he quickly went to the village, he should not move or leave his bed. The teacher had to ask for leave from work for the young man, all except the bar, because the boy would no longer work there. This stunning news instantly revived the patient, causing him to regain his strength. The master explained to the student that he could not work in the tavern forever, and his masculine features began to become more pronounced. It was already late evening outside, and the old man was still not there, but for Ryu Yong this was only to his advantage, and for some time he could calmly rest from his annoying presence. Trying to relax and sleep, the guy wanted to enjoy the time when he was finally not working, but he was unable to do this, as his keen hearing detected that someone was heading towards the house, and not alone. A familiar voice came from the street, apologizing for such a late visit, wishing to see Yongbi and Master Sabu. Ryu Yan was seriously scared when he heard Rin, her father, and her guards come to him. As if he wasn't sick at all, the young man abruptly threw off the blanket, since he couldn't meet them in such a state. The guards, having memorized the location in detail, brought their master to the old man's house. Jung Myung with his daughter and Namgung Jin with his subjects suddenly appeared before Ryu Yong. After the words of the head of the martial masters, the young lady herself spoke to the seriously ill man. A heavy cough came from the house, and the girl became embarrassed, realizing that her friend had not yet recovered. But before the guy could move away from his bed, a piercing pain ran through his entire body. The young lady asked if Yeonbi was okay and immediately heard her voice demanding that she stop. Yo Rin was worried about her friend's sudden request, imagining the worst-case scenarios in her head. In order to somehow soften the situation, Ryu Young asked not to open the door, overcoming the internal pain. The young man explained that due to the wounds he had received, he was partially naked and did not want to appear before them in that state. Chong Myung wondered how a wounded girl could be left all alone in such a remote place. The gentleman offered to introduce the patient to security, but the guy did not refuse, since he did not know when exactly the teacher would return. The girl's father said that he wanted to pass on something, but since they had come at the wrong time, they could do it another time. Ryu Yong did not want the guests to come again, and asked if they could tell him what they came about, and he in turn would pass on their words to his master. In addition to gifts and medicinal plants, a good doctor also arrived who was supposed to examine the girl, but without the permission of her teacher, this was impossible. To ensure that their visit would not be a waste of time, the man offered to at least bring gifts. Not wanting to share his gratitude with the greedy teacher, the boy decided to keep the gifts for himself. Also trying to maintain his true gender, the patient said that Sabu did not allow strangers to examine him. Considering it impolite to refuse all the gifts, Ryu Young asked to leave them at the tavern, and that he would pass on their words to Sabu. Chong Myung agreed to the patient's proposal, noting how her voice immediately brightened as soon as she heard about the gifts. The girl's father, aware that the girl was badly injured, asked if she needed medication to help her recover faster. From the girl's voice, the man realized that she had refused more serious help too early. But the young man quickly added that everything was not so bad, and in a month she would be able to visit them herself. Mr. Menz said that they planned to leave the village in half a month, and that this would most likely be their last meeting. Although Ryu Yan had expected that they would leave someday, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. The girl's father asked her friend to let her in so that they could say goodbye properly, but the patient did not like this proposal. Pulling himself together, the young man quickly tried to figure out what to answer so as not to arouse suspicion. Not daring to let the girl inside, he asked if she could come closer to the window. Beaming with happiness, Yo-rin agreed without hesitation, heading straight towards the house. The daughter's father ordered his girlfriends to move away so that they could talk calmly, and the guard agreed, but some of the guards decided not to let them go far. Sitting down on the floor, the young lady happily informed Yeonbi that she was already there. Ryu Yan told her that he saw her very clearly, and the girl on the other side was surprised. Having told the truth that he only saw a shadow, the guy asked her to wait a little. Moving closer, Ryu Yan replied that he was now also next to the lady. The girl confirmed this after seeing the silhouette of the young man and clearly hearing his voice. The guy apologized for not being able to let Rin in, but she interrupted him because she wanted to apologize for causing such a misfortune. The guy asked to take his words back, because everything that happened was because of the decision he made. The agreement he made with the lady, and everything that happened after, all the joys and experiences, were, first of all, on his initiative. Ryu Young admitted that he was glad to meet the girl, and that she would not take away his happy memories. Rin was upset when she heard such words from her friend, and reciprocated her feelings. Unable to hold back her tears, she replied that she was also very happy to meet them. The gentleman felt awkward about the girl's conversation, but he endured it, and wanted to be a good father to his daughter. Yeo Rin admitted that young B became a very important person in her life after her parents. Flattered by such words, the meaning of which he had never heard from his master, the guy was all aglow with happiness. The girl stated that her friend was her favorite person among those currently living. The head of the martial artists wondered if the girls really said such things to each other, and looked at his guard. Namgung Jin's attention was drawn to the hanging clothes, among which was a small-sized uniform. Jong Myung asked if the old man was really that short, but the guard denied it, saying that he was a tall man. After hearing Rin's father argue with his guard about some clothes, the boy couldn't understand what exactly they were talking about. Eventually, the men came to the conclusion that a boy might be living there. The boy guessed that the teacher had washed his clothes. The master, as luck would have it, having washed his clothes, seriously set up the guy, who was on the verge of being exposed. Taking the initiative, Ryu Yeon asked the gentleman if he had any questions he wanted to ask her. Without hiding the fact that their conversation was too loud, Chong Myung directly asked the patient whether there was a boy living in their house. The girl was surprised by this question, but immediately confirmed it, adding that this boy was Sabu's student. And then Yo-rin remembered her friend's words that only the master lived at her house, without mentioning any boy. That same evening, on a completely different part of the continent, a ship was sailing steadily. The ship's crew, having moored to the harbor, dropped the anchor into the water and lowered the gangway. The sailors went ashore to load provisions and adjust the ship's mechanisms. Hong Sik, who was watching the sea, was on the ship in the company of one man. Hearing muffled footsteps, he glanced in his direction out of the corner of his eye, noticing that he was getting ready to go somewhere. The man with the red eyes was clearly pleased that he had finally arrived. His first step was so powerful that it scattered the sand under his feet in all directions. Lowering his second leg with the same force, the man created a small crater under his feet. When he came down from the ship to the ground, he was disappointed, because he thought that something incredible would happen to him upon his return. But he immediately dismissed his inventions because the road, wherever it was, remained the same monotonous and endless. After some time, having finished all the business on land, the ship took off and set off again. Hong Sik's legs wobbled, but it was not the seasickness that was to blame, but his own state of health. To keep his balance, he braced his hands against the bulwarks and was suddenly addressed. An old man appeared on the deck and advised the guy to go inside and sleep rather than stand in such a place. The old man noted that it was dangerous to look at the sea on such a dark night, because while looking at it, one could lose one's balance and fall in. Admiring the reflection in the water, Hong Sik pointed out the unpredictability that the sea possessed. He asked the man what he had forgotten there, and he replied that he didn't need to worry about him. Reaching into the inside pocket of his outfit, taking out a small white stone, he said that as soon as he loses his vigilance, he looks at it, and clarity of thought immediately returns. The guy reached into the pocket of his robe and declared that he also had a similar talisman. Hong Sik explained that he found this stone in his fence, and at first wanted to throw it away, but then changed his mind. The interlocutor treated the guy's story with understanding, noting the fact that he himself has not been able to get rid of his stone for 40 years. The old man advised not to stay too long, and he himself went to bed, thinking that as soon as he got to land, he would immediately visit a restaurant. Looking at the stone he found, Hong Sik wondered what purpose his talisman had. Burdened with a heavy load, the man exhaled, continuing to admire the night sea. When the gentleman asked that very question, Ryu Young became concerned about what kind of clothes they saw on the hangers. There was only one thought in the guy's head to finish off the vile Sabu, because of whom he was exposed, but having thrown it aside, the young man cleared his mind. Given the current situation, where one of the parties knew the true details, the patient had only one choice as to what to do. Ryu Yang reported that the master had another student, and that he was a boy. But although this was true, there was still a bit of a lie in the answer. But that was all the answer, since the boy immediately clarified that his teacher did not allow anyone to talk about him without his permission. Ryu Young's lie was so successful that everyone, without exception, believed it, putting all the pieces of the puzzle together themselves. Miss Yo Rin felt that it was difficult for Yeon Bi to live under the same roof with two strange men. The silence behind the wall made the guy nervous, and he asked if he could be of any help. Then Chung Myung apologized for interrupting his conversation with his daughter, but was not surprised by such a reaction. After which, left alone, the young lady asked her friend another question. The girl asked that most likely Young Bi would not be able to go with her even if she asked. Mr. Myung was initially frightened by his daughter's words, but Namgung Jin asked him to listen to the lady until the end. The guy confirmed the young lady's words, because he had his own reason, which he did not intend to disclose. Even though Rin had predicted this answer, she was still upset by it, hoping that she was wrong. The guard suggested that the young lady had become bolder, perhaps thanks to her beloved friend. Gathering her courage, the master's daughter found the strength to turn to her friend. Yo Rin stated that she wanted to see Young Bi at least once more someday. She said she didn't know when exactly she would be able to meet, but she assumed it would happen when she became strong and could protect herself. The lady asked her friend whether she would be able to return here and see her in that case. Thanking Yo Rin for her warm words, the guy said that after his recovery he planned to leave. Because of this, he would most likely no longer work at the tavern, which greatly upset the girl. The young man said that it was unlikely that he would be found, and that there was no point in looking for him in this village. But instead, in order to not lose touch with each other, Ryu Young suggested doing something else. Since they were both going to separate, the guy decided that it would be easier for him to find the lady than for her to find him. Rin was surprised by such an answer, and her friend behind the wall assured her that she would not be able to lose her, because according to their agreement, the mistress had to fulfill 3 more wishes. Remembering the day of the meeting, the girl happily declared that she had not forgotten anything and remembered the agreement. But the next moment, the lady wondered how Yeon Bi would be able to find her without knowing where she would live. Nam Gung Jin reasoned that if Yeon Bi found out who the lady was and what happened to her, she would be able to easily put pressure on them, which would be very dangerous. Ryu Young tried to console his friend by saying that he also had his own reason for not being able to open up completely. The young man asked to tell about one of the 3 wishes, and the men nearby began to worry about what it might be. Even though the promise the guy wanted to ask for was made face to face, he still asked to put his hand on the door. Ryu Yan checked to see if Yerin, who also felt the warmth of his hand, had heard him. The guy said that his goal was to become the strongest martial arts master. Continuing, the young man emphasized that the lady, just like him, wanted to become very strong. And then Ryu Yan asked the lady to keep her word and become very strong, able to stand up for herself. This was the first wish of the concluded contract, and it is this wish that will allow Ryu Yan to find Rin in the future. He told him that once the boy finished his training and left Master Sabu, there would be no one stronger than him in the world, and then he would be able to find Yo-rin. The girl promised to keep her word because then, even after several years, she could meet her friend again. In a firm and confident voice, Ryu-yan promised that he would definitely find Lady Rin. The guy finally decided to clarify, for the sake of formality, whether they had agreed, but he already knew the answer. Chung Myung's daughter agreed, and at that moment they were so close to each other that it seemed as if there were no doors between them at all. When asked by the security guard, the father, who was watching his daughter's windows, replied that despite the time, she was still sleeping. After talking with her friend, the girl lost consciousness and remained in that state for about 20 hours. The guard said that the doctor did not find any injuries, to which the gentleman only replied that most likely it was caused by severe fatigue. No matter how hard it was for him, the head of the martial artists asked his guard to wait a little longer. Suddenly, one of the servants ran up to the men and told them the good news that the mistress had finally woken up. Beside himself with happiness, the father immediately burst into the room, joyfully shouting his daughter's name. In front of Chung Myung and the guard Jin was a girl they hadn't seen for a long time. In the bed lay a young lady, whose large blue eyes were once again alight with the love of life. The guard also noted changes in the appearance of the owner's daughter, but they concerned more her internal state. Yo-rin's gaze was so pure that it penetrated into the very soul of the person she was looking at. That day, a search party was racing towards the estate on horseback, kicking up a lot of dust around them. The lady was so happy to return home that she wanted to get into her native walls as soon as possible. The girl quickly found herself on the saddle and, pushing off properly, immediately jumped off it. The rider first jumped onto the fence and a second later found herself in her own domain. She was crazy about the thought that finally she had her own home around her, but what was even more important was her own people. But as soon as she looked around the garden where her husband had disappeared before, the lady became gloomy, not finding him there. The only thing she found was a crumpled piece of paper lying at her feet. The stone-faced girl picked it up and examined it, when at that moment the servants ran out to her. The wife asked why none of his subordinates knew about his disappearance, to which they replied that the master had forbidden them to visit him. Having checked the instrument, the girl concluded that the paper had managed to get wet by this time and dry out along with the brush and ink. The lady asked the servants when it had last rained, and as it turned out, it was the day after her departure. The wife could not understand why her husband left her and what the reason for his departure was. That night, before leaving, the husband insisted that there was nothing more important in his life than their engagement. But now, he had disappeared. Beside herself with anger, the girl hit the floor with all her might, leaving a small hole in the wood. The maids were very scared when they saw that blood appeared on their mistress's hand. The servant wanted to treat the bloody hand, but the girl waved it off, citing the fact that she urgently needed to go. When asked by the frightened women, she also replied that Hong-sik was celebrating his birthday tomorrow. The wife believed that he would return soon and intended to wait for her lover. Ignoring the rain that had started, the girl left the servants and headed to her chambers. While the wife was sad, in languid anticipation, her husband was walking around the market in another city. Hong-sik turned to the man at the counter and asked where in their city the restaurant was. A local merchant showed him how to get there, and the visitor, thanking him for his help, headed there. The man reached a 2-story building that didn't look much like a restaurant. Once at the hotel, Hong-sik booked a room for one night and asked for a portion of noodles to be brought there. Taking out his black stone, he placed it on the counter and announced that he would pay with it. Looking at the stone, the owner of the establishment pointed the guest to the second floor and explained which room would be his. The man went up to his apartment, but as soon as he opened the door, he discovered a stranger in it. At first he thought he was in the wrong place, because there was a man sitting in front of him greedily eating noodles. The stranger informed the guest that he had arrived where he was supposed to, only late, and that he himself was ready to go after him. Sitting down next to the man, Hong-sik assumed that he did not recognize him because of the change in his face, and also did not realize that they were waiting for him. Having greeted him, the newcomer called the stranger master and surprised him with such a statement. The guest began to explain that because of the constant change of masks, no one knew what the ruler really looked like, because he left no traces but always found the right people himself. Hong-sik said that he recognized him by his voice, which had a confident quality to it, which couldn't help but please the stranger. The man praised the new arrival for successfully completing the marriage under cover, despite the 2-day delay. The guy decided to clarify, refusing the order, whether he had the opportunity to stay, but his interlocutor immediately drove these thoughts away, mentioning that no one had ever left him. The man smiled and said that for decades, no one had even tried to betray him, because all his followers were disgusted by the thought of betrayal. The Lord declared that they all appeared thanks to him, asking the 47th to correct him if he was wrong. He couldn't help but notice that his spy still had feelings for his wife, but all the information he had obtained was no longer needed. The Overlord had a new mission for 47 along with a new look, and Hong Sik's body would soon appear near the lake. The man ordered the spy to obey the order, and his body began to shake as if from a fever. Hong Sik kept repeating the word order as if he was reaching into the inside pocket of his robe against his will. The images of his beautiful and dearly beloved wife could not free his mind. With a terrible cry, the 47th took a dagger out of his robe and swung it with all his might. The master, who had been watching every movement of his subordinate, became disappointed in him. The man pierced his hand with a dagger, and his blood began to slowly drip from the table onto the floor. In a cold sweat, streaming tears, Hong Sik begged the master to cancel the order, since he could not carry it out. Among the mighty mountains in his hut, Master Sabu was amazed at how his student persistently dressed up as a girl without any objections. The old man also did not expect that the young man would recover not in a month, but in 2 weeks, and that the first thing he would do was transform into Yeon Bi. Ryu Young explained to the teacher that he would never wear those clothes again, and that this time he did it to show the bar owner that he was very ill. The master asked the young man to convince So-Han-san that he was seriously ill, because only then would he give up his entire salary. When Ryu Yan went to the city, he had many things to do that concerned his work and his accumulated savings. Despite his painful condition, he was given strength by the thought of Rin, who might still be in the city. As soon as he approached the hotel, he could not believe his eyes and decided that he was in a dream. The window of the room in which the young lady lived was completely hung with red ribbons. Ryu Yan was surprised that his body had become so weak, since the usual climb from the mountains had made it difficult for him to breathe. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard from behind, calling the guy by the name he was known by in the bar. Seo-Han-sang began to ask about the patient's health, and his assistants were surprised at how their beloved Yeon Bi had changed. Emphasizing his sick appearance, the tavern owner wanted to help the guy, but he kindly refused, saying that he needed to run. Ryu Young notified his former employer that he was late for a meeting with a person who had been waiting for him for a long time. The merchant was ordered to take the girl directly to the inn, but there was no need for this, and his servants, meanwhile, were still dreaming of Yeon Bi's company. The young man did not hear how So-Han-san talked about him, believing that he had mixed up something, but Ryu Young himself saw everything with his own eyes. But Mrs. Yo-rin was not in the room, and instead of her there were only 2 chests. One was large, and the other was much smaller. The saddened guy approached the abandoned gifts and saw something peeking out from under the box. It turned out to be a piece of paper, which Ryu Young took by the edge and pulled out from under a small drawer. After unfolding it, the young man discovered that it was a note left by his dear Rin. In the note, the girl wrote that the contents of the box would be a kind of talisman for the guy. Putting the letter aside, the guy opened the box with genuine interest and looked inside. Inside it was a small knife that cast a glare, next to which lay a hairpin decorated with flower buds. Having taken his gift, the young man now considered it the most valuable thing he had. There was real mourning in the bar. All the visitors were worried about the departure of their favorite performer. Listening to the girl's last performance, the audience wondered what exactly young Bi was sick with, also not forgetting to praise her beauty. Having finished his song, the young man demonstratively took a couple of heavy sighs, so that no one would have any doubts that his alter ego was seriously ill. The people in the hall could not bear such grief, and tried to the last to offer the poor girl help, if only her illness would recede. As they were seeing Yeon Bi off, the crowd gave her a bunch of gifts, most of which were money, and kept telling her that she needed to get better. As he played out his role to the end, Ryu Young thanked everyone who came to say goodbye to him, stating that it was only thanks to them that he could exist. Finally, he shouted that he would try to recover as soon as possible in order to justify the hopes of his fans. A carriage passed by the dancer who was tearfully saying goodbye to her audience. Inside, it was a passenger whose left hand was bandaged from fingers to wrist. The man could hear the voices of fans from the street, saying that the memory of young Bi would forever warm their hearts. The stranger's words brought back painful memories for Hong Sik. While staying at a hotel with his owner, the man wanted to retire, wanting to live a simple life. The ruler was surprised that his subject not only disobeyed the order, but also wanted to run away from him. 47th worked perfectly undercover, collecting information needed for the master and never disappointed him. The ruler tried to explain to his subject that he could not dismiss him, since he possessed information about the forces of the white world of martial artists. The gentleman confirmed that there was no discontent in their profession, and he wanted to know what had prompted his servant to such thoughts. Confirming the master's words, Hong Sik was his shadow without any complaints, but only until recently. Unable to leave his current wife, the guy wanted to live the rest of his life with her. The Lord heard that the girl was blinding his eyes, but he did not expect that his spy would succumb to her charms. The owner, unfortunately, noted on the 47th that the girl actually loved someone else, not him. All the information about Hong Sik, his age, childhood stories, and martial arts skills were just fiction, which meant she loved fiction. The subordinate didn't care, and if he had the opportunity to live with this girl until the end of his days, then he was ready to be that person for her. The man didn't know whether to consider him a spy or a madman, but even if he stayed with her, it was unlikely that the lady would forgive him if she learned the truth. The Lord continued to talk about his servant's love interest, receiving some pleasure from it. Unexpectedly for himself, Hong Sik learned from his master that he was sterile. The master reminded that when the 47th became his shadow, the blood cocktail he drank was not for a pompous picture, but had a purpose. To avoid possible betrayal in the future due to the birth of a child, the man took care of this from the very beginning. Hong Sik banged his head on the table in utter despair, surprising his master, who didn't think it would be such a blow for him. The spy asked if there was any way to be cured, but the ruler felt that even if there was such a way, he still could not be released into the world. The only way to free oneself from the ruler was to take his place. He generously gave his subordinate the opportunity to fight him in a fair fight. In order for everything to go as expected, the 47th had to undergo training before the battle. The man suggested this option only because he was tired of leading lately. Because the training course was very long and took place in a very remote place, the owner decided to delay sending Hong Sik's body. The training took place far beyond the desert, where the most famous martial arts experts gathered to learn from. Arriving in the desert, the 47th saddled a camel and headed to the designated place. The training required 10 years of life, and the master was interested in whether the love between his servant and mistress would last that long. But to ensure that the 47th did not lose interest and motivation for training, the ruler decided to make a bet with him. If the servant manages to defeat him, then Hong Sik can become the ruler and, as he wanted, rise up in the world. As time passed, young Miss Yo Rin, as promised, practiced martial arts to keep the promise she made to her friend. Young Prince Kal Hai Bong, despite the weather conditions, carried out the orders given to him, taking people's lives. Mr. Nam Gung Jin's twins grew up and could already ride a horse as well as any soldier. Having made a contract with the owner, the 47th became hardened, having learned martial arts, and was ready to fight for his happiness. And high among the mountains a talented student was growing up, the future master of the sword of striking thunder. And in the forests of this area, an old tiger was just strolling, having finally found his prey. Growing up and matured, Bi Ryu Yan scolded the predator who wandered through the forest alone, wearing such an expensive fur coat. But the boy's words were just empty words for the tiger, and he was already ready to quench his thirst for hunger. Ryu Yang suggested that this tiger could easily be Belenka's new lover. With eyes full of rage, the beast rushed at the boy, baring its sharp claws. Having forced him to drop the basket of loot, Ryu Yan was outraged that this tiger could attack such a defenseless person like him. The predator left the young master no choice, and he raised his hand, releasing a weapon from his sleeve. Having aimed it at the enemy, the guy regretted a little what he had done, but was forced to say goodbye to him. The link went straight into the tiger's mouth, and the next second lightning struck him. After finishing his strike, Ryu Yan returned his blade, which was stained with drops of blood left by the beast. The next moment, the animal's carcass fell heavily to the ground, raising a column of dust around itself. Returning the blade to his hand, Ryu Yan, as if explaining to his opponent, spoke words into the air, clarifying the point about safety. Having learned from bitter experience, he knew that once he had defeated an opponent, he always had to finish him off. Having finished the showdown in the forest, the talented student headed to the village to look into the local bank. The bank employee was once again surprised by the interesting and most importantly valuable things his client had obtained. Admiring the necklace with white tiger claws, the bank employee wondered where the guy gets such finds. Ryu Young shared how Mother Nature gave him a gift in the form of meeting the donor of this necklace. The man agreed to accept the necklace and was willing to sell it as quickly as possible, but the young man also insisted that no one should know about the origin of the jewelry. The bank employee recommended that the talented craftsman sell his goods directly in the jewelry store, but he waved it off and said that he was still embarrassed to do so. Since Sabu was friends with the owner of the jewelry store, the student had to sell his crafts through the bank to get around the greedy old man. Returning home, Ryu Yong saw the master thoughtfully bending over his tigress. The old man asked not to interfere with him as he treated the wounded Balenka, who was found in the forest. The boy was wondering if it was possible to transfer human energy to a tigress, while his mentor, meanwhile, expressed sympathy to the predator, wondering about the injuries she had received. The master replied that nothing was impossible, and that by restoring the blood, he was bringing the tigress back to life, suggesting that these wounds were inflicted by a tiger that had appeared in the area. The teacher intended to make Balenka into a strong woman after her recovery so that she could take revenge, but Sabu did not know that now there was no one left. Ryu Yan wondered how she could lose to that white tiger, and even at their first meeting she looked quite formidable. The guy remembered that day when, despite using all his charm, he still couldn't touch the predator. The old man said that he did not have time, and that the young master should continue the treatment of the tigress. When asked where Sabu was going, the grandfather, as he usually did, waved it off, only letting out that this matter concerned only him. The day was inexorably drawing to a close, and the sky was imperceptibly changing its color. While the wound was being treated, the big cat mooed, showing that she was not pleased with her doctor's technique. At the next awkward movement of the doctor, Belenkaya showed her grin, flashing her furious eyes. Ryu Yong immediately calmed her down, hitting her hard with his fist, and then the master's voice was heard, interested in the upbringing of the student who was beating the wounded predator. As the boy noted, his mentor, as usual, had nothing to do, and he lay down, sipping his favorite sake. And as it happened, the old man began to scold the guy for his manners, because he doubted Sabu, which made Ryu Yong quickly shut up, agreeing with his every word. Having asked the teacher to remain silent, the capable student took out a needle and thread and began to stitch up the victim's wounds. At this moment, the old man closely watched the work of his protégé, putting the sake aside. The young master, using the bird's foot technique, quickly moved across the skin around the wound. The mentor's interest grew so much that he even got carried away, which did not happen often. Having finished his work and having assessed it as excellent, the guy tore off the unnecessary piece of thread. The master approached his student and praised him, highly appreciating the work done. The gray-haired old man asked when his student had switched from knives to thunder-generating swords, and he replied that it had taken him 3 years, but he still couldn't understand where the teacher was going with this. Ryu Yong, to his regret, had the imprudence to say that he had never received praise from the master, which gave him the idea of carrying out educational work. Having started to apologize hastily, the student said that he had wanted to show the master his technique of wielding 6 blades anyway. He was very surprised that the guy had mastered such a technique in such a short period of time. To the great surprise of the guy himself, the master admired his skill and congratulated him on his achievement. But Sabu wouldn't be Sabu if, following the compliments, he didn't express his suspicion that without additional substances, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such results. The gifted student denied everything, insisting that he achieved the result only through persistent training and innate genius. For a moment there was a pause between them, which frightened the guy, because he did not know whether the old man would fall for his lie again or not. But instead of a lecture on education, the old man said that he didn't care exactly how his student achieved such results, and was even ready to celebrate them. Having finished with the congratulations, the mentor decided that it was time to move to a higher level. The couple came to the waterfall, where training will take place for both advanced and advanced levels, aimed at overcoming technical flaws. Getting straight to the point, Master Sabu suggested that his gifted protégé begin his study with the water sword. Hearing these words from the master, the guy became a little nervous and decided to clarify whether it was a joke. With a benevolent expression on his face, the old man began to rise and declared that such things were not to be trifled with. And the next moment he kicked Ryu Yong in the stomach, ordering him to begin training immediately. With one eye on the height from which he would fall, the boy tried not to lose his balance. But still, unable to resist, the talented student flew down with a cry for help. The landing was extremely painful, and the young master entered the water, raising a large wave. Ryu Young emerged and realized that the only thing keeping him afloat was his desire to survive, as the bracelets were literally drowning him. Although the student fought desperately, his strength was not enough to stay afloat. Cursing his master with all his might, the boy decided that it would be more effective to turn a huge stone to him if the old man planned to drown him. Still indignant, Ryu Yong began to remove the bracelets, freeing himself from the deadly burden. As soon as the weights were dropped, he found himself at the very bottom, hurrying to the surface. A moment later, the young master emerged, greedily gasping for air, which he had almost run out of under the water. Insanely tired, he somehow managed to swim to the rocks and could now calmly catch his breath. Returning alive from the water was only half the problem, because if Ryu Yon showed up at home without the bracelets, the master would not feel sorry for him. He immediately remembered the first time he took them off and got a good thrashing from the old man. No matter how much the young master resisted, he had to return the bracelets and return directly to the training itself. Ryu Yon's imagination already painted a picture of the teacher, constantly kicking and scolding him, claiming that he was no good for anything here except making money. Angry at his mentor, the boy let out a monstrous scream from the fact that he was helpless in this situation. Gathering his strength into a fist, he dove into the water like a pike in an attempt to retrieve his bracelets, which had grown to the bottom. 3 months had passed since Ryu Young had started his training, and another meeting had begun at the martial arts base. The head of the martial artists, sipping a cup of tea, wanted to know how things were going with the training. Lord Men's subject reported that he had selected 40 of the best warriors, dividing them into 4 groups. Each of the groups will be sent to their destination, namely one of the Shaman Mountains, Tea, Fire, or Ami. The man presented the head of the school with a curriculum based on the students' performance. In addition to martial arts, other areas such as literature, history, and logic were added to the general assessments. But besides the grades, which were not so important, something else alarmed the master. The group that scored lower than the others might feel like outcasts, which could lead to conflict. To avoid this, the man decided to assign a commander and a deputy to each group. But this idea had to be abandoned in the end, because the students' potential was revealed with each lesson. There were also 4 students in the groups who had started their studies not so long ago. While celebrating the students' achievements, Chong Myung was mentally glad that his daughter was not assigned to the group that went to the Ami Mountains. Even though a lot of time had passed since his last visit, the man did not want to go back there again. In the forest there, Mr. Jinji, who was one of the best martial arts experts, was conducting training. Despite his advanced age of 80, the master stated that he felt great and was only getting younger with each passing year. The old man decided to make a stop near the waterfall and asked for forgiveness from his companions, who were forced to work in such heat. One of the men, although quite tired, believed that of all of them, the teacher had the hardest time on the road. The couple began to quarrel with each other due to the fatigue that had overcome them, while the master remained in good spirits. Having thanked them for their help, the old man let his friends go, clarifying that they did not have to accompany him to show him the way. Considering how grateful he was to his assistants, one of the companions wanted to ask the old man for a favor. Taking a blade from each of their robes, the guys demanded the old man's things and all the savings he had with him. The good-natured old man appreciated the efforts of the robbers and obediently reached into his pocket. Taking out a loudly ringing bag, the master clarified that the money was not his and he had no right to give it away. But unable to resist the demands of the bandits, the old man nevertheless threw a bag of money at their feet. With the remaining 2 metal balls in the same circle, the master turned to the guys, explaining that defeating him would not be so easy. The self-confident criminal laughed in the old man's face and decided to kill him for his insolence. The old man threw the metal balls in a sharp movement towards his robbers. At that very moment, the water rose up, as if from an explosion, almost covering the armed guys. One of the robbers met with the balls, while the master, busy with his accomplice, turned his attention to what was happening behind them. With the huge explosion that caused the water to rise so high, the stones lying on the bottom of the lake also flew. One of the flying stones hit the guy on the head, who had already gotten a beating from the master. Holding the enemy's dagger with a ring, the master thought that some kind of wizard had come to his aid. But at that very moment, A knife dropped by the unconscious bandit was flying towards him. The old man deftly dodged the blade, and it flew a couple of centimeters from his head. Well, first of all, in one case the man made a mistake, and in another he didn't notice a small stone under his feet. Tripping over it, the old man was lifted off the ground and fell backwards, dangerously close to another stone. To his great regret, the master landed right on this very stone, hitting the back of his head on it. Everything would have been fine, but right after that, also stunned by a stone from the bottom, a second bandit flew at the old man. Having flown into the old man, the blade that the boy was holding tightly in his hand entered the master's body. A little earlier, near the same waterfall, Ryu Yang was also conducting his training. During the entire underwater training period, the guy was able to stay in the water with the bracelets for about half an hour. These were all the student's achievements so far, since he was poor at using the technique underwater. No matter how hard Ryu Yang tried, he still couldn't completely smash the targets that had his teacher's face on them. The boy wondered why he couldn't concentrate the power in the water so that the blade would work as it should. When the young man asked his mentor what exactly he was doing wrong, he received lengthy answers and no specifics. But when his persistence became too much, the old man began to mock him, insisting that if the student stayed in the water for a long time, he would soon turn into a fish. But even being far from the unbearable grandfather, the targets that embodied his image also made fun of the student. At some point, Ryu Yang realized that he couldn't just give up after having experienced so much humiliation. The prospect of spending the next 10 years underwater practicing the same technique was not what the young master had expected. Having brought his feelings into order, the guy began to concentrate his energy, not forgetting to monitor his breathing and the clarity of his vision. Having established contact with the soul and body, the student felt the power that passed through him. He decided to combine all of its power with the anger seething inside him towards his master. Having made a swing, wrapping his hand in the fishing line, the guy put all his strength into the blow, and he had no opportunity to try again. Without leaving his teacher in his thoughts, Ryu Yang dropped his hand and released the blade, which headed towards the targets with incredible strength and power. An incredible flash of light broke through the surface of the water, came out and raised a huge wave behind it. Having managed not to drown in the resulting whirlpool, the guy miraculously got out of the water alive. Satisfied with the training, the student could not decide what exactly helped him in mastering the technique: the desire to eliminate evil or innate talent. As soon as the young master was distracted from his thoughts, a strange picture appeared before him. On the other bank, directly opposite him, on the road lay 3 bodies in some kind of bag, most likely with things. Having changed his clothes, Ryu Yang was already at the scene of the incident, trying to understand what had happened there. Near the rocks lay an old man with a bloody head, on top of whom lay a man, and near them lay a bag, while a little further away there was another specimen. In his head, Ryu Yang had already made an analysis and presented his version of events. According to his calculations, 2 younger guys tried to kill the old man, but ended up becoming victims themselves. The first candidate broke his ribs, hemorrhaged, and died from another brain injury after hitting something small and sharp. Having found a cheap knife next to the old man, the student determined that they were robbers, since this kind of weapon was sold in the local forge to such characters. If the first was definitely an amateur, then the second could have been his accomplice, who died under similar circumstances. Based on the appearance and the overall situation, Ryu Yang determined that the fatter guy had stabbed the old man with the knife. It made sense that both guys were in the yard, but where the stones came from remained unclear to the detective. The scars on the old man's hands indicated that the marbles were his, and therefore he had mastered martial arts, which made his death even more mysterious. After all, being a good master, based on the damage inflicted on the enemy, the question arose how he allowed himself to be wounded with a knife. One of the versions was the old man's guilt before these guys, but it was immediately discarded as soon as it arose. After examining the master's legs, the guy decided that he had stumbled and fallen while trying to escape, as a result of which he had received a traumatic brain injury. Piece by piece, Ryu Yang reconstructed the chain of events in which his grandfather hit his head on a rock and his attackers lost consciousness, but unfortunately with a knife in their hand. Thinking about the reason why the old man tried to escape, the guy decided not to waste time on it. The student was so pleased with his investigation that he involuntarily began to praise himself. Having understood the situation, the young master satisfied his curiosity, but there was still one unresolved problem. Since he had discovered the bodies, he had to clean them up. and so the guy rolled up his sleeves. It took a long time to clean up, and the high sun had already set behind the trees. Using a shovel to nail down the huge ball made from earth, Ryu Yong finally finished messing around with the grave. Wiping the sweat from his face, the boy said that he buried his grandfather in the best place on the mountain and buried the two bandits wherever he could. As payment for his hard work, the student thought it right to take the unattended items. Rushing to the old man's things, the boy was eager to find out what he could please him with. Opening the bag, Ryu Young discovered a heavy, jingling sack that clearly contained no stones. After spreading its contents into the palm of the young master's hand, bronze, gold, and silver coins began to rain down. After counting all the coins, the amount was more than the guy earned in a whole year of work in the forge. Ryu Young couldn't believe the luck that had fallen on his head, having suddenly hit such a jackpot. In order not to spoil fate once again by showing everyone his wealth, he put the coins back into the bag. Although the guy was overjoyed, he decided to check if there were any other surprises so as not to fall for the old man's tricks. Having laid out the contents of a small box in front of him, the student discovered metal balls and a ring with an incomprehensible package. Unfolding the package, the guy took out a mask that was usually used by spies to disguise their identity. At the bottom of the box, the young master found a letter, and it seemed to him that it could clarify the identity of the deceased. The man was nicknamed the Lord of Iron, and judging by his nickname, he was a master of martial arts. The letter also spoke about training a group of students on Mount Ami, which would last 3 months. The boy thought seriously about what was said in the letter, taking into account many factors, which mainly included gold coins. Ryu Yong's thoughts led him to an unexpected decision, which he considered nothing less than a gift from fate. He could not leave poor students without a master, and there was already an invitation to study, and the initial fee was 20 gold, which could be increased if necessary. Unable to abandon those in need of help, the guy first wanted to bring his treasure that had fallen from the sky. In any case, Ryu Yong intended to work off the money he had earned in an easy way by helping the master's students in need. Pleased with this turn of events, the young master, humming a melody, headed home with his bag. In the same forest, the next day, a group of 10 teenagers were heading towards their teacher. The boy, one of the Namgung twins, assured the others that they didn't have long to go. Sang Yi asked his friend Hyun Woong if he had decided on the subjects he would study next semester. The student said that the subjects he chose included martial arts, geography, dual swordsmanship, and a foreign language. His friend also chose a foreign language, but was afraid that he would not be able to learn it properly, and among other subjects, he wanted to master the thunder sword technique. The friends began to share their successes in their studies, a little envious of each other in those sciences in which they themselves could not succeed. Hyun Woong also revealed that he failed one of the subjects, even though he stayed up all night studying for it. Competing with each other to get the first place among the students, the girls walked behind the boys, discussing completely different topics. San San Yi, Namgung's twin, was asking her friend Jin Ryung about the Ami clan, who, by coincidence, had never been to this mountain. While the girls continued to chat with each other, the boys continued to argue about their academic performance. Following behind were 2 more girls who decided to get to know each other since they would have to study in the same group. The girl with red hair was named Yang Ok Yeon, and her interlocutor with soft purple hair was named Dan Moon Hai. The students, who were less fast and resilient, believed that the 6 who were ahead of them had much higher grades and physical strength. Hwang Bo Jin asked Cheol Young if his sister, Moon Hai, had a higher score than him, to which he replied that he was simply unwell during the exam. At the end of the group, keeping to himself, trudged a student whose appearance was strikingly different from the rest. The loner, whose clothes were not the freshest and not the best quality, was indignant that he had to go such a long way to study. After climbing more than 1 steep hill, to the great relief of everyone present, San Yi announced that they had finally arrived. Seeing the camp where the training would take place on the horizon, the group decided to compete with each other. The first one to reach the camp will be the first to choose the bed in which to sleep. Those following the boys did not understand why they rushed forward so quickly, but just in case they also started running. Suddenly a strong wind arose, knocking leaves off the trees, causing San Yi to stop. Hyun Woong also froze in surprise, as the wind was not of natural origin. Following the wind, a man appeared from somewhere above, who brought this anomaly with him. As soon as the gray-haired stranger landed on the ground, a strong air current formed around him, scattering leaves around. The student who was the first in the squad gestured to the others not to move until the situation became clear. Looking suspiciously at the stranger who appeared out of nowhere, the young man asked who he was. A man with ash-blonde hair fluttering in the wind greeted the arriving students. After his words, the teenagers were hit by a strong gust of wind again, and it was clearly summoned by a stranger. Sometime later, the new arrivals were already inside the camp along with the gray-haired man. The student sitting in front of the master listened attentively to his opening speech. He stated that he had no name, which greatly surprised the students, who were expecting a different kind of teacher. Pointing to his face, the master stated that his face was far from real, and that the students saw a mask on it. This news surprised the students even more, but the surprises did not end there, and the teacher said that at the moment he could not tell anything about himself. Anticipating the reaction of the youth, he stated that this factor did not in any way affect their education. By omitting details about himself, the teacher made it clear that he was doing this for their own good. He knew some of the students' parents, so he didn't want to reveal his identity in order to treat everyone equally during their studies. For everyone present in the hall, the master's speech and he himself made an impression on each in his own way, except for the one who considered the teacher suspicious. The man said that when the students fully see his mastery of weapons and combat techniques, they will be able to guess who he is. The teacher told me not to look at my past life and my status, and only diligence would influence the final grade. The only thing the students needed to know was that their teacher would be the great and unique Sabu. Ryu Yong was incredibly proud of the work he had done, which took him 2 weeks of his life. To begin with, it was necessary to draw up a training plan, and appearance was not the last step in the preparation. The young master, trying on the mask, realized that he would not be able to stay in it for long, and for greater persuasiveness he needed to buy a wig. The future teacher faced the task of hiding his youth, because it would not be possible to hide behind a mask for long anyway. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by his mentor, who burst into his room without knocking. Seeing his student in front of the mirror, Sabu wondered if he was putting on makeup right then. The master explained to his protégé that he had the right to enter without knocking, in order to prevent his strange undertakings if necessary. Blaming Ryu Yong for the lack of food and drink on his table, the old man expressed great disappointment in his student. Having slammed the door, the master continued to be indignant, casually mentioning that if the guy decided to apologize, then breaking meat or sake would be perfect for this. Accusing his teacher of constantly being a hypocrite, Ryu Young thought it was a great idea to do the same, telling his students that he was wearing a mask while actually not wearing one. No one would think to ask him about it, but if questions did arise, he would explain such a strange decision by the importance of hiding his identity. In order to prevent the students from having the slightest suspicion that Ryu Yong was not a real master, he had to learn the manners of a teacher by visiting the library. Sharpening the slippery tongue of wit and the reserved heart required reading a considerable number of books to develop these talents. Most of the books were about how to become a con man, manipulate people, and gain their trust. Book after book, textbook after textbook added to the young master's stack of reading. Having studied all the necessary material, Ryu Yong moved on to the next stage of preparation. The guy drew a diagram describing what and how his students were supposed to do during training. On sheets of paper, he wrote down rules that students had to strictly adhere to, and disobedience was followed by corporal punishment. Having finished the work, Master Sabu's student was overly pleased with how cleverly he had thought of everything. In order to work according to the training plan and properly prepare for it, the guy demanded a free work schedule in the forge, lasting 3 months. The blacksmith's worker assured him that, regardless of the frequency of his visits, he would be able to do twice as much work as any other master working for him. The sword master advised ordering a sword for training, but his gifted employee decided to limit himself to only 40 bracelets as he wore, and a couple of accompanying items. The owner did not understand why the guy needed such rings, doubting that anyone other than him could wear such horror. Ryu Yong replied that such people would appear soon, and he set to work making his own equipment. By evening, his painstaking work was finished, and the result could not but please. Iron rakes for washing, axes with weighted blades, and a bunch of bracelets for each student. Although Ryu Yong was a little tired from making the necessary parts, his mood was still good, and he was looking forward to meeting his future students. By equating the students to little slaves, the guy believed that they would be the same as their mentor was at the very beginning of his journey. The power he had received sent shivers down Ryu Yong's spine. But in order to not say too much while getting into the swing of things, the guy decided to finish his welcoming speech. The young master shared his wisdom with his students, saying that although their meeting would remain fleeting, once people were connected, it would be impossible to separate them. Since the teenagers will forever remain his students, and he will be Sabu to them, the teacher prepared gifts for the students that will forever remain in their memory. Pointing to a large box, the teacher clarified that the gift was some kind of precious jewelry. For each student, in the amount of 4 units, the master personally made these decorations, which will help them in the learning process. The teacher also noted that the decorations, so as not to single anyone out, looked the same for everyone, both boys and girls. The students all thanked the generous teacher in one voice, not knowing what he had actually prepared for them. In order not to waste time, the teacher ordered them to put on the gifts he had prepared, arm themselves, and go into the yard. Naive children were eager to see the jewelry that helped them improve their martial arts. Hiding by the door, the young master, like his students, could not wait for them to open the box. As expected, the students all began to get indignant and complain, while Ryu Yon, who was hiding nearby, watched what was happening with a satisfied smile. He believed that in addition to theoretical skills, it was also necessary to improve his physical performance. Looking at his students, Master Sabu was upset that none of them liked his gift, made with soul. Some with and some without bracelets were unable to keep them on, and students said that because of their weight, they simply could not move. The teacher was surprised by the students' statements, considering that each of the bracelets weighed a measly 30 kilograms. The teenagers were shocked by this information, because each of them had to carry 120 kilograms. The students asked to leave the bracelets for a while, because with them they would not be able to control the sword, and some wanted to wear them at least on their feet, so as not to lose the speed of movement. Turning to one of the Namgung twins, the teacher asked him to demonstrate any of his techniques. The guy introduced himself as Namgung-san, the group leader on whom the fate of his friends depended for the next 3 months. The young man was glad of every instruction from the master, but he was not impressed by the story and asked to get down to business quickly. Having taken a comfortable position for attack, San began to explain what his clan's martial art consisted of. The guy instantly jumped up from his seat, continuing to talk about sword-fighting techniques. This technique was based on the power and attack speed of the warrior who wielded it. In order for the technique to be performed correctly, it was necessary to develop not just any speed. By spinning his sword in the air and moving from place to place, Namgung-san demonstrated the sword of thunder and lightning. But being very close to the master, lowering his sword, he missed, to his great surprise. The headman's miss was just as unexpected for the entire group, which was confident in the successful execution of this technique. The student watched with excitement as the master's hand quickly and deftly wrapped around his sword. The girls were amazed by the skill of the teacher, whose hand they compared to a real blade. At some point, Namgung-san dropped the hilt of his sword, but he himself did not understand how it happened. The guy's weapon, lost in battle, was spinning in circles in the air, causing it to spin rapidly. But the encirclement of the sword was interrupted by the strong, firm hand of the teacher, who grabbed it by the hilt. Easily circling the stolen sword, the teacher began to doubt the speed and strength of his student. Remaining unperturbed, Master Sabu asked the boy what was in his hand. Stunned by this trick, the young man obediently replied that there were bracelets on the teacher's wrists. The mentor confirmed that these were indeed bracelets, and each of them weighed 84 kilograms. While some were amazed by the enormous weight that the master carried, others doubted, considering the teacher a liar. Sabu said he had been wearing such bracelets on his arms and legs since he was 10 years old. Spinning the sword, the teacher used it like a boomerang that passed through the pole of a standing tree. Returning the weapon back to his hand, he asked his students if they really thought that the master did not know such simple techniques as speed and strength. The students were amazed at how the teacher wielded a sword unfamiliar to them, cutting the tree trunk in such a way that it still stood in place. The boys admired such a high level of mastery of the blade, wondering if their teacher was the same. The teacher explained to San that his knowledge of martial arts was limited to theory. Disappointed in himself, the boy asked the master for forgiveness, promising to obey all his instructions in the future and to develop his skills more diligently. Everyone in the group was unhappy with the headman's decision, which would force them to wear these terribly heavy bracelets. The master was glad that the student understood him, even if not immediately, after which he returned the weapon to him. Throwing the sword at the boy's feet, the teacher apologized for him going so deep into the ground, once again astonishing the students. As if in passing, Sabu stated that due to wearing the bracelets for a long time, he had already stopped feeling the power to its full extent, calling out the next candidate. Hyun-woong, who had previously stated that it would not be easy for girls to learn with bracelets, responded to the master. The student was confident that the bracelets would help him develop his skills and that he could already feel his strength growing. Doubting the sincerity of the words, the teacher decided to fight with the student, who continued to insist on the strength growing within him. The remaining students, as in the case of the class monitor, were angry at the appearance of another weak-willed traitor in their group. The teacher asked whether the girls themselves agreed with Hyun-woong's opinion and whether the guys still wanted to fight. The girls immediately stated that they agreed to wear the bracelets and did not give their classmate the right to decide for them. The students also asked to take into account what the deputy head of class, Jin Ryong, could say for them. Master Sabu was happy to listen to everyone and hear any suggestions regarding his teaching method. But the girls, having agreed, swallowed their tongues because every word they said could turn against them. On a clear day, the students traded the walls of the camp for beautiful views of nature. While standing by the river, all Dan Moon he did was complain about the discrepancy between what she wanted and what she actually did regarding her studies. The girl thrashed her clothes with a heavy paddle in anger, while Ok-yeon tried unsuccessfully to calm her down. The words of her friend angered the student even more. She was infuriated by the mere thought that for 10 days they had been doing some kind of laundry instead of real classes. Instead of studying martial arts, the angry classmate had to work for an elderly master, making woodcrafts and bead weaving. Hearing that the girl was going to turn in Saba, Hwangbo became very worried when he arrived home. He told the students to speak as quietly as possible because the camp was very close to the waterfall. Realizing that the teacher could appear at any moment, the girls immediately fell silent, not wanting to meet him again. Looking around, Ok-yeon found no one nearby, but asked him to be careful in his statements. She recalled an incident that happened to one of the students in the group a few days ago. The group that day, wildly tired and angry, showed up after washing almost at noon, barely dragging their feet. Hearing the swearing reaching them, they sensed that something was wrong within the walls of the camp. The classmates who were watching the altercation were beside themselves with horror, which was clearly visible on their faces. The boys asked the headman to talk to No-hak, but he was unable to bring the boy to his senses. Nam-gung-san tried to defuse the situation, but the angry student did not want to listen to him. Demanding that they leave him alone, the young man threw down the axe, outraged by the bullying from his mentor. Turning directly to the master, No-hak asked how long he would continue with all this nonsense. Furiously beating his chest, the loner did not understand why, having come to this mountain, he was forced to do anything but study. The master calmly replied that this was all a warm-up for future training, but the student was not satisfied with this answer, saying that even a mongrel would laugh at his words. But No-hak did not finish there, telling that from the first day the master put shackles on them and treated them like slaves. And the trick with the spinning sword, which resulted in the tree falling apart, was shown on purpose. Thus, as the student believed, the teacher wanted to intimidate his students by creating a frightening atmosphere within the walls of the camp. Insisting that all the jewelry and money would interfere with their concentration on training, the teacher took them away from the teenagers. No-hak considered this prank to be pure theft, since the richest of the group got the most. And even after all this, the teacher continued his bullying, forcing the students to cook. As soon as they spoiled any dish, the teacher would start yelling at them, threatening to compensate them for the waste. By order of the mentor, Jin Ryong and Hyun-woong were forced to keep watch in the kitchen, and everyone else went to do laundry, chop wood, hunt, and gather edible plants. But returning to the camp after grueling work, the students received new assignments from the master. But Hak considered bead weaving to be nonsense and a waste of time, but not a development of elasticity of movement. The whole group, with shaking hands, tried to string beads on top of each other, trying not to miss their fingers. Tired of constant work in which he saw no point, the angry student demanded that he be given at least a little time to rest. This cruel treatment was the last straw for the student, and he demanded normal education from the teacher. Sabu asked if the student was not satisfied with the current learning process, to which he replied that they were simply being tormented by jokes and various whims of an aging madman. After another lesson, the teacher noticed that the students could not stand on their feet, which meant that the training was difficult. And, as if mocking the teenagers, the master decided to complicate the training, as if punishing them for their efforts. But Hawk no longer wished to carry out the teacher's sadistic orders and intended to report his antics to his elders upon his arrival in the city. Radiating strength and power, Master Sabu was pleasantly surprised that his words were being challenged, and the guy, mad with anger, demanded a clear answer as to whether they would be taught as they should be or not. His classmates, worried about the student's future, tried to bring him to his senses, but no words helped. The teacher took the young man's protest calmly, ready to punish him properly, so that in the future, the impudent fellow would not even think of objecting to his elder. Within Ryu Yong, Yin and Yang were fighting, arguing over how severe the punishment should be. On the one hand, the punishment was supposed to serve as a lesson for others, but it also had to look instructive, so that it resembled a learning process. A technique that he had learned from an old man who lived with him came to the mind of the master's inner personalities. This technique also had a certain history, in which there was one master who loved his dog named Jelton Kaya. One clear day, the dog disappeared, and the master ran out of his house and searched for him for a long time. After some time, having wandered into the wilderness, he came across a collar, and when he looked around, he saw that the yellow one had been eaten by tramps. Having become very angry, the master came up with this technique, and when he sees injustice, he immediately applies it. The inner yin and yang came to an agreement, approving this punishment technique, and Ryu Yong said that he would teach No Hak one technique. The teacher asked one of the students to give the daredevil a weapon for the duel. As soon as the student had the stick in his hands, the master asked whether he was ready for punishment. The young man, waving a stick, ran towards the teacher, ready to get even with him once and for all. But suddenly the master himself appeared in front of him, moving so quickly that he looked more like a whirlwind surrounding the guy. But Hawk experienced the punching technique that Sabu demonstrated in action, known as the three happiness technique. Quick and heavy blows, one after another, fell upon the student, who had time to regret his insolence 1,000 times. The whirlwind of blows that surrounded the student plunged the others into wild horror, which sent shivers down their spines. OK Yon, recalling this picture, noted that poor No Hak did not touch the ground, but, what is even more terrible, did not have time to make a single sound under the onslaught of blows. Even out of fear, Moon High asked him to stop telling these stories, because no matter how monstrous it looked, Hak was still alive. The student disagreed with her partner and began asking leading questions about whether she had seen him after the incident and whether she had been able to talk to the victim. OK Yon decided to visit No Hak in the morning, but as soon as she saw him, she realized one terrible thing. The man with whom they came to this mountain was no longer there. The guy who intervened in the conversation did not agree with his classmate's belief, because Hak always fought against injustice to the last. A classmate said that she saw Sabu, who asked a student to wash himself, and he immediately headed to the river. The students became scared, because their unusual classmate always washed himself only in the rain. The guy also said that just recently, when he went to get a club for washing, he met him, all wet and damp in complete darkness, but Hak silently sharpened his axe. The girls were frightened, hoping that the apprentice was not sharpening the axe to take revenge on the master. The friends discussed how he could become their No Hak, an obedient performer or a student who felt superior. The teenagers countered that the boy who acted like a vagabond would wash himself and work hard every day. Based on all of the above, those gathered concluded that No Hak's disciple no longer existed. And while the students were arguing, booming sounds could be heard in the depths of the forest, accompanied by fallen leaves that were constantly feeding in the air. The cause of these sounds was the apprentice chopping wood, but from now on it was extremely difficult to recognize him. With mechanical, repetitive movements, the boy who was previously known as No Hak carried out the work assigned to him. A classmate who came to his aid, watching as the tree he had cut down, not the first one, fell to the ground, asked him how he felt. The guy who arrived said that there was plenty of firewood, and the work could already be stopped. The student suggested that the worker take a rest, and said that he would help him with the firewood as soon as he delivered what he had in his cart. As if his thoughts were not there, but Hak, not understanding, looked now at his firewood, now at the firewood of his classmate. There were only a few stumps in front of the single man, while there was a whole pile of them in the cart. In his head, the ominous voice of Master Sabu sounded, condemning his student for laziness and stubbornness. Frightened by the teacher who had gotten into his head, the young man began to swing the axe with even greater persistence. Watching his classmate go crazy, the guy asked him to stop, but decided to do everything himself. In his imagination, the student rushed to the worker in a second and stopped this madness. But in real life, he ran very slowly, shaking with every movement he made. The student approached Haku as quickly as he could, since he knew that he was contraindicated to work. Having reached his classmate, the guy turned him around and was horrified by the empty expression on his face that he saw. He tried to reason with his friend who had gone crazy, claiming that the master would scold him if he lost consciousness again. Noticing that the words were not producing any effect, the student began to shake the poor worker. A classmate told me that everything was fine, and although it was hard to believe, even the teacher was worried about him. All the students took turns sitting by his bed, and in the first days, Sabu personally collected medicinal plants for the compress. Apologizing for not being able to help on that terrible day, the friend asked to be allowed to help the poor guy, at least by finishing the work for him today. The student begged so hard that the boy who had suffered at the master's hands began to shed tears. And until the evening came, the exhausted Nohak rested for the first time in a long time. Arriving at the camp for dinner, his tray was filled with plates from which the food was almost falling out. The guys cooking in the kitchen assured him that the food would help him recover quickly and that the fish had been caught especially for him. Namgung apologized for only catching one fish and advised them to eat as quickly as possible while the teacher was away. While everyone was praising Jin's culinary talents, Nohak noticed that his portion was much larger than everyone else's. Noticing that he had food that no one else had, he became worried that no one would be able to taste it. According to the guys, everyone suddenly lost their K-food gave him an appetite, and the poor fellow could eat calmly, without worrying about whether someone else was missing out on something. The student turned around to see the other's reaction, as he could not quite believe what he had heard. Everyone began to say in unison that for some reason no one needed additional portions. The students then began to advise Haku on how he could treat himself and speed up the recovery process. Having plucked up his courage, the guy finally put down the tray, which was bursting with a mountain of delicious food. Then the student sat down at the table with his back to the others, and for some time did not dare touch his dinner. He sat with his back turned only so that none of the boys could see the tears of gratitude rolling down his cheeks. Well, as soon as a salty drop fell on the only cooked fish, the guy decided to take up the utensils. After taking a bite of the rice and tasting the hot soup, Hak began to cry at how delicious the food was. Walking through the forest in the evening, surviving on apples, Ryu Yong dreamed that his students would quickly learn to cook deliciously, saving him from this fate. The boy regretted that so little time was allocated for training, because the teenagers still had a lot to learn. Remembering the student who had misbehaved, Ryu Yan became curious about how he had done today. Having thrown away the apple core, the young master felt someone's presence and decided to hide. Surprised by his decision to hide, he thought he had done it instinctively, just like he had done before when he had hidden from his sabu to get something useful to eat. The strangers that Ryu Yong sensed were his students who were glad of his absence. Namgung-san felt a little uneasy, guessing that it had something to do with the lonely stars in the sky. After analyzing his friend's behavior, Hyun-woong assumed that Jin was to blame, causing him to immediately blush. The teacher, hiding in a tree, was interested in the relationships between the students. Hyun-woong said that the twin would reveal his attitude towards the girl as soon as he started talking to her. He suggested that San personally find out everything from Jin by confessing his love to her, but for the headman, this was a very difficult task. The classmate didn't understand what was so difficult about confessing, and on top of that, since his friend was the class monitor, his lover was the deputy class monitor. The student tried to push his friend into action, because if he hesitated, someone else might steal it. Hyun-woong demanded that he run away immediately and confess his love, but Namgung-san seemed not to hear his words, fixated on his own. Looking up at the starry evening sky, the headman asked to close this unpleasant topic for him. The couple walked towards the camp, continuing to talk to each other, but on other topics. After waiting until the teenagers disappeared from the horizon and their voices died down, only then did Ryu Young descend from the tree. While finishing his second apple, the young master noted that he would have given the lovesick student a good beating. The newly minted teacher wanted his students to think about their studies, and so he solved the riddle with the star himself. It took the talented genius less than a day to solve it, and the next evening he was able to enjoy the result. The girl wandered through the tall grass looking for her teacher, shouting his name. The student who was looking for him was Jean, who at some point decided that Sabu was simply playing a prank on her. Suddenly, the student heard a rustling sound behind her. and called out to the stranger, "I hope it was the master," but it turned out to be none other than the group leader Namgung-san, who was surprised to see them. The students tried to figure out what each of them was doing in a place so far from the camp. The girl replied that she had come here on some important assignment from the teacher. Ryu-yeon, who was watching from the side, was glad that everything was going as he had originally planned. Before this moment, the young master approached Jin Ryung and, handing her a bundle of paper, asked for his honor. The note said that the girl was to arrive at the appointed place, but not to tell others about it, since the master had prepared a special assignment for her. He pulled exactly the same trick on his twin, but with a slight difference, which was in the text of the note. In it, the great and mighty Sabu also ordered to come to the indicated place without delay, because today his fate was being decided. Having done everything in his power, Ryu-yeon, using his precious clairvoyance, expected one of 4 possible outcomes of this meeting. In the first version, Namgung-san will be embarrassed, having failed to confess his love to Jin Ryung. The girl would return to the camp to cook dinner, leaving the guy alone, and this version of events was very close to reality. The master would punish the indecisive romantic with double the amount of training, after which he would make him even stronger. In the second option, Jin Ryung either asks to think about it or refuses altogether, which was also quite realistic. For such a case, the master had an encouraging speech in store, in which he suggested distracting himself from grief with intensive training. According to the third scenario, the sympathy of both students turns out to be mutual, and they begin dating. As a congratulations, the teacher will intensify their training to make the couple's love even stronger. The fourth scenario, although unlikely, was that Namgung-san would go crazy and attack his lover. Based on the education of his students, Ryu-yeon assumed that the girl herself would be able to solve the problem. In this case, the teacher himself will help and offer the student to learn the technique that the unfortunate No-Hak experienced on himself. Having prepared for any of the scenarios, the guy also prepared incentive prizes for both teenagers. But suddenly something happened that the young master could not foresee. The fifth of the possible scenarios. Making its way through the thicket, a large tiger, its red eyes telling of its intentions, was heading towards the students. The couple continued to communicate, discussing the mentor's oddities, not even suspecting the impending danger. Ryu-yeon's eyes were drawn to the scar that ran across the tiger's entire face, which seemed familiar to him. The boy first thought it was the tiger he had fought, but soon dismissed this option and suggested that it might be his friend. Remembering Sabu's words, Ryu-yeon guessed that this was Belenkaya's opponent, and most likely, she was fighting 2 tigers at the same time. The predator was already very close, but the students still did not notice him, chatting pleasantly with each other. The guy had no choice but to attack the tiger, which was ready to destroy his magnificent plan. But suddenly Ryu-yeon calmed down and decided not to interfere, because it was not for nothing that his teenagers studied martial arts. Remembering himself at their age, the young master decided not to interfere, because they had to deal with the tiger. Ryu-yeon felt that real art historians would hardly lose in a battle with a wounded cat. Just as Namgung-san agreed with Jin Ryung that they would wait for the teacher together, a rustling sound was heard from behind the bushes. The students turned around at once, preparing for the unknown threat that awaited them. The enemy finally showed itself in all its glory and rushed on its 4 powerful paws towards its victims. Facing the danger head-on, Namgung did not lose his nerve and was ready to fight. As soon as the beast jumped on the guy pushed the girl aside, covering her with himself. The tiger swung its massive paw, but the elder managed to dodge the blow intended for him. But the predator still left a small mark in the form of a scratch on the daredevil's face. The guy advised the girl to take off the bracelets and run, but she objected that she would not have time to do this due to lack of time and the enemy's imminent approach. Flashing its evil eyes and baring its jaws, the animal pounced on the students. Namgung, once again covering his beloved with himself, this time was unable to dodge the sharp claws of the predator. Ryu-yeon's confidence in his students evaporated as he watched them struggle to keep from dying. But even being on the verge of death with a bloody back, the young man could not resist the beauty of the girl. Watching the spark that arose between the students, the young master felt uneasy about this picture. He was infuriated by the fact that the lovers had completely forgotten that there was a dangerous predator nearby. But the teacher breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he heard the call to escape from the enemy. The tiger became even more angry because of his unsuccessful attempts to seize the prey, and this time decided to make amends. This was the worst possible moment to argue about which of the pair should fight the beast and which should escape. Ryu Yan felt uneasy from such confessions of love in such a dangerous situation. Watching as the seemingly happy students continued to roll around on the ground, the young master considered for a moment whether to leave them like that or not. But in the end, compassion prevailed, and he left his shelter, rushing to help. Suddenly, taking the predator by surprise, Ryu Yan, appearing in front of the tiger, met it with a strong kick. The enraged beast, into whose mouth the blade flew the very next second, was accompanied by a discharge of lightning. The forest and its surroundings shook from the heart-rending roar of the tiger, who had tested the sword of Thunderslash. With a careful movement of his foot, the master pushed the couple, telling them to get up since the danger had passed. Scared to death, Namgung-san turned around, not realizing who had touched him. The students did not expect to see their mentor, who immediately wanted to know what they were doing there. Impressed, Ryan explained how Namgung wanted to risk his life to save Jin, but she wanted to stop him, with San stating that it was his duty. The teacher agreed that such a worthless fighter should at least prove himself once, but instead he found nothing better to do than to tumble around in an embrace. But the master was even more angered by the behavior of the couple, who behaved as if they had caught the tiger themselves. The teacher began to explain that Jin called Sana her savior because she did not want to accept the fact that she was saved by the great Sabu. The students quickly began to offer their deepest apologies to the best teacher in the world. Considering that his students' gratitude sounded forced, and that even together they could not defeat the tiger, the master decided not to give any more concessions. The teacher announced that starting tomorrow he would double the difficulty of the training, increasing its complexity. Throwing the defeated tiger onto his shoulder, the teacher left, and advised his students not to stay too long either. The classmates kept wondering where the teacher had taken the tiger, where he was in such a hurry from, and why he had finally called them to this place. The elder thought that they would not find out about it anyway, and wanted to return to the camp as soon as possible. Seeing the blood on the guy's hand, Jin Ryung became very worried, also remembering the wound on his back. He, not attaching much importance to the injury he received, considered it a light scratch. Ignoring the young man's statement that he was fine, the girl still demanded to see the wound. Namgung's back had 3 deep claw wounds on it, with blood oozing out slightly. Jean was horrified as soon as she saw the serious wounds she received from her enemy. Struck by San's noble act of not wanting to bother her and therefore keeping silent about the injury, the girl became embarrassed. The student reassured the wounded man by telling him that she had medication that could stop the bleeding. As the procedure was being completed, Jean reported that all that was missing was a bandage, but the brave man continued to insist that the wound was not as serious as they said. But the girl still wanted to finish what she had started, so as not to waste her time and energy. Grabbing the hem of her robe, Jin Ryung tore it with a sharp movement, tearing off a part of it. Namgung-san was clearly not prepared for such decisive actions from his beloved, which made him blush. The guy started to say that it wasn't worth wasting his last normal dress, especially on him, but the healer told him to shut up. The girls doing the washing, presenting their work to the owners of the clothes, blushed and asked for forgiveness. The wayward workers were so ashamed of the ruined clothes that they beat themselves on the floor in apology, ready to pay for the damage caused. Knowing that the dress had already lost its former luster, Jean confirmed that it was her last outfit to make her act more meaningful. Trying to downplay the dress, the girl said it was just fabric, while the young man had put his life on the line to save her. After reminding her once again that these were just rags, the student began to bandage the wound. But as soon as she pressed herself close to the daredevil's body, both of them simultaneously became embarrassed. The headman, looking at the hands of his classmate who was fiddling with the ends of the rag, had a strong desire to do something. Suddenly he made up his mind and covered the girl's hand with his palm, which froze in surprise. Jin Ryung was not prepared for such a gesture, and was initially frightened, not knowing how to react. But the next second, fear was replaced by warm feelings that spread throughout the student's body. In complete silence, the girl finished the bandage, but did not want to let go of the ends of the bandage. Remembering the words of his friend Hyun Wung, the boy gathered courage for the next step. Namgung stood up, ending his awkward sitting on the damp ground, which was accompanied by deathly silence. Turning to Ryan and holding out his hand to her, San looked into her eyes and asked if she would follow him. After the question was asked, time froze for the girl for a moment, and everything she was thinking about at that moment disappeared. The next second, the moment of the battle appeared in her memories, and how the guy tried with all his might to save her life. Extending her hand to her brave hero, a happy Jin Ryung said that she would definitely follow him. The students were overwhelmed with emotion, and nothing could have been better than ending the day together at that moment. As he swung his sword through the turbulent waters, Hyun-woong mentally asked for help, hoping that his thoughts would be heard. The resistance was very strong, not allowing the guy to calmly control the weapon, let alone use one of the techniques. Unable to resist any longer, the young man sheathed his sword and decided to end his training. After being underwater for about 10 minutes, Hyun-woong was running out of air, and he wasn't planning on taking any chances. Holding back with all his might, the student gradually rose to the surface, approaching the surface of the water. Literally in a matter of seconds, when his lungs were already on the verge of exploding, the guy emerged and took a deep breath. Clinging to the rocks, the student caught his breath and was ready to join the rest of the boys. Having moved closer to his friend, the young man complained that because of the bracelets he could not emerge calmly. After announcing that he had finally returned from the underwater world, Hyun-woong heard no answer and looked at Namgung, who was lying next to him. The diver called out to his friend, asking if he was alive, but instead of an answer, there was only a twitching of the fingers, which was more than enough. From the direction of the water, the student heard a heavy breath, which belonged to the headman's sister. Spitting out the water that had gotten into her mouth, San-san-yi listened to Hyun-woong, who had gotten out of the water a little earlier than her, praising her even though they had started at the same time. Exhausted, the girl agreed with everything that was said to her, believing that it was getting worse each time, as if they were in hell. The guy picked up on this observation, remembering how everyone tried to get along with the bracelets during the first half-month. San-san-yi cried in despair and said that when she succeeded in something, Master Sabu, as usual, put a spoke in her wheel. The cunning teacher forced the students to agree to this adventure a month ago. In those days, the master scolded the students for their unwillingness to study, their lack of strength to complete the tasks, not to mention the fact that some of them made eyes at each other. The teacher decided from that moment on to take up the training of his lazy children thoroughly. Thinking back to that day, Namgung noticed that the teacher had returned completely wounded, and perhaps that was the reason for the increased volume of training. Hyun-woong did not share the twins' opinion, claiming that in such a case the punishment would be severe, and decided to ask her brother's opinion. Hearing the splashing sounds on the water, the boys turned their attention to the group that was training on the boards. The students tried to stay afloat on the water by balancing on small boards with all their might. Those who had suffered watched their colleagues, none of whom were allowed to fall into the water. As soon as one of them fell, a wave rose up, immediately drowning those remaining above. The student, noticing that the first one had lost his balance, found this strange to Zhang, since she was usually the best at balancing. The guy's opinions were divided, and while some blamed the group on the boards for lack of strength, others felt sorry for them, because the master gave them much more load. Having made a remark that they should speak more quietly so as not to attract the attention of the teacher, the students remembered this too late, and he was already there. The teacher looked around at those present and assumed that as soon as he stepped away for a few minutes, most of them decided to go for a walk. The students began to justify themselves, saying that they had fallen into the water during an unfortunate incident, but that they should have appeared soon. The team, practicing balance on the surface of the water, was slowly sinking to the bottom due to the heavy bracelets. The students didn't understand what they were doing, as this wasn't the first time they had been floundering in these waters. Some of them scolded themselves for their weakness, and some even asked their mother for help. Well, no matter how hard it was for everyone, they swam out, and the first thing they heard was the voice of Master Sabu, asking what they were doing. The teacher was not clear why the students could not complete his unremarkable assignments, which differed slightly from each other. By scolding the teenagers for not being able to learn the basics of such an easy technique, the instructor received a lot of discontent, although no one said it out loud. The master is disappointed in the students that they cannot perform such an easy task, considering that in the future they will have to learn to walk on water. Every single one of the students did not take the master's words seriously. Considering them a joke, they sounded so unreal. Hyun-woong timidly wondered if such a thing was possible, wanting to push Saba to demonstrate the water-walking technique. The teacher was amazed that none of his students, even as teenagers, had seen anything like this. At that moment, Ryu Yong remembered himself at that age when, for the first time, he was able to stand firmly on the surface of the water and felt like a winner. However, the mentor, as always, was not impressed by his student's achievements, and on top of everything else, his pet was ruining the training doll. The boy noted that such actions should have been punished, but instead the cat remained untouched, and he himself continued to be punished for the slightest misdeeds. The old man, in his usual style, belittled the student's achievements and ordered him to stop showing off and concentrate on the more important task of learning to walk on water. The boy began to argue with the teacher, claiming that he was being deceived again, talking about impossible techniques that he supposedly had to master. Master Sabu, observing Ryu Yong's speech, concluded that he had been training his student poorly lately and had not kept up with his progress. Then he decided to talk to him personally, face to face, to find out where the truth was and where the untruth was in their communication. The young master wondered if Sabu had been lying to him when he claimed that he possessed a technique that was inaccessible to most masters. The mentor himself said that he did not have an ideal command of this skill, believing that the children had conspired against him. But since there was no choice, and it was impossible to reveal his true identity, Ryu Young continued to play his role until the end. Having taken the boards from one of the students, the teacher was ready to demonstrate the technique. The master ordered to watch carefully, since he did not like to repeat himself, and would not do so even if someone accidentally got distracted and did not receive help in the future. To begin with a casual movement of his hand, the mentor, without looking, threw the boards into the water. As soon as the boards lay on the water, opposite each other, the man jumped from the cliff straight onto them. The next step was to stand on a support, but it was not easy to do, and you had to land first on your toes, not on your entire foot. And then he lowered his heels onto the boards so that he could stand firmly with both feet. And in order to make sure that everyone understood everything, Sabu asked the students again. The technique shown by the teacher was only the first, most basic level, but that was not all, and the demonstration of technology, which had already shocked the students, who were tired of the water tests, continued. The great Sabu began to push off the boards with his feet with extraordinary ease, causing them to glide across the water, imitating a smooth walk. The students could not believe their eyes as the instructor could actually walk on water, demonstrating the next level of the technique, which was called walking on the surface of the water. Continuing to glide through the water, the teacher declared that only those who reached the second stage could rightfully be considered his students. Sensing the excitement he had generated in the students, the master asked if they would like to see the next level of this technique. While the others were in hysterics, not understanding how it was possible to reach such a level, Hyun Woong assured that he would not refuse to see something more impressive. Offended by such thoughts, the teacher, always honest with his students, confirmed that he had something even more impressive. Describing circles on the water, the mentor said that it would take at least 6 months to master something like this. Following the circles on the water, the master suddenly began to spin, but from his posture it seemed that he was standing in place, motionless. Continuing to spin at a tremendous speed, the water beneath Master Sabu's feet began to rise. Soon, the teacher found himself inside a water vortex that spiraled up to the sky. Before the spectators had time to come to their senses, the stripes of water closed completely, hiding Saba from their enchanted gaze. Suddenly, the master jumped out of the whirlwind he had created, which, having disintegrated, created a huge wave. The water was so big that it easily covered the students on the rock. Having come down to them, the teacher asked what they thought about this technique. The master asked if anyone wanted to try it, and noted that with hard training it would be possible to achieve such a result, but everyone refused. After the impressive demonstration of walking on water, another half-month passed, and the training became increasingly difficult. This could not go unnoticed by Dan Chul-yong, who was becoming stronger every day, but due to the difficulty of training, it was not felt. The guy thought that all this was due to fatigue due to the crazy mentor who forced them to come into contact with water all the time. The student remembered how the master sent him to the mountain to fetch water for their dinner together. Chil-yan didn't understand why the teacher sent him to get water, and to the neighboring mountain at that. The mentor was saddened because he had met him on his way, and he believed that there was no need to ask anyone else. The need to collect water from another mountain was due to the fact that No Hak constantly used the reservoir for bathing. The master ordered the disciple to collect as much water as possible, but it was humiliating for him to appear in public in such a terrible outfit. Suddenly, Dan Chil-young began to hear unfamiliar, rough voices. They belonged to a group of soldiers who couldn't wait for their next drinking session in the pub. The guy wanted to speed up so as not to cross paths with the warriors, but they managed to notice him earlier. The soldiers were not pleased with the student's outfit and rudely asked him to get out of the way. The men pounced on the student, outraged that he dared to look at their master, but as soon as one of them tried to touch Chil-young, he grabbed his hand. The next second, the guy forcefully threw the soldier away, not letting go of the bucket filled with water. With a plaintive cry, the man rolled head over heels along the road, eventually landing in the bushes. The soldiers drew their swords, but Chil-young, ignoring the threats, continued to take the buckets of water he had collected from his shoulders. With a satisfied grin, the leader of the soldiers asked who such a daring vagabond was. Enraged by such impudent behavior, the student, cracking his fingers, ordered the soldiers to shut up and attack. After having dinner with the boys, Master Sabu wondered why his student, whom he had sent for water, was so late. The girls began to discuss whether Chil-young had really gone to the right mountain, since there were bears roaming in the surrounding area. The guys, knowing approximately where this place was, decided to go after the missing student. A few hours earlier, a skirmish had broken out in the forest between soldiers and Moonhai's brother. One of the soldiers swung his sword, but the boy easily dodged his blow, and the man immediately paid for his impudence, receiving a strong kick to the stomach. The warrior, unable to continue the fight any longer, collapsed to the ground, receiving disapproving looks from his colleagues. The leader of the squad took out his huge sword, noticing that the young man did not look much like a homeless person. Dan Chil-young was exhausted after a hard day's work, and, as luck would have it, he had not brought any weapons with him. The man rushed at his opponent with extraordinary fury, ordering him to defend himself. The sword whistled past the guy, who was already ready to dodge its blade. But at some point a picture appeared before his eyes that he could not see before. The student was surprised by the fact that, being the most important in the squad, the movements of the attacker were very slow, and at some point he managed to see every swing of the sword. The young man seriously wondered if this effect was the result of their beadwork, which they were doing at Sabu's behest. But during training with the guys, he was unable to follow the movement of their swords, not to mention keeping track of their powerful and all-powerful teacher. Dan Chil-young guessed that the soldier was indeed so slow that he could see every move he made in battle. Not expecting this from his opponent, the blade of the sword still touched the guy, sliding along his shoulder. And although the young man managed to see every movement, for some reason he couldn't get away from them, receiving wound after wound. The student, who was willing to bet that his body seemed to be exposing itself to the sword. Having managed to come back from a strong blow that could have been his last, Chil-young picked up a pebble that was lying on the ground. Putting the rest of his strength into the throw, he hurled it at the vile soldier who dared to compete with him. The guy even saw the stone he threw frame by frame, suggesting that the heavy bracelets could have caused such an effect. The stone hit the warrior on the cheek, leaving a small cut that was easy to dodge, which enraged the man. Taking advantage of the moment while the enemy was disoriented, the student prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Putting all his strength into it, he charged straight into the brazen face of the self-confident fighter with his fist. But the guy didn't limit himself to just one blow, trying out the 3 happiness technique on his offender. But before he could finish the beating with his fist, putting an end to it, the commander's subject stopped him. The spear fell with force on the boy's head, knocking the last remnants of spirit out of him. Exhausted, the young man lay on the ground, thinking that he had allowed himself to be defeated by a frail gang of soldiers. The rest of the warriors, wanting to avenge their commander, immediately pounced on the poor guy. The possessed men beat the student, using both their hands and feet, and were not afraid to also use a wooden pole with spears. Having quickly recovered from the series of blows, the commander ordered the soldiers to disperse and took one of the buckets of water. Having cursed the beaten guy, he poured all the water from the bucket on him and ordered him to get up. Hearing the young man cough, the soldier announced to everyone present that he had come to his senses and therefore could continue. A crowd of healthy men pounced on the poor guy and continued to beat him with their feet. The wild animals in human form stopped their atrocities only with the onset of evening. One of the soldiers suggested finishing off the vagabond, but his commander forbade the killing, fearing the wrath of the Ami clan. The man told the soldiers to leave quickly because they still had to spend the whole night drinking. As the men left the crime scene, they hoped that no one would take revenge for this homeless man. Ryu Yong convinced his mentor that he had gone out late in the evening to pick a medicinal flower, But the wise old man was not so easily fooled and continued to suspect his student. The boy played out a touching scene in front of the teacher, convincing him that he had simply resigned himself to his hard fate. But the old man told him to leave so as not to spoil his appetite. Wanting to quickly deal with the missing student, the young master for some reason felt a certain anxiety in his soul. He wanted to make sure that Dan-sama returned to the camp, and if the reason was trivial, then he would punish him properly. Namgung-san ran out of breath to meet the master, clearly worried about something. The guy said that they had a problem, but he couldn't say what exactly happened. He only mentioned Dan-samu. The teacher advised the student to calm down, only guessing what had happened during his absence. The headman said that the missing student was in a serious condition and was ready to leave this world, but the mentor did not believe his words, thinking that they were trying to play a joke on him. Clutching his head, Namgung-san only asked for the master to quickly see everything with his own eyes. The genuine horror in the young man's eyes made Master Sabu change his grin to a stony expression. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw that the students were milling around Dan Chil-yong, who was lying on the bed. They said that when they found him, he was already in that state, unconscious, and the ground around the guy was trampled with footprints. The teacher analyzed what he heard and decided to clarify whether the boy had really been beaten and left to die in the forest. Hyun-un confirmed this and added that the other traces indicated that the victim was actively defending himself. With a grim expression, Sabu decided to sum it up by saying that his student had lost the fight, and the students took up his theory. The master clenched his hand into a fist, in which one could feel incredible power, strength, and fury. The next second, the fist suddenly flew into the wall next to it, causing a web of cracks to appear from the impact. One of the students came to the wounded man's defense, claiming that there were a large number of attackers, and at least one of them was skilled in martial arts. Miraculously surviving after such a long beating, Dan Chil-yong needed a doctor, whom the mentor ordered to call. Not having heard his teacher's order, Hyun-un dared to ask him again what the master liked to do least of all: repeat. His enraged cry resounded throughout the camp, calling for a doctor to be called immediately. After some time, the students returned to the very place where they found their classmate. Pointing to a place with many traces left behind, the boys said that the student had been lying approximately here. Reconstructing the picture of the events that had taken place in his head, the mentor wondered who dared to do such a thing. The master learned that there were 17 attackers and that they were heading towards the village, most likely being simple hooligans, except for one who was skilled in martial arts. Rejecting the possibility that Dan-sam could in principle lose to such an opponent, the teacher suggested that the guy was first hit on the back of the head and then the whole crowd attacked. Enraged by the unfair fight, due to the opponent resorting to dirty tricks, the teacher could not leave it like that. The mere thought of his slaves being used by someone other than himself angered Saba beyond measure, something his student, who had never seen his master like this, noticed. The headman was at a loss as soon as he saw his classmate being beaten up, and was glad that Sabu came to their aid. The teacher immediately gave everyone present commands on who was supposed to do what, navigating the area as if they were born here. The mentor gave instructions to the remaining students, sending them to get a medicinal plant, giving them an hour to search. The teacher saw that the students were still there and shouted at them to get a flower so as not to waste a minute. The master ordered his disciples to return to the camp, believing that the doctor had already arrived, and he himself was forced to stay for a long time. Namgung-san, although he followed the wise Sabu's teachings, sometimes did not always understand him. As if to demonstrate the strangeness of the decision, he instructed Hwangbo Jin to go to the village and buy some sake. Since Hwangbo was from a family of rich merchants, there was a possibility that he would buy the most expensive thing and return back immediately after purchasing it. Namgung's twin thought that the drinks were bought for the doctor as a token of gratitude, but the teacher refuted this guess, since the budget was already exceeded. Looking at the buckets, the master felt sorry to throw them away, and since they were already there, he decided to send Namgung-san for water. Leaving the young man alone with the buckets, the mentor went off to take care of the business that had accumulated over the evening. Jin Ryung calmed down an angry Dan Moon-hai, who stood over her seriously injured brother. Having completed the examination and performed some procedures, the doctor was ready to return home. The teacher asked how his student was feeling and how serious it was. Dan Chil-yong suffered multiple fractures and bruises, but fortunately his organs were intact. However, It would take at least a month for him to fully recover. The doctor handed the bundle with payment to the master, in which he described his services in detail. The cost of treatment was quite high due to the serious condition of the victim. Sabu asked for a discount in exchange for advertising for the doctor, but he refused, because everyone already knew about him. The master tried to pay for the treatment in installments or after its completion, but the doctor demanded the entire amount at once. If the doctor accepted payment in installments or after the treatment, such services could bring him more trouble than profit in the future. Clenching the paper in anger, the master decided that he would make the villains pay for what they had done by paying for the treatment of Dan Sam, as Cheol-yong's close friends called him. Returning with water, the headman met with his classmates, who admired the mentor and were at the same time frightened by him. The next day, the whole group, together with the teacher, came to the merchant's house. Master Sabu, serious as ever, asked his students if they were absolutely certain that Kang Chang-han was the culprit. Nam Gung-san said that the wounded man was delirious all night, repeating the same set of words. Hyun-woong added to the headman's story, specifying that he repeated these words 117 times that night. Having put together all the information they received, the students identified Dan Cheol-yeon's offender. When pronouncing his name, the patient's teeth gnashed so loudly that it could be heard throughout the entire area. Kang Chang-han's house was supposed to be in the village and was supposed to provide postal services. This family was very well known in the service industry and was among the top 3 in the province. The teacher was optimistic and believed that finding the villain would be easy as pie. The teacher asked his students if they were ready to avenge Dan Sam, to which they all shouted in unison that they were ready. The master chose Dan Moon-hai to go ahead and beat everyone she met along the way. The girl asked if she could inflict serious injuries on her offenders by hitting their manhood, to which the teacher gave the go-ahead. Having heard the menacing statement of their classmate, the guys began to admire and support her in every possible way in this matter. Pleased with this attitude, the mentor commanded his students to go into battle. The young martial artists were ready to demonstrate everything that the great Sabu had taught them. After wandering around the village for a while, the detachment finally reached the merchant's house. Hyun-woong decided to correct the teacher, who read the sign on the building from left to right instead of right to left. The mentor growled discontentedly that there was no difference in reading the name, and the main thing was that they were finally at their destination. Addressing the guards of the merchant's house, Master Sabu ordered them to call their master. The teacher repeated his request, but in a more rude form, being quite rude to the soldiers who decided to teach the impudent guest a lesson. The mentor didn't even bat an eye at the angry fighters rushing towards him and simply used his fist. The men, like fluff, scattered from just one touch of the master and dropped their swords. Noting that the reception promised to be warm, the teacher allowed everyone except himself to take off their bracelets. This was a pleasant surprise for the students, but they did not immediately begin to part with their jewelry, having become accustomed to it over such a long period of time. One by one, with a loud click, the bracelets fell to the floor, and the teacher opened the door for the students. His strike, as befits a great master, was filled with great and powerful force. The impact was not only destructive, but also very loud, which attracted the attention of all workers. There was practically nothing left under the entrance doors. Only splinters hung in the air for some time, and then turned into dust. The next moment, the surrounding area was filled with the ringing of a bell, calling absolutely everyone to the main entrance. Each of the house's employees was armed with some kind of weapon, either a sword, a spear, or an ordinary stick. A crowd of several dozen men rushed towards the uninvited guest who dared to break into Kang Chang-han's house. The security chief also showed up with the guards, asking who in their right mind would dare to show up here in such a way. Huang Bo-jin told the teacher that the lotus was the emblem of the leaders, and the master immediately ordered him to immediately call the leader if he himself was not one. The elder was so angered by the gang leader's impudent behavior that he could barely contain his emotions. Not prepared to tolerate such humiliation, the man ordered the scoundrels to be thrown out of the territory. As befits a great master, Ryu-yong looked at his opponent's face with a smile and calmness. The teacher repeated the words of the guard, which were addressed to his students, who were supposed to throw out the soldiers who were attacking them. One of the 4 groups that the young master was assigned to study gathered the strongest young masters. Initially, from the very day they met, they showed themselves to be completely different people. In front of their teacher, they stopped being sweet and obedient, and to some extent even became trusting. Few of them were also noble, trained in manners and rules of etiquette. There were also some who were mercantile and had specific inclinations, but none of them went beyond the limits. Of the entire detachment, only 2 distinguished themselves. They were not particularly intelligent, and some even had a hot temper. Every single one of them had changed, and along with their increased strength, they had gained the skills necessary to be a true martial artist. The twins were throwing guards left and right, but they were doing it with minimal effort. Sansanyi felt that the sword was much lighter than usual, as if she was filled with incredible strength. Namgung-san was so captivated by what was happening that he was beginning to get a taste for it. Having come to his senses, the guy felt ashamed that he had begun to enjoy beating a person. As soon as the student lost his vigilance, one of the guards immediately decided to take advantage of it. A classmate who was nearby at that moment saved his friend, having properly dealt with the attacker. The guy shouted after the scoundrel not to mess with any of the group members again. The boys swung their clubs without feeling their weight in their hands, and their movements became smoother and much faster. It was so easy for the students to punish the guards that they made a bet among themselves that whoever beat the fewest opponents would clean the camp. Seeing how hard everyone was trying, Namgung-san decided not to give in to them and prepared to put all his strength into the next attack. Looking around, the elder, who was preparing for battle, was perplexed as to why no one had attacked him. Running past the guy, Okyeon called him to follow her, explaining that there were no more enemies left on this level. The girl wanted to win, and to do so she needed to get at least a double-digit number, while San had only 6. The young man was not attracted by the prospect of washing floors throughout the entire camp, and he followed his classmate. In the busier area of the merchant's house, Dan Moon-hye left no trace of anyone who crossed her path. At the same time as the club, she used both her arms and legs, which, being free of bracelets, easily scattered enemies. Although the men were armed with spears and swords, they lacked confidence in their own strength. Sister Dan-sama wondered why her brother was beaten by the crowd, but the guards couldn't pull such a trick on her. The workers of the house rushed from all new directions away from the crazy woman, who was rushing for some reason unknown to them. The guards, whose orders were to defend the main entrance, did not have time to touch the ground from the blows they received. The teacher, despite the commotion that had arisen around him, walked up the stairs with a calm step. The great master drove away the enemies who appeared on his path like flies, without slowing his pace for a second. One of the lucky ones who managed to escape the massacre alive came to the gentleman with a report about the events taking place behind the doors of the house. The owner was stunned to hear that his army had been scattered by a gang of 10 men with wooden swords, led by a crazy old man. The merchant's house workers, like laundry after washing, hung on the walls, fences, and stair railings. Most of the guards that were scattered throughout the courtyard lay unconscious, completely exhausted. Having left his chambers, the gentleman came out to the group and demanded an explanation of who they were and what they wanted. Having condemned the owner for his rude reception, the master asked him a counter-question, suggesting that he introduce himself first. The advisors flared up, but the head of the house stopped them with a gesture, agreeing to play by the rules dictated by the strangers. The owner introduced himself as Chan Woo-yang and said that he was the main man in this house, after which he wanted to know the names of the uninvited guests who had so unceremoniously burst into his domain. Without revealing their names, the master only replied that they came from the mountains and wanted to talk to Kang Chang-han, but in response, they received only aggression. The owner of the house wanted to know what they wanted from him and Kang Chang-han to cause such a fight here. The master told how the scoundrel Chang-han, together with his guys, upon returning from the mountain, mercilessly beat his student. The teacher described in vivid detail how the scoundrel, being weaker than his student, attacked him with his whole gang, turning the young man into a cutlet. Continuing, the mentor said that the student was in such a serious condition that he remained unconscious, and his further fate was unknown. Sabu stated that the recovery would take 6 months, and that there could be serious consequences. Therefore, Kang Chang-han had to be punished and pay for the treatment. The owner of the house couldn't believe his ears, claiming that their house respected the Ami clan. Chang Woo-yang assured that his son had just given a donation to their clan yesterday. The head of the house was confident in Chang-han's innocence, and since he returned home beaten, he wanted to find out what really happened. The master ordered his servants to bring the man who, according to his assurances, had not yet managed to go far. The servants dragged Kang Chang-kan, who was indignant that his appetite had been ruined, and Master Sabu, as soon as he saw him without a second doubt about the culprit, wanted to get straight to the point. The scoundrel's father stated that Chang Han was not a bad man, but could appear tactless when he was drunk. The tipsy man was immediately doused with cold water on Chan Wu-yang's orders to sober him up. The teacher sternly asked the scoundrel whether the beating of another of his students yesterday was his doing. The owner's son began to mumble that the guy started it first, and he was simply defending the honor of the house, but the master, confident that the culprit was lying, wanted to listen to his accomplices. Chang Wu-yang pointed fearfully at the people the evil old man wanted to interrogate. Turning around, the master looked at the guys who had taken part in the unfortunate incident, but saw no one except the beaten guards. Deciding that the villains wanted to get rid of the evidence, the teacher called on them to immediately stand up and defend themselves. The enraged Kang Chang Khan drew his sword, wanting to punish the impudent man who decided to disgrace his house. With his usual calm, the master threw down the club and ordered his student to catch it. Sabu lost his iron patience and, calling the pathetic drunkard a coward, snapped off his bracelets. By attacking the teacher, Kang Chang Han wanted to force the upstart to take back his words. The students watched as the master punished the deceitful Kang Chang Han and even sympathized with his fate and stupidity, because of which he decided that he could teach Saba a lesson. The girls wondered what would happen to the son of the merchant house, and Dan Moon Hai hoped for the worst outcome. But Hawk bet that the villain would be reduced to a bloody mess, and his classmates supported him. An angry Dan Moon Hai bet all her tomorrow's food that the offender would not live until tomorrow. Jin Ryung and Ok Yan agreed that the bet would not take place since everyone was betting on the same thing. But unlike the others, Hyun Woong decided that the teacher would not allow the villain to die, no matter how cruel he seemed. The guys tried to dissuade the guy, reminding him of the usual hellish training, which he would hardly be able to survive without food. Confident of his victory, the young man pointed to the fight, which looked more like a beating, as poor No Hak began to have a panic attack. Master Sabu punished Kang Chang Han with the 3 happiness beating technique that was so familiar to the student. The boy couldn't calmly watch what was happening, but Hyun assured him that the teacher had been much more kind to him. Having completed the entire stage of the second happiness and the punishment as a whole, the mentor calmly walked away, shaking off his hands. An excited Mr. Wu Yang asked Master Sabu if his son was still alive. The man replied that only partially, but if he was left like that, then death would become inevitable. Moon Hai, after arguing, was sure that the teacher would take real revenge by using the 3rd stage as well. But for Hyun Woong, everything was obvious from the very beginning. The guy hastened to add that the man would be in serious condition for at least 6 months, and even if he pulled through, his life would definitely not be the same. Moon Hai's twin agreed that the rest of his life would seem like hell to Kang Chang Han. The guys were surprised at how vindictive and cruel such a sweet girl could be. Chang Wu-yang informed the master that he would conduct his own investigation, but he could not simply let go of the man who had blackened the name of their house. The man could not allow anyone to find out about these circumstances, risking the cooperation of their house. The master treated the statement with complete calm, because he did not see in the old man even a hint of his opponent. The teacher called Chang Wu-yang to him, who was happy to fight for the honor of the house. Suddenly the man's legs started moving so fast that they pushed the wind away from them. And at some point, having properly warmed up before the fight, Wu-yang pushed off with force. The technique used by the merchant seemed very familiar to the fascinated Jin Ryung. At some point, Chang Wu-yang, who was hovering in the air, began to quickly move from one place to another, changing his position every second. Several swords flew at the calmly standing Sabu, literally surrounding him, not giving him the opportunity to move to the side. And at that moment, Jin recognized the technique that belonged to the Ami clan. Outsiders were not taught such a technique, and from this, it followed that Wu Yang was the successor of the clan. Having completed the final stage, the head of the merchant house unleashed 16 chaotically flying blades at the teacher. The girl did not understand why their mentor did nothing against such a strong technique. Sabu was only a few centimeters away from the blades flying at him, but he stood there without moving. The students watching the duel held their breath, worried about the fate of their mentor. Just when Chang Wu-yan thought he had pierced the impudent old man, he saw that he was no longer there. Before the man had time to come to his senses, the teacher appeared next to him, already raising his leg to strike. With his signature move, Sabu knocked the wind out of the head of the house, and with it, the confidence in victory. The teacher watched as the overconfident Wu Yan, just like his son, failed to defend the honor of his house and flew high. The girls were amazed by the skill of the teacher, who blocked the chaotically flying sword with extraordinary ease. Classmates wondered what they had just seen and what was this amazing technique that their teacher had used. Hoping that the father of the family had not lost consciousness from the strong blow, the master wanted to complete one matter concerning Chang Han. But he was again thwarted, and this time these people were the advisors who came to the aid of the beaten merchant. On one side, the advisor, who occupied the second most important place in the house, pounced on the teacher, twirling his glaive. From the other side, his deputy pounced, holding out the sharp tip of a spear in front of him. Without taking his hands out from behind his back, Sabu dodged both the spinning glaive from above and the spear strike from below. Grabbing both weapons, the master stopped the attackers and jumped up, lifting himself off the ground. He began to spin right in the air, spinning his opponents, who screamed in fear. Spinning even faster, the advisors could not resist and flew off to different ends of the estate. Having smoothly descended to the ground, the master said that his technique had no name while continuing to amaze his students. Having discovered that the gentleman had come to his senses, the teacher went towards him to put an end to their confrontation. The magnanimous Sabu spared the merchant, hitting him only once, but warned him that real problems were yet to come. With a sinister smile, the master realized that Chang Wu Yang did not know the whole truth, and did not understand what exactly his subordinates did to the student. He said that his student was the firstborn son of the head of the Dan family, who was famous for his knowledge in the production of various poisons. Wondering what to do with the merchant, the young master decided that they would definitely find something to talk about in private. People around the merchant's house were whispering, discussing the events that had taken place there. When the students returned from the estate, their bracelets were lying in the same place where they had left them. Putting the bracelets back on, the girls complained about the decency of the locals, who, as it turned out, were unable to steal even one of them. But Hawk said that he couldn't feel his legs and arms, and the guys rushed to reassure him that perhaps memories had come flooding back to him when he saw the teacher's technique. While his classmates argued about whether Sabu had done the right thing with Hawk, the class leader glanced at the others. Huang Bo-jin lost his mood as soon as he put the shackles back on, and Hyun Woong was interested in the teacher's conversation with Moon Hai. At the same time, Moon Hai came out of the estate, which caught Namgung San's attention. In order not to waste time on guesswork, Hyun Woong suggested asking the girl directly. The victim's sister said that Master Sabu gave her the opportunity to choose on behalf of Keel Young how to resolve this conflict. Hyun Woong was surprised that the teacher asked Moon Hai's opinion, thinking that he could easily take everything valuable for himself and leave it in his storage. The boys asked the girl whether she had spared the offender or ordered him to be executed, and Huang Bo-jin even suggested that they be paid regular compensation. Even though the classmate wanted everyone involved in the beating to get their punishment for the rest of their days, their plan was not so cruel and wild. First, her family had to be given information on each attacker so that they could deal with each one individually. Hoping that this would be enough, Wu Yang was ready to say goodbye to the guests, but the teacher asked him not to rush. Having introduced the sister of the beaten boy, the master suggested that the merchant personally discuss all the details with her directly. He threatened that if the gentleman refused, then next time the girl would come with a whole pack of relatives. Chang Wu-yan decided to negotiate, assuming that the mentor was aware of the student's demands. Shaking his head in displeasure, Sabu expressed surprise that the younger generation was not aware of such things. The master loudly asked if the merchant knew how to resolve such issues, directly hinting at money. The man agreed to pay for treatment, moral compensation, and send parcels to the victim's family every year. The teacher didn't like that Wu Yan only talked about the family, completely forgetting about the victim. The teacher kindly reminded them that both he and the beaten boy's friends had suffered serious injuries that would probably stay with them for the rest of their lives. The old man clarified that before this incident, the students wore fancy clothes and were always well fed, and his hair was dark. The master blurted out that he had suffered from such worries, and the students were running back and forth, tired both mentally and physically, not to mention the days and money spent. Chung Woo-young didn't understand what this old man who was pulling money out of him wanted from him, but it was not even possible to challenge his decision. Having agreed to compensate every penny, Chung Woo-young asked only one thing in return: to forget about this incident. Without hesitation, the teacher agreed to the deal, but only if he received the promised funds. Having concluded the agreement, the master and his students saw no point in remaining in Chang Wuyang's estate, and they could calmly return to the camp. The mentor left the building with a huge bag, the contents of which shone, breaking through the thick fabric. Before returning to camp, Sabu suggested that the students look at one place. He told us about a store that was nearby, and told us to go there immediately. The master said that they didn't have to worry about money, because all the outfits would be paid for from Chang Wuyang's pocket. The master allotted no more than 2 hours for updating the wardrobe, and anyone who is late will be punished with a special training session. The boys immediately ran to get new clothes, but Master Moon Hai asked them to come to him for a few words. The teacher told the girl all the details of the contract they had concluded with the merchant, including the fact that the incident that had happened should be forgotten. After listening to the mentor, the twin thought about his words and what had happened in general. While Moon Hai thought that the master had finished his speech and decided that it was now time to go to the store, Ryu Young was afraid that the girl might find out about his machinations. Deciding that she wouldn't find out anything anyway, the teacher left her alone and allowed her to join the others in the store. The young master still didn't understand what his student was really planning, but he also didn't bother his head with unnecessary thoughts. Having an extra 2 hours at his disposal, the teacher decided to use this time usefully and take care of the accumulated work. Despite the huge bag on his back, what worried him most was the checkbook in his pocket. Unable to contain his emotions, Ryu Young laughed out loud, attracting the attention of passers-by. After the students had had time to buy, the instructor, standing near the forest, assessed the outfits they had bought. The girls, Moon Hai and Ok Yan, bought outfits that contrasted with their blonde hair. The Namgung twins chose more traditional blue outfits as if to complement each other. Looking at the other students, Sabu wondered what they had been doing all this time. For Hyun Woong, the clothes were too expensive, and for Nohak there was no suitable outfit that would suit his taste. Looking like a peacock, Hwang Bo-jin donned a brightly colored suit and even ordered a couple of accessories. The outfit that Jin Ryung appeared in raised many questions from the master, because she looked exactly the same as before. The deputy headmistress was indignant that the new outfit looked old-fashioned, and Namgung-san immediately rushed to convince her otherwise, showering her with compliments. Suddenly the young man received a wooden sword in the back, and from the unexpected blow he fell to the ground. The master apologized, explaining that the stick had accidentally slipped from his hand and hit the headman straight. The teacher ordered everyone to go home, but warned that those who lagged behind would be trained in an intensive mode. All of his classmates, except for Jin, abandoned poor San, who only Jin tried to bring back to his senses. The sun was inexorably setting, and the camp, which had been plunged into silence for a long time, was once again filled with ringing voices. A group of students and their teacher were suddenly called by an unfamiliar voice. Turning around, the master saw 2 well-dressed men who, judging by their appearance, held positions in government agencies. The out-of-breath men introduced themselves as inspectors and reported that they had been able to find the camp. They arrived on the instructions of the owner, since they had not received news from the master for a long time. The inspectors were initially frightened when they saw the empty camp, and one of them became suspicious of the teacher, since he did not fit the image of a master of the iron sword. According to the man, the master used to be kinder, looked much older, and was shorter. The students were shocked that their great Sabu, according to the examiner's description, was a completely different person. While the guests were arguing among themselves about whether the man standing in front of them was Mr. Jin, Yin and Yang Ryu-yeon had already begun to prepare to find a way out of this situation. Going through the books for swindlers he had read in his head, the young master tried to find the right answer. Deciding to act preemptively, the teacher said that he had been waiting for their arrival and was ready to tell them what had happened to Mr. Jin. The employees were confused by the unexpected speech of the unfamiliar master and had no idea what he was getting at. Sabu revealed that the master of the iron sword had already left this world, indicating where Lord Jin was now. The inspectors were divided in their opinions, suggesting that he either flew away or died. Pointing to the master's burial place, Ryu Yong, in order to lull the men's vigilance, accused them of working slowly, since they had only just arrived. The employees were shocked by such terrible news and asked who then stood before them. Ryu Young pointed to himself and asked again if everyone had heard the question correctly. The young master looked at his students, who, no less than the arriving guests, wanted to know his true identity. With a good-natured smile, the teacher suggested continuing the conversation, which, in his opinion, would be very interesting in a more comfortable setting. While in the cafeteria, the students discussed the pressing question of who really was the man who had been teaching them all this time. They asked themselves various questions, wondering what they had been doing all this time instead of studying properly, and how to find this man who had let his hands fall. Headman Namgung advised them not to panic and to calm down, also noting that despite the mistake that had occurred, they were still able to learn a lot. His comrade Hyun Woong, although he didn't want to admit it, agreed with his words. He also advised the young man to come to his senses, because due to his excitement, he could not stop touching his broom. The twin sister advised her brother to change his last name to Durak, but Jin Ryung stood up for the boy, because deep down she believed in the kindness of Sabu. Ok-yeon interrupted her classmates' thoughts by asking them to tell her more about the person who was supposed to teach them. Hyun told about Mr. Jin, who used iron balls and thin round blades in battle, and was one of the top 10 masters of the White Sword clan. Believing in her mentor to the very end, the girl assumed that he could have been either Master Jin's student, or his brother, or just a friend. Hwang Bo-jin noted the different styles of martial arts of the masters, and also emphasized that Mr. Jin earned a place on the list of the strongest due to having the right connections. Feeling the power of Master Sabu, No-hak agreed that if Master Jin had not fought anyone in public combat, he would have ranked last on the list. Reflecting, Moon-hai considered the deceased teacher to be a rather weak master and suggested not to remember him anymore. But San Sun-yi came up with a crazy theory that Sabu had challenged the unfortunate old man to a duel to the death. The girl was sure that the master had challenged the elderly Mr. Jin to a duel, and, by killing him, had won the title of one of the strongest. Everyone present could not even imagine such a crazy and cruel version of the development of events. Without a second's hesitation, No-hak supported this theory, while the headman denied everything to the very end. Hyun Woong, while acknowledging his teacher's lack of kindness, believed that he would not kill someone for the sake of fame, but it was also impossible to explain why he hid his identity. While everyone was slandering the teacher, Jin Ryung stood up for him, suggesting an option in which the killer could have been someone else entirely. Dan Moon-hai thought that if she wanted money, she would kidnap Hwangbo and threaten to kill his family, but the teacher would come up with something more cunning. Even though the situation seemed very strange, Hyun had some guesses about it. First, there was definitely a connection between the masters, but since the late Jin had no relatives, Sabu couldn't be part of them. Considering the age and character of both, they could not be either students or friends, except perhaps just acquaintances. Noticing the teacher's build, the boys were suspicious of his age, assuming that he could be middle-aged, or perhaps even younger. The young man's second guess was that Sabu might have asked Mr. Jin to replace him while he was dying. By taking a fee from the old man, the mentor could agree to fulfill his last wish to help poor children. Thirdly, the meeting of the students with the master was very successful, at least for them. Even though the acquaintance was quite specific, as was the training, its importance could not be denied. Continuing the conversation, Hyun Woong asked his classmates if they felt anything unusual when they were in the merchant's house. As much as everyone would not like to admit it, over the course of their training, they were able to develop incredible strength. It was hard to believe that they were able to achieve such a result in just 2 months. But despite this, No-hak was not impressed and continued to harbor a grudge for his punishment. Jin Ryung's firm opinion was that all the knowledge they had acquired was invaluable for their future. Namgung-san supported his friend, noting that the acquaintance with the teacher could come to an end, especially after the inspection visit. His friend was sure that their choice could also affect the outcome of the negotiations, and they must decide whether to return to normal life or continue the hellish training. The staff were distraught to hear that Mr. Jin had died at the hands of street thugs, and at the time of his death had asked to replace him in teaching the children. Ryu Yong continued to back up his lie with details, saying that he had met the master, but very rarely. The young master tried to express sympathy for the deceased, mentioning his favorite activities and bad habits. The old man's death was so sudden that Sabu didn't even know who to tell about it. He wasn't part of any community of masters, but he couldn't leave his children in trouble. The men were so naive that after such a speech from the mentor, they took the lie at face value, believing in the friendship between Mr. Jin and Sabu. The inspectors wanted to know the master's name in order to tell about his noble deed in the city, but the teacher brushed it off, saying that he did not need the praise of others. Since Ryu Young taught for free, he asked the staff for money for the children's needs, and the guests were surprised that it was possible to teach someone without proper funding. And then the young master realized that the old man's money was not his salary, but was allocated to the camp workers, such as guards, cleaners, and cooks. The employees were interested in where the food came from and how the issue of cooking and washing was resolved. But the master avoided answering, saying that he did everything in his power. The men thanked the good-natured teacher for the work he had done and asked him to sum it up before passing the students on to another master. The mentor roared with anger when he heard that his students' training was to be suspended. The master slapped his palm hard on the table and the blow caused a large crack. Surrounded by a strong aura, Sabu asked the guests if they thought he was not worthy of teaching. The angry mentor ordered the examiners to go back and pass on his words, starting to knock them out right on the surface of the table. 4 days later, the master's message reached the right people, but in a rather strange form. In it, he stated his position that until he achieved the necessary result, they would not send the students back. The advisor who received the message was delighted by the text written on the board by the master's fingers. The inspectors, out of breath, continued to explain that the board was part of a thick table, which the master had cut off with his finger. Having finished working on the message, the teacher threw it to the guests, asking for something in return. Shocked by such a trick, the men did not understand what the crazy old man was talking about. The mentor became angry again, explaining to the employees that they were deliberately pretending not to understand what he was talking about. Sabu asked for financial support for the words spoken to the boys, that the workers felt sorry for them. The teacher asked to tell where and how it was possible to obtain funding, also asking for the entire amount declared during the training. The advisor believed that the inspectors joined the conversation so quickly because they wanted to report the incident as soon as possible. Having placed the message on the table, the man was calm about his students because the master, whoever he was, tried to show concern for them. When his subjects had nothing more to say, he ordered them to be released to recover from their difficult journey. But the news didn't end there, and the eccentric teacher asked if there was something else he could pass on. The teacher reflected on the words of one of the guests that the children were weaker than other groups and lagged behind in their studies. The kids in Sabu's group had low grades, and the older kids hoped that Mr. Jin could improve their grades. The mentor was furious that he had been given such weak students, who until that moment no one had shown any interest in. In a fit of anger, he hit the table, which immediately folded in half, frightening the inspectors to the point of horror. Ryu Young, wagging his finger, declared that he would extend the training course for another month. The employees were so surprised that their jaws dropped at such an unexpected statement. The stunned advisor reacted to this news in exactly the same way, losing the power of speech. The students themselves were no exception, hearing the same thing, but from the lips of their mentor. The master did not like the boys' reaction, and in order to somehow cheer them up, he tried to convey that such a decision would give them the opportunity to learn something new. The female half of the students were the least interested in learning new skills if it required an extra month of their lives. The students, who thought that the hardest part was behind them and that their torment would soon come to an end, in fact had only completed half the journey. Trying to hide his displeasure, Namgung-san tried to explain as gently as possible what caused this reaction. The master stated that no one had the right to stop the training, especially because of Dan-san's illness. His sister, like the others, did not quite understand how he was involved in this. The teacher explained that once Dan Chil-young recovered, everyone would go home and only he would not learn anything. The mentor tried to awaken a sense of compassion in the teenagers, but they all refused to prolong their torment, even for the sake of their friend. The headman and his deputy questioned Sabu whether his decision had been agreed upon with the head of the community. The Grand Master explained that his decision did not require anyone's approval, but Hyun Woong was sure that the master was waiting for an answer, since he had only just announced it. The teacher immediately refuted this theory, saying that all this time he was busy with equipment necessary for further training. The students asked if their master knew what they had asked of Mr. Jin when they handed over this position to him. The master said that the letter asked to make worthy warriors out of them, and he considered the issue of extension closed, since he had already received money from the head. From that day on, the master prepared no less exciting tests for the students and decided to make them more difficult for some of the group. Shaking with the horror that gripped him, Namgung-san wanted to know the names of these guys if they were already known. The first to receive more challenging training were the two main slackers of the group, Nohak and Dan-san. The special students were also joined by Namgung-san and Jin Ryong, for whom this news came as a bolt from the blue. The teacher made this decision based on the large amount of free time the couple had. To test their knowledge and fighting skills, the mentor invited the students to fight him face to face. Having appeared before the head of the martial masters, the advisor told him about what had happened and was surprised that the gentleman was familiar with the person who was training the group. The man said that the master, who lived on Mount Ami, had a bad character, but added that he was good-natured with strangers. A money-minded person who used unconventional teaching methods, he was known for his lack of a beard, but this could easily be remedied with a simple trim. Chong Myung assured the advisor that there was no need to worry about the children and that this master possessed incredible power. The man also mentioned that among the master's students there were girls and boys who would most likely have already gone their own way. The advisor decided that this was why the old man did not want to let the children go. But if after training he still did not want to let them go, the head of the masters would have to meet with him. Mr. Men thought that in this case, he would get a good adrenaline rush, which would not be superfluous for him. The men, having finished their animated conversation, bowed to each other in farewell. The head of the martial artists watched the advisor leave, waiting until the door closed behind him. He stood motionless for a while, listening as the guest moved further and further away from his office. After making sure that there was no one around, Mr. Meng finally called his subject. His personal bodyguard, as well as the head of all security, Namgung Jin, entered the office. The owner asked his opinion about what he had heard, to which the servant completely agreed with the owner. The guard remembered the girl who was about to leave Sabu, who, in all likelihood, still lived on the mountain. Namgung revealed that the master was teaching his children, through whom he could quietly find out about Yeonbi. But young Myung, on the contrary, didn't want to hear anything about the girl, but since no one tried to find them, it meant that they didn't know who Rin really was. The father wanted a completely different life for his daughter, so he did not want him and the girl to ever meet in the future. The gentleman wanted to erase everything that reminded him of that incident, not only in terms of the surroundings, but also from the memory itself. Jin bowed to the owner, ready under no circumstances to allow Yeonbi to get to the lady. Her room was spacious and bright, significantly different from the one in the hotel in the village. Thin, sensitive fingers played with a hair clip with a flower bud decoration on the end. By putting the thing back into the box, the girl temporarily closed not only it, but also her memories. Despite young Myung's statement, Namgung Jin, although he understood it perfectly since he himself was a father, thought somewhat differently, but kept his opinion to himself. The head of the martial artists took out a small statue from his robe, intending to hand it to the guard. Jong Myung decided to resort to an unconventional solution by turning to the shadow for help. Namgung Jin, accompanied by two assistants, arrived at the tavern. The guards sat down at the table, and their boss, having ordered dumplings from the administrator, said that he would go upstairs. The man behind the counter carefully watched the black statuette left by Mr. Namgung. As soon as the guests started to climb the stairs, the administrator announced his arrival by ringing the bells. Without any instructions, the man entered the room he needed, knowing that he was already expected there. Hong-sik sat in front of him, barely touching his dumpling, slightly surprised by the guest's sudden appearance. He greeted the newcomer in a calm voice and noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. While grabbing another dumpling, Hong-sik clarified his task, which was to protect Miss Yo-rin from a girl named Yeon-bi. The head of security also added that the lady should not have found out about anything, otherwise she would never be able to forgive her father. Namgung Jin warned of the girl's skill, who could single-handedly take over the entire martial arts community. The spy wanted to make sure that he was given all the information he needed for the job before taking on the job. The man suggested that the reason the customer was afraid of this girl was because of the promised 3 wishes, which could put the lady's life at risk. The option of refusing to fulfill the wishes was not considered, since the lady, having willingly fulfilled the first of them, was glowing with happiness. Having promised to become the strongest, the girl has been training in martial arts for 7 years already. Namgung recalled a conversation with his daughter when her father wanted to know if she was really ready to fulfill any, even the most terrible, wish of her friend. The daughter stated with unshakable confidence that Yeon-bi would never ask for such a thing, and even if she did, she would have a good reason for it. The girl said that she would comply with any condition up to the very last point, unless it would harm her father. Worried, Mr. Men wanted to know if his daughter would fulfill her wish, risking her life in the process. When mortal danger comes, Yeonbi will not hesitate for a second to try to protect her, even if she has to sacrifice herself. Therefore, a girl in such a situation will do everything in her power for the sake of her dear friend. While sipping sake, Hong-sik wondered if Yeonbi was a person or the name of a religious group. Namgung said that she was an ordinary child, but her teacher sent her to work in a bar from an early age. Even though the lady had become strong in spirit, able to see a person's soul and thoughts, the risk remained, because it was unknown who her friend could become over the years. The guard expressed concern that the lady might disappear from their sight at an unexpected moment. And at such a moment, a man may appear who is just waiting to kidnap the girl. The Shadow Lord was silent for a while, thinking about Namgung Jin's words. The man assumed that they were talking about the western sky, which after that day seemed to have fallen into the ground. The spy was shocked by the news, but doubted that the man would return, since his identity had already been revealed. However, the guard was sure that the villain would return again and finish what he started, harming the girl. The man, heading towards the window, declared that it was not only the western sky that was hiding from everyone in the shadows. Back in the city, they had no plans to leave the master's daughter in the sword school for long. At first, he wanted his daughter to study, but if she wanted to, she had to go home straight away. Exactly 1 year after the lady's departure, something happened that changed her father's decision. The rain that was falling outside brought back old memories for Namgung, as it had also been raining from the sky that day. An ordinary man came to Yorin's house, being in no way remarkable. Through this stranger, someone delivered a parcel for the young lady, which was tied with a red thread. The strange thing was that there were no holidays or significant events on this day. But as soon as the girl's father opened the gift, everything became clear. The package contained a red dress that fit Yorin's figure perfectly. But, as Mr. Namgung recalled, this was not an ordinary everyday dress, but a wedding dress. The Shadow Lord didn't believe it right away, but the guard had no reason to lie, adding to his story that the gift had arrived on the anniversary of that unfortunate incident. With this very gift, the villain who killed Jin's brother revealed himself, and it was because of this villain that Ye Rin once wanted to commit suicide. Hong-sik assumed that the criminal wanted to hint at his return, but the guard interrupted him, because it didn't end there. From the very day the gift was brought the first time, this began to happen again and again. Year after year, on the same day of the calendar, from neighboring villages and unknown places, some people, each time different, brought mocking gifts to the master's house. Each subsequent parcel, like the first, contained a red wedding dress, but each year it became one size larger. The story that Namgung Jin told made Hong-sik horrified by the twisted mind of the poor girl's stalker. Chong Myung wanted to know who sent these dresses, asking each courier about it, but they all answered that the parcel was delivered by a person without any special features. The spy guessed that this was the way the criminal delivered his gifts, and asked if the lady knew about these cases. Namgung replied that the lady did not know and would never know about the packages. For her safety, her father kept her in the sword school for 5 years, after which he sent her to study in a new place. Hong-sik thought it would be wiser to keep the lady in the school, but as Mr. Namgung reported, they managed to get in there too. The package was intercepted in time, and Yo Rin was taken home with security. Before she was sent to a new school, her father wanted to spend some time with her. The interlocutor decided that the girl should be in a place where it would be easier to protect her. With annoyance in his voice, Namgung Jin said that the same package was sent to the new location, which they were also able to easily intercept. Everyone was afraid that in the current situation, Yeonbi might also appear, from whom it was unknown what to expect, and it was impossible to deal with her with the help of security. It was for this reason that, in order to protect the lady, a shadow was needed that could keep an eye on everything. The guard admitted that he, like his master, wanted the girl to push the memories of what had happened into the back of her mind. The father, watching his daughter carefully handle the hairpin, said that those around her might think, looking at her, that she had a lover, although she had no time for men. In response to her father's statement, Yo Rin responded that the hairpin was a kind of talisman that would help her find the most important person in her life. The girl, as before, was firm in her convictions, and the confidence that she and her friend would meet again never faded. At this time, Ryu Yong, hiding under the guise of the Great Sabu, conducted new training for his students. Namgung-san, balancing on a rope with a stick, shouted that he was going to fall and break himself. But the teacher continued to ignore his cries. At some point, the rope began to shake violently, and the young man's leg suddenly slipped off the rope. With a monstrous scream and tears in his eyes, the group leader, along with the stick, flew down. Watching this scene, Master Sabu was disappointed in his student, but still pulled the rope. In order to properly punish Namgung for his mistake, the mentor used his inner strength. A bolt of lightning ran along the rope, reaching the student dangling at its end. The guy, who had been falling into the abyss just a second ago, flew into the air several meters, still screaming hysterically. The young man began his fall again at great speed, approaching the ground. But the good-natured mentor did not let his student fall, and Namgung-san landed right into Sabu's arms. The next moment, the master threw the guy away from himself as if he were an unnecessary trinket. The young man fell hard to the ground, and his classmates immediately ran up to him, inquiring about his health. Dissatisfied with how the training was going, the teacher demanded that the rope be returned to him, and that the noise stop. The boys watched the teacher with bated breath, not wanting to end up in the place of the next test subject. Haunted by terrible nightmares, No Hak was sure that the mentor wanted to cripple the students he didn't like, including him. One of the guys pointed at Chul Yan and said that he was ready to step onto the rope next. The boy screamed that they shouldn't have treated him, and that the students would have been better off leaving him to die rather than participating in such tests. Dan-sama didn't understand what they were doing in this place, because today was the last day of training, and the other groups, unlike them, were already preparing to go home. On the Shaman Mountain, on the last day of training, the teacher asked the students to voice any complaints they had before they left. The good-natured master said that it was an honor for him to teach such talented children. One of the students objected that no one in the group had any questions, and that they regretted not being able to continue their studies under the teacher. Everyone bowed their heads in unison and thanked the mentor for a wonderful few months. On Fire Mountain, there was also a farewell to the students, and the master gave a speech about how all of them would feel pain and loneliness in life, and at such moments it was worth remembering their loved ones, and that, remembering the days spent at the camp, the students will be able to give themselves the strength to rise up and continue moving forward. The mentor's words, according to the students themselves, deeply impressed them and will remain in their hearts for a long time. Showering them with compliments, the boys said they would never forget the teacher who reciprocated their feelings. Another group studying at Mount T also finished their classes by leaving anonymous notes of good wishes for each other. The notes were needed so that the students could look at themselves through the eyes of those around them and develop in themselves the traits and qualities inherent in every warrior. The old woman admired her students, wished them all the best, and the students, being grateful for the training, did not want to part with the master. One of the students approached her adopted sister, who looked at her note for a long time. The girl in the red dress asked if she had seen anything inappropriate in the letter. The student who questioned the contents of the note had a black patch over her eye and was distinguished by her impudence both in words and in her behavior. The student replied that there was nothing wrong with the note. It was just that 4 people from the group wanted to see her smile. A friend suggested teaching a lesson to these 4 impudent people who wrote something indecent to her. Ryan Doko, a girl with an eye patch, was asked by her classmates to be more polite and gentle when speaking to men. The girl said that she wanted to tear up the note, but after seeing the phrase left by the headman, she decided to keep only it, because she believed in her friend. Sister confirmed that her note also contained a line left by Ryan, saying that she would succeed. The girl in the red dress left this wish from the bottom of her heart, truly believing in the written words. Not liking such sentimental moments, the student turned around and headed to her room to pack her things. And while everyone was saying goodbye to the masters after finishing their training, the group on Mount Ami continued their hellish training. Tired to the limit, Dan-sama argued with his sister that it was better to live in hell than to train like this. Pointing to a rope stretched between the rocks, the young man assured that with such training one could say goodbye not only to healthy joints, but also to life as a whole. Moonhye tried to shut her talkative brother's mouth so that the teacher wouldn't hear their dissatisfaction. But the great Sabu heard every single word, and trying to prove that the training was not so dangerous, he gave the example of Namgung-san, who remained unharmed after it. At that very moment, the students were trying to bring the unconscious headman back to consciousness. The brother and sister were frightened when they saw this terrible picture, not wanting the same fate to befall them. The teacher said that Nam Gung-san was just pretending and was ready to prove it. The teacher ordered Jin Ryung to step on the rope since she was the deputy headman. The girl was not happy with the teacher's decision because she did not want to join her classmate. And then, as if risen from the dead, the guy rose to his feet to protect his beloved. The students were amazed at how incredible the power of love was that made poor San go back to his deadly training. Pleased with his rightness, the young master boasted to his students, who were greatly outraged by his cruel behavior. But suddenly Jin Ryung herself began to stand up for her savior, offering to go out on the rope instead of him. The teacher decided to clarify and said that no one should worry, because everyone present would go through this. And every day they will walk along it, over a huge abyss until everyone can reach the other side. The group went through the tests, accompanied by loud crying, and the master kept wondering how they would cope with the remaining, even more difficult tests. Sabu prepared so many different tasks that the students, if they do not manage to complete them, will be forced to stay, and the teacher will ask them to extend the course. Sitting on a chair, the master held a rope that served as a safety net for the training student. This time, Wang Bo-jin was on the rope, shaking every second as he stood above the abyss. The guy had already walked most of the way, and his friends on the opposite side were encouraging him in every possible way. Unable to bear such stress any longer, the student decided to take a risky step. Suddenly he rushed along the rope at great speed, not trying to hold it so as not to swing it. And the very next moment he jumped from the rope onto solid ground and received sincere congratulations from his friends, who were so worried about him. As time went on, more and more leaves fell from the trees, leaving them almost bare. Sansan-yi assumed a fighting stance to concentrate before taking on another difficult task. Fully prepared, she pushed off the ground with such force that it seemed she was trying to spend as much time in the air as possible. The girl ran so fast that it seemed as if she was floating in the air. The student quickly and deftly ran across the sharp blades, and her feet seemed not to even touch the bladed weapons. The students watching the demonstration were more pleased with the success of their classmates than with their own. Hwang Bo-jin and No-hak were hanging upside down, tied to a huge rock. Armed with a basket full of pine cones, Moon-hai and Chil-young were ready for another training session. Just as Sabu had done in his time, the young master, sitting on his throne, snapped his fingers, announcing that the task could begin. The twins enthusiastically began throwing cones at their targets using their entire arsenal. The students, tied to the stone, began to wriggle like snakes, dodging every cone that flew at them. Admiring the persistence and skills of their classmates, the guys began to applaud as soon as they successfully passed the next test. Time passed. The training did not stop but only intensified, bringing the students ever greater achievements. Jumping into the water with his hands tied behind his back, Nam Gung-san untied himself without difficulty, feeling extremely happy with his success. Classmates never ceased to be amazed by each other's new skills and achievements. The students developed so much that they even used the knowledge and skills they had acquired during their studies in cooking. Even fragile and tender girls were able to achieve such a level of strength and endurance that they could now compete equally with men. As soon as the last orange leaf fell from the branch, the difficult lessons were finally over. Sitting in his room, Ryu-young thought that it was time to send the students home. He tried to figure out where to get money for the trip, and the guy came up with the idea that they should get to the city on their own, considering this the last test. The young master considered himself not as cruel as his mentor, because he did not want the children who spent so much time training to end up becoming bandits. As always, without knocking, Sabu burst into his student's room, accusing him, as usual without any particular reason. As soon as the anger that clouded the old man's gaze subsided, he was horrified to see the state Ryu-young was in. With a mask on his face, the student said he was almost scared when cucumbers fell from his mask. The boy explained to his angry mentor that he decided to make himself a mask because he had been feeling much older lately. Believing that the product should be in the stomach and not on the face, the master suspected the student of some kind of business, because of which he was constantly late at work. The teacher immediately demanded a confession from his student, suspecting him of having started dating someone. However, the student was not so simple, because over such a long period of time he managed to study the master's habits well, and he decided to answer. Sitting down at the table, Ryu-young, trying to hide his excitement, told his mentor about his inner experiences. They consisted in the fact that the poor student always lacked gold coins to provide his wonderful teacher with worthy gifts. Having assured that he didn't like alcohol much, Sabu nevertheless accepted the gift from the guy and was forced to drink it, continuing to enjoy the beautiful day. But even after the master received the bottle with the drink, his suspicions did not disappear, and it seemed to him that the student was trying to get rid of him in this way. The mentor returned from training looking tired, and Ryu Young kindly prepared lunch, which was already waiting in the old man's room. The man, unhappy that his entire room smelled of food, rushed to fix it, but the big cat stopped its owner with a menacing roar, also reminding him of itself. The master added that next time the student should take care of his favorite as well. As he washed the mask off his face, he was unhappy with the fact that, in addition to buying treats for the old man, he now had to buy treats for his big cat as well. Wiping his face, the boy compared his life to slavery or serving a sentence for a crime. As soon as Ryu Young remembered the criminals, a great idea came to his mind. The young master came up with a way to solve the problem of sending his students home. All that was required for this was to visit the gentleman who ran the merchant's house. Shaking with every movement, Chang Woo-yang looked sick, but continued to work. The servant, noticing the state his master was in, offered him a rest, but the man refused, citing the large amount of work. The assistant was pleased that orders had increased, and the rumor that had been spread played into their hands. People outside the estate walls were discussing the incident when a gang broke into the house and turned everything upside down, but no one knew what exactly happened. Because all the goods remained intact, people believed that the workers had protected them, fighting to the last. The employee, while telling how lucky they were, also noted the extraordinary talent of the leader, without whom none of this would have happened. Not being a fan of sycophancy, the gentleman ordered that they stop praising him and close the topic of conversation, because just the thought of it made his heart bleed. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, the bell rang, and the men immediately understood who had come to visit them. Shouting the name of the crazy old man and shedding tears, the men fell into wild hysterics. The merchant joyfully greeted the unexpected guest, even though he was shaking from the mere sight of him. Knowing that there had been a shortage of couriers lately, the master offered to help the gentleman with this issue, but was surprised at how he was received. Chang Woo-yang, surrounded by his guards, claimed that under any circumstances they were all glad to meet him. The teacher learned that the office was supposed to deliver cargo in the direction the students were supposed to go, and suggested using them as security. Sabu explained that since his disciples were about to travel, the master could kindly help them with the journey, while they would help him with the delivery of the cargo. The teacher regretted that he could not join the trip, but noted the high level of skill of his children. Not one to take no for an answer, the master approved the deal, even though Wu Yang had not said a word during the conversation. Knowing that he had no choice as such, the man began to look for the positive aspects of this situation. The merchant did not refuse the offer, remembering the enormous strength that the old man possessed. The gentleman agreed to accept the master's students, and the grandfather immediately added that after the move, he would like the children to be paid for their work. The master also wanted his disciples to be fed, and Mr. Wu Yang, after thanking him, informed the old man that they would be leaving early in the morning. Having learned the departure time, the master said goodbye to the merchant, but managed to throw out a few parting words. Students will only accompany the couriers one way and then have to return without them. The mentor assured the gentleman that there would be no problems if the money was stuffed into pockets. Forgetting to warn about the many accumulated matters, Sabu, with the quick steps of a swindler, left the merchant's house. The workers and the owner did not have time to understand how the master had disappeared, leaving behind only a column of dust. Namgung-san was sitting on a rock, admiring the night sky, when suddenly he was called out. Jin Ryung, who was also awake and approaching him, noted the beauty of the night sky. The girl felt uneasy and went outside to catch her breath, but she did not expect to see the headman. Embarrassed, the guy said that he was suffering from insomnia because of his departure tomorrow. The deputy headman noted that because of the hard training, everyone seemed to be waiting for this moment, but when it came, their souls became sad and melancholy. Turning to the young man, she made his heart beat so hard that it was ready to jump out of his chest. The girl asked about the injury the young man received during the fight with the tiger. Full of emotion, Namgung tried to convince his interlocutor that there was no trace left of the old wound. Jean's gentle touch as she placed her hand on his back made the hair on his body stand on end. But feeling the scar from the claws through her clothes, the girl wanted to know why the headman had lied to her. Ryan understood that San didn't want to bother her. but the wound she saw during training would stay with him forever. The guy tried to console the girl, saying that the remaining trace of the wound served as a reminder of the happiest moment in his life. Namgung-san was embarrassed by his words, not expecting that he would say such a thing in a fit of emotion. Suddenly, the girl lowered her head onto his shoulder, and this made the boys become even closer to each other. The moon was shining very brightly that night, and together with the stars, it created a romantic atmosphere. The silence was broken by Jin Ryung, who turned to the guy and suggested that such an incident could happen again. If something like this were to happen again, would he protect her the same way he did that time in the clearing? Namgung-san replied that he would definitely protect her and would do so in any situation until his strength left him. The girl raised her head, looked at the guy, and asked if this was really so. Jean's cheeks flushed, and she wondered if he would protect her forever. Without hesitating for a second, the young man confirmed what he had said and reached out to his beloved. He put his arm around her shoulders, and with Luna watching closely, said that he would protect her forever. The headman added that only death would be able to separate them, and then pressed the girl to himself by the waist. Approaching each other with trepidation, the teenagers were happy that this moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. San and Ryung merged into one in a tender and sensual kiss, surrounded by hundreds of bright stars. The students sat there holding hands for several hours, enjoying every minute they spent together. Early in the morning, the group was already on their feet, and the master noticed how the students were almost falling asleep on the go, but decided that they had not slept enough because of saying goodbye to their beloved teacher. Sabu wanted to confirm his theory and asked students about the reasons for lack of sleep. In their sleep, the boys told how long they waited for the headman to get together with the deputy headman. The other guys also noted that if they had a girlfriend, they would feel completely different. The self-confident Dan Sama, if he were in Namgung's place, according to him, would have gone much further. San San-yi couldn't understand why Jin Ryung chose her brother, but she still respected her decision. The teacher, expecting praise, was so angry that he suggested testing the fighting skills of everyone present. Hyun Woong began to deny it, claiming that they hadn't gotten enough sleep because they had cried all night, unable to accept parting with the master, and that everything else was just a joke. The mentor had a hard time understanding the students' words, and then the others began to support the story, adding similar phrases. After listening to everyone, Sabu asked what the dried ribs were doing on the roof in that case. The girls were shocked, as they had no idea that their surveillance had been noticed by Sabu. Then the mentor revealed 2 more spies who were hiding around the corner of the house. The other students also distinguished themselves by disguising themselves as trees, and someone lazier, with a limited imagination, even pretended to be part of the stone. But one of the students showed intelligence and climbed a tree for a better view. The teacher watched the students, who were supposed to be sleeping, but instead were watching the couple in love. Namgung and Jin wanted to sink into the ground from shame, being so carried away by each other that they did not notice the curious onlookers. Sabu watched the students, who had recently been so brave, but now looked simply pathetic, and he wanted to send them to the merchant's house as soon as possible. Having ordered his disciples to stop talking, the master announced that they had to set out on their journey. And then the mentor made an official statement in a serious voice, which brought tears to the boys' eyes. The great Sabu said loudly and clearly that from now on their course of training was over. The teacher, with a good-natured smile that was rarely seen on his face, announced that it was time for the group to return home. The master also asked the students if they knew the truth, what could have become forever attached to their hearts. The boys, one and all, responded that from this moment their hearts would forever be connected to the great Sabu. Pleased with the answer, the mentor turned around and trudged towards the village to make it before the delivery departed. Hot and young hearts were ready to follow the teacher wherever he said. While sharpening the blade of his sword, the man read everything he needed to and decided that he would soon send everyone to the next world. Looking at him, he continued to say that such scoundrels could not be left alive. 2 bandaged workers came to a man with a scar to get revenge for them, because after what happened they could not sleep normally. The customers spoke about their friend, who had been lying unconscious in a hospital bed for more than 2 months. The bandit pounding his chest with his fist was one of the bosses of the Tiger Bone gang, brutal robbers who were out to avenge their cousin. He told those who came that his brother had been sent to the merchant's house to obtain information, and the leader of the gang was seriously angry. The injured men shared information they had obtained about an upcoming trip that would involve the very people who injured them. The bandit was not afraid of children and was going to avenge his brother, but he was really interested in something else. Former employees of the house told about the cargo being transported, of which only one item was valuable, which allegedly contained jewelry. But hidden among them was a real treasure of incredible handcrafted work, a Buddha statue decorated with diamonds. The men insisted that the statue could fetch a fortune, but they would also defend it, fighting to the death. The leader of the Tiger Bones, for the sake of such a big prize, decided to unite with the Dragon Bones, the largest gang of mercenaries. When united, the criminals would have 300 people who could defeat some pathetic children, no matter what martial arts they possessed. The cool morning breeze fluttered the flags with the emblem of the merchant house. In front of the main entrance there were carriages, carts with goods, and many guards. The eyes of the servants and workers were riveted to the event that was unfolding outside the walls of the estate. The advisors hurried the owner to send it, but he did not want to deal with Sabu, and suggested that the assistants personally tell the master this. The men, looking at the strange action, could not understand what this crazy old man had done again. The teacher asked the students, who were lined up in a pyramid, what was limitless in this world, and received from them a loud and clear answer, namely, the care of their teacher. By asking them what was deeper than the sea, the mentor learned about the children's feelings, that it was love for their teacher. Having praised the group for being able to remember the written truths, the master, unfortunately, was forced to say goodbye to his students. Supposedly not wanting to part with the teacher, the group actually wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible, but even in the last minutes, the old man continued to mock them. Also not wanting to part with his charges, the teacher wanted to add one last thing. Sabu showed the design on his bracelet and asked the students, if they met someone with a similar bracelet, to treat him with respect. Having heard a satisfied answer, which was naturally positive, the master waved his hand and announced the time for farewell. As their teacher left, the teenagers joyfully shouted and asked the teacher to take care of himself. Literally a few minutes later, a large detachment left the territory of the merchant's house, setting off on a long and difficult journey. Ryu Yong, surrounded by the dust left by hooves and wheels, watched the group leave the village. The guy, with a sad expression, looked up at the clear sky. Exhaling heavily, the young master felt an emptiness inside himself with the departure of his little slaves. Along with the emptiness inside, Ryu Young felt a certain sadness, realizing that he was once again left all alone. The guy, already without his gray wig and in his usual clothes, was cooking in the kitchen. Without looking, he cut the vegetables and sent them with one quick movement into the container with the future dish. While throwing another portion into the pot, the guy was suddenly called out by his mentor. The old man looked chic, wearing a new robe, sparkling in the sun's rays like a gold coin. The master found it suspicious that the student stopped buying him food and drinks and spent the whole day at the stove. Ryu Young explained that he was training, earning money, and making supplies for the winter with the help of his personal slaves. The guy, immediately paying attention, nevertheless asked what had happened to his mentor's appearance. The teacher proudly announced that before putting on his new outfit, he took a swim in the lake. Stroking his precious beard, the master asked the student if it seemed to him that it looked especially snow-white today. The student advised the mentor to take a rest, who, expecting compliments, was displeased to see the sour expression of his protege. With a sly grin, Master Sabu asked the boy if his girlfriend had dumped him again. It was a mystery to Ryu Yong that someone had abandoned him, and what was even stranger was that, according to the master, this was not the first time. The mentor compared the student's current behavior to when his skinny lover left. Sabu, and here he began to lecture the boy, saying that there was nothing unusual in this, and that it was stupid to grieve when half of all the inhabitants were women. The old man thought that since this was not the first mistake, it would be extremely difficult to build further relationships. But the student hastened to assure that the master was very wrong about everything. Ryu Young asked to believe that everything the teacher had imagined was not true, but the old man believed that the lover simply did not want to confess. To cope with the grief of loss, the mentor decided to fill the young master's head with learning new skills, and told him to come to him after lunch for training. But this time, the master wanted to teach the highest level of control of the Thunder Sword, called the Thunder God Stage. Sabu warned that in order to master such a skill, one must give it his all, otherwise the guy might not be able to master the technique completely. Suddenly lightning flashed, and a deafening clap of thunder was heard as the detachment walked between the mountains. The natural phenomenon greatly frightened the horses, who began to neigh loudly, ready to run away at any moment. One of the merchant's houseworkers consoled the cattle, but he himself was worried, sensing impending disaster. Namgung-san, like the others, became wary, commanding his classmates to stop. Drawing his sword, the headman ordered the students to get ready, sensing the approach of danger. The couriers heard some noise, but could not distinguish it because of the rumbling thunder. With their heads thrown back, the young warriors looked out for an enemy who might be hiding in the mountains. Having prepared their weapons, the students carefully looked out for the enemy on the sharp peaks of the rocks. The girls clearly heard a roar high above their heads, which was clearly not caused by the bad weather, but by something else. And at one moment the enemy showed his face, appearing before the detachment with another clap of thunder. A mass of stones began to fall from the top of the mountain, and unknown beings were breaking through the hard rock. A crowd of several dozen angry warriors, having broken through the rock, rushed towards the couriers of the merchant house. At the top of the mountain were banners belonging to a community of bandits and mercenaries. 3 gang leaders from the top of the mountain commanded their men to finish off every last one. Hyun Wung was intrigued by the order given, and his friend Namgung-san was not against punishing the impudent upstarts. In the light of flashing lightning, the young man addressed his classmates with an order. Namgung-san ordered all members of the group, without exception, to take off their bracelets and fight with all their might. One by one, the loud clicks of the students' jewelry coming off could be heard in the gorge. As soon as they broke the black circle on their wrist, they felt a surge of power. The criminals surrounded the squad from both sides, descending towards them at a mad speed. With another clap of thunder, 2 vortices formed, through which lightning discharges passed. Blown by the wind currents that produced the vortices, Ryu Yan, mesmerized by this moment, continuously looked at this incredible spectacle. Literally a moment later, he saw something even more amazing. Assuming that this was the power of the thunder god, Master Sabu floated in the air amidst flashes of lightning that magically passed by without touching him. Baring his teeth through the roar of the wind, the master asked his student if he was impressed by the demonstration of this technique. But these were only the basics. And before showing everything else, the teacher, having combined 2 whirlwinds into one, asked the boy if he could repeat this. The birds took to the skies, leaving their usual habitats with the onset of cold weather. A flock of birds flew over the city, which will soon be welcoming guests. There was a watchtower on the wall near the main gate, and people on it were looking out for enemies. The guards standing at the gates themselves were already quite tired of their duty, because nothing had happened for a long time. First-year students were stationed at the checkpoint, wanting to get home as quickly as possible, just to avoid freezing. Suddenly, interrupting the couple's conversation, the guards from the wall addressed them from above. The man in the tower shouted about the approaching crowd of strangers, while his partner actively called for help, waving a yellow flag. Excited by such unexpected news, the blood inside the guys began to boil, and they instantly warmed up. Soon, the very crowd of people that the caretakers had spoken of appeared on the horizon. They all looked menacing, their eyes flashing menacingly, illuminated by the sun hiding behind the horizon. One of the crowd attacked a security guard who ordered the stranger to stop. But Hawk, with a lightning-fast movement, hit the young warrior so hard with his stick that he almost fell from the blow. The tramp asked for more respect for the senior student, who was not immediately recognized. The guard was extremely surprised, scratching the place where he had been hit, and began to guess who was walking behind his friend. Headman Namgun reported that the group had arrived back home in full force. One of the guards rushed to report the arrival of the students, and the people near the wall began to whisper, remembering the rumors that were circulating about the students. Waving his stick, No-Hawk scared away all the gossips, forcing them to shut up. Otherwise, he was ready to hit them on the head. Looking at the arriving students, the guard asked what had happened to them. Noticing the bloodstains on his clothes, the young man hoped that when their training was extended, the boys were not forced to fight. With some pride, the tramp said that the blood on his clothes belonged to the bandits who had attacked them. After all, they were walking with the delivery agency. Speaking about the battle, the boys compared it to a war, and the headman noted that there were only about 10 couriers, while the number of opponents exceeded 300. The security guard was surprised that the robbers attacked without even resorting to negotiations. San San Yi had never even heard of them, but Ok Yan enlightened her that the bandits first try to find out the skill level of the martial artists, and then negotiate. Huang Bo confirmed his classmate's words, because this was the reason why there were rumors that the robbers first negotiate with the masters and then let everyone go without a fight. The boys assumed that the bandits knew what was in the carts, and tried to overcome the group of students with their numbers. Jin Ryung told how Dan Sama and Moon Hai saved them at critical moments, neutralizing their opponents with poisonous blades. The freshmen wondered who this Dan Sama was, to which No Hak replied that it was Chul Young's nickname, and only those close to him could call him that. After running out of blades, the brother and sister continued to throw stones at their enemies without missing a single shot. Namgung-san took the credit for dispatching the tiger's bones with just one swing of his sword, while Hyun-woong was in a duel with the bandit's partner who was in charge of the dragon bones. Having run almost over heads, San-san took on the deputy leader. But in order to finish off the scumbags as soon as possible, Jin Ryung came to her aid. As soon as the criminals lost their leaders, the students threw all their efforts into eliminating them. There were 5 to 10 bandits per young master, but even such a number of opponents was not a problem for them. With a grimace, No Hak told the young man that there was plenty of blood, but they simply could not act differently. The young security guard wondered if it was these robbers from the cruel clans that were rumored in the area who had been beaten up by the senior students. Huang Bo-jin said that it was impossible to know about these groups without visiting specialized institutions. The young man could not believe that the combined groups were unable to deal with such a group of students and wanted to know what they did during their studies. This question opened up fresh memories in the students' minds that they would have preferred not to remember. The whole group instantly darkened, and before that their lively eyes went out, as if something had died inside. The guys said that they had experienced firsthand what real torture was, and that they were no longer afraid of going to hell, since they had spent several months there. But Hak pounced on the curious boy, assuring him that he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams what had happened to them. The tramp ordered not to raise this topic again, but finally decided to say something. In this world, there was a monster that looked exactly like a human, and it was impossible to tell the difference. It was he who created a huge water vortex in the cold winter river, which literally went beyond the banks. Having reached an incredible height, the whirlwind suddenly burst, and the water poured back into the lake. A second before it disappeared, Ryu Young popped out of it like a cork at the last second, and the water snapped. The guy landed softly on the nearest rock, and behind him the water falling from the whirlwind formed a real wall of rain. Breathing heavily, the student tried to catch his breath, thinking to himself that he had no chance of mastering the last step. Very tired, he lay down on the cold stone, remembering the demonstration of the Thunder God's technique that Sabu had shown. The master levitated, and the lightning bolts were like his obedient little animals, running around him at the command of the master. The young master was surprised that the technique shown was only the basis, and could not understand how the old man could do it. Praising himself and his innate talent, the master shared the secret of the technique, trying to explain it as clearly as possible. In order to move to the first stage of the God of Thunder, one must pit 2 wind gods against each other. Remembering the teacher's words, the boy was dissatisfied with such meager instructions, wanting to at least learn a couple of details. The mentor conveyed information as if it was already known, and very rarely went into detail. All the boy had to do to advance in mastering this technique was to simultaneously create 2 wind gods. The problem was that he hadn't yet fully mastered the technique, let alone made a copy of it. Sprawled on the cold stones, the boy wondered how quickly he could move to a new level of strength. Ryu Yong could not shake the thought that had been in his mind since childhood about how much more torment awaited him ahead. In order to fully become a master of the Sword of Slaying, it was necessary to intensify training, but first it was worth setting aside time to rest on the eve of the new year. The master met his student at the fire, complaining that due to his long absence he had to cook dinner himself. After training, Ryu Yong worked in the forge and stayed late, and as a token of gratitude, the owner gave his mentor expensive sake. Claiming that the drink was quite disgusting, the old man nevertheless accepted the gift, since it would have been impolite to refuse it. The gift turned out to be very expensive, and the master decided that the blacksmith had fallen for the merchant's tricks. Ryu Yong didn't understand how the old man knew about prices, since he never went anywhere except with Belenka, to which he replied that everything was obvious from the packaging. While the master was busy with the drink, inhaling its aroma, the guy decided to ask him one question that interested him. He started from afar, saying that the mentor had not gone anywhere for a year, and if that happened, he only went out into the surrounding area. The student pointed out that the master was always at home, and he became interested in whether he ever went anywhere. Having poured himself a cup of the aromatic drink, the old man silently watched the flames in the fire. The mentor replied in a thoughtful voice that he had left his hut, but only for a short distance. And immediately he was bombarded with questions from the curious guy about how often Sabu went away for the night and whether it happened at the same time. Demanding utmost honesty from his teacher, Ryu Yong assured him that he would not tell his secret to anyone, and that perhaps the old man had a family whom he visited periodically. For these words, the guy immediately received a blow to the head from the master with his signature blow from a distance. Sabu assumed that the guy had long missed being punched, and considering what the guy said to be nonsense, said that he had no family. Ryu Yong was indignant that the teacher treated him like that when he decided to get to know him better, to which the old man answered him with a smile that for 10 long years he still had not learned his name. The young master thought for a moment. Because he had never really asked himself such a question, Ryu Yong came to the conclusion that if he suddenly found out the name of his mentor, he would immediately kill him so that this information would not fall into anyone's hands. For yet another stupid thing said, the master again punished the student who had let his tongue loose. Scratching his aching head, Ryu Yong explained that he had not interfered in the master's personal life, like a well-behaved student, but in return, he had only received another punishment. Ryu Yong could finish his beatings by preparing sake for the master to take with him on the road, as the master was planning to leave at dawn. Still intrigued by the teacher's background and personal life, the boy decided to make another attempt. He questioned him again, trying to find out his real name, as he could not help but be curious. The cunning Sabu ordered them to leave him alone and die of impatience while he was away. After these words, the last spoken by the mentor that evening, he left the student and returned to the house. Stirring the coals to keep the fire from going out, the young master accepted with annoyance the fact that he would have to wait a very long time for an answer to his question. In the company of Belinkaya and the training dummy, Ryu Yong spent some time by the fire before going to bed. At dawn, the sun's rays touched the snow-covered trees on a small island. It was to this island that Master Sabu arrived, remembering a certain disobedient student. The teacher admired the beautiful landscape of the mountains, the snow on which shimmered beautifully in the sun. The old man enjoyed the beauty of these places until the evening, which he waited for as if specially to open the expensive sake. The master poured out all the contents from the vessel into space, as if he were treating someone. As the old man splashed the alcohol, he noted the strong aroma of the drink, also remembering that the man in whose memory he was putting on this performance did not generally drink. As he left the island, the teacher wondered why the boy from his memories had also left his yard. As soon as the food fell to the surface of the water, hungry carp immediately appeared from it. While feeding the fish in the pond, the man suggested that the boy leave, since this was what the ruler wanted. He said that transmitting information was not his only task. The red-haired boy named Hyo-ryung was very sorry for letting his master down. The man asked to forget about the past and, trusting him completely, hoped that he would be able to gain experience. Ryan decided to prepare before leaving, collected his things, and checked with the master about the departure time. The mentor said that he had already collected the students' things, and that he had to leave now in order to be on time. The boy shared with the teacher that the first task was not the easiest, but he was ready to complete it. In the morning, an angry cry belonging to its owner was heard from the house on Mount Ami. The old man was so angry that he was shaking all over with anger, and he restrained himself from tearing up the letter he was reading. In it, Ryu Yong wrote that he was going to go on a trip and did not know when he would return, but he left a substantial sum in the teacher's name in the village bank. The mentor's displeasure knew no bounds, but all the nasty things that were addressed to his student, he, unfortunately, or fortunately, did not hear, since he was already far away. Sprawled on top of the cart with his personal belongings, the boy listened to the rhythmic clatter of hooves and admired the sky. For the first time in a long time, a smile appeared on his face, and the winter freshness filled him with a sense of long-forgotten feelings of freedom. The young man riding behind the young master was whining about something, dissatisfied with their lazy passenger. The young man who was riding with his friend was the merchant's son, little Wu Kang, who could not understand the reason why his father would take such a good-for-nothing along with him. The guy next to him began to ask the young man to be more restrained and not to provoke the stranger, as the master had ordered them to do. Wu Yang's son was not going to tolerate such a piggish attitude towards himself and others. Chang Wu Kang began to talk about the greatness of her house, that she did not allow anyone to behave like that. He had only recently returned and did not yet know all the details about the attack on the group of delivery men, but the guy's stubbornness was inexhaustible. His friend began to tell him that the guest who was traveling with them, although not as strong as old man Sabu, still represented some danger. The guy told about that terrible day when only 10 students of this master fought against hundreds of robbers without receiving a single scratch. The fascinating story made the young gentleman fall silent for a while, listening attentively to his assistant. He confided that if it weren't for a group of students, there would have been no trace left of them. But according to rumors, it was the merchant's house that defeated the bandits. The guy was very interested in what their fellow traveler was like, who, just like those children, was a student of that same master. Arriving at the merchant's house, Ryu Yan gave the head of the house a note, supposedly from Sabu, whom he had previously pretended to be. The note said that Chang Wu Yang was to take this guy as a courier and reward him generously since he was his best student. Ryu Yan waited attentively for the man to read the note, fully confident in his plan, somewhat stunned. But still not having figured out the situation, the gentleman was glad to greet the great master. He happily accepted the guy into his employ, since the planned trip involved even more valuables, and good security would not be amiss. The departure was early in the morning, but the master's student asked to move it to a later time, closer to lunch, because otherwise he would not make it in time. The delay was due to Sabu asking to take the young man with him to deliver some items, and this news clearly did not please Wu Yan. The assistant asked Wu Kang not to disturb the young man, because the success of this trip depended on him, and the owner of the house himself treated him with respect. The guy was just about to object when he saw his father, who was rushing towards that very annoying fellow traveler. The gentleman asked if his guard was comfortable and not cold, and also invited him to sit on his horse. The young master was seething with anger as he watched his father try to please his new employee. The guy replied that everything was fine with him, but he just wanted to enjoy his freedom, not forgetting to ask about his things. Chang Wu Yang quickly assured the boy that all his things were safe and sound and that he would personally guard them. Ryu Yang, taking advantage of his position, once again reminded them of the importance of his things and ordered them not to take their eyes off them. But in fact, most of the things the boy was carrying with him did not belong to him, but to his teacher. Before his departure, the student was fortunate enough to learn from the master about the Gate of Thunder Smashing. This was the name of a martial art that was passed down from one master to one student. The mentor's successor receives 10 Thunderblades, which he must learn to control simultaneously. Each sword with an iron chain was kept in a box made of durable material, which made it indestructible in order to preserve the sharpness of the blades. And while Ryu Yang was resting, lying on top of the cart, his teacher was having a hard time after reading the note he left behind. As soon as the anger and rage that had enveloped his mind subsided, he remembered the thunderbox. Running into the room, he feverishly began to look for her, quickly scanning the shelves. Not believing his eyes, the master began to touch the shelf on which his musical instrument had previously been located. All his precious things were gone, and he rushed in panic to his student's room. Standing at his door, the old man was covered in cold sweat and his hands were shaking. Having stopped delaying the inevitable, the master suppressed his anxiety and threw the door wide open. The terrible thing that Sabu had expected had happened. There was not a single one of the student's things in the room. What happened was a great shock to the mentor, who could not recover from such a vile act. The old man felt so bad that he needed to drink some water to come to his senses. But as soon as he entered the kitchen, a new shock awaited him, left behind by the scoundrel. On the table, surrounded by a variety of delicious and aromatic dishes, lay another note. The note told Sabu to boil the soup before drinking it, just in case. Having crumpled the note, the master shouted at his field apprentice with choice curses. Having jumped out of the house, the old man intended to find the impudent fellow and teach him a proper lesson. But suddenly he stopped, as his attention was drawn to unexpected guests who had come to his domain. 2 men with large bags on their backs appeared in front of the old man, and noticing him, they immediately responded. The strangers introduced themselves as couriers who were supposed to deliver drinks to the specified address. While they were telling him that they had taken several gifts with them, the master glared at them menacingly. The order included 5 bottles of various drinks aged for many years and 5 types of snacks to go with them. The courier clarified that the drinks were warmed up and the snacks had not yet cooled down, wishing them a bon appétit. The couriers asked the owner of the house where they should put all this stuff, but he could not answer, having lost the power of speech. Under the setting sun, Ryu Yong, breathing in the fresh air, enjoyed the long-awaited freedom, while the delivery men discussed lodging and local cuisine. The guy, enjoying his freedom, still felt that something was missing. He realized that he missed not his teacher, with whom he had spent a lot of time, but his students, with whom he had become so close in just a couple of months. Ryu Yong wondered if he should take a couple of local slaves so that he wouldn't be bored without work. As soon as the horses were tired, Mr. Chang approached his guard and offered to have dinner. While the other workers were rearranging the goods and assigning responsibilities, Ryu Yong got off the cart and headed off to get some refreshment. The gentleman's son was seething with anger at the guy's inaction, swearing that the impudent fellow would get what he deserved. The merchant, as if hearing his son's words, turned around and gestured for him to be quiet, otherwise he would lose his head. The head of the merchant house told him not to pay attention to his son, and, albeit reluctantly, the newly minted guard agreed. Seeing a place to stay overnight, Ryu Young asked if it was too crowded. The hospitable owner of this establishment immediately came out to greet the guests, greeting the important person. The gentleman prepared a warehouse for Wu Yan and a lodging place for his entire crew, and also reserved a table in the dining room. The innkeeper asked not to disturb too much one special guest who had arrived to visit them, and the merchant was surprised that at the mention of the gentleman he began to shake all over. The employee told the arriving guests that he knew many famous people, but he saw the gentleman who was now dining in his dining room for the first time and knew nothing about him. He had fiery red hair and a beard that could only fit one person's description. He looked exactly like one of the 5 strongest masters who bore the nickname of the Lord of the Volcanic Sword. The delivery men sitting next to him were very scared, as they thought that the Sword Lord was clearly not in a good mood today. The man sitting opposite the legendary hero tried to eat as quietly as possible so as not to anger him. Everyone at the table was dreaming of getting their food as quickly as possible, swallowing it in one bite and getting out while they were still in one piece. The volcanic swordmaster emitted an aura so strong that it felt like it could be touched. Watching the special guest, Ryu Young had a feeling that the evening was going to be quite fun. Shaking with fear before the master asked his guard to remember what he had told him. Even on the street, Mr. Chang confirmed to the guy that the Lord of the Volcanic Sword was in the hall. But Ryu Yan didn't know who this man was, assuming that the merchant house owed him money. The man was shocked that there was someone alive who did not know about one of the greatest masters of the Celestial Empire. The master was nicknamed the Spirit of the Fiery Sky, but people among themselves called him the Lord, and this was due not only to his mighty strength, but also to his incredible skills. The guard hired by the gentleman did not really know this master, but he was intrigued and wanted to hear more about him. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chang Wu-yang asked for clarification on 3 important points regarding the volcanic sword lord. The first point was the overlord's incredible strength, and that his 17 Scarlet Omens technique, in which a magma-coated sword could incinerate an opponent in an instant. One day, some vagabonds tried to rob his cart, but the master ended up razing their lair to the ground and, in a fit of rage, destroyed 2 more groups. It was for this reason that it was not worth bothering him, because when the Lord's eyes turned red, his target would inevitably turn to ashes. Mr. Chang ended his speech by saying that not a drop of blood would be shed in a battle with him, and that the enemy's body would be burned to ashes. After hearing the story, Ryu Yon was not scared, but on the contrary, he was looking forward to their meeting together. The head of the house was horrified by such statements, and he decided that the hired worker simply could not hear what he had just told him. Ryu Yong reminded the master that he had promised to tell him something else about the great master. The man was initially hesitant about revealing more, but being with such a dangerous person, it was important to know everything about him. Under no circumstances should he reveal the real name of the Lord of the Volcanic Sword, and to protect himself and the boy, he never said it. Chang Wu-yang couldn't find a place to sit as he watched the master's disciple keep his eyes on the Lord, deciding that it was worth waiting outside until the Great One finished his meal. The master reassured himself that the Fiery One had ordered food, and in that case they could wait until he ate, but not all of the subordinates arrived in the dining room. As soon as the gentleman thought about them, the door of the establishment swung open, and the rest of the detachment entered. The merchant's son, upon entering the establishment, continued to loudly curse at the hired worker. The noise coming from the youths immediately attracted the attention of the lord, who was sitting in silence. The young master's assistant quickly covered his mouth with his hand and quietly pointed to the empty seats. Looking around, the guy didn't know where to sit because there were practically no free seats left. The only place to sit was next to the guard, who was really annoying Wu Kang. There was, of course, another option, a place where there would be enough for both guys, but it was tantamount to a death sentence. The Lord of the Volcanic Sword occupied the entire table, and there were no potential seats for 3 more visitors. Mr. Chan's employees kindly offered their seats, saying that they could eat later. The young man refused, assuring those present that he and the young gentleman would return in an hour. And suddenly Ryu Yan spoke clearly and loudly, causing the couriers sitting nearby to freeze in horror. Getting up from the table, the guy was perplexed by what was happening in the dining room, and these words caused Mr. Chang to panic. The security guard began to reason that there were still 3 free seats left in the establishment, and then the couriers would have to give up theirs, leaving a place only for the son. The master's son believed that there was plenty of space, and to solve the problem, the lazy man simply had to put his things away and make room. Ryu Yong's hand suddenly reached out to the assistant's shoulder, who didn't know how to react. Before the young man had time to come to his senses, he began to spin, and after a few turns, he found himself right next to the table. After looking around the dining room, Ryu Young found a suitable place for the remaining team member. Pointing to the table where the fiery guy was sitting, he invited Chang Wu Kang to sit down next to him. But Ryu Yan also considered another option, suggesting that the gentleman vacate the place that had long been occupied. The hired guard approached the sword master, telling him that all the tables had been bought in advance for his men. And to top it all off, the guy added that it was rude of him to occupy such a large table alone. Ryu Young slightly embellished the situation by saying that their owner was furious about the situation and ordered the master to leave the establishment immediately. Mr. Chang was so upset by the words of the hired worker that he lost consciousness. The man with fiery hair dropped his hands on the table, which almost broke it. Having lowered his glass of drink, the bishop declared that someone present had finally lost their fear. Pointing out the damage caused to the establishment, Ryu Young stated that the rude gentleman should be taught a lesson. With shining eyes, the man asked the impudent guy if he had any illusions that he would be able to leave here alive. Chang Wu Kang, sweating profusely, tried to assure the fiery one that the organization would never argue with him, and everything he said was just the upstart's personal opinion. The young master, while showering compliments on the great and mighty lord, forgot himself and called him by the name of Kwak Yong Hee. The assistant of the younger gentleman was already mentally saying goodbye to him, sensing his imminent death. But this was not destined to happen, as Ryu Young grabbed the young man by the collar in the blink of an eye, and at the same second he threw it to the side, and a deadly volley of lava flew past Wukan. The young guard couldn't ignore the volcanic swordmaster's antics and scolded him for such behavior. Ryu Young was glad that he knew the lord's real name and immediately paid attention to it. The guy found the master's name beautiful and feminine, which was at odds with his inappropriate manners. The master of the volcanic sword was ready to draw his weapon, leaving only ashes from the establishment, but the hired security guard suggested exchanging experiences in an open space. Looking around the moonlit clearing, Ryu Yon noticed that the grass was so dry that it could catch fire even with a single match. He assumed that such conditions would be just right for his opponent, who wanted to see the fire technique with his own eyes. The young master said that he had deliberately chosen such a place so that in case of loss, the fire one would not accuse him of the fact that the duel was rigged and not held on equal terms. With bloodshot eyes, the master agreed that the place for the fight was chosen perfectly, and if anything happened, it would be too late to ask for mercy. The young master only laughed at the statement of the self-confident lord, deciding not to waste time and get down to business. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground with force, and at that moment a loud click was heard. Before the bracelets attached to his feet had even touched the ground, the owner had already disappeared. As soon as the decoration touched the surface, a powerful explosion was heard. The trick the boy pulled made Kwak Yon-hee reach for his volcanic sword. When the smoke that had obscured his view finally cleared, the master discovered that his opponent had disappeared. As soon as the man blinked, Something rushed past him at such a speed that he was unable to see what it was. Out of the corner of his eye, the master still managed to see the long black hair of the rascal who had challenged him. He was unusually fast and was getting closer and closer to the Lord, who seemed to be frozen in place. But instead of crashing into his opponent, Ryu Young merely stepped on his foot, pinning him to the ground. The master, beside himself with rage, pulled out his sword, which instantly burst into scorching lava. Continuing to stand on the red-haired man's leg, the guy easily blocked his attack. The sword, blazing with fire, stopped in Ryu Young's palm, which, by all appearances, began to cool down upon contact. Taking advantage of the moment while Yan He looked at his sword in bewilderment, the guy decided to deal him a crushing blow. He made several rotating movements with his hand in the air, as if he were collecting something in space. And the very next moment he struck his opponent in the chest with an open palm. A powerful shockwave suddenly threw the man back with extraordinary force. Waking up on the surface of the earth, the volcanic swordmaster slid a few more meters before finally stopping. The fiery-haired master was completely knocked out, unable to move a single muscle. The technique used by Ryu Yuan was called the inverted palm of death, which concealed a power that was incomprehensible to an ordinary person. When the boy approached the great warrior, he gradually began to come to his senses. Leaning over the swordmaster, the boy reasoned that if he had left the bracelet, he would have had to tinker with it longer. Ryu Yong said that he had finally found a student, and memories surfaced in Kwak Yong Hee's mind that he had once been called that during his martial arts training. The man managed to inherit one of his teacher's two most powerful techniques, eventually becoming the god of fire. The second technique of the master, called King of the Frosty Night, was chosen for training by the snowman. Kwak's mentor was inimitable, a truly ideal teacher. The bishop constantly and with extraordinary persistence trained patience, which he always lacked so much. In addition, the hard-working student mastered sword techniques and later developed fire skills. But all of Yan Hee's efforts were in vain, as the one person he loved the most did not reciprocate his feelings. The girl the sword master loved was the mentor's daughter, who chose a snowman as her soulmate. The poor boy could not come to terms with his loss, because the teacher gave his blessing to the king of the frosty night and his daughter. The girl personally stopped the feud between the students by admitting that she really does have feelings for the snowman. Kwak Yong Hee, in order to put an end to this issue, wanted to go to the mentor and find out everything from him. But, unfortunately, the great master left his student without revealing the true reasons why his daughter chose a particular piece of ice. The god of fire considered himself abandoned, because in addition to his beloved, the man who had replaced his father had also left. Unable to accept the fact that his all-powerful mentor had abandoned him so easily, Yan He tried to escape from this unfair world, but was unable to do so. The master of the volcanic sword came to his senses, repeating over and over that he could not believe what had happened. Ryu Yong decided to help the fiery one wake up quickly and began to run a blade of grass across his face. As soon as the man opened his eyes, the fire of hatred and anger still burned in them. As soon as the boy discovered that the sword master had woken up, he immediately began to laugh. Watching the grimace on the man's face, Ryu Yan realized that he had seen a not very pleasant dream, but decided to finish the matter quickly. The boy reminded the sword master that he had won, and he was ready to accept his death with regret. Ryu Yan didn't understand what use the loser's corpse was, and stated that he wouldn't kill him. Hurt but still angry, Kwak Yong Hee asked what he wanted then. Without thinking twice, the boy smiled and offered the god of fire to become his faithful disciple. But he suddenly laughed at his own words, remembering that he did not give the loser a choice. At this time, the couriers at the hotel were arguing about which of them should take the upstart's body. One reasoned that only ashes remained of the guy, while the other, on the contrary, believed that the guy was not a weak master who had a chance to survive. The couriers began to worry about the future fate of the owner, who could be visited by a fiery one and burn everything down, or the student's mad mentor could come and take revenge for his death. The couple sympathized with the gentleman who scolded his son, lost consciousness every now and then, and when he returned, everything repeated itself again. Suddenly, the very same student who had challenged the master of the volcanic sword to battle approached the couriers, safe and sound. The father and son, the younger of whom had already been punished for his behavior by this time, could not believe their eyes that the lazy guard had survived the fight. Confused about why the elder and younger masters had such a reaction to his appearance, Ryu Young said that he had brought a gift for them. Still digesting the fact that the old man's disciple had survived a fight with one of the strongest, Chang Wu-yang listened to everything. With a satisfied grin, the guy said that he had brought another courier for the gentleman. Jiang Wu-kang immediately pounced with accusations, declaring that no one except his father had the right to bring anyone he wanted into the company. The father and his assistant tried to calm the young gentleman, who said that the employee brought by this guy would only work for the company over his dead body. Wu-kang will regret his words as soon as he sees the new courier that the head of the merchant house asked to call. Ryu Young proudly introduced the new employee, who, unfortunately, would only be able to accompany him to the next stop. The new worker was the one the young master was going to take on only after his own death. The god of fire himself came to the nobles from the merchant's house, causing everyone in the hall to scream in horror. At this time, on Mount Ami, which was covered with a thick layer of snow, the old master was spending his everyday life. The old man was lounging in front of the house, enjoying his drink as usual, when suddenly the vessel became empty. The master looked sadly at the empty bowl, thinking about something of his own. And the very next moment, raising his head, the gray-haired grandfather called his student. Ryu Yong showed up with more indignation and suggested that he go to the master himself for a drink. Wiping away her tears, poor Yeon-bi did not understand why the old slacker could not go to the kitchen himself to get the vessel. Master Sabu's eyes widened and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Taking a closer look, the old man saw that in reality there was no one in front of him, and he had imagined it all. Dissatisfied, muttering something under his breath, he nevertheless rose from his favorite place. The old man came into the kitchen, and he was immediately overcome with a feeling of sadness and melancholy at the sight of the picture there. Most of the food prepared by the student was either eaten or drunk by the old man, who left behind mountains of dirty dishes. Little Ryu Young complained to the teacher that he had recently cleaned up and it was absolutely clean, asking how he would live without him. Having gotten rid of the imaginary boy, the master angrily declared that he did not need such a bad boy, and that he could easily handle everything alone. In the backyard, sitting in front of a basin of water, the old man began to wash dirty dishes. The boy explained to the old man that he had to add hot water, otherwise the rest of the dishes would be covered in oil. In a fit of rage, Sabu threw all the remaining dishes into the basin and flatly refused to wash them, indignant that he had to do everything. While washing the tray, little Ryu Yan complained that he worked every day, and even after he became like a graceful beauty, he continued to plow day after day. The master turned around at the noise behind him, discovering his apprentice carrying a wooden doll in his arms, asking to keep her company. The entire courtyard was littered with Biryu Yuns in different outfits and of different ages, who were either practicing, fooling around, or doing household chores. The old man with an angry face watched attentively the farce created by his student. And at some point, all of Ryu Yong's images disappeared, and the courtyard fell silent again. Sabu chuckled in displeasure, frowned, and walked away from the house with a firm, confident gait. Approaching the domestic cat, he announced that he was leaving, and in the meantime, she would live in the forest. Belenkaya slowly turned around and walked towards the forest, and the master kept wondering whether he was doing the right thing. Before setting off, the old man intended to drop by the bank and see what his student had left him. But before the old man had time to go down to the village, unexpected guests appeared again. The couriers visited him again, greeted him, and inquired about his health. The men brought food and drinks again, because today, according to the agreement, was the delivery day. The surprises did not end there, and the man introduced the workers who would move into the house and wash the master's clothes. At the client's request, this time a full service was ordered so that the owner of the house would not have to worry about anything. The day was warm and windless when the team of couriers reached their destination. Chang Wu-yang, on behalf of the entire merchant house, heartily thanked his companions, without whom their journey would not have gone so smoothly. Sir, as requested, the master's apprentice put the reward in one bag, not entirely sure that this was correct in relation to the volcanic sword. Ryu Young explained to the merchant that his newly minted student did not like to bother himself with such things. Having thanked the master for his help, the young master began to say goodbye to his subject. The delivery team of the merchant house thanked the guy and his assistant for their service and wished them a safe journey. Waving goodbye, Ryu Young headed into town with his silent companion. As soon as they moved away, literally a dozen meters, the central square of the city opened up before them, where there were a lot of people. Walking along it, the guy kept thinking about the purpose for which this whole crowd had gathered here. The master of the volcanic sword did not know the answer to the teacher's question, but instead asked him a counter-question, asking what he, a great warrior, was doing in this place. Ryuyong replied to him that since he was a teacher, the student was always obliged to follow his teacher according to the 3 rules that Ryuyong had made. During the 3 months of training, the student must follow the teacher's word, carry out his every command, and always follow him until he himself allows the student to leave. Fire remembered the conversation of that day when he asked the young master to finish him off rather than be his apprentice. Ryuyong made an exception for his first student, making a deal with him that he would be able to challenge him once every 3 months. If the student could surpass his teacher in a duel, then he would be free, and Kwak Yong-hee had no choice but to agree to these conditions. The student kept asking why they had come to this place, and soon the master clearly showed the answer. The couple came to a martial arts school where, after passing one of the exams, they could get a room and supplies absolutely free of charge. But that was not the only reason they were here, for the school was surrounded by a fence, and in case of an emergency they could hide in this place. He also knew some guys within these walls whom he had to keep an eye on, and perhaps learn about a person with whom he had lost contact a long time ago. Suddenly a shudder ran through Nohak's body that he hadn't felt since his arrival. The guy blamed his friend for this, saying that it was all because of the bracelets that he was still wearing. In another part of the building, Ryan Doko was asking her friend why she hadn't left since she had already packed her things. The girl, continuing to stand with her back turned, replied that she did not know the real reason, but she was filled with a strange feeling, as if an important meeting for her was about to take place. The girl with the bandage was not sure that the headman was thinking too much about her loved ones as she prepared to go home on the eve of her late mother's name day. The girl with the headband, examining her friend's hair clip, noticed that she was afraid to break it, but always put it on when going out in public, as if she wanted to show it to someone. The senior student was curious about who had occupied the Ice Phoenix's heart for so many years in a row. Having arrived at the spacious hotel, the teacher and his student intended to stay there. He asked for a double room, or 2 regular rooms next to each other, and demanded to know the price right away. The guy behind the counter was flattered that the Lord himself had come to visit them, but due to the exams taking place, all the rooms had long been reserved, and there were no vacancies. Suddenly, the owner of the hotel jumped out and assured that there would always be a cozy room for such important guests. The man assured those who arrived that even if there was no free room, they would build a new one, with all the amenities within an hour. Ryuyong thought that everything would cost a considerable amount of money, so he decided to check whether it would be possible to pay for the room with human labor. The master assumed that robberies were likely to occur in such a place, and that good guards would be worth their weight in gold, so he offered his student for the position. The hotel owner took the guy's offer as a joke, and he himself was thinking about how to get rid of the uninvited guests as quickly as possible. Luckily, a suitable room was found, which, taking into account 3 meals a day, would cost a couple of silver coins a day. The administrator asked to wait a little while the staff prepared everything, but Ryuyong replied that there was no need for that, since they would be busy with their own affairs for now. Leaning towards the man, the young master asked in a whisper about the man who was able to dig up any information. Having overheard a conversation between his students one day, Ryuyong learned about him, and now, being in this city, he asked for directions where he should go to meet him. The owner replied that he had guessed who he needed and insisted on continuing the conversation outside. The man the boy was looking for was in an old bookstore located in the market. At the entrance to the bookstore, there will be an old man who will ask what they are looking for, and they must answer that they want to buy a story. After the password is pronounced correctly, the local guys should show you the way further. Well, to enter the secret room, you had to pay a fee for visiting. 1 coin was enough. The guy was surprised by the confidence of the local workers, who asked to pay a whole silver coin. As soon as the guest paid the price, the bookcase slid aside, revealing a secret passage. The couple, having walked along a narrow, dark corridor, finally reached the desired place. The master and his student looked at a 5-story building, where there was a guard on each balcony. As soon as they arrived, a guide immediately approached them and pointed out which room they needed to go to, because for security reasons, they were constantly moving from place to place. The thin man was flattered by the visit of the master of the volcanic sword, but unfortunately, he could not help in any way. Crossing his legs, Biryu Young was disappointed because rumors claimed that the detective could even find out the secret family archives. The detective began to justify himself, stating that in the case mentioned he was simply very lucky, and in the case of the young master he was powerless, since he had insignificant information. He replied that the guy remembered the girl who lived in the hotel 10 years ago, but he didn't know her name or background, only that she was from a wealthy family. Ryu Yan disagreed with the bloodhound and wanted to prove that the three main details were more than enough to find her. The first detail was that the girl would certainly grow up to be a beauty and could not be anything other than incomparable. The second important detail was that she had to have a decent level of martial arts. And the third, last detail is her character. She was shy and very kind. With a sour expression, the detective confirmed that this information was sufficient, although in fact he had no idea why this strange couple had come to him with such nonsense. Considering that the task looked absurd, and it was difficult to imagine whether it could be completed, the man asked for 3 gold coins as an advance. Hearing such an astronomical price, Biryu Yan jumped up from his seat, shouting at the detective. Trembling with fear, the thin man asked for 2 gold coins, but he could not agree to less, considering the complexity and possible difficulties that would arise in the process. For the guy, this price was still high, and he offered his student as security. The young master reasoned that, given the importance of the lord, delivery would be sufficient. The student, with a wild expression on his face, insistently asked the detective to agree to half the price. The mentor felt that the price the fire sword had named was too low for such a job, and he said that he would settle everything. Having settled the issue of payment, Ryu Yan wanted to move on to the next one, unless the gentleman wanted to settle the dispute in the courtyard one-on-one. While Kwok Yong-hee praised his mentor's cunning, the detective wanted his clients to get away as soon as possible. The man went into the deal with tears in his eyes, begging him not to tell anyone the details. The master wanted to get into the school and also pass the exam, so he asked the detective if there were any secrets that they needed to know about in advance. The bloodhound was surprised that both gentlemen, including the volcanic sword, wanted to perform at the Ascension Festival. Choosing his words carefully, the man said that only those under 25 years of age could apply, and the respected Fire Lord was already one of the strongest masters. The mentor told the student that in this case, he would have to carry things or, even worse, make a clown out of him. The master of the volcanic sword demanded that the detective find a way to get him into the tournament, otherwise he would be forced to use force. The skinny one suggested that the fiery one could participate not as a student, but as a teacher, which was much easier in this situation. Due to the large influx and shortage of personnel at the school, the great master will be snatched away hand and foot, offering a high salary and various privileges. Both clients were genuinely interested in this option, smelling the money. Wanting to see the guests out as quickly as possible, the detective suggested that they return to the hotel while he looked into the matter and found out more details. Ryu Young asked what he should do now and in what form he should participate, as a student or a teacher. Knowing that he was taking a risk, the man nevertheless said that the application period had ended 2 weeks ago, and the only way to get into the festival was to wait until next year. The student glanced out of the corner of his eye at his mentor, who was clearly not happy to hear such news. The boy was disappointed that the man who received half a coin from him could not do anything. Taking writing materials out of the mug, the master said that he was not satisfied with this state of affairs. Ryu Young held the brushes between his fingers and threw them with force at his interlocutor sitting opposite him. The master told the detective that he really hated being made to wait for so long. The brushes launched at the skinny man managed to find in his memory one way that could help the impatient client. The man assured that the boy should go to one academy and receive the token of infinite victory there. Every year a large number of martial artists try to enter this institution. At the first stage, applicants are screened based on documents, but it was also possible to bypass this point. Particularly gifted students received a special emblem in their plans, thanks to which they passed the initial stage without any particular difficulties. Originally designed for the lower classes, the system now only worked for the rich. Late in the evening, a servant of one of the nobles mentioned earlier was heading to a secret meeting. The soldiers passing by did not notice Hyo-ryung walking down the street at that time of day. It was with this emblem that Namgung Jin came to the person with whom he had a scheduled meeting. A person was given no small amount of responsibility if, thanks to the token, his candidate passed the selection. The head of security took out a token, thanks to which each participant of the festival easily passed to the final. Jang Hong-sik was surprised that he was chosen as a participant for such an event. Mr. Namgung did not understand the spy's reaction, because on his own advice he took decisive measures. The Shadow Lord agreed that Kal Hyo-ryong's appearance was not an ordinary occurrence, but all information about him was sealed. About 8 years ago, the Dark Lord's eldest son went mad and began to slaughter village after village. Because of this incident, Bai, who had been in the shadow of the Bon and Ryong brothers until then, was appointed as the new prince. But as soon as he took his place on the throne, Kal Hyo-ryong was hidden from everyone, as if the brothers had changed places. Rumor has it that the young prince was being trained in martial arts, and all possible assassins were sent to the young Kal Hyo-ryong. At this moment, Hong-sik saw B for the last time, having no idea what he looked like now. Mr. Jin was sure that the spy was in the most advantageous position of all, who should find out more about this guy as soon as possible. Throwing him a token, the guard said that from now on he would guard the lady, since he himself had not been able to find such a person. Hong-sik said that it was not his fault. No matter what candidates he brought in, they were all rejected for one reason or another. Even a single girl was not suitable for this job, but Namgung hastened to answer that the candidates were selected by his master, and he could not influence this in any way. From now on, Yeonbi was no longer a threat, as the people from the dark sky wanted to harm the daughter of the ruler of the righteous coalition. The spy said that if they had really staged a coup, they would have sent someone else instead of the Lord's son, and they would have definitely hidden this information. Kal Hyo-ryong's father asked the head of the martial artists to develop his son's skills, but without singling him out from the crowd of other students. The guard emphasized the peculiarity of the current situation, which, in Hong-sik's opinion, was why they were taking the lady home until everything calmed down. While the lady was undergoing a special training course, the spy had to settle all pressing issues. The performer did not refuse the job, but he feared that he was not being told the whole story about one important point. There were many teachers among them who knew Chang Hong-sik by sight, and he could not ignore this. The head of security thought for a moment, and eventually asked not to worry about it. Calculating the time that had passed, Namgung felt that no one present would remember him. The spy became angry, declaring that he would not be able to get in there with his current appearance, as he had aged greatly during this time. In a calm voice, the guard explained that the problem that was troubling the man was easily solved. The endless victory token could decide even such moments, proving that the candidate had every right to participate. Namgung Jin suggested that he casually mention to Hong Shiku that he loved to eat delicious food as a child. The guard pretended that he had been very late and wanted to leave the premises as quickly as possible, without answering the spy's questions that he had gained weight by that time. The guard left, leaving Jang Hong-sik alone to deal with the mountain of tasks that had accumulated. The fire sword couldn't figure out why he had to follow the young teacher everywhere. The couple, following a tip from a detective, made their way to the Tiger Fang school where they were supposed to get help getting into the festival. Ryu Young read the establishment's name from left to right and ignored the volcanic sword's comment on how to read it correctly. Anyone could laugh at the guy's illiteracy, but Yang He thought that the master could really be forgiven for such a mistake. The student asked how the mentor reads books in that case, but he had no problems with large texts. Ryu Young asked them to stop talking nonsense as they had a huge pile of unfinished work ahead of them. The school student menacingly asked the strangers who they were and what they were doing within these walls. The young master again began to lecture his interlocutor, saying that not only had he not introduced himself, but he had also addressed him informally. The boy introduced himself as Kam Un-sun and said the school was closed for the festival. The master explained that he told everyone he met at the establishment the purpose of his visit, but instead of answering, they threw punches at him. Having introduced himself, the student asked the impudent man to repeat the purpose of his visit, but this time to him personally. Ryu Young needed a token to enter the school, which, according to rumors, could be found somewhere around here. The boy drew his sword and rushed towards the impudent visitor who had the courage to demand something from this school. The student stated that before demanding anything, he should have first withstood his attack as a furious tiger. Without much effort, the young master dodged the sword flying towards him, finally learning the rules here. With light and quick movements, the young master moved closer to his opponent. The student froze with his sword and did not notice how the stranger approached him closely, only sensing the impending threat. Ryu Young slammed his palm into the boy's stomach, using the same technique he used in the battle with the volcanic sword. But the young master did not finish there, continuing with the technique of 3 happinesses, using only the first. Bending over the unconscious student, Bai Ryu Young praised his technique, which he still had a lot of work to do. The beaten guy's classmates immediately came to his aid, and Fire, watching what was happening, felt a certain awkwardness. The stranger asked to be shown where he could get a token, because the guy he was fighting with never answered. The angry students threatened to avenge their friend as soon as the class monitor arrived. Ryu Young wondered where his token was, and he thought that the only thing that could help the student who received it was a few years in the forest. When creating the best blades, the masters put special energy into them, capable of warning the owner of danger or moving and hitting the target. Volcanic flame was just one such weapon, faithfully serving its master. While in this school, this sword began to tremble, letting its owner know that it had discovered something. Feeling the power of the sword, Kwak Yong-hee became wary, but he still didn't know what exactly awaited him. And suddenly, a painfully familiar voice was heard, from which the Fire One's eyes flared up with flame. A man, whose face those present had not yet been able to see, appeared before them, breathing a frosty freshness. As he got closer, the stranger's outfit showed predominantly cold shades of blue. On the master's belt was a sword which, like the man himself, instantly froze the air. The master of the volcanic sword, seeing the person who entered, clenched his teeth, which were grinding in a fit of rage. The volcanic sword gave a cold look to his old acquaintance, whom he had not seen for several decades. The man greeted Fire, addressing him by his real name. Enraged, the volcanic sword forbade him from being called that, turning instead to Kwang Chil-su, popularly known as the Frost Blade. The Master of Cold noticed that his acquaintance's character was exactly the same as before, and the student of the school immediately asked to explain who Chil-su was to this gentleman. The students began to complain to the teacher that they were being beaten by a guy who came with one of the great masters. Fire could not believe that his sworn enemy had become a teacher, believing that he was carrying out his dark deeds in this place. Frostblade explained that he was a frequent guest here, and the establishment belonged to the boy's father, who was traveling. The guy who showed up with the teacher greeted the Fire Sword Master and explained that they had misunderstood everything and that they had no hidden intentions. The school students couldn't believe that the guy who had caused the chaos had come to discuss something with a respected hero who was a living legend. Kwang Chul-su, who was also the head teacher of the school, formally greeted the guests, asking the reason for their visit, which only angered Fire even more. The volcanic sword accused the Master of Cold of deliberately acting as if he was not involved in anything. Chul-su replied that his acquaintance had changed, but only for the worse, noticing something in his hands. The head teacher suggested that the box looked little like a souvenir and was most likely his lunch. But Kwak Yon-hee, not daring to tolerate such treatment, ordered him to shut up. The package did indeed contain food given to him by the detective, and the Fire Sword Master tried to think of something that would preserve his reputation. Kwak gave the box to his teacher, explaining that he would just hold it for a while the boy warmed up. Looking condescendingly at Fire's companion, the Master of Cold asked if this guy was Yon-hee's son. This assumption angered the master even more, and in a little while he was ready to tear the head teacher apart. These words made one of the strongest think about the one whom the master never forgot. Trying to find the right words, the volcanic sword somehow asked his enemy about his beloved. With a gloomy face, Kwang Chul-su replied that the one they were talking about was perfectly fine. On the one hand, Fire was glad to hear this, but on the other hand, he was infuriated by the fact that this particular person was telling him such details. The Master of Cold was unhappy that every time they met, the volcanic sword kept asking about her. 20 years ago, the girl became pregnant, but carried the child for only 3 months, and remembering this, Kwak Yon-hee's eyes burned with rage. 10 years ago, when the sworn enemies met in a tavern, their duel never took place because the girl came there with a child. The Master of Cold stated that, thanks to his wife and daughter, the Fire One remained alive, and that she was still happy next to him. Outraged by the head teacher's insolence, the volcanic sword asked if he had anything else to say before he died. The man remembered that he forgot to tell her that his daughter had grown up to be as beautiful as her mother, and maybe even more beautiful. The fire god's patience snapped, and the blade of his volcanic flame began to become covered in magma. Kwang Chil-su didn't keep him waiting long and also reached for his ice blade. The volcanic swordmaster swung his weapon, which was engulfed in flames. His opponent drew his blade, spreading a fierce cold around him. Kwak Yong-hee, who had been carrying resentment and anger inside for so many years, was finally able to let it out. The Master of Cold was so confident in his powers that he wanted to put the fire upstart in his place once and for all. As soon as the blades touched each other, they created an incredible explosion. Fire and water, two natural elements, two opposites, clashed in a deadly duel. Kwang Chul-Su waved his hand and created a kind of field around himself, which protected him from the punishing flames. Kwak Yong-hee's flaming sword had cooled, but its owner remained on his feet, shrugging off the piercing cold. The students watching the fight were nearly blown away by the shock wave, obscuring their view with a column of dust. The men admitted with regret that their skills were still at a high level. The Master of Cold suggested postponing the duel, since it would drag on for several long days, and in addition to his students, the boy who came with the fire one could also suffer. And so, Chul-Su repeated his question, wanting to finally know why he had come to Tiger's Fang. The volcanic sword demanded that he be given the token of infinite victory, which in his opinion should not have been there at all. This statement shocked the student, who asked the master not to give up the token, since it rightfully belonged to the student who owned it. Yan-hee was asking what was done to allow a gifted master to reach the finals, while Chul-Su gave it to a boy who had not known the true sword. The volcanic sword assured its enemy that it would not save him from shame. As soon as the master's student failed in the tournament, not only the school would be laughed at, but also him. The big guy tried to convince that only the guy who came with him was worthy of having the token, having boldly defeated the school student with one blow. The students could not come to terms with the fact that the treasure they had received for the first time in so long could be given to the first stranger they met. The Master of Cold ordered the students to be quiet, which made the situation very annoying. In a calm voice, he ordered the student to give the token to the young master who had laid claim to it. By ignoring the students' cries, the master made himself feel guilty for failing to adequately teach the youth who, at the moment, did not deserve this reward. Biryu Yan was delighted with the reward he received in the duel, examining it in his hands. The dragon with a sword depicted on the plaque was the guy's pass to the festival. The master and his student, satisfied, left the school grounds, taking with them what they had come for. The students were still reeling from the controversial decision that was made in a very short time. The young man continued to show his displeasure, focusing the head teacher's attention on the fact that it was reckless to give the token to these people. It was worth the student to declare that if these scoundrels did something at the tournament, the responsibility for it would fall on the master. Kwang Chul-Su was irritated by the student's talkativeness, and he simply replied that as long as he worked there, none of this would happen. The restless young man wanted to get through to his mentor, but the senior student shut him up in time so as not to complicate an already difficult situation. The guy kept saying that the mentor had given the token away in the absence of its owner, which was very strange. The senior student agreed that the master seemed to have colluded with the Fire Lord in advance. The guy pointed to the archway that Chul-Su entered, leaving behind a frosty chill. The young man wanted to find something, as if following in the teacher's footsteps and not looking at the floor. Having found what he was looking for, the guy called his friend over so that he could also examine the find as best he could. When he touched the grass, he heard a crackling sound and was convinced that it was completely frozen. The students were very surprised and alarmed by the fact that the grass was covered with a crust of ice. The senior student recalled his mentor's recent duel with the volcanic sword. During their battle, everything around the master was also covered in ice. The young man admitted that for the first time in his entire studies, he had seen the Master of Cold so angry. While passions raged in the distant city, in a small village near the Ami Mountains, they were sorting out financial settlements. Upon meeting the bank clerk, Master Sabu introduced himself and gave the password. Without remembering it properly, the old man named two combinations of numbers so that the bank employee could choose the appropriate one. The man felt awkward and explained as politely as possible that no password was required. The master was beside himself with rage, having once again fallen for the trick of his cunning student. The bank employee explained that the account had a special feature, and the gentleman could not find out how much was on it, nor could he block it, so a secret word was not required. Sabu couldn't believe that the account opened in his name didn't require any security. Hiding his dissatisfaction with the aggressive client, the man kindly decided to explain how everything works. As part of the service, the old man received food, house cleaning, and a monthly pension until his death. which employees would bring after each full moon. The master could receive the pension from the courier or pick it up in person, but if he did not receive the benefit that month, according to the contract, this amount would be lost. Sabu indignantly asked if he really had to stay at home all the time. The employee reassured the client, quickly assuring him that everything had been taken care of. Once a year, the master had the opportunity to travel for 2 weeks, but only in the surrounding area. The teacher was, to put it mildly, not happy with such news. But that was not all that Ryu Young had prepared for him. If the master's house needed repairs or other work, the bank employees were ready to provide assistance in this matter. Sabu was also offered a birthday service, the date of which the student chose at random. On the client's birthday, a luxurious festive table with expensive sake was delivered to his home. The master left the bank branch, dissatisfied with how the cunning boy had thought of everything. The old man was going about his business, but a familiar voice called out to him, causing only irritation. The person who disturbed Master Sabu was a courier who brought him food and drink, and he was coughing badly. The gentleman, complaining about the cool weather, noticed that their client was not in a good mood today. The old man replied that it was not the visit to the bank that had upset him, but something else. And he wished the courier a speedy recovery so that he could deliver his provisions to him on time. The man thanked the old man for his expressed concern for him, but the gentleman did not listen to the rest of his interlocutor's speech and had already left. The delivery worker watched the departing customer for a while, noticing his strong irritation, the nature of which was not yet clear to him. Soaring over the icy sea and overcoming the cold gusts of wind, the pigeon reached the hotel unharmed, delivering the parcel in the same condition. The dove flew into the building and flapped its wings vigorously before landing on its owner's hand, allowing the message sent to be seen. In the same building, in one of the rooms, the servants, kneeling before their master, reported that they had done everything that depended on them. One of the guys confirmed the information about the festival, which will last 8 days, and the main exam will take place exactly on the last day. The man wondered how much time he would have to spend on the task, not wanting to hide his face under a mask all the time. One of the servants approved the option of hiding his face, and the second suggested another solution to the problem. From his inside pocket, the guy took out a bag containing powder from 10 poisonous herbs, with the help of which one could try to rejuvenate. An angry Hongsik ordered the servant to immediately apply the powder to his colleague before using it on himself. The owner took off his cucumber mask, deciding to give up the idea of rejuvenation so as not to make people laugh. Another servant entered the room and announced a letter received from the White Stone. The man was surprised at how quickly the spy sent new information, completely forgetting that the old man was good at carrying out undercover missions. While carefully studying the report, the last slice of cucumber peeled off from Mr. Chan's face. The Shadow Lord was amused by the bank's recent offering of so many different services to its clients, but he was also curious as to where the old man's apprentice was now. At this time, the same student admired the token he had received and listened to someone talking with a flaming sword behind the door. The interlocutors were glad that the great master would teach them, and in addition, they were ready to take into account any of his preferences. Just as the conversation was coming to an end, Ryu Young got up from the bed, waiting for everyone to leave. Looking out of the room, the guy, hearing the thug say something about 3 days, asked the fiery one if he had really been accepted. The young master suggested not to waste time and go to the festival, because there everyone who failed it started a riot, while those who passed treated everyone to drinks. But the face of the volcanic sword, the brute sitting at the table, was darker than night. The guy asked Yan He if he knew what a person feels when looking at a silent rebel who sits for days, and immediately answered that he starts to get nervous, meaning himself. At that moment, the fiery-haired man looked to Ryu Young like a rooster offended by everyone. It seemed to the master that the snowman had hurt the pride of his student that day, and his feelings could only be put in order by shaking him well with his fist. But before the guy could do anything, there was a loud bang that left him confused. The god of fire slammed his forehead into the table, but being incredibly strong, he left a large dent in the furniture. A second later, the man stood up and declared that he was one of the strongest sword masters and would not yield to the frost blade in a duel. Burning with fierce hatred, the volcanic sword declared that it would soon settle accounts with its sworn enemy. At the same time, in the head teacher's office, one of the students was reporting on the information he had obtained. The guy said that in 3 days, Mr. Kwok would start his teaching position. Busy with his letter, Kwang Chol-Su thanked the boy with an impenetrable cold gaze. As he spoke these words, the brush in his hands became covered in frost, and the paint on the end of his hair cracked completely. The words of the tournament organizers that they would provide him with the best apartments were floating in the head of the volcanic sword. The man asked for 3 days to prepare, apparently already regretting his decision. Well, since he was a student of the young master, he was obliged to give him half of his salary, unable to influence the situation. Not only will the great master have to work at the school with his eternal enemy, but he will also have to treat him with respect. The thought of having to obey the orders of the master of cold made him furious. Literally on the edge, after signing a contract with the school, Kwak Young-hee achieved enlightenment. After several hours of deep thought and reflection, the master was able to achieve what he wanted. The man, and on the way, realized that the volcanic sword was not able to find a way out, and took a step to the side. His new teacher hung over him like some kind of demon, constantly forcing him to perform terrible tasks. The Fire One asked to leave him alone, not understanding why he had to endure such torment. Suddenly, a more familiar voice was heard around, causing the strongest master to wake up. The mentor's voice told him that this decision was conscious, and there was no point in grieving and shedding tears. The man took a sip from a small cup and said that he regretted nothing, except that he had only taught half of the martial art of fire and ice. The master regretted that when darkness descended upon the earth, he would only be left to repent, since he had never been able to find someone who could completely unite this technique. The mentor ordered his student to complete the work he had started, and the god of fire promised that he would fulfill the request, no matter what it cost him. While the master savored his drink, the volcanic sword asked who had managed to harm his teacher. Thanking him for the promise, Yeon-hee noted that the tea was especially fragrant today before disappearing. The poor student's heart bled to see his teacher leaving him alone again. The swordmaster fell to his knees, helplessly realizing that over the past 20 years, he had still not managed to find a worthy successor. Because pain and rage had entangled the man's heart, he temporarily forgot about the promises he had made to the master. While in agony, the volcanic sword suddenly gained insight and remembered the day it all began. On the day of his teacher's death, a martial arts master went into a pub to drink to his repose. The man was trying to figure out why that crazy guy who forced him to serve him had come to that particular establishment. Scenes of their battles with the guy began to flash through the red-haired man's memory one after another. He remembered the technique he used and the strength of his opponent, and the fire sword master became suspicious. He considered their meeting to be a punishment for the fact that he had never fulfilled the oath he had given to the teacher. And knocking down the earth, Kwak Young-hee could not understand why the snowman got everything in this life, and he was forced to endure this horror. The flame sword master thought that Kiol-soo might also be looking for a successor to his teacher. And despite the fact that he is cold to those around him, he still went to teach at a martial arts school. Considering the fact that this school attracted students from all over the world, perhaps Yeon-hee was sent here by fate to finally achieve what he wanted. Fire believed that the teacher, observing the snowman's long-term failures, decided to speed up the search and send him to this school. Inspired, the master of the volcanic sword set out to find a successor before his icy rival. And then, breaking through the restraining walls of his consciousness, the master gave the word to the volcanic sword, returning back to reality. Kwak Young-hee walked around the school with heavy steps, thinking that their battle with the snowman would not end in a draw this time. The big guy had to keep a close eye on the children, trying not to miss anything. Listening to one of the pairs of students, the swordmaster heard nothing but the exam being conducted. Watching other students who also failed the tests, Yeon-hee came to the disappointing conclusion that there were fewer and fewer worthy candidates. Having met another student, the fiery one rejected him too, who was simply not allowed to participate in the competition. Ryu Yong, who came with the big guy, was delighted by the bright emotions of the tournament participants. Looking at his teacher, Volcanic Sword hoped that he was not that candidate. Kwak Young-hee tried to push these terrible thoughts away from himself because the boy did not possess the character traits that were characteristic of the successor. Fire did not see a drop of pure kindness in his master, considering him a monster and a devil in the flesh. Ryu Young wished for his student to eat healthy food, and so he would eat salad while he enjoyed a piece of lamb. The fire sword master promised himself that he would improve his skills so that he could one day get away from that handsome scoundrel. The teacher was interested in why his subordinate suddenly became so nervous, constantly turning his head in all directions. One of the students shouted with joy that after 5 long years of torment, he managed to enter, and he treated everyone present to expensive sake. Right next to him, two more guys were celebrating their admission, and by this time they had managed to get pretty drunk. Watching with her mouth full of salad, the volcanic sword noted how the beggars tried to pass themselves off as rich. Two guys sitting at a fancy table were wondering if they could outdrink everyone who was celebrating their arrival in this restaurant. While Ryu Young was enjoying the free drinks, his student was sadly hoping that he would meet at least someone sane at school. Suddenly, three students collided with each other, which could not go unnoticed by the god of fire. Two young men with a rich pedigree scolded the careless youth with undisguised contempt. A conflict suddenly arose between the wealthy guys. One of them continued not to wait for the tournament and decided to measure their strength right here and now. Continuing to choke on the greenery, Yang He did not give up hope of finding at least someone remotely resembling a successor. The next day, the couple showed up at the very same martial arts school where the festival was taking place. What the volcanic sword saw left him stunned, while at the same time making his mission many times more difficult. Amidst the screams, blows, and loud bangs, the man thought about one strange thing. Upon arrival at registration, he was informed that the exam would be held in 4 stages in the form of sparring, but the decision on admission would be determined by a committee of teachers. Right now, the fire god watched as one of the guys who had bragged about his title in the restaurant yesterday was flying through the sky like a feather, clearly unconscious. And his friend, who was also pestering the awkward youth, spun like a top from just one blow from Ryu Yong. The guy, who was wondering whether he could outdrink the customers, was doing his best to knock the young master off his feet. And the plump friend sitting at the table with him flew away without even touching this monster in human form. Compared to the unusually strong Ryu Young, all of his sparring partners looked more like helpless babies. Behind closed doors, a heated discussion took place regarding the gifted but cruel student. One of the teachers decided to draw the attention of those present that if they took such a student, they would be little different from a dark sect. His colleague also stressed that the elders would be held accountable for the injuries inflicted on the students from the 4 known clans. Tapping his finger, the head teacher thought out loud about the controversial candidate Ryu Yon from the Thunder-Smashing Gate. Master of Cold decided to pay attention to their new colleague, who had only recently taken up the post of teacher. Kwang Chil-su decided to ask the opinion of the volcanic swordmaster, who was the last one who wanted to say anything. The man tried to figure out what was the right thing to do, to protect his master or to set him up. Literally getting heated, Yan He asked why he should know anything about this candidate. Burning with anger, the Lord of the Volcanic Sword asked the hated snowman what specific answer he wanted to hear from him. The teacher sitting next to the strongest of the masters carefully asked if he was planning to burn them all. The colleagues made a remark to the Volcanic Sword, asking him to treat each other with due respect and to be patient. Chulsu said that it was the fire master who brought the boy to Tiger Fang, and that today he showed up with him for the entrance exam. The Master of Cold stated that of all those present, the fire-haired one should know more about him, while he himself was having a hard time containing the emotions raging inside him. The teacher reminded that even with a token, skill was not the most important factor determining admission. The head teacher wanted his colleagues to pay attention to the fact that the candidate had to be a supporter of the white forces. This is why all candidates had to fill out a questionnaire with minimal information about themselves on the day of the test. Ryu Young's statement was written in a very strange way, and Chol-Su wanted to know what Mr. Flame, who had also read the statement, thought about it. Before the red-haired man could properly answer, his neighbor became outraged by the student's careless attitude toward filling out the application. The teachers were outraged by the contents of the document, not understanding what exactly the student meant, as well as what type of martial arts he represented. Burning with shame that he had to explain the impudent guy's daub, Volcanic Sword said that he himself only found out about it today. The Master of Cold was suspicious of his colleague's acquaintance, believing that he was hiding something, never showing his signature weapon, using only hand-to-hand combat. All that Kwak Yong-hee could confirm was the boy's name, while the rest of the information about him remained a real mystery to him. Based on his observations, the fire god did not know which clan the boy belonged to, and the reason for his admission was free lodging and food. The teachers believed that Ryu Young had no place in the school, which he perceived as a free drinking den, not to mention causing serious injuries to children from prestigious clans. One of the boys will not be able to eat food for 6 months due to a broken chin, while his friend, having broken his arms and legs, will be bedridden for a year. Also, the bigger guy will be forced to go on a diet due to problems with his internal organs, and his partner will never be able to use his fist again. Unable to let something like this pass, the teachers felt very sorry for the beaten boys, but Volcanic Sword thought otherwise. He didn't defend Biryu Young, who was motivated by the free food, but he decided to point out that the absence of these 4 students would be good for the school. The master said that he had observed the candidates in a tavern the day before the exam and had personally heard a rich couple looking for a girl for the night, and a couple of friends who bullied an innocent man, then started a fight, who were clearly unworthy of the opportunity to enter the school. Kwak Yong-hee added that these students did not consider those from unknown clans to be human, and he decided that the teachers were of the same opinion, since they praised them so much. The teachers decided that Ryu Yong wanted to teach the impudent ones a lesson, although his adult student had a different opinion, but he did not argue. This was the first time Kwang Chil-soo had seen the volcanic sword god protect anyone. Taking this fact into account, and assuming that everything said was true, the Master of Cold decided to compromise. One of the strongest masters stood up to defend the candidates, and there were no questions about his level of skill. The committee had to approve Biryu Young's admission, but under one important condition. The student will be kept under close supervision until the investigation into the incident is completed. Kwak Yeon-hee was put in charge to make sure the boy didn't do anything wrong, but depending on the offense, serious measures could be taken. Also today, no secrets should be revealed so that the suspect would not avoid any of the teachers. The guy wanted to know if he would have a scholarship or free education, but Fire briefly replied that none of the above was provided. The young master decided to reflect on his situation at a dinner in honor of his admission, for which he was supposed to be treated by a generous student. In the school garden, Namgung-san and Jin Ryung reminisced about their time at Mount Ami, thinking that they should visit their teacher and show their gratitude to him once again. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to the students, announcing such a possibility. Although not immediately, the students still recognized their teacher, perplexed by his presence here. Even though the guy looked young and wore different clothes, he still exuded the energy of that same Sabu. Hyun-woong couldn't believe that the teacher had become so much younger, but No-hak didn't doubt for a second that the man in front of him was the same cruel tormentor. Yan and Moonhye couldn't help but notice how their mentor had transformed into a young, attractive man. San-san also couldn't greet her mentor without a compliment, and Dan-sama was so blinded by his beauty. The wild words that the boys said to Ryu Young were like honey to his ears. The young master liked the mood of his students, and in honor of the reunion, he suggested that they practice a little. During the entrance ceremony, all the students' eyes were on Ryu Young, who managed to fall asleep standing up. Suddenly, the boy was awakened by the words of one of the school representatives who was reading the opening speech. When he woke up, the young master did not understand where he was, and being sleepy, began to look around. The students standing nearby looked at the strange man, not understanding how he could fall asleep at such an important moment. Others considered him an eccentric who not only smiled in his sleep, but also came from somewhere lower class, judging by his clothing. Much to his regret, Biryu Young was at the entrance ceremony, which was still ongoing. A crowd of students, lined up one after another, stood in the main courtyard of the school. The guy couldn't wait for all the speakers to finish, because he was mortally bored, and he was really afraid of dying from it right during the ceremony. In order not to torment himself, the young master decided to leave the event and literally disappeared a moment later. The students surrounding Ryu Young were shocked by his disappearance, and not a single one of them caught the moment of his departure. The guy decided to take a break from the monotonous speeches of high-ranking gentlemen by climbing onto the roof of the building. Sprawled out on the tiles, the young master decided to take a nap under the warm rays of the sun until the farce down there ended. Despite the fact that he had made himself comfortable and had already closed his eyes, he was still not allowed to sleep. Suddenly, a strange boy jumped up onto his roof with a quick and easy movement. The red-haired guy was surprised to meet a student on the roof, but he still said hello to him. The stranger stated that he didn't expect anyone to take the place, but the extremely uninterested Ryu Young simply asked the red-haired man who he was. The good-natured young man introduced himself as Hyo Ryong, who some also called Elgin's double blade. The young man was glad to find a like-minded person who, he believed, was also not delighted with the pompous ceremony. The young master remained lying motionless on the roof, but turned to his new acquaintance with a request. Hyo-ryung waited with genuine interest to see what this guy would say or offer him. Ryu-yong, without ceremony, asked the red-haired boy to move away as he was blocking the sun. Having asked the student for forgiveness, the young man immediately stepped aside, still smiling contentedly. The guy's conversation was closely watched by people who were not taking part in this conversation. Hiding in the shadows, Hong-sik kept his eyes on Ryu-yong, and the appearance of the red-haired guy only made the spy more wary. The man himself would not have minded being in the place of the students under the warm sun, who had hardly slept the previous night. The spy recalled how he was tricked into believing that once he became the ruler, he would have plenty of free time, but in the end he was drowning in work. Servants approached the bishop from both sides, bringing both refreshments and additional work before his upcoming business trip. Jang Hong-sik suddenly declared to those present that it was simply wonderful to occupy the position of ruler, and that he wished all his subordinates to quickly take his place. The man heard the modest mutterings of the workers, none of whom supported his opinion. The servant who brought the treat said that it would not work on them, and also reported that he had already packed everything for the journey. The subordinates advised the owner to rest, but because of the documents they were constantly bringing, he did not have such an opportunity. One of the servants asked to look at a package that had just been sent, which spoke of a boy named Hyo-ryung. The report also mentioned a fire martial artist who brought an unknown student with him. Chewing the rejuvenating root, the spy wondered why the two were together, since both were under surveillance. The Lord continued to ponder this, and as soon as he left the sun, he literally turned into a shadow. Ryu-young's new acquaintances sat down next to him, and the boy asked him if he was afraid of getting his new clothes dirty. The red-haired man didn't care what happened to her, after which he added that he also wanted to address his interlocutor by name. The young master easily agreed, and telling Hyo-ryung his name, he broke into a smile. The guy extended his fist to his new acquaintance and offered to be friends. Without hesitation, the red-haired boy punched Ryu-young's fist in agreement. Hyo-ryung, without taking his eyes off the clouds, assumed that they were being watched, and his interlocutor also confirmed the surveillance that began with the arrival of the young man. The red-haired man didn't think that there was someone so attached to him, and his new friend advised him not to pay attention to such things in that case. Ryu-yeon suggested that the young man go if this was what was worrying him, but the prince only said that if he was marked from the first day, then he would not have to be bored for the rest of the time. Hearing the ringing of the bells, he rose and, after searching, realized that the ceremony was over and the man who had been watching them had disappeared. Hyo-ryung suggested that the young master first find out how the students' check-in was going, and then go have lunch. The red-haired youth said that after lunch, all the newcomers should gather at a certain place, but Ryu-young didn't know about it because he was dozing during the ceremony. Having learned that his friend was asleep, the boy assumed that he had missed the phrase about how after the ceremony, the door to the real harsh world would open for them. The owner of the establishment told the students that martial arts school was, first and foremost, a state of mind. The man claimed that the students were future fighters of the white sect and defenders of the country, who would protect ordinary people from enemies in case of a threat. The speaker advised everyone to find friends who would want to get ahead of each other in developing their skills. The leader announced that the students' first task would be to get to the camp on their own. Each student was to receive a piece of paper with the starting point written on it. There were about 50 locations on the way to the camp, which had to be marked on each person's papers upon arrival. The assistant handing out the papers informed them that they would contain the address of the camp where the students would be accommodated, and that they would also receive keys to their rooms and be able to have lunch there. Hyo-ryung was lucky enough to receive a piece of paper with the same camp address that his friend had. As soon as it was Jang Hong-sik's turn to draw a piece of paper, he first found out what color it was. With a smile, the bishop persistently asked his assistant to give him a piece of paper that was black. The spy said that he liked various dark things, but it was still impossible to choose a piece of paper by color. Then the shadow tried in every way to persuade the worker, saying that he should give him the paper himself, since he wanted to observe the two students who would go along the indicated path. Not wanting to listen to the persistent Hong-sik's fabrications any longer, the assistant handed him the piece of paper he needed. Looking at her, the Lord of Shadows carefully studied the place where he and the students would go. The man knew the place they were supposed to go to well and sympathized with the boys. Ryu-young asked his partner if he knew the place they were going to, but he also had no idea, deciding that they would find him anyway. The owner of the place where the students were located reminded that the camp was located in an area where only newcomers were allowed to go. But if students enter restricted areas or damage school property, they must be prepared to face appropriate punishment. After wishing the students good luck, the leader waved his hand and told everyone to begin their journey. Hyo-ryung asked if they should follow the route strictly or if they could cheat, but his partner himself did not know the answer, deciding to navigate by the location. Having learned about the place where the boys were sent, Baek-moo-young was already looking forward to how they would fray their nerves during the journey. The gentleman shared that a certain person had set up an ambush for the students, and they would be waiting for them upon arrival at the camp. Chun-hyun mentioned the black mark that, in addition to Biryu-young, was given to two others who made their own choices. Moo-yeon was curious whether the guy would live until the evening, but it was important to her partner that he survive. Otherwise, it would never be their turn to take revenge. Once again, turning around, the young master again saw the half-naked trees of the forest in front of him, suspecting that something strange was happening in this place. The red-haired boy decided that they were going in circles, and guessed that getting out of this territory would be extremely difficult. Ryu-yeon didn't expect that the hardest part would not be getting to this place, but leaving it. Losing patience, Hyo-ryung suggested burning down the entire forest so that they could calmly figure out where they should go next. But it never came to that, because the guys were called out by a stranger who suddenly appeared behind them. With a smile on his face and waving a black piece of paper, Hong-sik told the students that their paths seemed to have crossed. The stranger introduced himself as Hong-sik, adding that he was a new student who had enrolled this year. At first, the guys were meaningfully silent, hearing such a statement from a mature man. The silence was broken by Ryu-young, who stated with displeasure that the man had brazenly lied to them. Hong-sik, trying to change the focus from his age, showed the boys a piece of paper with an assignment. The students began to discuss whether there was some kind of age limit for applicants, and the man noticed their conversation, which hurt his pride. Hyo-ryung guessed that the man was unlikely to have bribed the committee, as he had seen with his own eyes how many people left the school without being admitted. The young master decided that the commission simply took pity on the man, since it provided the students with shelter and food, which, judging by his appearance, Hong-sik needed. The mature student was uncomfortable hearing such comments about himself, and he asked the boys to consider that he got into the school thanks to a bribe. The couple whispered that the man looked over 40, but was not ashamed to prove otherwise. Hong-sik agreed that age was not scary, but it was all because he accidentally took the wrong medication as a child. The man was also irritated by the guy's tactlessness, since they had just met. The students continued to discuss the man as if he were not there, deciding that they would take his word for it, and also ask if he happened to know the way. Ryu-yeon asked the man directly if he knew where they should go to reach the camp. The guy said that having quickly reached this place, they wandered back and forth for about an hour. The new acquaintance agreed that the territory was indeed huge, but not so huge that it would take him so long to walk around it. Hong-sik wondered why the boys didn't know anything, because during the ceremony, everything was explained in detail, but they only replied that some of them had missed it, and some had dozed off. Based on the couple's carelessness, the man assumed that the students did not know about the structure of the institution. He began to talk in detail about the school itself, telling both its history and the places it contained. It was where the heirs of famous clans and students of the most famous martial arts schools gathered to be trained as warriors of the White Sect. The school was a fortress, commanded by a righteous coalition that was supposed to protect the peace of the citizens. Situated on hundreds of tens of square meters, the school could accommodate more than 100,000 people. And on the plateau near the lake, many grain crops and fruits were planted, where livestock also fed. The narrator noted that in the worst case, the door would simply be blocked and entry would be impossible. But spending about a year closed off from everyone would not be difficult. In this case, the additional gates remained closed permanently. And most importantly, the gates were guarded by 50 people, but if they were not enough, another 30 guards would arrive, who were always very close. Even if the enemy manages to break through on the way to the inner courtyard, 7 special camps will be waiting for him. The man imagined that even if he entered the territory, the enemy would certainly get lost in the fog. There was also the possibility that he could simply get lost, turning back and forth in search of the road. At the same time, strangers who enter the forbidden lands will not be able to avoid the teachers, who will immediately run to them. The maze became more difficult the closer you got to the center, and the camp the trio were supposed to get to was the closest to the courtyard. Hongsik explained that the city was built according to the precepts of Confucianism and Buddhism, and anyone who understood these teachings could easily find a way out of the labyrinth. The boys told everything they knew, namely that monks had to adhere to certain rules, namely not shaving, not eating meat, and not getting married. The mature student advised the boys to simply answer such a question next time that they didn't know anything. The students, tired of the endless conversations, said that if they knew anything, they would have already found the way. Initially, the undercover master did not intend to show the students the way in order to fully analyze their behavior. Ryu Yan wondered why. If their acquaintance knew so much about the structure of the labyrinths, then why was he still here with them? Perhaps with ill intentions. Hongsik replied that unlike the guys, he hadn't wasted any time getting here. He said that the territory was arranged in such a way that anyone who wandered around it could be left alone. And the level of complexity exceeded all conceivable and inconceivable limits, forcing people to wander through it for years. Only by achieving true humility and prudence could one get out of the territory. The students whispered among themselves, trying to figure out what the man meant. In this labyrinth, a winding path awaited them, surrounded on all sides by special traps. Hongsik added that of the 6 key doors, only one was the real exit, and their location changed every 2 hours. Ryu Yan and Hyo Ryung quickly realized the situation, came to a common decision, and turning around, headed in the opposite direction from their interlocutor. The couple decided to take a short nap and suggested that the mature student also take a rest, since the road was going to be difficult and he could get very tired. The Lord of Shadows was outraged by the behavior of the guys, who decided to dump all the work of finding a way out of the labyrinth on him. The spy asked what if he suddenly failed to find anything. What would the students do in that case? Hongsik was furious that, in addition to the lazy Ryu Yong, even Hyo Ryung, who was sent to spy, was shirking his work. Some strange sounds, as if something heavy and large was moving the axis from place to place, did not make the couple get up. Losing his last bit of patience, Hongsik told the boys to get up as the maze began to change again. After an hour of long wandering, the trio witnessed the moment when the labyrinth began to change its surroundings again. Ryu Yan noted that they left the previous location in time, otherwise they would have stayed there for a long time. The red-haired boy thanked their guide, without whom they would not have been able to find their way so easily, not forgetting to also mention how he almost fell into the hiding place. The spy kept cleaning up after the boys, who, through their carelessness, could cause the labyrinth to change at any moment. Most of the traps ended up falling on Hongsik, who was forced to endure them. But first and foremost, in order to get to the camp safely, to find the secret space, one had to touch the center of the rock, and the mature student asked the newcomers if they could overcome such a test. Deeming their guide to be the ideal candidate, Hyo Ryung helped him get to the right place on the cliff. Having reached it, not without the help of the Lord of Shadows, one of the 3 had to go down into the pit and take the dinner note indicating the final point and the keys to the rooms. As in other tests, the most experienced among those present was forced to perform them voluntarily. While the trio were looking for the right path, most of the students were already in the general camp area near the sanctuary. The students shared their experiences with each other, which, thanks to a miracle, did not allow them to get lost. The seniors announced that they would check whether the newcomers had reached their camps honestly. One of the students was extremely surprised that the test was over, and his classmates were perplexed as to what he had confirmed. The young man explained that the camp set up some kind of ambush every year for new arrivals. A senior student noted that this was the only place where it was so peaceful, and that the students should be glad that they had the opportunity to study at this particular camp. Other students endured the ridicule of the elders, who forced them to sing songs to escape from traps, while some went through obstacles inside the building itself with poisonous snakes. Hearing about the atrocities that had taken place in other camps, the boys quickly began to apologize. The trio's attention was drawn to one of the newcomers, who was collecting his personal belongings at the counter. The student's room was on the 5th floor, and his things had been delivered there in advance. Having thanked the workers behind the counter, the newcomer also received many compliments. The boys were surprised why everyone started to curry favor with this student, and the room he was placed in was for those who took first place in the exams. When the mysterious student left the common room, all the attention of those around him was riveted on his person. One of the newcomers suggested that the student was getting so much attention because of his appearance, but in fact, the reason was completely different. This student in a snow-white robe possessed such a level of skill that he could compete with the teachers. The handsome man that everyone admired so much was a descendant of the Moyeon clan, the grandson of that very sword lord. The student was none other than Moyeon Hee, known by the nickname the Seventh Divine Sword. The senior students did not lie, and the young man's things were delivered to his apartment safe and sound. But as soon as the sun's rays, penetrating through the window, illuminated the furniture there, the guy became wary. Moyeon Hee walked slowly towards the dining table, jingling the ornaments on his head. The student ran his finger across the surface of the table and decided to check if he was imagining things. After carefully examining his finger, the student discovered dust particles and small crumbs on it. The next second, the sword lord's grandson opened the window wide, letting fresh air into the room. Wearing gloves and with a scarf covering his face, the guy took out a certain instrument from a case hidden in the pocket of his robe. With a dull click, the case opened, revealing the wooden handle of some kind of device. With a careful movement, the guy pulled out a voluminous and fluffy lock of brush from the case. The young gentleman's personal pipidaster, sparkling in the sun's rays, spread like a wave across the room. The guy carefully examined every corner of the room before he got to work. Here and there, Moyeon Hee ran with a brush, blowing away every speck of dust that was on the surface of the room. The three who arrived had already received their things and were going up to their rooms, discussing that the teachers were preparing something for them for the evening. The seniors checked with each other to see if all the newcomers had arrived, but it turned out that only 3 were missing. The teacher, talking to the people on duty, wondered whether the remaining students would be able to get out of the labyrinth. The teacher told the boys to be as attentive as possible and not to let anyone into the area. The guards were not thrilled to guard the area near the entrance, which was not in the best condition, but were obliged to wait for those who lagged behind. Suddenly, one of the duty officers remembered that the emergency entry mode had been activated, but decided that no one in their right mind would dare to go straight through it. Taking a breather after all the trials, Hong-sik wanted to find some simpletons and hand over his position to them. At this time, the partners were discussing the next location, which did not inspire any confidence in them. Ryu-yeon, in other circumstances, would have refused to go this way, but he decided that since they were already here, it was foolish to stop. With a smile, the young master declared that in this case he would have to act decisively. Hyo-ryung, along with Hong-sik, who had come to his senses, were so surprised that they asked the guy again if they had misheard. The Lord wanted to stop Ryu-yeon and suggested that he first think a little before rushing into trouble. As soon as the guy stepped on the floor, the first of the traps detonated and an arrow flew straight at him. With an unperturbed face, the young master dodged the threat flying at him without moving from his spot. The arrow hit a tree, and Hong-sik, seeing it, realized that the foggy road had been put into emergency mode. The man shouted at the boy to come back as soon as possible, because the foggy road should not have been switched to this mode. Continuing to walk forward, Ryu-yeon noticed traces of blood on the walls, after which another trap was triggered again. One after another, arrows began flying straight at the student, but none of them hit him. The daredevil's classmates dodged again, and the arrows that flew past hit the same tree, shattering it into pieces. Unlike the newcomers who remained at the trailhead, Ryu-yeon was interested in what was in store for him next. Several dozen arrows flew at the guy from both sides, which seemed impossible to dodge. The students, cautiously peering around the corner, could not believe their eyes. Shadow Lord could not accept the fact that any human could move so fast. The man compared the young master's movements to those of an octopus, and the red-haired boy completely agreed with him. He also noted that his friend's level of skill exceeded all conceivable limits. Having described circles in the air, Ryu-yeon wanted to descend to the floor, but immediately fell under it. The guy saw a hole underneath him, filled with many sharp daggers, into which he was trying to fall. But literally the next moment, the young master, pushing off with force in the air, flew high into the air. Hong-sik and Hyo-ryung watched the movements of the student, who now resembled a bird with their mouths open. After flying around the pit of blades, Ryu-yeon landed on the ground, and the sounds of the next trap began to reach him. From somewhere above, a multitude of logs fell in front of the guy, rolling at an insane speed straight towards him. Without any effort, the student climbed onto each of them, which continued to rotate continuously. The spy asked the boy if he thought he saw Ryu-yeon smiling while balancing on the logs. Watching the young master overcome the seemingly insurmountable emergency mode within the walls of the foggy road, the students were lit up. Despite the way their colleague went through the obstacle course, which seemed beyond human capabilities, the newcomers decided not to lag behind. Taking off his outerwear, Hong-sik took on the vanguard, while Hyo-ryung remained with his top and sides. As soon as the couple stepped onto the misty path, several arrows whistled in the air. The students, skilled in the use of swords and working as a team, managed to fight off the shots without receiving a scratch. This attack was followed by another, this time more massive, with arrows flying out from every crack. Without missing a single arrow, the students managed to exchange a few words during the attack. Ryu-yong, watching his friends go through the obstacle course, thought boring, to fend off arrows instead of trying evade. With difficulty, somehow holding on to the flying logs, the couple declared that, unlike the young master, they were people. Covering his nose, the boy deftly dodged the poisonous clouds of gas released from the wall. Waving his sword in front of him, thereby driving away the poisonous gas, Doubleblade noticed that their new acquaintance also looked little like a human. Using his robe as a mask, Hong-sik replied that it didn't matter who he looked like. The main thing was to live this life as long as possible. The sun was setting behind the horizon, but preparations for the event were still underway in the sanctuary. The students standing in the corridor could not go below the third floor, which was guarded by senior students. The newcomer went down to find out what was happening at the very bottom, and the student guarding the entrance agreed to let him through. But then he added that he could not promise the newcomer's return, and with a satisfied smile, asked again whether he really wanted to watch. One of the crowd suggested that they disperse to their rooms, believing that it was not worth interfering. The students on the floors wondered why Mo Yeon-hee had not shown up despite the noise. Some people thought that he could have simply trained, which is why he achieved such colossal success at his age. But instead of training, the guy was busy cleaning his room, starting to wash the floors. By evening, the trio, who had received black pieces of paper, finally arrived at the appointed place. Ryu-yong said that he didn't like the silence here, and the building, which resembled Pandora's box, when opening could calmly deal with any of the students. As Hong-sik headed towards the main entrance, he was thinking about finding out who had rigged the camp's definition, not to mention the emergency mode of the foggy road. Opening the doors a crack, the man hoped that at least the community camp would be safe, where the sophomores and freshmen had put on a grand show. As soon as the spy opened the doors, he was knocked off his feet by a shock wave of strong wind. Hong-sik decided to go first to check everything out, and he thought to himself that the other students could have killed the son of the dark sect's lord on the very first day of admission. But the boys decided to go first, based on their age, being more agile and faster, while the mature newcomers' reflexes were clearly slowed down over the years. Having asked to listen to his opinion, the man casually dropped a phrase about how he was only 25. With a loud slam, the doors slammed shut behind the students, leaving them trapped. After spending some time in the dark, Hong-sik managed to find a candle to light the way for himself and his companions. The man pulled out 4 long matches, explaining that the teachers loved to come up with sinister obstacles for newcomers. Having lit them with a candle, the spy wanted to throw the matches as far as possible so that they would light their way for a few minutes. The trio took turns throwing small torch-like objects forward, illuminating the dark room of the camp. The students managed to create a narrow path in front of them that extended all the way to the stairs. Not even a second passed before a huge mass of sharp spikes appeared on both sides. Next to them, and the floor disappeared, leaving behind a large pit with blades at the bottom. The lit matches instantly fell down and went out when they met the sharp blades. Ryu-young didn't quite understand if this was a test, but he knew for sure that he would have to climb through the hole to the stairs. Suddenly a dull thud was heard near the end point, and torches were lit there. A sign appeared in front of the stairs, stating that if the students touched the bell, the door would open. That same bell was located near one of the torches next to the steps, and the red-haired guy decided to simply move to the other side. The young master, who wanted to blow up the building, gave in to his colleagues and strictly followed the instructions given. The son of the dark sect's ruler suggested that the spy remain on the ground to shine, but he assured the boy that the match would not go out in any case. Ryu-yong stepped firmly and at the same time unusually lightly on the sharp blades. Things were a little more difficult for his colleagues, but despite this, they managed to overcome obstacles. Suddenly, the guy stopped, sensing something was wrong, and shurikens started flying at him from all sides. The students standing behind him reacted in time, deflecting the sharp gears with the blades of their swords. Ryu Yan, on the other hand, did not use a weapon, and instead used a stream of wind to spin the shurikens into a whirlpool he created. The technique the boy used amazed both students, but Hong Sik was much more amazed, unable to understand what this young master was really hiding. Shadow Lord was impressed by Phoenix's techniques, unable to comprehend how it was possible to fight off something like that with bare hands. Turning around, Ryu Yun saw something approaching him at high speed. Hong Sik suggested that it might be sword energy, and his friend advised him to be careful with it. Hearing the student's prompts, the young master used a block against the sword's sinuous swings. Ryu Yang used the lightning madness technique, creating an electrical dome around himself. The next moment, the electric ball disappeared, destroying not only the flying sword energy, but also everything else that was around. Shards from the arrows and blades that were under the young master flew towards Hong Sik and Hyo Ryung. The hair guy hurried to cross the swords, but the man asked him not to hurry so as not to get hurt. The Lord's son began to make circular movements with his weapon, leaving behind an unusual trail in the air. Watching the boy handle swords, Hong Sik couldn't believe that he was also as skilled as his friend. Swinging his sword around, Hyo Ryung created a curtain of blades, shattering the shards into dust. To his surprise, the Lord discovered that these two were masters of the highest level, whom he would not have to fight against. And then the room was filled with the ringing sound of a bell, which rang to the great relief of the newcomers. After completing the steps specified in the instructions, Ryu Young descended to the ground, standing right at the stairs. Seeing a man coming down to them, he assumed that they all must have a record for this occasion. The guy asked if his guess was correct, but the man who came would hardly have answered this question since he showed up with a weapon. Standing on the floor from top to bottom, the newcomer was pierced by the senior student's furious gaze. Still at swords, the red-haired boy and the spy finally saw the hero of the occasion. Hong Sik carefully examined the huge weapon in the angry guy's hands. The tiger's Fang School symbol in relief, and the sword itself was called the Angry Tiger. The young man accused Ryu Yong of stealing, but the newcomer did not understand what and when he was able to steal, because he simply did not have time for such activities. The boy called the student a hypocrite and asked him to remember the recent events at school. Ryu Yon began to recall his trip, confirming the words of the angry senior. Ho Chung-kong, who was the first of the top 3 students in the school, challenged the young master to a duel in order to avenge the damage done to him and the stolen item. Hong Sik explained to Hyo Ryung that the token could be taken away if the person who wanted it believed that it was in the owner's hands unfairly. A person who was either confident in his own strength and believed that he could win, or simply did not know how to think, could take such a step. The young master's friend believed that he had a reason for this, but the mature student doubted it unless it was overconfidence. Ryu Yan wondered if this whole performance was a prelude to the upcoming duel, or if there was a personal reason involved. The boy continued to make jokes, while Chen Kang could not listen to them, demanding that the enemy prepare his weapon. The impudent student thought that the offended boy decided to put himself on an equal footing with the schoolteacher. The irritated senior student couldn't catch the thought in the stream of words of the talkative upstart. Ryu Young then explained in simpler terms that the boy thought he was stronger than the snowman, but immediately corrected himself by calling Kwam Cheol Soo by name. Sometimes classmates also did not fully understand everything that their friend was talking about. Deeply offended, Chen Kang declared that he would punish the upstart instead of the master, but the latter doubted it, since last time he left the school safe and sound. Remaining extremely calm as if making small talk, Biryu Yoon considered it stupid to rush into trouble, knowing the outcome of the battle in advance. The opponent suggested not to waste time, and for Chen Kang to take a warm bath and return under the blanket, which only angered the offended student even more. In addition to an apology, the master wanted to receive compensation from Chen Kang for the moral damage caused. Ryu Yan's words were the last straw for the senior student, who pounced on the offender and held a huge sword in front of him. Watching the angry student's technique, Hyo Ryung noted his ability to infuse energy, which Hong Sik agreed with, calling the student a strong opponent. This battle was supposed to end the warm welcome to the new students. While watching the fight, Ryu Young's friends noted his incredible skills and ability to control his body. Even though the senior student was trying his best, his opponent was able to dodge every swing of the blade without much difficulty. The young master managed to stun the enraged student with a kick. knocking all the breath out of him. Ho Chung Kong's blow caused the angry tiger to drop, which was immediately grabbed by his opponent with his bare hands. Ryu Yong gripped the sword so tightly that the thick steel began to heat up as it came into contact with the blade. The next second, the blade of the mighty sword shattered into pieces with a screeching sound. As soon as the student saw that his sword had shattered into pieces, which were the symbol of the school, he was immediately at a loss. With his last strength, the guy wanted to finish off the villain with the remaining piece of his weapon, but his opponent's movements were too fast. Everyone smiled contentedly as they watched their opponent, smashed to smithereens, ready to accept his defeat. Even though the couple was rooting for their friend, it was mentally difficult to watch his opponent suffer. Even if he was in the teacher's place, the Lord of Shadows could not ignore such cruelty, and if the sword could still be reforged, then it was impossible to wash away the shame from the clan. Excessive pride did not allow the upstart to win, and Chen Kong intended to continue the duel, and his opponent was not averse to using the 3 happiness technique against him. The students were not familiar with the technology their friend had announced, but they had a premonition of something terribly scary. Ryu Young's classmates tried to remind him that they had just entered and that he should be restrained in his attacks. The guy used the 3 happiness technique, but for such an opponent he chose only the first level, the most gentle one. Suddenly the heavy entrance doors opened with a loud bang, catching the students by surprise. It was none other than the teacher who showed up at the building, wanting to find out what was going on there. Poor Chen Kang, who was completely numb, pitifully called for help from his teacher. In his office, the master scolded the senior student for using clan donations to organize a welcome for newcomers. Waving a wooden sword, the teacher read out a list of things that the money of the nobles who were part of the righteous coalition had been spent on. The teacher angrily banged his sword on the table and announced that the second-year student Ho Chung Kong's prank had cost him about 1,000 silver coins. While the offending student could not string 2 words together, the newcomers thought about the teacher who hit the table without any visible damage. The sword technique teacher demanded an explanation as to why a student from the 8th camp had organized something like this in the 1st camp. Shaking with fear, with tears in his eyes, the student pitifully begged for forgiveness. The teachers, more than the arranged greeting, were outraged by the temporary Misty Road mode that was turned on, which served as protection from attacks by the enemy army. The old man wanted to name the accomplice who helped him pull off such a trick, but Chen Kong continued to swear that he did everything himself. How to activate the emergency mode required level 3 access, while upperclassmen could only know how to activate the first 2. The sword master said that such a thing could only be done with permission from above. For attempted murder and violating the security arrangements within the school, the student was sentenced to 3 months in a prison cell. The teacher was surprised that the scoundrel feared his accomplices more than being expelled from school and ending up in prison. The vengeful boy still had to answer for his actions before the Council of Teachers. Even though the students found themselves in an unpleasant situation, they still remained under the close attention of the master. The teachers were overcome with some doubts as to whether the students were really newcomers. Hung Sik never tired of making excuses for his age, recalling that his mother had given him the wrong medicine when he was a child. Feeling sorry for the mature-looking student, the master ordered the newcomers to leave as quickly as possible, especially one of them. After leaving the teacher's office, classmates shared their impressions of the unusual first day of school. The students, finding themselves neighbors, said goodbye to each other, each going to his own room. While standing near his chambers, Ryu Yan heard some noise coming from inside. Carefully opening the door, the guy looked inside, discovering someone there. His entire room was sparkling with cleanliness, and a guy he didn't know in a snow-white robe was sitting next to his things. From the very threshold, the young master introduced himself to the young man and immediately invited him to be friends. The student, before answering, first straightened his clothes and then rose from his chair. Placing his palm on his fist, the young man introduced himself to his roommate and stated that they should first get to know each other. Ryu Yan noted that the young man was too strict, which only puzzled the Moyeon clan member. Considering that they were both classmates, the guy suggested switching to informal address and stopping adhering to strict etiquette. The 7th Divine Sword understood what his disciple was asking for, but he couldn't take such a step since he barely knew him. The student advised that if communication was strict, then one could push away the interlocutor, while an informal form allowed one to make friends faster. Mo Yan-hee continued to push his line, and suggested that everyone use the method of communication that was most convenient for them. Noting the inaccessibility of his interlocutor, Ryu Yong found him terribly boring, and when talking to him he felt like yawning. But first, the cohabitant suggested resolving one issue that was of great interest to him. It was about what kind of bed to choose for himself, but Mo Yan-hee couldn't figure out this question, just as he couldn't sort out his things. Ryu Yon didn't understand the difficulty in choosing a bed, since to him they both looked the same. The strict guy did not agree with his roommate's opinion and asked him to take a closer look at them, since he himself considered them to be completely different. One bed was located next to the window, while the second was located near the closet. The sun's rays fell at different angles depending on the position of the bed in the room. The young master asked the slightly strange apprentice which one he wanted, and he abstained, but mentioned that he liked to open the window and often take something from the closet. Ryu Young found his classmate's habit strange, and to make things easier, he chose the bed by the window. As soon as Mo Yan-hee heard the answer, he immediately rushed to the bed to start preparing it. Sprawled out in bed, the student had been watching his roommate clean up for a good hour. Bored to death, Ryu Young asked if he really enjoyed doing things like that. The roommate did not understand the question asked of him, looking up from placing his things on the shelf. The newbie wondered if it was really necessary to smooth out the edges with such diligence, since they were just rags. Ryu Young wondered if Mo Yan-hee measured each side with a ruler, to which he replied with annoyance that it was a matter of habit. The student was no longer happy with their acquaintance, let alone living together under the same roof. The gifted student also had his own rules for storing things, which he arranged in a special order. First of all expensive items, including weapons, should be kept out of the reach of prying eyes and hands. All the junk that was constantly in use had to be placed in a visible place so that it was always accessible. But his cohabitant had much more elaborate and intricate rules regarding this matter. According to the seventh divine sword, all things had to be kept in perfect order. All fabric products had to form a rectangular shape without the slightest unevenness or folds on them. Another rule of Mo Yan-hee, in addition to order, was cleanliness, which served as a guarantee of a great mood. Even though all the furniture on his side was sparkling with shine, Ryu Young still considered this activity to be pointless, which was simply wasting a lot of time and effort. A little tired of watching the neat guy cleaning, the young master asked if he had finished. The Moyeon clan member was satisfied with the work he had done today, but despite this, he intended to continue cleaning up the next day. This was the first person after Master Sabu who made Ryu Young feel terrified. Since the student remembered his mentor, the old man also could not stop thinking about the lousy boy. While examining his ward's former room, the master decided to spend the night here. The student's phantom projections continued to complain about any action of the mentor that in one way or another concerned his person. Dissatisfied with yet another conversation with the eternally bickering Ryu Yong, the old man left the room. As a result, the student's place was taken by a little white girl who felt great on a soft bed. Returning to his quarters, Sabu did not give up trying to deceive himself, assuring that he was happy without Ryu Yong. But no matter what curses the old man sent down on his student, he slept peacefully. Unlike the guy who was sprawled all over the bed, his roommate slept as neatly as he folded his things. The lights had long since gone out in all the rooms, but only one of them continued to shine brightly. But Hong Sik was not sleeping, performing his direct duties, watching his neighbor through a small hole. At this time, the Lord's son was having a pleasant conversation with his roommate, discussing sword control techniques. Hong Sik noted to himself that observing Hyo Ryung in this way would not be difficult. Listening to their conversations, he concluded that his roommate did not pose any threat. While everything was going according to plan for the Shadow Lord, there was someone else who couldn't sleep that late evening either. Surrounded by cold walls and bricks, Chen Kong lamented that he was not finished with Ryu Young yet, and would definitely get even with him. At this time, the community camp was discussing the conclusion of a second-year student who was unable to cope with the tasks assigned to him. The men, hidden in the shadows, reasoned that in this case, either the students were highly skilled, or Chen Kang was a mediocrity. Mr. Mu Yan was in anticipation, as it was their turn, reading that the coalition had to punish this upstart for the students who were beaten up during the exam. He shared that someone had done the same thing, and was most likely in the same room with Ryu Young. Bak Mu Young assured Chun Hyung that this would not be a hindrance, since the boy was unsociable and could hardly communicate with anyone. Make friends. The very next day, the young master's friends came to visit him and could not help but notice the cleanliness of his room. Ryu Young offered to come in, but singled out Hong Sik, saying that if he didn't like it, he could stay outside. Classmates were already eager to take a look at the room, which was different from the others, as it was provided to especially skilled students. The red-haired boy brought his shy roommate with him, Yun Jun Hong, who wanted to meet a young master of such a level. Ryu Young heard a familiar clan name and said that he knew a guy who was from there. The young man, stuttering and having difficulty pronouncing words, exchanged pleasantries with the student who had already managed to earn himself a certain reputation within the walls of the school. Brushing off the compliments, the guy asked her to take 3 steps back and shake herself off before walking. Knocking off the dust, the friends couldn't understand why such a sloppy guy like Ryu Young suddenly developed such a fear of dirt. Overcoming himself, the student agreed to show the reasons, but removed all possible consequences from himself. The friend's insistent warning made his classmates very wary. The students began to speculate, and Hyo-ryung suggested that there was something in the room that reacted to dust. Hong-sik doubted the existence of such a creature, but still ordered to listen to the words. Since Ryu Young wasn't the type to be afraid of scary traps, the boys decided to thoroughly clean themselves up before visiting. Jun Hong began to vigorously criticize his new acquaintance, and his roommate decided to help him. After letting his classmates in, the guy introduced them to his roommate as Hyo-ryung and an uncle who was supposedly 25 years old. The man introduced himself as Hong Sik, confirming that he was indeed 25. He was young and energetic, like everyone else present. The guy also introduced himself to the guests and apologized for the fact that the clothes were not entirely clean due to the cleaning he had started. The young master assured his roommate that they would not go in his direction and that all his classmates were as clean as could be. The boys felt awkward about interrupting Mo Yeon-hee and decided to come back later since their friend also needed to clean up. Hearing this statement, a muscle on Ryu Yeon's face twitched nervously, because he didn't understand whether this room really needed to be cleaned up even more. Thinking about their friend's words, the students began to inspect the room for dirt and dust. Ryu Young asked his acquaintances what needed to be done to make the room perfectly clean, even though at the moment it was already blinding with its cleanliness. Looking from the incredibly clean area to their roommate, the students wondered why he was still cleaning when everything was already sparkling. Classmates discussed yesterday's events, debating the fact that a student from Tiger Fang School, instead of being classified as a criminal, was marked as an excellent student. Ryu Young also apologized for the extra attention they were now being kept on because of his stunts. Hyo-ryung asked him that during the exam he sent one guy to the hospital bed. The red-haired boy decided to ask his neighbor how he got there, because it was impossible to have 2 tokens. Interrupting his comrade, Hong-sik emphasized that the person sitting in front of Ryu Yeon was his enemy. Without ceremony, the guy suggested naming the place and time for revenge, and if possible, choosing a time after breakfast. Jun Hong instantly blushed, stating that he never even thought of such a thing. The young man understood that he would not be able to defeat such a talented master, and therefore decided to quietly develop himself, instead of allowing himself to be disgraced. Your clan. The 3 had different opinions about the newcomer, as some considered him a good guy, some thought he was smart, and one mature guy thought he was completely crazy. The young man felt embarrassed that after he finished his speech, everyone suddenly became silent. The spy also gave this student an analysis that he couldn't compare to the couple sitting next to him, but he also didn't understand where Jun Hong's lack of confidence came from. Placing his hand on his cohabitant's shoulder, the prince of the dark sect assured him that no one had forced him to fight Ryu Yeon, and that it wasn't worth addressing everyone so respectfully, and that it was possible to calmly switch to informal address, except for Hong Sik for obvious reasons. The man demanded that they also address him informally, but the boys could not agree to this because they considered him an older brother. While chatting, Ryu Yeon forgot about breakfast and decided to immediately correct this misunderstanding. Noticing how Yoon Jun Hong was looking at Mo Yeon-hee, the young master asked what it was about him that caught his attention. The young man was bursting with indignation, because not only was the 7th Divine Sword not invited to breakfast, but everyone gathered considered him to be obsessed with purity. Hyo-ryung, having heard about the man from the Moyeon clan, said that everyone around him believed that the guy would become the best master in the world. Ryu Yeon, noting all the positive qualities of his neighbor, could not understand what people imitated, because he, Besides, it doesn't really do anything other than clean up. Hong Sik asked to be quiet, because there could be a female gang nearby that was stalking the clean freak day after day. As soon as Mo Yan-hee heard the mention of these girls, he shuddered in fear of his ridge breaking. Jun Hong said that girls admired him all day long and stole things that his hand touched. The obsession was so strong that despite the security, these girls threatened the servants of the estate, taking their relatives hostage. The spy added that just recently, a young man from the industrial community said something inappropriate to Mo Yan-hee, and members of the group cut off his hand. The guys were shocked by this news and, just like the cleaning enthusiast, did not want to meet his fans. It was an honor for Yun Jun Hong to meet such a great man, but nothing more. Dark Sect's overlord stated that he was not one of the Seventh Divine Sword's admirers, but rather his competitor. His roommate advised him to be careful with such statements because female fans of the community could be close and overhear his words. But such a thought was to Hyo Ryung's liking if something like this were to arise in the Dark Sect. After analyzing all of the above, Ryu Young concluded that the lineup was reliable. The guy told his roommate that everyone present disliked him, and therefore he didn't have to worry and could go to breakfast with them. The guys asked to be more careful in their statements, because the Seventh Divine Sword might think that he was disgusted by them. With a quick but at the same time smooth gait, the lover of cleanliness approached his cohabitant. Without saying a word, the boy simply nodded his head in agreement, and Ryu Young confirmed that he didn't care about their opinions. The boys were on the second floor of the building, where the cafeteria was located, and all students without exception were allowed to enter it. In the canteen, despite the early hour, there were many students from different groups and different years of study. Some of the crowd that weren't completely engrossed in their food took notice of the newcomers who had arrived that morning. The young master was disappointed that the canteen was self-service, but it was more than compensated for by the variety of delicious dishes. Having assessed the strength and convenience of the dishes, which were made of steel, the guy realized that it was not in vain that he entered this place. The spy noted that the dishes were indeed durable, since they could withstand the amount of food that his classmate had served himself. The students began to argue about how much they should eat, and despite the wolfish appetite of the young, the oldest of the group believed that the great masters ate little. Jun Hong began to hear the voices of students who were indignant at their appearance in the cafeteria. The young man wanted to tell the boys about this, but they seemed not to hear him, continuing to stuff their mouths. John Lee Hack and Chuna Young couldn't understand how such an ignoramus could get a token unless, as always, he was sucking up to the teacher again. The couple attracted the attention of the rest of the students to the group of students, who immediately began whispering among themselves. A frightened Jun Hong kept repeating to himself that nothing like that had happened, and then he couldn't take it anymore and declared that he wasn't going to listen to anything like that anymore. At the same time, his classmates, just as calm, were already finishing their meal. The students were so outraged by the newcomers that they asked where they had come from. Hong Sik answered the bully's question by saying that when he introduced himself, he didn't forget to mention his age, saying that he was a first-year student. The students who moved to their classmates were from different years, John Chuna Young from the second year and John Lee Hak from the third year. The seniors explained that they saw the young man hanging around the campgrounds, and so asked how he ended up there. Hong Sik wondered how he could use such smooth language while attacking his comrade. The bishop decided that the teacher treated the boy with love, and therefore gave him the opportunity to enter the school despite his lack of talent. The students confirmed the guess, stating that the teacher gave the token out of pity, and that another candidate should have received the infinite victory. However, the student managed to get the token from another place, although after that, someone brutally beat him. Na Young, without thinking twice, concluded that the disgraceful person had specially ordered their friend, but the poor guy was trying to justify his acquaintance. The third-year student told the newcomer to shut up, not understanding how he dared to sit at the same table with such a strong master. Hyo Ryung wanted to understand this issue because according to the student's logic, each member of the clan, after defeat, should continue to treat the winner with hostility. Continuing to develop this thought, the prince of the Dark Sect noticed that the disciples of this clan did not know how to respect their elders and admit their mistakes. The senior student was outraged by such an insult, asking the newcomer where his respectful attitude had gone. With a smirk on his face, Hong Sik stated that out of respect, the clan members could not express their dissatisfaction to their elder's face, doing so in his absence. The disciples were even more angry, claiming that they had never insulted their teacher. The spy stood up from the table and asked again if the subjects of the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, Lord Yu Huan Quan, had not insulted him. The clan members were unhappy that Jun Hong dared to enter the school without knowing a single Plum Blossom move. The senior student told the young man to pack his things and leave the camp immediately, and if he had even a drop of conscience left, he should have stayed out of their sight in the future. A hubbub immediately began to spread throughout the cafeteria, and the students began discussing the first-year student with an unusual story. Biryu Young asked his red-haired friend why the boy had to know the techniques of his clan. The young master's question surprised Hyo Ryung, for whom the answer was more than obvious. Shadow Lord also paid attention to this, becoming increasingly surprised by the guy's peculiarity, which coexisted with his ignorance of obvious things. As Hyo Ryung explained, the techniques of this martial art were represented by the petals of a wild plum, which was ranked among the most powerful in the entire country. Consisting of many sections of movements and combinations, it was practically impossible to learn absolutely everything, and not a single one of the clan's students mastered the technique in its entirety. The student had the right to follow the path of his clan, and the boy considered this question illogical, to which Ryu Yong lightly replied that his middle name was Unpredictability. Once again, trying to understand the nature of a gifted student, Hong Siku was not clear how it was possible not to know something that even a child knew. Classmates were also outraged by such behavior of the senior students and believed that they should be taught a lesson so that they would not spoil other people's meals in the future. The angry members of the clan demanded an answer from the guy they had attacked, confident that he would not get away with this act. The owner of the token said that it was easy to teach a lesson without getting up from his seat. The guy, feeling the dishes, decided that they were just perfect for such occasions. A completely dejected Jun Hong replied that it was an order from his superior, and he could not contradict him, but the accusers believed that he simply wanted to shift the responsibility to the teacher. Observing the suspicious actions of a classmate, a mature student asked his neighbor to restrain him so that he would not make a mess again. Having assessed that it was impossible to kill a person with this device, Ryu Yong considered it ideal for educational methods. Just as the guy wanted to teach the upstarts a lesson, he was suddenly stopped by Moyeon Hee, who had been sitting silently until that moment. The seventh divine sword yelled at the seniors for humiliating a junior in front of such a crowd. Yun Jun Hong couldn't believe that such a legendary martial artist would stand up for him. The students at the table supported his words. Only Ryu Yong was dissatisfied, as he was already in the mood to fight. John Lee Hak and Ju Na Young asked Mo Yan Hee not to interfere in this matter since it did not concern him. The boy explained that the young man they were picking on was his friend, and he didn't like it when people were made uncomfortable. The student suggested that they contact the senior if they thought that Jun Hong had gotten there unfairly, and the entire cafeteria immediately began to whisper. The third-year student, shaking with anger, said that if he saw Mo Yan Hee again, he told him to be more careful. After a tense lunch, the classmates returned to the room, discussing what had happened in the cafeteria. Ryu Young was disappointed by the fact that he couldn't color in court in the red, but he was sure that another opportunity would arise. Hong Sik asked to warn his lively classmate about such decisions in advance so that he could prepare. The guys began to cheer up the poor guy, asking him not to worry about the crazy cleaner. Busy with his laundry at the time, Mo Yan Hee didn't pay attention to the discussion going on in the room. Hyo Ryung assured the dejected Jun Hong that what happened was not his fault, and that those scoundrels were to blame for everything. As if by chance, Hong Sik asked the young man a question that interested him very much. The man became curious as to why the boy did not possess the famous techniques of his clan. This question made Jun Hong even more nervous than before, and he was obviously embarrassed to talk about it. He told his classmates that he had a terrible allergy to plum blossoms. As soon as he was near, he would start sneezing violently. His skin would become covered in a rash, and in some cases he would even faint. As soon as the young man began to train, petals and the smell of plums began to appear around him. The boys were very surprised to hear the seemingly sad story told by Yun Jun Hong. This aroused the interest of everyone except Ryu Yong, who did not have extensive knowledge of other martial arts. The son of the Dark Sex Lord put forward a suggestion that was immediately picked up by his classmate. According to their assurances, the young man had unconditionally reached the stage of mastering the fragrant sword technique. In the same building, but on a different floor and in a different room, pressing matters were discussed over a cup of tea. Mu Yan said that Lee Hak and Na Yan had crossed paths with the group of newcomers, but the meeting had not been pleasant. Chun Hyung believed that they had agreed to only observe the students, but not interfere. Baek Mu Young replied that he had nothing to do with it, but that what happened would give a reason to include someone into the community of the 8 great clans. The student met a member of his clan and decided to punish him, but suddenly the same student who had been dining with the newcomers at the same table appeared. The men were keeping a close eye on Mo Yan-hee, for whom they had big plans, and Biryu Yan, who ended up in his company, one way or another, put a spoke in the wheels of the conspirators. Also, there were always 2 students, Hong-sik and Hyo-ryung, around the problematic guy. This couple had been with Bi-ryung since the very first day of school, but they were nothing special. Chun Hyung would have been surprised that Mo Yan-hee was sitting at the same table with the likes of him if he hadn't been sharing a room with the annoying guy. Along with them was also a young man named Yoon Jun-ho, who became friends with Hyo-ryung most likely because he shared a room with him. According to the senior students, this guy was a complete loser and a disgrace to his clan. Mr. Hyung was horrified that the students spoke disparagingly of their comrade, who was the future of the white sect. Mu Yan also responded to the students, to which they stated that a student who could not use a single technique could not consider himself the successor of the clan. Chun Hyung, just like his interlocutor, did not believe it when he first heard that the young man had entered the school without knowing the basic techniques. The man now understood the conflict between the students, but not the moment that somehow the guy managed to get into school. After thinking for a while, the gentleman decided that the master had given him a token of endless victory. Unlike Jun-ho, the 4 good fighters were not so lucky during the exam, which they failed miserably because of Biryu Young. The men assumed that this guy would make them act with the utmost determination. In the bonus room for the best students, there was a deathly silence around those who had shown themselves in the exam. As was often the case, the young master did not understand what was so remarkable about the fragrant sword technique. Jun-ho couldn't explain what kind of technique it was since he didn't know it himself, but Hyo-ryung helped him out by explaining that it was a high level of swordsmanship. The young man began to feel embarrassed that he was the only one who didn't understand what was being discussed, but Hong-sik decided to cheer him up, saying that there was nothing terrible about it. The spy noticed that Hyo-ryung knew such secret information and decided that the prince had been given access to the archives. The boy brushed it off, saying that he had heard it from his mentor and had heard very little, not knowing, for example, about the appearance of the aroma of plum. The aroma of plum was achieved by man at the moment of maximum concentration, and in the last 100 years, only one has managed to achieve this level. Hong-sik, like Hyo-ryung, inherited such deep knowledge from his master, citing the large number of scholars in his clan. Even though Ryu Young listened attentively to the story, his gaze was directed at Jun-ho. After some thought, he suggested that in that case the young man could be used as an air freshener. With complete seriousness, Hong-sik stated that the oldest man of his clan sat before them. Jun-ho was sad that he could not repeat the techniques left by his ancestors. His neighbor, on the contrary, praised the guy, noting that he had reached such an incredible level at such an early age. The Shadow Lord was amazed by Jun-ho's skill and asked him to share how he managed to achieve this. At the fire game where the training took place, there were a lot of young plums, and the scarier they became, the more severe the allergy developed in the guy. Everyone was so outraged by this that they were going to expel Yun Jun-ho from the clan. The teacher, hearing that the student could not get along with plum blossoms, considered this not a strong enough argument for expulsion from the clan. The master asked about the meaning of plum petals for the clan, and the student correctly answered that they were a symbol of purity. The mentor wondered if the flowers were really bothering the young man so much, preventing him from training in peace. But he insisted that despite the allergies and related problems, the beauty of the trees always outweighed them. In order to shame all the students, the master revealed that Jun-ho loved the pride of Fire Mountain more than anyone present. I asked if each of them, if they were in the place of the young man, would also passionately love the surrounding nature, which caused so much trouble. In order not to torment the rejected student, the mentor sent him to train on a neighboring mountain because there were not so many trees there. Yun Jun-ho trained away from home, going into one of the caves to protect himself as much as possible from the blossoming trees. While climbing into the cave, the boy repeatedly found traces of other students training, and one day, having entered one of the caves, he began to meditate and began to hone new techniques. After a careless swing of the sword, part of the nearby wall collapsed with a roar. Carefully peering into the hole that had formed, the young man discovered another cave. The student decided to follow the tunnel to the very end, and upon reaching it, he witnessed a strange scene. At that moment, goosebumps ran across Jun-Ho's body from the intense excitement that filled him. Watching the marks left on the floor, the boy seemed to sense the secret of genuine martial art hanging in the air. All the walls in the secret cave were completely and entirely covered with marks from the blade. The young man spent a lot of time trying to determine the origin of his find and eventually came to the conclusion that these were traces of 7 plum blades. This technique was similar to Plum Blossom, but their approach was radically different. Jun-Ho began to study the tracks, training day and night, retracing every step left on the cracked floor. And then one fine day the fateful hour came, and plum blossoms appeared out of nowhere in the air. From that moment on, whenever the guy showed the techniques he had learned, he began to be tormented by an irritating, tart smell. And as soon as Jun-Ho left the cave, telling the teacher what had happened, it immediately collapsed to the ground. After this incident, no matter who the student told his story to, no one believed his words. The boys guessed that the young man was the only one in the world who knew this technique, and that the mentor was obliged to believe him and find out what was what. Every time he remembered the technique of walking or controlling the sword, a mysterious aroma would somehow appear around the boy. Because the student fainted from the smell, the master sent him to this school to find out the answer by any means necessary. Thinking seriously, Hyo-ryung noted that the path ahead of the young men was not easy, and that they had to somehow move toward solving this problem. Being the most carefree of them all, Ryu-young replied that all that was required was to act radically. Poor Jun-Ho was completely trembling, unable to even anticipate the young master's crazy thoughts. Hong-sik immediately stood up for the boy, not allowing Ryu-yeon to ruin the life of the wayward student. The student argued that since the problem was so clear, it had to be solved logically. The guy assumed that if he didn't put maximum effort into changing Jun-Ho as a person, he would be constantly tormented by all sorts of scoundrels. The guys wanted to help their friend, but they had very few sensible ideas for everyone. Having carefully weighed everything, the classmates decided to take the risk, believing that it was completely justified. After a superficial analysis, the mature freshman came to the conclusion that the problem was not just hypersensitivity. Yoon Jun-hun had a severe allergy that would occur when he came into contact with certain substances, causing both difficulty breathing and dizziness. The young master suggested giving the subject the very poison from which he suffered, starting with a small dose and gradually increasing it. Hong-sik considered this method ineffective, because then the guy would have been cured while still at home, and therefore the mystery was hidden rather in the body itself. This method, if you use the option proposed by Ryu-young, will certainly send the guy to the next world. The prince of the dark sect also proposed his own version of a solution to the problem, which included a medicinal decoction. Thanks to it, substances could influence the physical properties of the body, but this method could have serious side effects. Hong-sik doubted that they had enough knowledge to avoid unexpected troubles during the treatment. Side effects, which could include loss of taste, loss of vision, or even paralysis, made the young man wonder if it was worth it. Jun-Ho's classmates told him not to worry, because the treatment would go well if he hired real professionals who understood poisons. Scared to death, the boy hoped that there were plenty of such gifted people in these parts. The guys were optimistic, stating that people from all over the area were gathering in the city, among whom there were bound to be good healers. There was also a chance to meet the creators of death themselves, who instilled souls in the dead, which Ryu-young would have been happy to see. But unfortunately, access to knowledge about such practices has long been hidden, and some clans were given orders to resist such individuals. In his head, the Shadow Lord remembered that representatives of this direction usually conduct their research with corpses. Unfortunately, Jun-Ho was full of life, so that option was out of the question, leaving only the poison version. Thanks to his classmates for their efforts, the young man nevertheless decided to refuse help, believing that it was clearly too much. But the students insisted on their own, and that finding a competent doctor to conduct their experiments on such a young body would not be difficult. The guy tearfully asked to find another way that would be safe and not contrary to common sense. His classmates were disappointed by the rejection of a completely effective method, since the one that Jun-Ho had firmly thought about hardly existed. Ryu-young, having heard various versions, wanted to know whether it was worth getting rid of the allergy at all when it was possible to leave it and do something else. A glimmer of hope flashed in the poor guy's eyes as Hong Sik looked suspiciously at the student's latest crazy idea. A talented student offered to free the young man from the harmful aroma. According to Ryu Yong, if you look at things soberly, it was about the energy emanating from the sword. Because the sword emitted this aroma, there was no point in wasting this energy, because the force of the blow remained the same. This stage was merely an intermediate one, preceding the level of absolute mastery in sword control. And in order to get rid of the obsessive smell, it was only necessary to overcome this stage. Therefore, with the power of Jun-ho, he will become stronger and free himself from his birth curse. The plan was good in theory, but in practice it was impossible to carry out. The poor guy couldn't even hold a sword. Hong Sik, stating that the young man could not perform a single technique in his life, confirmed Hyo Ryung's words. Ryu Yeon was ready to cure Jun-ho himself, having a method to eliminate anxiety and other worries. His friend decided to trust the young master, whose speech was quite convincing. He wanted to know where such a skilled man came from, but the student did not reveal personal information, saying only that he could turn the impossible into possible. When asked why Teacher Kwok was so afraid, Fire replied that he was tormented by a certain feeling that something bad was about to happen. The enraged volcanic swordmaster shouted that he didn't understand the logic in this situation. Kwang Chul-soo firmly stated that he would not dare to name the object in such a wild way if he was ashamed to even say the phrase out loud. Convinced that a man should be strong, that is why he came up with the word self-improvement. A small squabble arose between the teachers of opposite elements, which could have escalated into a serious fight. Seeing the men slowly begin to lose control of their emotions, one of the teachers asked them to calm down. The teacher asked the master of cold to be more lenient with his new colleague, who did not fully know all the intricacies of teaching. Having politely refused the fiery one, the teacher provoked another fit of anger in him, that he still did not understand why the lecture could not be called exactly that. A colleague explained that the students first of all paid attention to the name of the subject and the teacher who taught it. The man also said that in addition to male students, there were also girls at the school, and such a phrase could cause a storm of indignation among them. After thinking about it thoroughly, Yan-hee suggested the following name, namely Combat Power Speed High-Level Blade Control Technique. The teacher approved of this text, happily noting that his hot-tempered colleague had quickly come to such a decision. Chul-soo showed a list of items that already had that name. The teacher clarified that the swordmaster had special requirements for the educational process. The only and most important condition was not to hire first-year students for his subject, no matter what recommendations they had. The colleague showed genuine interest in what the red-haired man's demand was based on. Well, the answer was quite simple. The master simply did not want to, and in case of failure to meet his demands, he was obliged to often fall ill and not teach. Looking through the subject selection guide, Ryu Yeon couldn't figure out why he needed the thick book, unless he was using it as a pillow. The book, according to Hong Sik, although it was like a sleeping pill, it wouldn't hurt to quickly flip through it to choose the item you liked the most. Officially, there were 4 days to choose a subject, but in reality, all the interesting ones were taken apart in the first 2 hours. To begin with, it was necessary to choose 5 subjects that were given to choose from. The remaining 7 were approximately the same for everyone. Moyeon-hee was the first to decide on his subjects, and he still had a chance to do exactly what he had chosen for himself. Ryu Young was surprised that his neat roommate had managed to read everything, but the trick was that he only looked at the short description. To get into the course, you had to have a group of at least 3 people, otherwise the program would be closed, which is why teachers recruited no more than 3 or 4 groups. Leafing through the manual, Ryu Yong did not understand where so many branches of martial arts came from. Hong Sik kindly agreed to find a suitable course for Jun-ho to make it easier to follow him in the future. Suddenly, not far from the boys, a terrible roar was heard, to which they immediately turned their attention. The group of students clung to each other, each of them wanting to get into the sword control classes. The man asked a passerby what all the fuss was about, and it turned out that one of the courses this year was being presented by the god of the volcanic sword. Ryu Yong was very surprised that everyone was so eager to enroll in his adult students' class. The passerby also pointed out another place where students were crowding in the hope of getting to another famous master. From year to year, students tried to get to the great Kwang Chul-soo, creating a stir near the pavilions. Be that as it may, even though the Master of Cold enjoyed extraordinary popularity at school, This year, most of the students will be taken by a new teacher. Jun-ho couldn't believe his luck that he had the opportunity to listen to lectures from two of the 5 strongest masters in the Celestial Empire. Just like with the volcanic sword, Ryu-yan didn't understand why these masters were considered so cool. The guy who told about the lectures should have warned the newbies who were not allowed to attend the volcanic sword course. In order to get to the master, you had to study at least in the 3rd year, since the lecture had a note about the high level. It turned out that the new teacher had put forward conditions to exclude first-year students from the list of applicants altogether. Ryu-yang wondered how his elderly student would surprise his students in his lessons. But in order to get to the Frostblade, the main thing was to try hard in your studies, and perhaps in 6 months, newcomers will be able to attend his lectures. Looking at Ryu-yan, the Shadow Lord felt that he was upset, unable to get to the vaunted teachers. The guy denied such nonsense, saying that just the thought of learning from his slave made him shudder with horror. Student Sabu was asked to choose items that did not demean his social status or in any way try to offend him. Hong-sik suggested listening to him about one of the subjects in more detail, and Ryu-young later agreed, but he believed that he did not need anything, being already invulnerable. After racking his brains, the student wanted to learn how to control sounds, because his mentor did not know how to control sound waves at all, let alone manage them. Everyone except Hong-sik was surprised that the boy spoke about his mentor like that, but the mature student considered it disrespectful. He decided to warn that this subtle science, in addition to elegance, required a reserve of internal energy, which is why it was the most difficult. Without a shadow of a doubt, Ryu-young declared that he would learn this type of martial art, as exquisite items were suitable for an elegant person like him. Hyo-ryong was also never interested in this matter, and asked the most experienced of his students to select for him a subject dedicated to sound control. Not expecting that the other students would also ask for help, the spy was not happy that they decided to dump someone else's work on him. Unsure of himself, Jun-ho collected more than a dozen items and wanted Hong-sik to help him decide. By the evening of that day, the group of students had already decided on the subjects they would study in the future. The son of the Dark Sex Lord didn't expect that the required subjects would be from different fields of knowledge. His gifted friend believed that the objects were not worth their attention and were just a bunch of useless junk. Ryu-yan and Hyo-ryong relied more on the extra subjects they chose on their own. Unlike the guys, Jun-ho was pleased with almost the entire list, and especially thanked Hong-sik for helping to compile it. His classmates were also quick to praise him for his invaluable help, mentioning that without his wealth of experience, it would have been impossible to figure things out. The man's hands were itching to teach the impudent students a lesson, but one of them was worried that the gentleman had chosen his subjects at random. The Lord of Shadows assured that he had managed to select the ideal ratio of items from those that he had selected for his classmates. The students' attention was suddenly drawn to an animalistic cry that sounded above their heads. High in the sky, above the garden, 2 loudly screaming birds flew by, which interested the young master. The red-haired boy explained that they were male falcons, trained to carry letters. The student, sensitive to the scent of plums, believed that pigeons were used for such purposes, to which Hong-sik replied that falcons were stronger and more resilient. Unlike pigeons, falcons were difficult to catch for an experienced craftsman, and they could also be taken with you on a hunt. After listening to the mature student's stories, Ryu-young also expressed her desire to have one for herself. The bird could easily be purchased in a special shop, but they were not cheap, and the most expensive of them were valued at more than 20 silver coins. The bird stall, which was run by a whole clan that specialized in them, was supposed to be located in the area of the building where the falcon flew. Not wanting to waste a second of precious time, Ryu-young ordered everyone to move out immediately. In front of the boys was a tall monumental building called the Flying Eagle Pavilion. Hong-sik said that this place was where other students' birds were taken care of, and it was like a dormitory. While the required building was located very close by and sounded like the pavilion of the Heavenly Eagle, where in fact they could be purchased. The students who looked into the store were greeted by a young man who advised them not to be shy and look around. When the students came across the dove, they read on the plaque that it was intended for teaching, with a note about 3 rings. The seller explained that in this way they marked the number of roads that the bird could remember, and each ring was equivalent to 3 paths. The birds were divided into 3 categories, the lowest of which could not be trained to hunt, while the rest were stronger and more intelligent. Ryu-young found the cage with the highest ring value in the entire store and asked the young man what was special about this bird. The seller was pleased that the buyer had chosen this best of all the birds presented. This falcon was so smart that the clan could not determine the ceiling of its capabilities, and the bird was also very characteristic, not recognizing anyone as its master. The talented student chose the bird without hesitation, and the seller offered to meet it in the training room, warning that it was forbidden to use force against it. Grabbing the cage with the falcon, Ryu Young assured them not to worry about the bird, because he would do everything as expected. Horrible sounds came from the training hall, as if a real battle was taking place there. But at some point there was an ominous silence, which meant one of two things. Either the bird had been tamed, or the guy had gotten into a good fight. A contented owner of a tame falcon emerged from the hall, while the bird looked exhausted and tired. Ryu Young's statement was quite unexpected, as he had stated that he was buying it, and that when the bird was angry, it acted very cute. Stroking the head of the angry and offended falcon, the guy decided to name him Thunder. Later, as evening approached, exactly the same falcon brought fresh, and this time good news. The report stated that the prince of the dark sect was quite pleasant to the guys, giving no cause for concern. Namgung Jin also reported to the master that the girl named Yeonbi had not yet shown up. The conversation between the gentleman and the head of security was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the head of the martial artists ordered him to speak immediately. The attendant at the door announced that the young lady had completed her training and was ready to return home. The next day, the students gathered in the classroom and discussed the seventh divine sword. The three students were whispering about the famous Mo Yan Hee, who had the aura of a straight-A student. The guy who arrived before the lecture was going to write down every word the philosophy teacher said. As soon as the rest of the kids showed up, a rumor started spreading in the class that on the very first day the teacher would be replaced by another teacher, Jang Hong-sik. Ryu Young advised the man to wear a sign stating that he was a freshman in order to avoid similar incidents in the future. Yoon Jun-ho stood up for his classmate, deciding to tell the story of the medicine and the side effects it caused. Hyo Ryung advised not to spread themselves too thin, because if their comrade was really hurt by the words of others, he would try to look younger. Fighting a fit of nervousness, the Lord of Shadows advised them to keep quiet, as he was starting to sit up from their conversations. The man was beside himself with anger, as he had to watch the boys around the clock without having the opportunity to get a good night's sleep. Hong-sik, using clever devices, eavesdropped on the chatter of his neighbors. They talked about all sorts of things, which made the man even angrier, wanting them to go to bed immediately so that he could rest. The spy complained to himself that he was forced to tolerate these students day after day, sending daily reports about them. Upon discovering the report chest, Hong-sik was furious at its enormous size. The Shadow Lord hoped that it was only big in appearance, not thinking that it would be full of paper inside. But to the man's great regret, the box was filled to the brim with paper, so when the lid was opened, it flew in all directions. The spy collapsed on the table, remembering the upcoming writing, swearing that he would find out who had stuffed the box with so much paper and finish off the scoundrel. Everyone in the classroom started whispering as soon as the teacher finally showed up. Hong-sik was shocked to see how excited Jun-ho was at the appearance of the master. The mature student confirmed that it was one of the 8 strongest healers of the Okyeon Jinin Shaman clan. The healer wanted to begin his lecture with a 100-year history of martial arts, stopping at the present day. Jin Ying assumed that the guys came here in order to achieve excellence in one thing or another. In addition, by joining the ranks of the White Sect, students will be able to strengthen the power of the cult of opposition to the Dark Sect, as well as its lair, where most of the hired killers are trained. Above all else, everyone in this room had the goal of becoming a reliable support for their own clan. All future members of the White Sect had to be able to resist the spirits of heavenly sorrow. The students were stunned by the fact that the teacher pronounced the forbidden name of this organization with such ease. All the students were tense, except for Ryu Young, of course, who was trying to figure out why the atmosphere in the classroom was suddenly so tense. The teacher knew that the children were afraid to pronounce this name out loud, but besides this, there was another name that was strictly forbidden. As soon as the disciples heard about the heavenly spirit thirsting for blood, everyone present froze in horror. And the teacher continued, telling about how this name had kept the whole country in fear for thousands of years. Both sects turned against him, who was a symbol of fear and despair. All of the above-mentioned enemies continued to slowly devour humanity from the inside, so the students needed to build up their strength in order to destroy this evil. It was for this purpose of war that Hyukwol Rin built this city, having resorted to the help of the Holy Trinity of heavenly warriors. While everyone was busy taking notes on Okyeon Jinin's speech, there was a student who had a question. The teacher was extremely serious, and his classmates immediately perked up when they heard a familiar voice. Ryu Yoan raised his hand and asked who the god of the Great Limit was, along with the holy trinity of heavenly warriors. Waves of indignation and ridicule rolled through the audience in whispers upon hearing such an absurd question. The teacher, in shock, asked the name of the guy who, as he suspected, could not help but know the idols of our time. When the teacher suggested that he had lost his memory, the student stated that he was completely healthy and really did not know about the respectable persons. To the horror of his comrades, the guy introduced himself and stated that he really did not know the people mentioned by the healer. More than the mockery of his appearance, Hong-sik was hurt by the ignorance of such seemingly elementary things. Deep in thought, scratching his gray beard, the old man did not expect that something like this could happen in principle. The teacher decided that it would not be enough to simply tell about everything now, considering this a good opportunity to learn more about all the heroes of days gone by. The master gave the students the task of writing a 5-page essay about the great ancestors and the consequences of the actions of the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit. At the end of the lecture, the library was filled with a crowd of students, each of whom wanted to snatch the books they needed to write their essays. Watching the unfolding mess, Ryu Young didn't want to engage in such nonsense just because he had told the truth. The Lord of Shadows, remembering how the guy bargained for the falcon, did not think that he had come from somewhere in the wilderness, but was strange for some reason, did not know the God of War and the Holy Trinity. While bargaining for the falcon, the capable student would come up with a counter-argument to each of the seller's arguments, which could not be disputed further. Ryu Young was of the opinion that if the questions were not related to everyday concerns, then it was not necessary to know the answers to them. The comrades who arrived were carrying a huge stack of books, half of which were intended for their arguing classmates. The man was very flattered by such care, and by the fact that he did not have to bother helping others once again. The stack of books that Mo Yeon-hee was carrying was meant for him alone, and since he didn't like noise during classes, he asked not to come to him in the evening. Having retired to his chambers, the 7th Divine Sword made the boys admire his hard work and attitude toward studying. After dinner, Hyo Ryung suggested that they come over to visit, but Ryu Young declined, wanting to watch Thunder Train. The students argued about whether Ryu Young would ask one of them to write his essay for him. Chun Hong, talking with her comrade, wanted to know where the information came from that the White Crane had finished training and was about to return soon. Mu Yan revealed that Ryandoko was being followed and that she was seen leaving the Flying Eagle Pavilion, looking extremely happy. But, as the man rightly noted, the only girl who could make her neighbor smile was the one who was her only friend. Hong wanted to understand how this was related to the fact that they were supposed to eliminate Mo Yeon-hee soon. With a sinister smile, Baek Mu-young assured his interlocutor that as soon as the White Crane returned, the day of the universal execution of the vile offspring would come. All day long, right up until the evening, the students worked on writing the assignment assigned to them. Ryu Young presented his work to his colleagues, stating that he had completed everything perfectly within the required 5 pages. After reading his friend's work, Hyo Ryung wanted to confirm whether he really intended to submit it in that form. The guys hoped until the very end that the guy was joking about not knowing about the God of War, but he said that he couldn't have known, because no one had told him about it before. The Shadow Lord said with a displeased grimace that everyone in childhood should have heard stories about them at least once. For example, when he scratched his knee to make a child stop crying, the elder could say that the spirit of heavenly sorrow would come for him if he did not stop. The prince confirmed that this method was very effective, and they immediately stopped crying. Also, naughty children who stayed out late were frightened by this spirit, who would jump out of the well and swallow the child alive. And the next morning, the water in the well would turn bright red. Ryu Young's frivolity in this matter greatly irritated the spy, who had to explain obvious things. Pointing to the pictures in the text, the man asked why the student had drawn them. There was no other way to get a bad grade. A mature classmate leafed through the scribbled text, in which the bloody killer was praised as a steadfast believer and languid hope. And on top of that, the young master depicted him as some kind of deity, which further outraged Jang Hong-sik. In his defense, Ryu Young said that this is exactly what the most terrible person in the world looked like. The Shadow Lord tried to explain that the spirit of heavenly sorrow was not just a bandit and not even quite a demon, The first thing this scoundrel did when he came into the world was to completely take over the dark sect, and every step of this monster became the cause of thousands and thousands of deaths that no one could stop. Hyo-ryung added his comrade's story that by devouring everything in its path, this creature was the cause of the emergence of the Righteous Coalition. The creation of the White Sect, a martial arts community, ultimately led to nothing, as they were unable to deal with even the heavenly spirit. The young master wondered how it was that only the god of war could defeat the heavenly spirit. This is exactly how it was written in the textbook from the point of view of the White Sect, when in fact there were two gods of war. The only survivor who defeated the enemy was the god of the Great Limit, also known as Hyuk-wol-rin, who later became known as the god of war. But the spirit was also fought by another sword master, the tyrant Kal-jun-hyuk, who was also elevated to the rank of god in the Dark Sect. To distinguish between the gods, the Dark Sect added the prefix demonic to their god. The prince added that after that incident, the Dark and White sects began to get along well with each other. Ryu-yeon couldn't fully understand whether, even after joining forces, both sects still lost the battle with the spirit. Each side suffered heavy losses, and both gods had to spend 4 years recovering. As Hong-sik noted, the losses, according to textbooks, amounted to almost half of the population. It took more than 30 years to rebuild the destroyed cities and forces, not to mention how many silver coins it cost. The tragedy was that Wee Chun-moo's body was never found, nor were the murderers, led by the spirit of heavenly sorrow, destroyed. A classmate, listening to his comrade's story, tried to reason logically and assumed that they all probably died, since the battle took place more than 100 years ago. Despite the injuries he received, due to his level of skill, the villain could have lived for another century, since the god of war, along with the demonic one, existed for more than 100 years. The red-haired boy noted that at that time the culprit of death was about 50, so he could easily live for another 50 years. It is precisely because evil managed to survive and there was a righteous and dark coalition. Wanting to prevent the disaster associated with the war, he built this school, to which the trinity of greatest masters of the Celestial Empire also contributed. One of these trinity was Mo Yan-hee's grandfather, who was also his mentor, and Hong-sik felt ashamed for Ryu-yeon that he did not know such details. The boy argued that the neat guy also didn't know his master's name, and once the Shadow Lord asked him, the classmate refused to comment on the teacher's personal life. Ryu-yeon stated that in order to raise someone like him, one had to be no ordinary person. This kind of answer disappointed the mature student, while Hyo-ryung took such answers from his comrade calmly. He wondered if the young master really wasn't afraid, because everyone in the White and Dark sects were afraid to even mention it. The guy didn't understand why he should be afraid of some old man who was fed all sorts of speculations and rumors. Ryu-yeon stated that since they were being trained to fight against such an enemy, it was somehow strange to catch him with wet pants. Remembering that Jun-ho had not returned yet, the student wondered if he had planned an evening training session for today. The other guys also picked up on the mystery of what was happening without classes, even though according to the schedule they should have ended long ago. But nothing happened. As if on cue, Yoon Jun-ho burst into the room, shouting the name of his classmate B. Ryu-yeon. The worried students noticed that the young man looked extremely ill and was literally out of breath from excitement. Pausing between words to catch his breath, Jun-ho reported that those seniors approached him after class. They wanted to lure Ryu-yeon into some kind of trap, into which Jun-ho would lead him in order to wash away his shame. Almost crying, the boy objected to the hooligans, declaring that he would not betray his friends and was ready to suffer punishment rather than do so. Outraged by such impudence, Lee Hak and Chu Na-young decided to force smart thoughts into the young man's head. The boys were beside themselves with rage, also fearing possible troubles that could arise due to the fact that their friend told them everything. A slightly dejected Jun-ho said that there was nothing serious about it, and that the bruises left on his body would quickly disappear. On the contrary, the guy was worried about his classmate, with whom the hooligans wanted to get even at any cost. With his characteristic confidence, the capable student replied that he was ready to meet them personally. Friends tried to dissuade Ryu-yeon from rash actions, believing that it would have been better to understand the current situation from the outside in advance. The classmates decided to observe the senior students and then figure out how to proceed. But unlike his friends, Ryu-yeon was in anticipation, expecting that the trap set for him this time would be more inventive. In parallel with the students, Bak Mu-young and Chun-hung were talking about the plan, or rather, about its failure. The revelation of plans regarding Ryu Yan did not faze Mu Yan, who had high hopes for their red horse. The gentleman was waiting for the appearance of the crane, which would play a far from insignificant role in their cunning plan. At the clan meeting, the selection of suitable candidates was discussed, among whom there should not be graduates or employees of the school. The representative of Seo Cheon Gun of the Cheonseong clan suggested sending elders to easily deal with the boy. Miss Chen Ha-kyung of the Wasan clan supported her colleague, believing that it would be humiliating for a crowd to attack one person. Ku Yan-jin, being from the Gongryun clan, declared that they would only stand in the mouth of the family, since the disciples of the Ami clan also refused, not without the influence of Jin Ryun. Yok Sang-han from Gongdong spoke about rumors that the rest of the clan's disciples had joined a strange society that wore heavy bracelets on their arms and legs. His colleague objected, suggesting that the girl had simply grown in skill and was working hard to train her comrades. Jumchan clan member Yu Gyu Sung was furious that the Ami clan disciples turned away as if it was none of their business. Yang Jin and the Shaolin monk completely agreed with Yu Gyu Sung's words. Waving his fan, Mu Yan revealed that he had planned an ambush around the entire perimeter, also to prepare for the upcoming Three Saint Masters festival. It was for this reason that the gentleman asked to exclude the elders and their deputies, choosing the strongest pair for this matter. The Kandong native already knew who the first-round participants would be, and he believed that Baek Mu Young was going to get the selected guys in shape for the next round. The gentleman confirmed his colleague's theory, as the disciples from the 8 clans community had grown very strong this year, making them impossible to ignore. The first ones to pay attention to were the Namgung twins, who had dramatically increased their strength. One could not overlook the children of the Dan clan, who were also part of the Union of 8, while Jin Ryong and Hyun Woong, who were members of this community, left it long ago, joining the group entirely. At the same time, the grandson of the Sword Lord, the future lord of the Moyeon clan, the 7th Divine Sword, entered the school. He lived in a room with that unbearable boy Bi Ryu Yeon, who only caused a lot of trouble. According to the victims, his movements were faster than lightning, and his hands were like iron blades, but this was not his main weapon. The worst thing was that he attacked suddenly, with all his might, without any morality or conscience. But for the students who will be waiting for him at the 7 gates, this will be an excellent training, during which they will gain invaluable experience. The process will be led by the vice chairman of this community, Chong Hyung from the Shaman clan. Those gathered were interested in what would happen if the guy died earlier, or, on the contrary, if such a test could not stop him. In the first case, Baek Mu Young wanted the students to hold back their energy so that the scoundrel would get to the end in pain. After all, at the very end of the journey he will encounter an even more merciless enemy. Ryu Young may mistakenly believe that his life will be saved, but before him will appear in all its glory the beautiful crane Yo Rin. While the secret society was weaving intrigues, the students' homework was being sorted out in the teacher's room. Volcanic Sword looked at the work of his young mentor, not knowing how to find any words to describe what he saw. Since the author of this work entered the school on the recommendation of Kwak Yon-hee, teacher Jin In could not help but share this work with him. The great master was so ashamed of the boy that he asked the teacher to give him a bad grade. The healer was surprised by this decision, since it was the first time in 10 years of training that he had seen such work. The old man said that for the first time in many years, the student's work made him smile, causing bewilderment in the Volcanic Sword. Jin Ying believed that such free views helped the country move forward, so he gave the guy a pass, hoping that his courage would be reborn into bravery in the future. His classmates couldn't believe that Ryu Young got a satisfactory grade for such an essay, although with a note that next time he would have to follow the instructions. The teacher also gave additional assignments, to write another essay, which could mean that in the future the student would have to pay with blood for the red brush. This meant that the master would give task after task until the student would write the essay with blood coming out of his nose from overwork. The distinguished student did not know whether he could withstand such a volume, deciding that the teachers had conspired to kill him with boredom. In the classes on the philosophy of martial arts, there was no description of the techniques themselves, but only the opportunity to understand and define them, which intersected with each other. While the destruction of objects and communication through sounds was some kind of set of letters that for Ryu Young could not form meaningful sentences. The student asked how much longer he would have to endure these teachings, but Hong Sik did not agree with him, because all the youth of the country were fighting for his place in order to absorb such knowledge. And then the Lord of Shadows decided to take the couple to an interesting place, ordering them to follow him. The guys came to a place where loud voices of students could be heard everywhere, calling them to join their community. On the huge street, a crowd of people wandered in search of shops that interested them, where everyone could find something to do to their liking. Hyo Ryung was overjoyed when he saw that they had come to the community street, but he had to explain to his friend why they had been gathered there. Every student had to join a union of people with common interests. Otherwise, they could be expelled from school for passivity. It was necessary to be a member of at least one circle, so the gifted student wondered where he would be most interested in being. Suddenly, a young man standing nearby turned to the guys and asked if they had decided on their evening leisure. A guy with a sword on his back offered to join the most powerful community of all, which was called the Spirits of the Blade. Another one, this time from the Tao Spirits community, joined him, asking him not to lie to the newcomers about the status of his circle, stating that they were inferior to the Tao Club in many ways. The guy's claims escalated into a serious squabble, which with every passing second threatened to turn into a fight. Without waiting for the guys to respond, representatives of both clubs eventually began to wave their fists, proving that they were right. Behind the students, another representative of the circle declared that if they had approached any of the guys, they would certainly have fallen into disfavor. Turning to the narrator, the students asked where, in his opinion, the best place was. The guy insisted that it was their circle that lit a fire in the man's heart, and that they did not know such a thing as boredom in the camouflage technique circle. Being susceptible to such things, Ryu Yun was extremely interested, while the spy sensed something was wrong. When asked if it was possible to see what the circle looked like, the guy told the guys to follow him. Meanwhile, a carriage with a special guest, who had been expected within the school walls for a long time, was approaching the city gates. Also riding alongside the vehicle was Namgung Jin, who was accompanying an important passenger. When he asked if everything was okay with him, he heard a disgruntled grumbling in response. Having become accustomed to this kind of treatment over the years, the man looked towards their destination. Before them, illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, the huge gates of the famous city swung open. A club member led the boys to a small building where they held their meetings. The picture that the students saw made them feel, to put it mildly, awkward, as they were not prepared for such a sight. The first thing that caught my eye were the drawings of pretty girls posted on a large board. Also at the table, the club members were either reading books, giggling contentedly, or painting dolls of girls. Ryu Yong, who had come for something completely different, was not exactly disappointed, but at least confused by what was happening within these walls. The student who brought them here proudly announced that they had entered a club for lovers of young girls. Just the name of the community sent chills down Jang Hong-sik's spine. According to a club member, the group initially did indeed study methods of camouflage and disappearance. One day, the position of head of the club was taken over by a guy who was going to use the camouflage technique for higher purposes. The man looking at this whole terrible picture wanted to destroy the community, and immediately. Trying to somehow justify the guys who were constantly hanging around here, Hyo Ryung suggested that they painted portraits and made statues of beautiful women here. Another of the circle members replied that all the girls in the paintings were real beauties. Guided by the voice, Ryu Young looked to see which of these dubious individuals it belonged to. The plump guy, standing at the very back of the room, reported that all the treasures had been obtained through long searches, and their miners were located all over the country. The guy who brought the guys here happily introduced the best master, namely the head of their club, B. Young Tae. The students were stunned that this whole farce was being run by a student who knew the techniques of the ancients. Without much interest, the young master nevertheless inquired as to how far the boys had gone to collect materials for each of the beauties. Club representatives stated that every man, regardless of the sect he belonged to, liked girls, and this was inherent in them by nature. Yong Tai proudly declared that all the precious relics allowed one to touch the beautiful and the great, and with each passing day the exhibits obtained became more and more incredible. The club members continued to follow the beauties until their leader wished otherwise. The Shadow Lord determined that for these guys, obtaining useless information using complex techniques seemed like an incredibly cool activity. After some thought, B. Ryu Young shed light on this community, dubbing them a den of bandits who indulged in their base instincts. Obsessed with the fair sex, the guys protested that they were not even close to being bandits, since they were only engaged in surveillance without any violence. The club representative insisted that they had not broken the law and were simply admiring the wealth that nature had bestowed on the local beauties. The classmates whispered among themselves, discussing that this gang had not yet completely lost their conscience. Even though they were thieves, they still remained criminals. The club member was very indignant at this comparison, losing the last drops of self-control. Two guys burst into the room, one of whom found out the body measurements of one beauty, while the other stole her shoe. These specimens seemed to confirm the students' fears about what was really happening here. Without mincing words, Ryu Young agreed with the boys, describing the boys' activities as ordinary theft. When the police or teachers were mentioned, to whom such outrages should be reported, the club members began to deny it, not attaching any particular value to their findings. The prince of the dark sect suggested an even better option, leaving it to the injured ladies themselves to deal with the villains. The community representative was seriously scared, saying that in this way the girls would burn the guys over a slow fire. Although these individuals were beautiful in appearance, they were merciless inside, capable of crushing poor guys like cockroaches. The club's assistant tried to convince them that there was nothing scary in the actions of Chul-ki and Seo-hei, and besides, no one even noticed what happened. Hearing the names of the little sparrows, the classmates looked at each other, thinking that in front of them were those same twin ghosts, famous among the students. Rumor has it that these infamous master inventors had a long history of trouble behind them. Hyo-ryung, watching the students' remorse, couldn't believe that they were the same guys, even though Hong-sik insisted that they knew how to get out of trouble in any way. As it turned out, the lovers of girls invited the newcomers to join them because of the boys' wayward nature, believing that they would be able to understand the club's values. The guys shared how Chul-ki and Seo-hei kept an eye on the newcomers, noting their obstinate nature, which suited the members of the community. A couple of inventors immediately shut their colleague's mouth, assuring those who came that sometimes he talked nonsense without thinking about the consequences. The red-haired boy noticed that the guys were behaving rather strangely, as if they were hiding something. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, Hong-sik realized that perhaps they were involved in all the traps that were set for them on the day they entered. The man recalled the words of the head of the department, who stated that it was beyond the capabilities of a senior student to launch the security system alone. The teacher mentioned that Cheon-san was afraid of those who helped him. But if you look at these masters, something was wrong. To confirm or deny his theory, Jang Hong-sik asked the boys directly if they were the ones behind the traps that were set for the new recruits on the day of their admission. The mature student's words passed through the boys like lightning, causing them to freeze in place in surprise. The inventors immediately began to deny it, saying that they didn't know any Hong-sik and hadn't heard about any traps on the first day of training. The Shadow Lord noticed that it was a coincidence that both schools, the Divine Gate and Tiger's Fang, had very close relations with each other. Ryu Yan was very happy to learn that these guys were behind the traps prepared in the camp building and also turned on the emergency mode in the tunnel. Chul-ki and Seo-hei, without losing their composure, looked at each other and agreed among themselves without saying a word. The next moment the guys were blown away by the wind, and in a second, standing still, only a barely noticeable silhouette remained of them. The inventors ran as fast as they could towards the exit, hoping to escape the upcoming punishment. Well, no matter how hard they tried, Ryu Yang was already waiting for them at the entrance, and he had something to discuss with them. With a gloomy face, Yong-tai asked the students to leave the room if brute physical force entered. The young master did not know whether he would use force or how long the conversation with each of those present would be. Ryu Yang then offered to atone for his guilt before the club leader if he followed their instructions. But whatever idea the student came up with, Hong-sik didn't like it from the start. Trying not to show his excitement and still sweating profusely, Yong-tai asked what would happen if he suddenly didn't agree. Ryu Yang was in a good mood and therefore did not intend to destroy the building, because he really needed to join some kind of community. If the members of this club fulfilled the students' 3 conditions, he promised to join them, and insisted that in the future this place could become very popular. The assistant to the head of the club was overjoyed that they had finally been noticed and wanted to quickly find out how to achieve this. The negotiator's classmates were shocked by their comrade's latest prank, insisting that he should have thought it all through first. Ryu Young made this decision consciously and thoughtfully, noting that if all the club's shortcomings were removed, it could become more interesting than many others. Hong Sik was convinced that if you remove everything unnecessary from the club, there will be nothing left of it at all. But the guy was confident in himself, and continuing to stand his ground, decided to find out the opinion of the community chairman. Before Yongtai could respond, Ryu Young reminded him that if he refused, all his treasures would be destroyed along with the building. Realizing his club was hanging by a thread, its chairman decided to first listen to the terms before agreeing to the deal. The young master praised the fat man for such a smart decision and began to talk about his proposal. The name of the club remained the same, and its members would still collect useful information about beautiful girls, but without stupid things like body parameters. For a fee, young people will receive advice on how to become friends with the object of their affection, learning about the techniques and methods of courtship. Before Ryu Young could finish his last point, Yun Jun Ho, who was looking for him in a panic, burst into the club. The young man, scared to death, told his friend that the very day had come when the senior students asked him to bring him to them. After leaving the club, the classmates waited for Ryu Young to appear, asking their friend about what happened. With sadness in his voice, Jun Ho said that they were the same hooligans he met last time, John Lee Hak and Chu Na Young. The Dark Sect Prince asked if those scoundrels had ever laid a hand on him, but fortunately the seniors did not touch him. And even though there was no beating, the student was more worried about his friend, who was expecting something terrible. Unlike Junho, Hyoryung was confident that the pair would not harm their comrade, and the mature, beyond his years student believed that they were not the only ones involved in this. The man considered the possibility that a whole gang of clan disciples would attack Ryu Young, but even if there weren't any, the trap should be worth it considering who he had defeated on his first day. Considering the fact that not only members of one clan suffered at the hands of a capable student, anyone could have come to meet him. It was unlikely that the offenders had planned to finally deal with the wayward student, and the place chosen for the meeting was not frequented by teachers. This place was also intended for independent training, but it was often used for other purposes, as a site for fights without rules. Jun Ho was still worried about his friend's safety, but the red-haired prince was sure that nothing terrible would happen to him, and still did not want to sit idly by in such a situation. The allergy sufferer tearfully asked to join the ranks of assistants, declaring that he would swing his sword vigorously. The wisest and most reasonable of them all, Hong Sik, declared that although they would be present, they should restrain their lively comrade if possible. This was necessary in order to avoid receiving severe punishment for organizing fights without rules, without the permission of the teacher's committee. Considering last time, if someone is injured during the fight, or worse, dies, the students will receive punishments they cannot even imagine. And then the teacher made the students promise that they would be careful in the future, and if something irreparable happened that they were involved in, he would definitely find out. His classmates promised to keep an eye on their bloodthirsty friend in order to continue studying at school. The Shadow Lord was not pleased that Ryu Yon was still missing, but he was even more concerned about how exactly he had reacted to the meeting. As soon as the young master heard about the upcoming meeting, he immediately rushed for his secret weapon. Shouting after the fleeing boy, his classmates asked him to also grab a weapon for each of them. The students discussed what exactly their friend might use in battle, and given Ryu Young's unpredictability, they didn't rule out the possibility that it could very well be dynamite. But their discussion was interrupted by the hero of the occasion himself, who somewhat puzzled those gathered with his appearance. The guy, not realizing what his comrades were whispering about, decided to remind them that today he, and not they, was the main guest of honor. The guys noticed an object sticking out from under Ryu Young's clothes and assumed that he had seriously brought explosives with him. The guy himself was surprised that such a weapon could be obtained in the city, and handed the weakest of the team a sword, which the young man had previously asked to take with him. The young master thought that the others would not need the swords, since they asked him to take his secret weapon for them as well. Having learned that he would also receive such a thing, Hyoryung was in anticipation and wanted to see it as soon as possible. Confident that his friend understood him, the student pulled out a weapon from under his clothes, the edges of which glittered brightly in the sun. His classmates were overcome with quiet horror at the sight of what the unpredictable student had prepared for himself and for them in particular. With each subsequent idea, the student increasingly surprised the spy among them with his unconventional thinking. But when the student declared his weapon, he was referring to ordinary tableware, saying that it contained enormous potential and that one could not judge a thing by its appearance alone. The boys were unable to appreciate the full depth of Ryu Yeon's plan, and so Jun-ho was forced to give his sword to Hyo Ryung, in whose hands it would be of greater use. The student was disappointed that no one was able to get behind his idea and wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. The allergy sufferer, hearing his friend's words, had to show him the way where everything was supposed to happen. The students, following their friend, found themselves in a dense forest filled with silence. Yoon Jun-ho reported that they were already there. The only thing Ryu Young noted was the large number of trees in the area. Hyo Ryung and Hong Sik, who were hiding nearby, understood that it would be extremely difficult to use utensils in such an area. Clinging to the ground, the man heard the young man speak to the students of other clans, whom the spy considered to be future invalids. The enraged students could hardly wait for the moment when they could take revenge and finally pacify the impudent upstart. The seniors who gave the allergy sufferer instructions wanted to fight Ryu Yeon themselves, but were forced to leave since only 2 were allowed to fight. While the student was interested in the additional restrictions during the battle, his friend advised him to be careful, because he was fighting against strong opponents. Smiling, the young master called to himself all those who wanted to fight him so that they would attack at the same time. The boy and girl were offended by the behavior of the scoundrel, who seemed to be deliberately mocking them, trying to get them angry. The frail Yoon Jun-ho, unable to bear it any longer, burst into angry curses directed towards his clansmen. The young man asked his friend to take care of only the stronger boys, while he asked him to leave a couple for him. But, as it turned out, the guy didn't mean a duel at all, but decided to deal with the hooligans by reporting to the committee and his mentor. John Lee Hak and Juna Young rushed after the little rascal who wanted to frame them in the most vile way. The defenders of this gate decided to help Ryu Yeon crawl to the next one, and if he himself was not able to, then just carry him. Hearing that the battle would not be limited to these 2 individuals, the student was overjoyed, which further angered his opponents. The guy pulled out his weapon, which flew by so quickly that none of the attackers even noticed what exactly it was, seeing only a flash of light reflecting off it. The next moment, 2 shiny discs, which were spinning quickly, destroyed everything in their path, cutting off branches and digging up the hard ground. The gate defenders only had time to watch, as an unknown throwing weapon rose above their heads. The weapon flew past one of the students with lightning speed, its sharp edges grazing his shoulder. His partner tried to stop the weapon launched beneath him with his sword, but as soon as the blade touched him, a loud ringing sound was heard. The next second, the blade of the sword cracked, and the fragments that flew from it hit the hand of its owner. The students did not expect such a reception, and ran as fast as they could away from the dishes flying at them. With a dull thud, Ryu Yong's weapon flew at high speed into the tree trunk standing in its path. As soon as the kitchen utensil got stuck in the tree, the guy began to wonder if he had used enough force to throw it. Deciding that he had not had time to properly hone the skill, the student began to fill in the gaps in his training right away. His classmates, watching from a distance, continued to be amazed at the new possibilities that their unpredictable comrade was demonstrating. Watching the enemies retreat with screams and shouts, Hyo Ryung suggested stopping Ryu Yeon, but Hong Sik was ready to concentrate on another task. The prince turned his attention from the terrible carnage perpetrated by their friend to an equally horrific sight before his eyes. A couple of seniors with their belongings on their heads were chasing poor little Jun-ho, who wanted to ask his elders for help. The Shadow Lord shook his head, because he had in mind something much more serious than the Trinity running through the forest. Hong Sik pointed his finger upward and spoke about the spectators who were slowly gathering to watch the performance that was about to unfold. Hiding behind the trees and standing right on them, the public waited without interfering with the course of events. But as soon as the other participants revealed themselves, the students did not remain on the sidelines and joined their comrade on the battlefield. But once students start fighting with everyone, their expulsion becomes inevitable. It was because of this factor that Hyo Ryung suggested waiting, completely confident in Ryu Young's skill. But even if the situation is critical, they will still have to enter the battle, and the students will be able to gain plenty of experience. The red-haired boy watched the figure that towered at the very top of the tree. Chun Hyung watched the fight with a calm, stony expression, while his partner hid in a secluded place. The guy, realizing that they were losing, was unhappy, but did not interfere in the fight, studying their opponent. Incredibly quickly, the kitchenware hit the tree trunk and, like a boomerang, flew towards the enemies. As they ran away, one of them could not comprehend how such a thing could so easily fly from side to side. Another weapon flew so low that it caught Yunchu's hair, but due to a well-timed block, it went to the side. Chen Wei decided to take advantage of the moment while their target was disarmed and strike him with the stub of his sword. The blade, together with the device that ricocheted back, headed straight towards the young master at almost the same speed. As the guy had expected, by reducing the force when throwing, the dishes returned back. The student stopped the blade, holding it between two fingers, continuing to think about how to increase the combat power of his weapon. The attackers were shocked by this reaction, but they were unable to get closer to him to demonstrate their sword skills. Throwing aside the stump of the sword, Ryu Yong noticed that the vessel could also be used as a club. Having received the rest of his sword back, the boy thought in horror that the crazy student was going to beat them with a kitchen item. The partner, remaining armed, decided to take on the enemy in the hope of using his signature move. But the clan member was against this decision, wanting to avenge his broken blade. Beside himself with rage, the boy snatched the kitchen utensils stuck in the trunk, preparing for another attack. Playing with the vessel, shooting sunbeams at his opponents, Ryu Yong appreciated their choice because now they were fighting him on equal terms. The first one, preparing to attack, took a fighting stance, throwing his hand with a sharp blade in front of him, while his partner, picking up his cut-off sword, covered himself with that very vessel as if it were a shield. The young master's classmates, who were watching from the side, suspected something was wrong, seeing a familiar technique in their friend's movements. The distraught student was followed by recommendations from his friends that he should not use sharp corners during the attack, otherwise he would be expelled. Not yet knowing what was awaiting them, the pair of young warriors rushed straight towards Ryu Yun. Having described a circle around himself, at the same time raising a column of dust, the guy began to use the 3 happiness technique. One after another, the student beat them with kitchen utensils, thereby increasing the force of the already strong blows. Hyo Ryung, hiding behind the trees with Hong Sik, watched in horror as the boys were punished and worried that they would survive the injuries they received. And the hooligans who were chasing Jun Ho saw this technique for the first time and, it seems, truly knew what fear was. Having finished dealing with his enemies, the guy announced that he had performed a double strike technique with the dish, using only the back part of it. All the students hiding in the forest froze at the sight they saw and seriously thought about their chances if they also entered into battle against such a monster. With undisguised displeasure mixed with the disappointment of his men, Chung Hyung took out a small whistle. Even though they were far from the common camp, the flute's melody easily reached him. The birds, hearing a melody that the human ear was not allowed to hear, began to jump around the cage, surprising those present. Bak Mu Young revealed that it was a reaction to the special sound from Chun Hung. The fact that the birds couldn't calm down meant that the boys hadn't managed it. Ku Yanjin was outraged that before they could avenge one, they lost 2 more, and so she wanted to know who was next in line. Unable to contain his anger, Yu Giwayu Sung volunteered to be next, assuring that his boys would be able to get even for those who got hurt. To put everyone's mind at ease, Mu Yan reported that the boy had followed the plan and was getting closer and closer to the white crane step by step. The strategy that had been devised was not particularly to Seo Cheon-gun's liking, as he did not see it as a safety measure for the performers. Because the crane does not belong to any clan, being the heir of the righteous coalition, the community of 8 revered her as a goddess. Therefore, Mr. Baek was going to exclude the girl from the Holy Trinity Festival. According to the plan, the community will spread a rumor that the crane punished a pervert, which will then sweep across the entire city in exactly this interpretation. But there will also be room for another version, that when Bi Ryu Yan was fighting with several guys, he ran away to save himself, but was met by the white crane and killed. The school won't be able to ignore something like this. They'll have to exclude the girl from the festival and subsequently suspend her from classes. The cunning conspirator explained that Ryu Young was just a pawn who would help recoup the moral and physical costs 2 or even 3 times. Noticing the bird, the guy assumed that the one they were talking about was already there. Deep in the forest, the light, weightless steps of a girl could be heard, barely audible. She walked slowly towards the appointed place, dragging her beautiful outfit along the ground. As always, the girl had that same memorable hairpin with flower buds in her hair. The girl put her sweet face in the warm rays of the sun, inhaling the scent of the forest. But despite her charming features, her eyes remained cruel and cold as ice. After finishing calling the birds, Cheon-hyung was startled by what he saw. The guy with the vessel in his hands began to clean his ears, which were blocked by the loud whistle of the flute. Turning to his opponent, the young master threw out a throwaway phrase about how he knew perfectly well where and who was in ambush. The watchman remembered the words of his friend, who claimed that most people would not be able to catch the sound of the whistle, and therefore it was safe to use. Twirling the weapon around his finger, the student was unhappy that the man who had lured him into a trap was now being condemned for taking self-defense measures. Lee Hak and Na Young were outraged by the actions, as they considered this not self-defense, but a real beating, and decided to punish the scoundrel immediately. Yun Jun-ho came to the aid of the young master and tried to stop the actions of the seniors. The young man confidently stated that there was no way the hooligans could have won. He also added that the blame for what happened today really lay with them alone. Following Jun-ho's words, a loud clap was heard from the girl. Na Yeon said with important eyes that their comrade was a real disgrace to the clan and a traitor who justified the enemy. Bi-ryu Yeon watched the conflict between the clan's disciples silently, without taking any action. Unable to bear watching his friend being beaten any longer, Hyo Ryung wanted to rush to him. But Hong-sik didn't let him in, holding him by the sleeve, thinking that it was not worth interfering yet. The dark sect prince listened attentively to Little Hwo's speech, who told his clansmen that he was very disappointed in them. Even though he didn't consider himself the type of person to say such things, what the couple had done certainly couldn't be called an act of honor. The fact that they were all in the same clan did not give them the right to commit such acts, because how could one then distinguish clan members from bandits? The young man's words touched Lee Hak and Na Yeon to the quick, so much so that they could not fully understand whether they were angry at what they heard or surprised by such rudeness. The senior students decided that the traitor himself asked to be executed right here and now. At this moment, Bi-ryu Yeon felt that it was necessary to equalize the forces between the clan members. Seeing the sharp blades pointed straight at Yun Jun-ho's face, he seemed to freeze, thinking that he had gone too far. But the next moment, with a quick movement of his hand, he pushed John Lee Huck's sword away from himself. His partner lunged, trying to hit the traitor with a sharp blade, but at that moment he managed to dodge the blow that was intended for him. With a two-finger strike, causing his body to suddenly go numb, the boy knocked the sword out of Chu Na-young's hands. And while the girl was falling, Jun-ho grabbed her in the air with a quick movement of his hand. The sword she threw. He finished his attack with two simultaneous punches and kicks, scattering his attackers. His classmates were shocked by the ease with which their shy and reserved friend dealt with the villains. At the same time, Ryu Yong was much more reserved than his colleagues, wanting to see how the young man would be able to reflect his weapon. With a quick step that was barely noticeable to the human eye, Jun-ho rushed past, spinning around the dishes thrown in his direction. The boys, watching their friend's rapid movements, agreed that they had witnessed the seventh plum sword control technique. As Hong-sik's keen eye noticed, the young man pushed away a couple of his opponents so that Ryu Yong's dishes wouldn't break their arms and legs along with their swords. It is unclear how, but the allergy sufferer managed to react in time, and with a couple of precise blows, reduced the force of the blow, changing the trajectory of the dish. With grace and ease, the boy threw the iron away, directing it straight into the tree, as if he was born for this technique, having mastered the internal speed, fidelity, and softness. Yun Jun-ho was completely fine and asked his friend, in case of an attack by seniors, not to interfere and to go around them. The young man offered his deepest apologies for the actions of the disciples from his clan, blushing with shame. Once again, Ho's actions angered Lee Hak and Na Young, who were still recovering from the blows they had received. The Shadow Lord arrived and informed the angry hooligans that their comrade had saved their arms and legs, but if they continued in the same spirit, he could call Ryu Young. The red-haired guy ran up to the unconscious allergy sufferer, asking how he was feeling. But as soon as he got even closer, the guy suddenly smelled the scent of plum blossoms. The young master, watching his comrade lying on the ground, looked as if he had just been beaten, and not the other way around. Ryu Yan was disappointed that the villains never got their comeuppance, but the Dark Sect Prince explained that if it weren't for Little Hwo, they wouldn't have been able to finish their training. Hongsik advised them to stop using self-defense measures and turn back before someone got seriously hurt. Turning to the seniors, Ryu Young wanted to clarify this issue with them first. He looked up and added that the opinion of the insects that were now watching them from behind the trees should also be sought. The young master asked for his time to be respected and suggested that everyone present attack at once. Hearing the request, Chung Hyung gave the command to his men. The boys tried to assure him that his friend had misunderstood everything, but the hiding students were already ready to come out of the shadows. Coming down to the ground, one of the guys said that they were not here to fight, but to prevent the death of their opponents. The young man said that those who wanted to meet him were waiting in 6 other places, and suggested following the marks left on the ground. Ryu Yan thought it was stupid to walk into a trap in advance and said that if anyone had any questions, they should come to him themselves. The observer explained that appropriate venues are required to hold the fights. Well, if an experienced student agrees to go, then he can take the gifts left on the ground with him. The classmates were surprised that someone would even dare to suggest such a thing, and were sure that no one but Ryu Young would dare to take these silver bars. But surprising everyone with his next act, Ryu Young happily agreed to such conditions, leaving Jun Ho with his comrades. The boy followed the observers, leaving his friends shocked by his wild decisions. The other students watching the events were surprised that this method worked, considering Ryu Young to be quite a mercenary person. Since there was nothing else to do in this location, they silently moved deeper into the forest, following the trio that had just left. Like breadcrumbs, gold bars were scattered along the path, stretching all the way to the end. Maddened by the sight of the money, Ryu Young ran at an incredible speed, leaving behind his classmates who refused to let him go alone. Miraculously not losing sight of Ryu Young, the guys wanted him to take the upcoming events more seriously and look around. Running out onto level ground, Hyo Ryung announced that he could no longer carry Jun Ho alone. The boys stopped because the student himself stopped, following the trail of silver coins. In front of him was a river, on the surface of which was a fruit with Oh Jin Oh and Mu Yo La from the Jeomchan clan. The walking encyclopedia once again told that it would be difficult for their comrade to cope with the students of this clan. The master's signature technique was the sword control technique Flight to the Sun, based on the incredible speed of the sword strike. Of all the 9 clans, this one was the most skilled and also felt great when on water. Their fruit was made in such a way that it would drown the enemy. If Ryu Yong's opponents were to drown him in water, then for him, no matter how it sounds, this would be the best outcome. In the worst case, the student will be stabbed with swords not only in the open, but also from under the water. The boys began to dissuade their friend from his crazy collection of precious ingots, since it was very dangerous for him to approach the water. Watching the opponents on the water with interest, Ryu Yan seriously thought about his classmates' words. At that moment, the young master's feet lifted off the ground, leaving behind a pile of dust. Having jumped from the shore to the water, the guy really didn't want to give up the upcoming opportunity to test his strength in a fight on the water. The student landed right in the center of the wooden structure, doing so with an extraordinary crash. His strong, trained legs, as soon as they touched the log, instantly broke it. To Jin-Oh and Yo-La's surprise, the shockwave broke not only the logs underneath the enemy, but also those nearby. The wooden structure was blown to smithereens, and the guy and the logs went under the water. Everyone present at that moment, both enemies and friends, held their breath, wondering what would happen next. Yo-La wanted to go into the water, but his partner stopped him, sensing something was wrong. Suddenly, the logs on which the disciples were standing began to shake, and the appearance of this vibration was very strange. But the guys managed to react in time, and they managed to jump away from the raft before it was completely blown to pieces. Jin-Oh, landing on a piece of wood, did not notice the enemy that had surfaced behind him. The clan's disciple tried to warn him, but it was too late. The dangerous student was very close. In front of his friend, with one sharp movement, Ryu Yong entered the water with him and knocked down Jin-Oh. A shocked Yo-La wanted to help his friend, but the student who was underwater thought otherwise. Classmates watched with admiration as their friend transformed from a not-quite-human being into a real piranha. Ryu Young suddenly jumped out of the water like a fish, pushing the bluish water in all directions. The students watched as their comrade deftly navigated the remains of the raft and made his way to the other side. Watching the boy move towards the forbidden territory, Hong Sik couldn't bring himself to follow him, as he was obliged to keep an eye on the prince of the dark sect. Once on the opposite side, the young master resumed collecting money, and his friends decided to return to the camp. The Shadow Lord advised Hyo Ryung to return, as they were clearly of no use to the money-obsessed disciple. The spy knew about the White Crane's arrival, which would be surrounded by guards, and hoped that she would not cross paths with their boyfriend. Chun Hyung, who had been nearby the entire time, felt uneasy that the students were giving up so easily, unable to harm Biryu-yeon in any way. The third gate was guarded by the disciples of the Kondon clan, who were famous not only for their ability to wield heavy swords, but also for their powerful fists. In fact, it turned out that their fists were not strong enough to withstand the lightning strike of a capable student. The next gate was under the supervision of the Gongryeo boys, who were skilled in dual sword fighting and were able to fly in the sky. But one flight was not enough to hold back the unstoppable Ryu Yong, who continued his victorious march. The disciples from Henshin who guarded the fifth gate with the sacred monkey walking technique were unable to get close to the enemy. Watching the student's chaotic movements as he fought his men effectively and powerfully, Chung Hyung believed that perhaps the enemy had eaten too many medicinal herbs, which was what caused this effect. Before meeting the White Crane, there were the sixth and seventh gates, guarded by disciples from the shaman clans and followers of Chong Song. Having accepted the failure of the plan, the boy decided to stop the battle so that the number of wounded would stop growing. The members of the community at the camp were horrified as their people were being eliminated one by one, falling victim to Ryu Yong's ruthless methods of combat. Despite such losses, Baek Moo Young believed in the plan and saw no problems that could prevent the boy from arriving at his destination. The seventh gate was protected not only by the guards assigned to the White Crane, but also by the Whirlwind Sword itself. Moo Yan informed Wee Ji Cheon that he treated his mistress as a goddess and that she was in danger. The letter told of a madman, a member of a club for lovers of young girls, who wanted to go up to the gazebo to the lady. Finding himself near the last point, Ryu Yong assumed that such a crowd of people was guarding the main treasure, which was located at the top. The guy remembered the words of the guide, who told him about extraterrestrial treasures hidden in that very gazebo at the top. The soldiers, raising their swords, headed towards the enemy, who had broken into the guarded territory. The young master, without much effort, jumped from blade to blade, heading towards the cherished goal without obstacles. Ji Cheon intercepted Ryu Yan and used his sword energy, which changed like the wind, to prevent the boy from reaching their pearl. As the student dodged the upcoming blow, he was in anticipation, wanting to see this move as soon as possible. Clinging to the rock, the young master thought about how he wanted to get his hands on the treasure that was so securely guarded. The whirlwind sword burned with an immense fury, which was no doubt transferred to his weapon to deliver that very blow. Pointing his sword towards the enemy, the boy used the defensive technique of the third absolute invincible heavenly sword. An incredibly huge clot of energy in the form of a ball made the earth shake, and the uninvited guest immediately had to leave his shelter. The explosion from the impact was so powerful that the shock wave went straight towards the gazebo. The next moment the structure exploded from the inside, and the entire construction shattered into many pieces. One of the fragments flew past the lady's ear, unexpectedly hitting a flower bud on the hairpin. Turning away, the girl saw how her precious jewelry had shattered into several pieces. Quickly running to the edge of the cliff, the girl, without thinking for a second, jumped off the cliff. In flight, the White Crane tried to save the expensive thing, hoping that she would have time to collect all the pieces. Just as suddenly as her thing was lost forever, an unfamiliar guy appeared in front of her. Just like 10 years ago, when she fell from the window now, while flying from the cliff, she was caught by a stranger. Ryu Yan picked up the girl in his arms, wondering how such a beauty like her was going to commit suicide. But the girl, still holding the sword in her hands, decided to use it and swung it at the guy with all her might. The blade of the sword flew past the head of the young master at speed, and at that moment, not a single muscle on his face twitched. At that moment, Rin remembered an event that happened during the autumn trip. From outside, the carriage came shrill screams that echoed with the ringing blows of swords. A rough male voice ordered his subordinates to grab the girl from the carriage first. The young lady looked out the window with big eyes full of horror, tightly clutching a small knife. The man whose voice reached Yo-Rin seemed surprised by something before he received fatal injuries. She watched the door with frightened eyes, hearing approaching footsteps. Suddenly everything before her eyes began to swim, and her head began to spin painfully. With a loud bang, and the girl jerked sharply, expecting to see the criminals. But before her appeared her mother, whose once beautiful dress was now stained with bloody spots. The woman was very surprised when she found her daughter with a similar object. The mother asked Yorin what she needed this knife for, but she did not answer, continuing to look at her in surprise. While tidying herself up, the woman assured that her daughter had no reason to worry. The young lady's mother explained that if she held the knife in this way, she would not be able to hurt anyone like that. The woman, like her husband, was against the girl taking up arms, but decided to teach her a few things since she had chosen this path. The lady moved from her place, walked around her daughter and ended up behind her, and sat down next to her. Even though the girl would be taught a lot at school, her mother already wanted to teach her something. Helping to draw the blade from its sheath, the woman explained that all sword techniques existed for one purpose. In order to survive, the girl had to get rid of the enemy by any means necessary, pierce, cut, or cut off his head. Then, taking her daughter's hand, the mother began to demonstratively wave it, imitating the infliction of blows. After this, the woman asked, "Can her Yorin kill someone like that?" The girl turned to look at her mother, and her words came as a surprise to her. The girl's eyes were so pure and innocent that it seemed the answer was self-evident. Asking her daughter if she could at least wound the enemy, the woman was going through many questions and thoughts about her daughter's upcoming departure to martial arts school. She didn't know if she should leave everything as it was. If you live, constantly killing, then one day you yourself will be killed. But strangely enough, the young girl understood everything that her mother's word wanted to convey to her. The young lady intercepted the knife, turning it blade upward, and stated that she was short. Therefore, she will hold the knife in such a way that she will strike from the bottom up, so that she has a chance to pierce the enemy. The mother was stunned by her daughter's actions and, at the same time, admired her tenacity and determination. Watching the girl put the knife back into its sheath, the mother decided to find out something from her. The woman asked why she chose a knife as a keepsake. For her, the hairpin was obvious, which didn't raise any questions, but the knife as a symbol of friendship was beyond her comprehension. Yorin took the weapon with her delicate fingers and replied that the knife was more suitable for this than anything else. The woman asked whether the knife was a reminder of her friend, but as it turned out, that was not entirely true. Since her dear Yeonbi was incomparable, all she could take for a keepsake was a hairpin. During their meeting, she will show it to her friend, and it will immediately become clear how much she missed her. The young lady will tell Yeonbi that she never got her out of her mind, just as she never took the hairpin out of her hair. The mother did not remember her daughter acting so sweetly and being so interested in who the girl was that she could miss so much. Suddenly, a certain sadness flashed through the girl's beautiful blue eyes, which were full of life and joy. Holding the gifted blade in her hands, the lady said that she had chosen it as a sign of the oath she had given. She promised that before the next meeting with her friend, she would be able to become one of the strongest. Yorin did this so that she would never again let someone close to her suffer because of her. That is why the girl decided to devote the rest of her life to becoming a sword. She will work hard to learn different techniques and acquire skills that will help her become the strongest. Martial arts can also transform her from a soft and fragile girl into a strong and determined one. And if necessary, being always kind and sweet, the lady could even become cold-blooded, all in order to protect her dear Yeonbi. The girl never managed to injure the man who touched her without permission with her blade. She stopped his weapon with just 2 fingers. The white crane managed to escape from the stranger's hands with another swing of the sword, forcing him to move away. As befits the bird whose name the lady bore, she landed softly on the ground, without taking her eyes off the mysterious boy. In turn, Ryu-yong, having touched the surface, began to break sharply with his feet, and the silver he had obtained began to crumble due to a cut on his chest. Worried about his wealth, the guy quickly began to collect the money that had fallen out of his stash. The stranger also noted that his favorite clothes were ruined, and he was ready to accept this as a sign of payment for their acquaintance with the girl. Yorin asked the boy if he had guessed that she was going to strike with her sword. The guy replied that he couldn't have known about it in advance, but he still didn't understand why he wasn't angry yet, since he usually didn't like to lose his money. Rin asked how he managed to dodge the blow, and he stated that it was due to his skill, noting that if the blow had been dealt deeper, the mistress could have injured him. The white crane, with a cold, impenetrable gaze, promised that next time she would not make such a mistake. Ryu-young was puzzled as to what he had done to deserve such hostility from the girl at their very first meeting. The lady said that a stranger had irrevocably stolen the most precious thing in her life from her. The student was surprised by this statement and began to ask the girl when and what exactly he stole from her. After racking his brains, Ryu Young assumed that it was just a mistake, since he had no idea what the girl was talking about. Watching the guy closely, the lady could not understand what had happened to her, because she could not read his thoughts. The stranger's facial expressions, his movements and voice could not tell her anything, as if in front of her was not a person, but a blank sheet of paper. Ryu Young stated that he was the victim because the girl had stolen something from him. The lady decided to find out what it was that she had been able to take away from him, and he, putting his hands on his chest, replied that it was his heart. The words spoken by the stranger made the girl, with the same cold and impenetrable gaze, draw her sword. Whirlwind Sword suddenly intervened in the conversation, calling the guy crazy for boldly speaking about his intentions in front of the lady. Beside himself with anger, Ji-chun declared that this impudent person did not deserve forgiveness, and was ready to publicly punish him for his dirty words. The high-flown speeches of each of them that day bored the young master so much that he could no longer stand them. Ryu Yan remembered how he had managed to dodge the guard's defensive technique intended for him some time ago. After the powerful explosion, the guy thought that all his subordinates had already gone flying. Ji Cheon declared that he could no longer take them by surprise, and that here and now the young master would repay the insult to their mistress with his blood. The student claimed that he did not insult the girl, and that what was worse was how men followed her around under the pretext of protection, looking at her body. Whirlwind Sword told the impudent student to bite his tongue, explaining that they were all grateful to the Almighty for giving them the honor of protecting Lady Yo-rin. With difficulty containing his anger, the guard asked who gave the right to a man from a young girls' club to touch the sacred body of the mistress with his dirty hands. From the charges brought against him, Ryu Young concluded that the guards were simply jealous that it was he who caught the girl and prevented her from crashing, and not them. The guy, unable to bear such insults any longer, lost his last drop of patience and attacked the villain. A strike of 8 swords, whose energy, changing depending on the direction of the wind, inevitably rushed towards the student, who, ignoring the imminent threat, remained motionless. The guy, watching the approaching blow, assessed its power and decided to use a technique that he had not used for quite a long time. With a wave of his hand, Ryu Yan took out the thunder-slashing sword blade from his sleeve and used the whirlwind tornado technique to launch an attack. The blades, one after another, sparking with flashes like a lightning bolt, approached their target in a zigzag beam. Yo-rin, watching the technique that the stranger used, remembered that she had seen it once before, but that time it was used by a completely different person. Before he could even realize it, Ji Cheon became a victim of the thunderous wind, feeling its power. A gust of wind swirled around the guard's arm, leaving deep cuts on it, causing him to drop his sword. In order to avoid being hit, Bi Ryu-yeon moved closer to the lady, who perceived the boy's actions as threatening and grabbed her sword. Stopping, the guy managed to repel the attack with a simple wave of his hand, which greatly surprised Yo-rin. The girl was fascinated by this strange stranger, who in fact was not just defending himself, but defending her specifically, something no one had done for a long time. As soon as the danger had passed, the young master headed towards the enemies, who were eager to measure their strength with him. Coming closer, he told his opponent that he had left the nerves and bones intact. Even though the wound seemed serious, once it healed, Ji Cheon would be able to hold a sword again. Students from other clans who had formed his squad immediately ran up to the wounded man, asking about his well-being. The angry students did not want to let the scoundrel go so easily, and threatened to take revenge for the damage caused to the commander. Rolling up his sleeves as if for another reception, the student declared that he was tired of throwing around arrogant fools left and right. As much as he didn't want to entrust them to him, he told Ryu-yeon that it was time for him to leave. Using the Phoenix technique to walk, the guy deftly jumped up the rock and said goodbye to the girl, promising that they would meet again. Deprived of the opportunity to take revenge, the guards of the Whirlwind Sword began to shout various curses after the student. But they fell silent for a moment, enchanted, watching as the white crane followed the stranger along the cliff. Suddenly, a familiar voice, sounding very, very stern, addressed the armed students. Turning around, the students saw an angry teacher with his favorite wooden sword, who, blushing with anger, demanded to know what they had done here. And while educational work was taking place on the distant grounds of the school, the students were recuperating in the camp. Yunjun Ho lay in bed, exhausted from the fight that had taken place in the forest. With a bowl of hot soup, staying by the bed all this time, Hyo Ryung finally waited for his comrade. Hong Sik, who came from the doorway, asked about the health of the allergy sufferer, also wondering if he had come to his senses. The prince of the dark sect waited so long for the man, who claimed he would only be back for a few minutes, that he thought he was returning by a roundabout route. The Shadow Lord said with a satisfied smile that he had visited a very important place and had made an anonymous statement to ensure peace in the school. The red-haired boy was worried that Ryu Young might get expelled, while his friend was worried about the poor guys who ran into him. Claiming that, with his abilities, the student would be able to escape easily, Hong Sik couldn't ignore the fact that their mutual friend was heading alone to such a dangerous place. The spy was tired of dealing with this problematic student alone, hoping that the teachers would arrive in time before he could do anything wrong. While the teacher was giving explanatory talks to the students below, the white crane had already reached the edge of the cliff. The girl examined what was left of the gazebo where she had been before the battle of her guards. Nothing remained of the structure except charred wood and ash strewn across the grass. Having walked around the ruins, the girl, intending to find the mysterious stranger, headed along the path in the hope that this was the way he had left. Returning to the camp, Ryu Yon, remembering his meeting with the beautiful girl, caught himself thinking that he forgot to ask her name. Smiling at the setting sun, the boy suddenly thought that perhaps all unusual people fell from the sky. Although the student did not have many similar cases, he remembered the meeting with the young lady for the rest of his life. At that time, the girl was fragile and tender and required constant care. And in this situation, the girl's character was strikingly different. It was firm and decisive. Ryu Yon, replaying today in his head, couldn't help but notice the fact that after meeting the girl, his heart was still beating hard. Within the walls of the camp, the community members decided what to do next in the circumstances they had placed themselves in. Indignant that the crane only ruffled the guy's clothes, Baek Moo Young was so angry that he broke his fan, not understanding what Wee Ji Cheon was doing at that moment. His accomplice reminded him that the Chongsan clan member had completely forgotten about his training once he fell in love with the white crane. After Ji Cheon's recovery, the teachers would begin to question him about what had happened, and the conspirators had to decide on a plan of action as quickly as possible. Baek Moo Young was feverishly thinking about his next steps. Even though Wee Ji Chun was a bit of a fool, there was no need to worry about him. Mr. Moo Young was sure that he would not be able to bear such a disgrace and would definitely not blab, wanting to personally take revenge on the offender. When asked by the sword technique instructor where the student had injured his hand, he replied that he had made a mistake during training. The teacher, who knew how to recognize liars, stood his ground to the very end, bombarding the guilty student with the same questions. Having conspired, the boys denied the commander's participation in the fight, and claimed that their injuries and his were received during training due to a strong gust of wind. But the old man was not fooled. He did not believe that such a talented student as Wee Ji Cheon could get injured just by falling. While bandaging his arm, the teacher discovered that if the cuts had been any deeper, the student would never have been able to hold a sword. The master could not understand who the future defender of the white sect was trying to cover up for, without revealing his identity. Remembering that terrible event, Wee Ji Cheon wished that he would never be able to hold a sword again, or better yet, that he would just die. He could not come to terms with the fact that the lady he adored so dearly was staring at that stranger. And at that humiliating moment for the guy, when he was so vulnerable, the girl paid attention to him. Seeing his helplessness, she never wanted to look at him again. Wee Ji Cheon couldn't live with this feeling any longer, convinced that he had to die rather than endure it. What happened hit the student so hard that he could not hold back the tears that streamed down his face. The teachers, observing this picture, were taken aback, seeing for the first time a model student in such a state. Crying in a fit of despair and anger, the student swore that he would definitely tear his hated enemy to shreds. As night fell, the camp, after such a bright and eventful day, sank into sleep. Moyeon-hee was sleeping quietly in his bed, but his roommate couldn't sleep because of one thought. The seventh divine sword's light sleep was disturbed by a monstrous creaking sound that sounded deafeningly loud in the complete silence. Turning his head, the student noticed how his roommate, leaving his warm bed, lowered his feet to the floor. Ryu Yong's attention was drawn to the bright moonlight coming through the window, illuminating the entire room. The guy, as if enchanted, admired the moon, surrounded by thousands of stars no less bright than it. Turning away, Mo Yan-hee assumed his comfortable sleeping position and tried to fall asleep. But his roommate interrupted again, noisily rummaging through his things until he plopped down on the bed. Looking back at Ryu Young, the student found him holding a uniform in his hands that had a slit on his chest. Armed with a needle and thread, the student deftly darned his favorite clothes with quick movements. Clean, having gone to bed for the umpteenth time, hoped that his neighbor would no longer disturb his sleep over trifles. Once again, another sound came from the restless student. This time it was clapping. The guy turned to the restless Ryu Young, who, unable to find a place for himself, was kicking his legs non-stop. The young master joyfully exclaimed that the seventh divine sword had finally awakened. Concerned about his problem, Ryu Young decided that his neighbor could help him, since he was a local and knew a lot about the school. Mo Yan-hee promised to answer since he never neglected his studies, and his classmate asked if he knew who the most beautiful girl in school was. The excellent student expected to hear any question, but not this one, since it had nothing to do with his studies. The next morning, the same question was asked to the rest of Ryu Young's friends. As usual, the guys were divided into two camps, one of which was worried about the student's relationship, while the other considered such questions to be idiotic jokes. Whatever his friends thought, the Lord understood that the question was absolutely serious, and he also wanted to know why Jun-ho was addressing him formally again. The young man felt guilty for trying to interfere during the fight yesterday instead of helping. Hyo Ryung insisted that Ho did everything right, but the guy tried to make amends by saying that he would fulfill any of their wishes in an instant. Ryu Yong's yellow eyes immediately sparkled, and he began to think about what to ask his comrade for. His classmates began to defend the boy, trying by any means necessary to dissuade the would-be student from his latest crazy idea. The young master did not understand why the boys were making such a fuss, returning to his question, which they still had not answered. The red-haired man said that there can be no clear answer because everyone has their own standards of beauty. The spy tried to convey to the boy that he should study something useful in his free time, actually knowing who he meant. Thanks to his informant, the Shadow Lord found out what was happening in the Forbidden Territory, but he still couldn't understand the motives of the instigators. In such a short period of time, he managed to bring one of Jung Jung-myung's children to a terrible state. But the boy didn't stop there, taking the inviolable white crane into his arms. Hong-sik's head was about to explode from the thought of the incredible pile of paper he would have to write for the report on these guys. Since no one could give Ryu Yan a clear answer, he decided that it was worth finding an expert in this matter. Hong-sik, who didn't understand what was being said, mentally begged the student to stop before he messed up again. As it turned out, it wasn't that hard to find experts in this field, since Ryu Yang had already visited them once. Standing in his usual place, breathing heavily and sweating, Young-tae assured the client that when it came to beautiful girls, there was no one like him. Ryu Young, as a confirmation of the deal, decided to offer his membership in the club, to which its leader agreed, as long as the club did not have any problems. While discussing how strange it was to be in this community, Hyo Ryung assured Jun-ho that he could choose any other club he wanted. The young man, since he couldn't thank the guys for yesterday, joined the club and was glad that Hong-sik was with them, who actually agreed because of his surveillance. Suddenly, everyone present in the building felt an ominous energy, foreseeing something very ominous. All the club members started whispering among themselves, asking which of the guys had brought along such a dark aura. The inventors tried to understand what exactly made that very one come to their club, but there were so many options that it was difficult to guess. And then the door swung open with a crash, which, judging by the force of the blow, was knocked down by nothing other than a kick. The White Crane's friend threatened those present with a sword, declaring that if they immediately confessed who had pestered the lady, she would kill only him. On that distant autumn day, the leaves, changing color, began to leave the trees, flying all over the area. Among the leaves dancing in the air, as if she herself were one of them, Ryan was also joyfully spinning. Giving her friend a carefree look, Doko asked her what she was talking about. Tight and embarrassed to say even a word, Yo-rin still managed to explain what she meant about yesterday's incident. The girl, never ceasing to be amazed by her modesty, firmly took her mistress by the hands. Ryan explained that there was no need to bow to her every time, and since they would be meeting each other often, there was no need to continue to act distantly towards her. The girl asked Yo-rin to be friends with her, and if anyone dared to touch her, to be sure to tell her about it. Laughing out loud, the friend happily declared that she was, after all, physically quite strong. Since Yo-rin was the first sister Ryan Doko had, the girl was obligated to protect her no matter what it took. Many years later, the girl relived this important memory for both of them. It was this scene from their carefree life that made the student wake up in the middle of the dark night. Looking around, she saw that her roommate was gone and the bed was made. Taking her black bandage, the girl began to dress, realizing that from this moment her dream was over. Under the cover of twilight, Ryan Doko walked slowly through the garden, trying to spot the white crane in the morning blue. Moving away from the garden, the girl came closer and closer to the forest, starting to make her way through the thickets. And having confirmed her suspicions, she finally found her friend, feeling relief and peace in her soul. Yo-rin, meditating with her sword, sat under a tree upon which the rising sun cast its first rays. Drops of morning dew glittered on the leaves, blinding like stars that you could reach. And one of these beautiful drops ran down to the edge of the leaf, fell down, continuing to shine dazzlingly. In a split second, the sword left its scabbard with a dull sound, describing a circle in the air. The white crane spun around its axis so quickly that it managed to leave a mark from the sword while the drop was still flying. Thanks to her dexterity, the lady managed to hit the drop twice with her blade, cutting it into 3 even parts. After this, the drops fell to the ground and upon impact with it, crumbled into even smaller particles. Coldly, without showing any emotion on her face, the girl returned the sword back to its sheath. Ryan Doko praised the lady for the smoothness and precision of her movements, but the reason why she had a sword in her hands since the morning remained unclear. After greeting him, the girl said that she had come to training so early because of some thoughts. The girl with the bandage wanted to know who her sister had been thinking about that morning, and she answered with some thoughtfulness that she had been thinking about one man. What she heard shocked her friend, and the first person who came to her mind was VG Chun. Yo-rin explained that it was someone else, and that she had only met him once and did not know his name, but her adopted sister immediately suggested killing him. Having replied that there was no need for this at the moment, the lady said that she was unable to read it. Doko was surprised that the boy managed to avoid her gaze, which could only mean one thing, that he was stronger than her. Yo-rin replied that it was something completely different, as if she was looking at a blank sheet of paper. Moreover, she was very interested in the martial arts skills that the stranger possessed, and wanted to know more about them. Ryan Doko decided that since the guy was a blank slate, he most likely had no brains. The sisters' conversation was interrupted by another female voice, who was surprised to find both of them in this place. The girl with pigtails, aka Dak and Ban, was quick to share that she had finally mastered the 12 strikes of the dual swords. Ryan was surprised that the girl had finally mastered the technique and congratulated her on it, while Yo-rin limited herself to just 2 words. The girl beamed with happiness as soon as she heard Sister Rin congratulate her, assuming that this might be the one. The sternest of the 3 sisters explained that the lady had meant something quite different and asked whether her praise had not counted. The little girl objected, because only the white crane could appreciate her skill, since she managed to avoid the blow every time, no matter what technique she used. It was for this reason that little Anbong could not compete with her sister Yo-rin, who was nicknamed the Master of the Sword that sees into the soul. The girl with the bandage said that today everything would be different. And since the youngest had managed to master the technique, it would be good for her to work together with the mistress. A friend suggested to her sister that they practice together, since such an opportunity arose, and the girl immediately agreed. The student said that she had some business to attend to, and leaving the girls, reminded them to be careful with the swords, which were not made of wood. While the students were training, their adopted sister decided to find out what happened to the white crane, deciding to start with the students who were guarding her. After training for about half an hour, young Anbon was unable to defeat the incomparable Yo-rin, who touched her with her blade time and time again. After talking to the security, Ryan Doko, using harsh communication methods, got useful information from the guys, heading to the club for lovers of beautiful girls. A couple of tricksters tried to talk to the angry girl using compliments and their charm, hoping that their method would work. While the student was sorting things out with the club members, Ryu Yeon, like many others, did not know who the white crane was, besides Hong Sik, who kept the secret, The prince of the dark sect also did not know about the origin of the white crane, which, however, only increased his interest. Suddenly, Jun-ho whispered to his friend so that he wouldn't be heard, and said that the girl who had that nickname was called Yeo-rin, who was the daughter of the headman, whom everyone protected. Hearing the familiar name, Hyo-ryung revealed that the formidable girl was Ryung-doko's friend, and the spy added that she could really cause trouble. During the heated exchange, the inventors used smoke grenades to escape Miss Doko's fury. Ryu-young asked if the boys had ever tried to lure a girl somewhere like this, and the assistant to the club leader confirmed that the boys had always had a plan for such a situation. To the surprise of those present in the room, another person of the fair sex entered, whose silhouette everyone recognized and could not fully believe that it belonged to Lady Rin. As soon as the smoke cleared, she appeared before the boys, the unrivaled Yo-rin, who was also known as the White Crane. The club chairman and his deputy blushed and were so excited they were out of breath. The friend couldn't understand why her sister personally came to this disgusting place. Remembering VG Cheon's words, the lady replied that there was a person here who could answer her questions. The girl looked at the members of the club with her gentle, beautiful gaze, which instantly captivated the soul. At the sight of such a beauty, the guys seemed to turn into wild animals and other representatives of flora and fauna. Not finding the right person among the admirers, the girl turned her piercing gaze in another direction. At another table sat another group of guys who, although they didn't lose their minds at the sight of the girl, also couldn't take their eyes off her. And then, having completely captured her attention, Ryu-young turned to her to find out if she was looking for him. Without ceremony, the girl asked the guy to give his name, and after that, he in turn also asked the lady her name. The student thanked the White Crane, who had not really known who she was before, to which Ryan Doko was indignant, unable to imagine how anyone could not know the lady. The girl with the bandage threatened to kill someone, and Hong Sik, fascinated by what was happening, asked to watch the show to the end first. The man, watching the picture unfolding before him, wondered how he would formulate everything he saw here in his reports. Ryu-young asked if Yo-rin had received all the answers, or if there was something else she wanted to know. Carefully examining the guy's appearance, the girl noticed the bracelets on his wrists and asked if he was part of a special group. Looking at his hands, the young master replied that an old man had given them to him, lying that such things were popular among young people. Chul-ki and Seo-hei immediately began to fawn over Miss Yo-rin, praising the bracelets and the group of students who used them. White Crane, after receiving the answer, wanted to know the name of the mentor who gave Ryu-young these bracelets. But the guy just threw up his hands, saying, unfortunately, that he could not reveal the name of the master, since it was a secret. The boys began to whisper, discussing the strangeness of their friend, who could not reveal the name of his teacher, which created a strange impression of him. All the questions that the White Crane asked led her to a dead end, but she still thought about how to get out of it. In that case, the lady asked Ryu-young to name the names of his teacher's other students, if there were any. The guy happily declared that he could give an answer to such a question, but unfortunately for the girl, it was negative. The thread that led Yo-rin to the information she needed kept breaking, and she tried to grab onto it by continuing to mention her sisters or sisters. The young master thought about the question asked in this vein, whether his mentor taught other students, among whom there were possibly girls. Ryu-young gave a vague answer, stating that someone like that might appear right now, and not wanting to remember his past, he found it difficult to give a precise answer. The capable student concluded by saying that the master had no other students, and he hoped that he would not have any in the future. Ryan Doko couldn't understand what was going on and why her sister was asking such strange questions to the guy who was causing so much noise. The lady asked that even if the boy had a sister, would he be able to accept her? Thinking about this possibility, the student explained that she would not always be around, but in any case, he would do everything to get rid of her as soon as possible. After stopping answering questions, Ryu-young began asking them himself, wanting to know why the girl was so interested in such topics. His classmates mentally supported their friend, who were no less interested in knowing the answer than he was. And while Chul-ki and So-hei were supported by their club members, Mrs. Doko tried to understand what her adopted sister was thinking. But in order to find out the reason for all these lengthy questions, Ryu-young needed to defeat her in a duel. Taking up her sword, White Crane challenged the young master of Thunderstrike to a duel. The worried sister finally realized the real reason why Yerin came to this club, which was to punish the guy. Hyo Ryung expected to see something interesting, but the spy who had lurked among them was wondering whether he should stop the couple before it was too late. The community members were concerned that if the fight took place in the building, all their valuables could be damaged. If Ryu Yeon won, he would get an answer, but he was interested in what the lady would get in return if she won. With a cold look, the girl mysteriously replied that if she won, she would be able to test something. The lady said that the student's weapon and skills could not be seen just like that. The next moment, the white crane's hard gaze softened as memories took her back into the distant past, trying to recreate the scene of events when Yeonbi used the sword-slashing technique. The girl was not entirely sure whether she had seen something similar days earlier. Since her eyes and mind were clouded, the lady wanted to know whether her old memories were real or a figment of her imagination. That's why Yo-rin wanted to see the martial arts technique that Ryu-yeon used again. Although he didn't show it, the student was very tense, because using this technique, he could either harm the lady or completely expose himself. The classmates were in a state of agonizing anticipation, which seemed to stop them breathing so as not to miss a single word spoken by their comrade. Ryan Doko was completely confused by her sister's actions, unable to understand why she was risking herself so much. But the young master was forced to refuse the girl, since their interest in each other was not worth the injuries they received during the duel. The friend couldn't believe her ears that someone imagined himself stronger than the white crane and was capable of harming her. No matter how his words were interpreted, Ryu Yong refused to participate in such a venture. Then the lady asked the guy to promise her that he would not harm her during the fight. One of the students remarked that they both did not have to draw their swords to determine each other's skill. Hong Sik stated that it would be enough for the lady to just watch the boy fight, unless, of course, she was going to punish him. White Crane explained that she had to see everything in action to understand the technique, and Ryu Yan usually didn't show his weapons. The man, posing as a young guy, asked not to worry about it, because the Academy was planning a festival in honor of the Holy Trinity of Masters. To sum it up, the Lord of Shadows suggested holding a test at the festival, because there anyone could give it their all and show what they were capable of. On this hot, sunny day, a hot wind raised a column of sand that was in the desert. The headman, looking ahead, said that the wind was blowing in the same direction they were heading. Namgung San turned to the squad and announced that they would begin the race from now on. The students shouted joyfully as they finally waited for the long-awaited event to begin. Rushing as fast as they could, the students were glad that they didn't have heavy bracelets on their arms. The boys were amused by the fact that their master felt sorry to watch them refuse the bracelets, but he could not influence this in any way. The lagging Dan Sama, Hwangbo Jin, and No Hak were unhappy that the boys brought up this damn topic, preferring to run in silence. Despite the fast pace at which the students moved, they were unable to reach the next point before tomorrow morning. Raising his head, Hyun Woong noticed that they would continue on their way while taking a shower. After a deafening clap of thunder, the rain actually began to fall, forcing the students to take a forced break and rest. Having prepared themselves, the brother and sister took out a rope with small blades tied to its ends. With a quick movement, Chil Young and Moon Hai threw their blades in different directions, causing the rope to tighten, which would serve as a frame for the roof in the future. Having spread out the canvas, Sansan and Okyeon threw it onto the rope, which was stretched like a string. Grabbing the sheet by the edges, the boys secured it, immediately pinning it to the ground. From a nearby tree, Namgung-san and Jinryung used their swords to cut firewood. And the next second, having piled the logs into a pile thanks to their blades, the boys were able to instantly light a fire. Taking shelter from the rain, the boys discussed whether they would be able to defeat the Blue Dragons despite the difficulties that arose along the way. Biryu Young couldn't believe that Miss Yo-rin agreed to Hong Sik's proposed conditions. White Crane confirmed that she would answer all the questions the guy was interested in if he won this year. The young master decided to clarify whether he would have to answer all the girl's questions if he lost. Lady Rin only insisted that the boy do his best to win if he had important questions for her. Ryu Young didn't yet know whether he would try, because first he had to get to the festival, and only then think about winning. While Chul Ki and Seo Hai discussed the overconfident student, Ryung Doko tried to figure out what her little sister was planning. With a gesture, the lady hinted to her friend that it was time for them to leave this place. While the club members were mesmerized by the beautiful girls who deigned to visit their circle, The young master's classmates were still trying to understand what had just happened before their eyes. As soon as the ladies slammed the doors, Yan-tae and his assistant began to share with those around them the effect that the visit of the lovely guests had had on them. Hyo-ryung and Junho also joined the boys, saying that it was as if they had become extras. The Shadow Lord was angry that their madcap comrade could lose his life this time by getting involved with the icy white phoenix. Jang Hong-sik asked the boy if he knew why the lady was given such a nickname. It was a mistake to think that she was nicknamed that way because of the way the girl wielded her cold sword. There were rumors that anyone who dared to cross her path disappeared before Lady Yorin even knew of their existence. Besides everything else, the girl remained the target of one of the most dangerous people, whom no one has yet been able to defeat. In his own interests, Hong-sik suggested that Ryu Yan refuse to participate in the Three Holy Masters Festival, never getting involved with the ice-white phoenix again. Having listened to all the warnings of his classmate, the guy still did not agree with him, intending to take part in the competition. The club representatives were ready to root for their new member, already making a list of hundreds of questions that they could ask the icy white phoenix. Ignoring the mature student's statement that they would all die because of his comrade's thoughtless prank, Ryu Young was more interested in what the boys in the club were doing. As if mad, the boys fenced off the place where the lady was, trying to find any traces of her presence, such as hair. Their colleagues asked them to remain as quiet as possible, while trying their best to write down their memories of what happened in detail. And while the students were writing on the paper, Ryu Young suddenly threw a pill with a chair at them. The thrown furniture landed right in the areas fenced off by the club members, making it impossible for them to find anything related to Yorin. The young master, observing the dexterity of the circle's representatives, noted that thanks to their criminal life, they had succeeded in the technique of flight. The student asked why the boys didn't say goodbye to such a past, making Hong-sik increasingly think that it was the lady he was looking for all this time. Regardless of whether it was a crime or a sacred rite of worship for beauties, Ryu Yan found it strange and disgusting. Turning to the guys, he decided to clarify whether the Festival of the Three Holy Masters was some kind of competition. He also wanted to know what was needed to participate in it, shocking his friends with such a statement.